Chapter 91. During the time since the players arrived, several smaller wanderer camps have been broken up by radical players. But the Goli Desert is a large geographical area after all. In the endless yellow sand, there are 7 large wanderer camps marked on the map. These wanderer camps usually have a scale of 100 to 200 people, and they are active in a certain limited area. They maintain their operations by hunting sandworms, accepting commissions, robbing and killing passers-by, and oppressing civilians in the shelter. The person who can control a wanderer camp of this size cannot be a rookie. With the current strength of the players, they cannot beat them even if they form a team. Human wave tactics. It is very unwise to use human wave tactics in the desert area where sandworms may pop out at any time. Because of this, even though some players have known the location of these large wanderer camps through various channels, they still dare not provoke them rashly. After running for a long time to the entrance of the wanderer camp, they were killed before they killed a small monster. Not only did they waste time, but they also lost experience. No player would do such an unprofitable deal. But now the situation is different. By popular news star friend of players, model boss suspected version protagonist Fu makes a shining debut. Under the leadership of Bai Fu, all the players of Silent Garden are delighted. Bai Fu comes, tasks are issued. Bai Fu comes, experience is gained. You are jealous. Go go go, I want to be the first tough guy to upgrade my main profession to level 20. Fu's thighs are still fragrant, rub it. I have practiced swordsmanship for 10 days, now it's time for you to see how powerful I am. In the community and the live broadcast room, there are players of Silent Garden everywhere. A player with strong hands-on ability has drawn a Q version of Bai Fu and made a whole set of emoticons. The emoticon package was uploaded at 10 a.m., and half an hour later, people were using it everywhere in the community. Fuman! Players from other places were going crazy watching the convoy speeding through the desert. Everyone came to play games, so why was the gap so big? In addition to secretly cursing the tires of the cars, they could only torture the planners. Either you add a few NPCs similar to Bai Fu in other places, or you make some optimizations so that everyone can join the Silent Garden and enjoy the joy of being led by Bai Fu. However, this torture was all in the air, as the game planner had already mastered the art of pretending to be dead. Ah, planner, you really deserve to die. I once had a chance to follow Bai Fu, but I didn't cherish it and ran to join another camp. I regretted it when I lost it. If God could give me another chance, I would lick Bai Fu's feet. No matter how crazy the players were in the community and the live broadcast room, the crackdown on the major wanderer camps in the Goli Desert began as scheduled. After arriving at the entrance of a camp, Bai Fu asked the players to go forward with loud speakers to persuade them to surrender. As expected, the wanderers hiding in the camp had no intention of surrendering. Not only that, they laughed loudly. After I kill you, I will make you into a specimen and exhibit it in the entire Goli Desert. Over the years, I have made 23 human specimens in total. Good embryos like you are rare. Bai Fu shrugged. If you don't surrender, then go and die. She had no mercy on these wanderers. Which of these wanderers didn't have 1 or 2 innocent lives in their hands? Follow me. Bai Fu led the way, and nearly 1,000 players followed closely behind, flooding the camp in front of them like a tide. For the wanderers in the camp, at this moment, they were indeed hid by the dark moon tide. Betrayal? This is betrayal, damn it. The people of the Gao family will not die well. I have been purchasing weapons from the Gao family for many years, but in the end Gao Yuan didn't even remind me. This brat has ignored us since he climbed up to the silent courtyard. In the blue-tailed scorpion camp, several notorious wanderer leaders in the Goli Desert gathered together and loudly accused the silent courtyard, which launched a general attack on them, and the Gao family, which had a deep cooperation with the silent courtyard. A day ago, they received a distress signal from a large wanderer camp with which they had a good relationship, saying that they were attacked by the silent courtyard and were beaten back step by step. After receiving the distress signal, they immediately organized their troops to prepare for rescue. This process took almost an hour. When they contacted the wanderer camp again, they only heard the crying voice of a wanderer who had escaped from the camp by chance. Too cruel. Yes, Bai Fu and her followers were too cruel. More than 100 people in a camp were killed by them, and only 3 people escaped. Those 3 people had no supplies, and would die in the desert sooner or later. This cruelty frightened all the wanderers who received the news. In order to protect themselves, after talking to each other, they all rushed to the blue-tailed scorpion camp to discuss what to do next. Even the powerful watchers back then failed to unify the Goli Desert. Does a woman who came out of nowhere really think she can turn the world upside down? Arrogant, haughty. This time we must teach the Court of Silence and the Gao family a lesson, let them know what the rules of the Goli Desert are. At first, these wanderer leaders also considered running away, but they were reluctant to give up the wealth they had accumulated over the years. The Court of Silence is very strong, but as long as they unite, all difficulties will not be difficulties. Haha, after defeating the Court of Silence, I will make that woman know what hell is, what it means to be unable to live and unable to die. Stop talking nonsense, go and set up defenses first. If you win, you can have as many women as you want, but if you lose, it's useless to think about more. Amidst the curses, several wanderer leaders began to command their men to prepare for the next battle. A battle involving thousands of people is about to come. There is no doubt that this battle will determine the direction of the entire Goli Desert. If the Silent Court wins, the Goli Desert will end the century-long division and embark on a new development path with peace as the keynote. If the coalition formed by the Wanderer camp wins, then what's there to be afraid of? We players can't let this group of ruthless killers be so arrogant. Even if we lose this time, we can just fight again. In the car, Digging G said excitedly to all the viewers in the live broadcast room. It has been 2.5 days since we set out from shelter number 11. In the past 2.5 days, the collective action of the Silent Courtyard has become more and more popular, and the mentality of many players has gradually changed. The story started when they broke through the first Wanderer camp and saw the innocent people in the camp who were tortured beyond recognition. Even though they knew it was just a game, the game's realism was too high, and the players' hearts still burst out with anger uncontrollably. Even these players, who could do whatever they wanted, did not wantonly bully passers-by after entering the game, but these wanderers not only bullied them, but also took pleasure in killing people. At this moment, the players of the Silent Garden not only regarded this action as a task to earn experience, but also regarded it as a peacekeeping operation. Coming from the real world to the game world for peacekeeping, while scolding those idle wanderers, they gave Bai Fu, who took the lead in the Wanderer camp, a new nickname, Lord Moon Bai Fu. The moon is now completely bound to Bai Fu. This is related to two things. The first one is naturally related to Bai Fu's sale of the Eye of the Dark Moon prayer card in Anya's store. The second is that when fighting with the Wanderers, the Dragon of the Scourge accidentally discovered that Bai Fu had added a profession called Moon Dancer to her profession column. She was praised as the moon by other NPCs, her profession had the word moon in it, and the prayer card she sold also had the word Dark Moon. With so much evidence put together, who can still say that Bai Fu is not the Dark Moon referred to by Dark Moon Tide? No one. I will destroy those beasts on behalf of the moon. Go, my sword is thirsty. I have turned on the harmony mode, but I still feel sick when I see those corpses. Damn it, I must kill these unscrupulous wanderers. The players' high morale affected old Neeson, who followed the convoy. Since the Watcher camp was defeated by the True Society, he hadn't seen such a group of energetic young people for a long time. Half a day later, the convoy arrived near the blue-tailed scorpion camp. Bai Fu released little Bai Fu to explore the way as usual. The desert terrain is not suitable for ambushes, so even if those wanderers made a lot of preparations, they were easily caught by little Bai Fu. Pre-buried bombs and flanking, this is a big deal. Through the reconnaissance of the clairvoyant skill, Bai Fu found that these wanderers came from several different camps. It seems that they gathered together spontaneously after feeling threatened and prepared to fight her head-on. This is good, so she doesn't have to go through camp after camp. To be honest, the countermeasures of these wanderers are already very good, but it's a pity that they met her. Things are different now. She is several levels stronger than when she first arrived in the Goli Desert. You go from the left and right sides, and the rest of you follow me to charge from the front. This time we will eliminate all these wanderers in one fell swoop. Bai Fu quickly gave the order. With the sudden explosion of several small Bai Fus exploring the way ahead, all the bombs buried by the wanderers were detonated in advance. The wanderers were shocked. Oh no, how come the bomb exploded in advance? Who planted the bomb? Is this the time to worry about this? The Silent Court has already attacked. Under Bai Fu's leadership, the battle between the two camps began. In fact, Bai Fu could have created a few more little Bai Fus, and then controlled them to bomb the wanderers, who were hiding in the dark and preparing to shoot cold guns. This round of bombing could kill nearly 100 people. This deterrent power is much greater than the pre-buried bombs, and it might directly break the defense of this group of wanderers. But her action this time was not only to destroy the Wanderer camp in the Goli Desert, but also to give benefits to the players of the Silent Court camp and attract other players to join the Silent Court. So she tried not to attack these soldiers, but left them to the players, so that the players could gain more experience. Brothers, rush with me. Sniper support, sniper support. I cover you, you hurry up and go around. Across the various fortifications built outside the camp, the players and the wanderers fought fiercely. The Iron Rain Guild's Jian Chi Chong Tian and the Loyalty Hall Guild's Hei Si became the protagonists of this war. They competed secretly and commanded the players to launch rounds of attacks. At the beginning, the wanderers could still rely on fortifications to suppress the players, but as the players advanced to the fortifications, the situation was completely reversed. Psychic shield, summon ghosts, spatial confusion, visual fog. Psychic cards were played one after another. These wanderers had never seen such means before, and soon a gap was created. The players used it to enter and gradually occupy the entire fortification. Damn, too strong. The players watching the live broadcast were stunned. The battle was fierce, but not as fierce as they imagined. The players had too much advantage. The real awesome one is Fu Fu. Without the prayer card she made, how could this battle be so smooth? One person strengthens an entire army. This is a psychic prayer master. Is this Fu Fu? Awesome. In an instant, Bai Fu's status in the hearts of the players was raised again, and the value of the prayer cards was once again reflected. The wanderer leaders hiding in the camp originally wanted to use the fortifications to give the players a head-on blow, and then put the players into a more dangerous camp to kill them slowly. Who would have thought that the players would destroy their plans with their outrageous performance just after the fight started? They dared not sit still any longer. If they dragged on, once the morale of the wanderers under their command collapsed, there would be no need to fight this battle. But just as they rushed out of the camp, a figure that did not look tall blocked their way. Your opponent is me. Bai Fu had no expression on her face. The dozen elite monsters that rushed out could not help but be stunned for a moment. 1 against a dozen? You think you are a Superman? Since you are looking for death, don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers. They surrounded Bai Fu in a fan-shaped formation. Because she was afraid that the enemy would die too quickly, causing the battle to end in an instant, and the players would not feel the joy of fighting at all, Bai Fu deliberately disabled skills such as alien corrosion and summoning true spirits. Even so, relying on her super high attributes, the continuous damage of the electric knife, the increase brought by the fanaticism and super energy burst, and the skill bonus of the moon dancer profession, she still performed well in dealing with these dozen high-level elite monsters. Perhaps it should not be said that she was at ease, but rather that she beat him. Have you ever seen an NPC with strength 27, agility 38, and constitution 81 after the bonus is fully increased? It can only be said that Bai Fu's attributes are a bit too supermodel in the current Goli Desert. You should know that the 3 attributes of Guido, whom she met when attacking the Bagalow's base, were strength 33, agility 24, and constitution 19, which were not even as good as her toes. Some of these elite monsters in the Goli Desert, who are weak in forehand and poor in backhand, are not as good as Guido. What can they use to fight her? The regional boss is to severely humiliate the elite monsters in this area, otherwise how can she be the regional boss of the Goli Desert? When the streamer is activated, Bai Fu shuttles among the elite monsters as gracefully as a dancer under the moon. Especially when she swings the electric knife, the gorgeous electric light adds a bit of beauty to her. The beauty of killing. Some players were stunned. Can melee combat be so cool? Even those movies that are famous for their cool martial arts moves are not as cool as Bai Fu now. As time went by, the leaders of the Wanderers, who besieged Bai Fu, broke through their defense. Fight a market. They circled there for a long time, but could not touch Bai Fu at all. They finally hit Bai Fu once, but there was no damage. But it was different when Bai Fu hit them. Every time she slashed, there would be screams and black smoke from the scorched flesh and blood. Run. They tried to run away, but Bai Fu would never let them go. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. Let's all die here. Bai Fu chased after them, killing one kid at a time. When she slashed the last person, that person suddenly shouted, "Have mercy, I was wrong, Neeson, please, we know each other, please help me." Neeson? Bai Fu turned around and found old Neeson coming over. Acquaintance? Javier, he used to be a member of the Watchers. I thought he died in the attack of the True Society, but he survived and became the leader of another Wanderer camp. Old Neeson sighed as he spoke. When he raised his head and focused on Javier, what emerged on his face was not the joy of meeting an old friend, but extreme anger. Javier, look at what you are doing now. You are like other Wanderers, degenerate, bully the weak, and kill innocent people. Have you forgotten what you said to me? Have you forgotten your dream of rebuilding the Goli Desert with the Watchers? Javier, who was scolded, was also angry. Dream? Bullshit dream. I have worked hard with you for so long, but in the end, I was easily crushed by the true society. Old Neeson gritted his teeth. You were not such a person originally. Javier smiled. People change. From the day Yulia was taken away, I knew that the most worthless thing in the world is dreams. Only power is everything. Without power, you will be trampled underfoot. With power, you can trample others underfoot. Old Neeson was so angry that his heart ached. Javier curled his lips in disdain. He could see that old Neeson would never plead for him. In this case, he might as well let himself go. By the way, let me tell you a secret. You may not believe it. The reason why Yulia was noticed by the True Society is that your most trusted deputy Carlyle secretly defected to the True Society and reported Yulia's situation to the True Society. Because of this, Carlyle was valued by the president of the True Society and is now in a high position in the True Society. What? Old Neeson froze there, as if struck by lightning. Seeing him like this, Javier couldn't help but burst into laughter. See, your so-called dream is worthless in front of power. Just hold on to your dream and drown. Do you think you can deal with the True Society by relying on the thigh of the Court of Silence? You don't understand how powerful the True Society is. Old Neeson trembled all over. You? Bai Fu patted Old Neeson on the shoulder, and then stabbed Javier with a knife. I don't know if the truth will be strong or not. I only know that you will die here today. As for the Carlyle you mentioned, since he has attacked the Goli Desert, then as the current leader of the Goli Desert, I have the obligation to send him, and you on the road. Under the impact of the electric current, Javier screamed for more than 10 seconds before finally losing his voice. Bai Fu retracted the knife. Are you okay? Old Neeson shook his head. Thank you. He was silent for a long time before speaking again. There is something I have been hiding from you. Are you interested in hearing it? You have triggered the main quest of the area, the Watcher's Elegy just then. Bai Fu heard a game prompt in her ears, and her eyes suddenly lit up. It's here, it's finally here, controlling the main quest of an area. Now she is either the protagonist or the protagonist. Chapter 92. In an empty room in the blue-tailed scorpion camp, Bai Fu quietly listened to the story told by Old Neeson. Old Neeson was talking about the origin of the Goli Desert. When Bai Fu first entered the Goli Desert, she bought a brief report on the dark web. The report mentioned that before the war 100 years ago, the Goli Desert was not a desert, but a green land. The war destroyed the ecology of this green land, turning it into a desert full of wind and sand. But even so, since there are pollution sources everywhere outside the desert that can cause mutations if touched by ordinary people, many people still choose to settle near the few remaining oases in the desert. Living in the desert is a bit hard, but it is much better than turning into a monster if you are not careful. Most people only know about the Goli Desert. I grew up listening to such stories, but... Old Neeson suddenly changed the subject. The truth is much more complicated than this. It happened not long before I founded the Watcher Camp. In order to choose a suitable place to set up a camp, I set out on a journey alone. After walking for about 10 days, I was suddenly attacked by a giant sandworm. The sandworm was very powerful. I couldn't beat it at all, so I had to run away. I ran and I couldn't figure out where I was. Just when I thought I was going to die of thirst in the desert, I found a research institute buried in the sand. Research institute? Bai Fu frowned slightly and motioned Old Neeson to continue. Old Neeson said, the security level of that research institute is very high. There are 3 gates. The passages leading into the institute also have lasers, electric grids, and other security measures. But for some reason, all the security systems of the institute were damaged. I walked in with trepidation and saw many strange skeletons along the way. Finally, I found an archive room deep in the institute. All the data in the archive room had been deleted, but some paper files were still preserved. The paper files mention 2 very important pieces of information. First, the Research Institute is studying a special energy that has never been seen before, psychic energy. As we all know, there was no psychic energy on Zuyuan Star originally. It was not until more than 100 years ago that humans living on Zuyuan Star learned that there was such a magical power as psychic energy in the world. Second, this research institute belongs to a special organization called Psychic Energy Diffusion Committee. It is just a branch office. The location of the main office is unknown, and there is no record of what it is studying. According to the archives, this branch office is studying a special black stone slab. The notes specifically remind that once the black stone slab gets out of control, it will cause irreversible and serious consequences to everything around it. At this point, Old Neeson's face became extremely solemn. Bai Fu thought, do you think the reason why this place became a desert is because the black stone slab in the Research Institute went berserk? Old Neeson nodded. I think so. According to my subsequent investigation, I think that the Psychic Energy Diffusion Committee was an organization jointly established by major countries before the war. They discovered psychic energy in some way and tried to cooperate in studying the use of psychic energy, but due to various accidents, the cooperation could not continue, and it eventually evolved into a world war, which turned the world into what we see now. This possibility does exist. Bai Fu asked, I want to go to that research institute to have a look. Old Nissan's mouth twitched with embarrassment. You also know that it is very difficult to identify directions in the desert, so, after leaving that research institute, I can never go back, but don't worry, I brought all those files out, and I will give them to you when I go back. Bai Fu could understand. After all, not everyone has a built-in map function like the player in her. Old Nissan's words have revealed a lot of useful information, which can be seen from the game prompt that just popped up. You triggered the hidden plot. Zuyuan star plot exploration plus 0.4%. Bai Fu's plot exploration has reached 0.9%. This number seems small, but it is actually very exaggerated. At least in the Goli Desert, there should be no NPC with a higher exploration than her. Just when Bai Fu was showing off, Old Nissan spoke again. By the way, besides this, there's another thing you may be interested in. What is it? This is related to Yulia. In fact, in the first few years after she was born, Yulia was no different from any ordinary little girl around her. She didn't know what psychic power was, nor did she show any talent for psychic power. But one day, she got separated from her companions while playing, and when her parents found her, she suddenly became a psychic genius. Many people thought this was a talent awakening, but Yulia once secretly told me that she saw a strange light in the desert that day, and she became what she is now after being illuminated by that light. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows. Why are you telling me this? Old Nissan sighed. I hope you can save Yulia, but now I am just an old man, and I really can't offer you a reward that can attract you. The only information I can offer is this information that may be useful to you. If Yulia is not mistaken, then her power is not irreproducible. If you save her, you may be able to obtain the same power as her. Bai Fu admitted that she was moved. Having fought with Yulia's fake body twice, she knew very well how strong Yulia's abilities were. Just floating in the air made her greedy. I do my best. Old Nissan's voice trembled slightly. Thank you. Bai Fu sighed secretly. It must be said that Yulia has a good boss. Even though he fell to the bottom, he still cared about her wholeheartedly. Isn't this what his biological father is like? When she first met Old Nissan, would Yulia have foreseen this day? I can only say. It's fate. Wonderful. Bai Fu focused on the new game prompts. This time it was the mission prompts. As the main quest of the area, the content of the Watcher's Elegy is extremely rich and has many branches. Not only that, the way to complete the quest is also different from ordinary quests. Elegy of the Watchers. Task Introduction. The Watchers are nameless. They rise from the dust and die in the dust. No one sings praises for them, and no one builds monuments for them. However, no matter how blinding the dust is, as long as people still yearn for beauty, the Watchers will always be there. Task Objectives. Branch 1. Eliminate the traitors and kill Carlyle. The reward depends on the contribution. Branch 2. The Watcher Angel rescues Yulia, who is imprisoned by the True Society. The reward depends on the contribution. Branch 3. The Defender of Order rebuilds the Order of the Goli Desert. The reward is the special title Guardian of the Goli Desert. The rest of the rewards depend on the contribution. Branch 4. The Utopia builds the Goli Desert. The reward depends on the prosperity of the Goli Desert. Branch 5. Find the lost ruins, and find the research institute mentioned by Old Nissan. The reward is exploration. Branch 6. Yulia's secret. Explore the source of Yulia's power. The reward depends on the contribution. Task Reward. You can settle the task after completing any branch. Note: this task is the main task of the region. As a special client, you can recruit more players to participate in the task. Accept or reject. Bai Fu had no reason to refuse. After reading the content in the note, she almost laughed out loud. The so-called recruitment means that she can share a branch or all branches of this task with players, so that players can do this task with her. You have to know that this is not an ordinary task, but a main task of a region in the game. As long as Old Nissan no longer issues tasks to the public, she, who has the right to distribute the main tasks of the region, will actually replace Old Nissan as the protagonist of the Goli Desert. Protagonist. Who would have thought that a few months ago, she was a cannon fodder of the villain organization, who could be killed by players at any time. Bai Fu had to work hard to hold back her laughter. With the right to distribute the main tasks, She no longer needs to spend time hinting to players that she is the Dark Moon in the version named Dark Moon Tide. When she stands in front of the players and shows the main quest, she is the most beautiful girl in the crowd. What can other NPCs do to compare with her popularity now? Good looking? Sorry, I can post the main quest. Have a touching background story? Sorry, I can post the main quest. In fact, Baifu can not only post the main quest, but also looks good and makes up stories for herself that can attract the attention of players. She is definitely the most popular, unless the players in the Goalie Desert are determined not to do the main quest. No matter how much they hate her, they have to come here to improve her favorability. Of course, Baifu is not the kind of person who would trample on others with her feet just because of a little friction. In terms of deeds, not intentions, as long as the players can create value for her and do not do things that harm her core interests, she will release the main quests normally. Perform well, and strive to become the protagonist in the next version, and obtain the right to release the main quests, instead of inheriting the right to release the main quests from old Neeson as it is now. In a good mood, Baifu comforted old Neeson a few words and walked out. With Javier's death, the outcome of the battle with the Wanderers was no longer in doubt. The Wanderers' morale completely collapsed. In order to survive, they either cried and begged for mercy, or tried their best to show their brutality, hoping that the players would temporarily give way after being scared. But unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain in front of the players. Players have seen this kind of gameplay many times, and they are no longer used to it. In terms of ferocity, these Wanderers are even more like brothers in front of players, who can be resurrected. The Wanderer who was forced into a dead end could only curse Baifu fiercely. Demon King. Damn witch. Sooner or later you, the devil, will be chopped up and fed to dogs. Baifu curled her lips, raised her hand, and shot the Wanderer who cursed her. Good scolding, I will reward you with a peanut. In fact, she didn't have much fluctuation in her heart, and she was a little happy after being scolded. The more fear the enemy felt, the more it showed that she was right. Old Neeson followed Baifu out. He looked around. Since the formation of the Goalie Desert, the Wanderer disaster that has troubled people living in and outside the desert for nearly 100 years will be completely swept into the garbage dump of history today, right? It seems so. What Baifu showed just now can be said to be invincible in the Goalie Desert. He and his prime, and Yulia, who has not grown up, are not opponents. The key is that Baifu is not only strong himself, but also has a group of undead who can be resurrected. In the already loose Goalie Desert, the Silent Court is already the undisputed master. At this time, if Baifu raised her arms and shouted, she could be crowned as the queen of the desert immediately. Old Neeson's eyes were full of emotion. What he failed to do back then was finally accomplished by Baifu. What flowed in his eyes was not light, but the passing time. Facing the dazzling sunlight outside, Old Neeson's eyes fell on Baifu's back. This was a girl who was so beautiful that it reminded people of a pure white elf dancing on the sand under the moon. When he saw her for the first time, he could never have imagined that things would develop into what they are now. Perhaps the prayers of the thousands of residents in the Goalie Desert finally received God's response. Last time, the Watcher's rise was trampled by the True Society. This time, where will Baifu go? More than half an hour later, Jianqi Chong Tian and Hei, who were in high spirits, rushed to Baifu one after another. Report, all Wanderers have been eliminated. The two of them are now competing to show off in front of Baifu, not because they like Baifu so much, but mainly want to trample each other in front of Baifu. The same team is an enemy. Compared to the two of them, Huaiwafu, the guardian of Fumin, seemed to be less flattering to Baifu at first glance. Thank you for your hard work. Next, we will clean up all the camps of these Wanderer organizations and return to shelter number 11. Under the leadership of Baifu, the surviving players happily embarked on the final journey. The big fish have been cleaned up, and the remaining small shrimps are even less worth mentioning. Baifu didn't even make a move, and those Wanderers who didn't follow the leader to the blue-tailed scorpion camp were swept away. At the end of the mission, all the players who accepted the mission were so happy. I leveled up 5 levels directly in this mission, from level 5 to level 10, and will soon be able to unlock the advanced profession. Haha, I'm level 16, officially entering the first echelon of players. Pa is awesome, he changed his profession to a psychic profession, and is still the first in the contribution list. Are you happy? There are even happier things waiting for you. Follow me. Baifu, not only can you eat a full meal every day, but you can also have supper and snacks. On the day when she brought the players back to shelter number 11, Baifu organized an event. To celebrate the successful completion of Operation Desert Peace, Anya's mysterious shop now has a limited time prayer card exchange event. Any player who has collected 50 blessings can exchange for a free Eye of the Dark Moon or Summon Ghost. In the shop, the players who were wandering in front of Anya's mysterious shop were stunned when they found this event. Damn it, the Silent Garden actually has such benefits? Damn, I don't have to worry about it now. I will immediately change my job to a Psychic Praying Master. Fu Fu is awesome. This is Fu Fu, this is the Silent Courtyard. Always considering the players, I, by Fu, will give you discounts that the official dare not give. For this benefit, this game experience. I suggest that Bai Fu be the planner before the players gathered at the door of Anya's mysterious shop could pray to their heart's content. Bai Fu took out a bigger trump card and released the main quest. This time, she distributed Watcher's Elegy to the players. Branch 3 Order Defender of the series of quests. To defend the Order of the Goli Desert, it is not enough to just defeat the Wanderers, but also to restrain outsiders, resist foreign invasions, and clean up the sandworms roaming inside. This branch is a long-term task, and the rewards are quite considerable after accumulation, which is very suitable for players at this stage. As for other branches, they will be distributed to players slowly in the future. Good things should be thrown out little by little, so that players can be better controlled. Players who receive the main task are about to riot. It has been less than a month since the 1.1 version was launched. Whether it is players in other areas of Zuyuan Star or players on other Nodus planets, they are still struggling to explore the main task. But exploration is exploration. But so far no player has really triggered the main task. However, explore? Fu Fu tells you that in the Goli Desert and the Silent Garden, you don't need to bother exploring, because the main quest will appear in front of you. Shelter 11 has become more lively than ever, and the joy of the players spread to the community. It is the greatest honor to be Fu Fu's dog.jpg. That stupid NPC scolded me for switching to the Silent Garden to flatter Fu Fu's stinky feet. Stinky feet? Look how good it smells now. Ha! My evaluation is that licking the pre-march until there is nothing left, licking Fu Fu until there is everything. The players who were wandering around the community were dumbfounded after learning the truth. No, man, can the gap between NPCs really be that big? Affected by this emotion, something happened that Bai Fu had never expected. At the same time, different Nodus planets and different players began to manage upwards, and they tortured their own camps with great dissatisfaction. I am really convinced. Can't you learn from Bai Fu? If you can be 1/10 of Bai Fu, I will never go west if you ask me to go east. Where is the Bai Fu of our planet? The tortured camp was dizzy. Bai Fu, who is it? If only 1 or 2 people mentioned this name, it would be fine, but the problem is that many undead people mentioned this name at the same time, so they had to pay attention to it. But no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find a person named Bai Fu who matched the player's description. This is normal, after all, Bai Fu is not on their planet. Is this person named Bai Fu a succubus or something like that, who has enchanted those undead people? Could it be the boss of some secret society? Check, find out her identity. I won't be able to sleep or eat if I don't. A strange thing happened. Before the Great Star Sea era came, Bai Fu's fame had already broken through the shackles of Zuyuan Star, and shone in many places in the universe. Bai Fu, It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. That evening, when Bai Fu was making prayer cards, her personal terminal suddenly rang. It was Gao Yuan. The Makarov family behind the dark web wants to meet with you. They have sent representatives to shelter number 11. Do you want to meet with them? Makarov family? A special plot, maybe there are tasks. Bai Fu thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's meet. Gao Yuan said, I tell them right away. Bai Fu put away the prayer card, stood up and walked to the window. Then she saw several luxury bulletproof cars passing through the streets of shelter number 11 and stopped at the door of her residence. A group of people got out of the car and lined up on both sides, as formal as welcoming a queen. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of the players. Hiss, so Fu Fu's status is so high? Nonsense, this is Fu Fu, how can it not be high? The players stretched their necks to see what was going on. Chapter 93. The Makarov family's convoy attracted the attention of the players, as soon as it arrived at shelter number 11. Although most players have seen many grand scenes with Bai Fu, this is the first time they have seen such a luxurious bulletproof car. Those who dare to be so ostentatious in the wasteland must either have an extraordinary identity or extraordinary strength. No matter which one, it is a big deal for such a group of people to suddenly come to shelter number 11. Therefore, when the car stopped at the door of Bai Fu's residence, the area was already crowded with players. What are they doing? Are they here to cause trouble for Fu Fu? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the surrounding players became sharp. Who dares to provoke Bai Fu? I will end his life. Fu Min's #1 flatterer. The burst kill flow rune and rune equipment have been configured with one click. However, this speculation was quickly denied, as the people who got off the car stood respectfully on both sides of the door of Bai Fu's residence. This respectful look doesn't look like they are here to fight. Not long after, the door opened and Bai Fu walked out. Her eyes fell on a middle-aged man with a fine beard. The middle-aged man laughed. You are the famous Inwe Bai Fu, right? Seeing is believing. I am Dallas Makarov, the contact person of the Dark Web. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet me in your busy schedule. Bai Fu said calmly, what do you want to talk to me about? Dallas said, we have heard about your outstanding achievements in the Black Hawk Base and the Goli Desert, Miss Inwe. Just now, we have raised your killer level to the highest S level. In the future, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all services provided by the Dark Web, and we will also match your commissions with the highest priority. You've gone to all this trouble just for this? A while ago, Miss Inwe posted a bounty on the Dark Web for advanced psychic knowledge. Now someone has taken up the bounty, and I came to see you on his behalf. Bai Fu's breathing stagnated slightly. After leading the players to sweep the Wanderer camp in the Goli Desert, she accumulated another 320,000 experience points. Now she is getting closer and closer to upgrading her apprentice psychic painter to LV20. But her level is rising fast, and there has been no progress in the remaining 2 psychic knowledge chains. Dallas brought her some pretty good news. Of course, the premise is that this is not a trap. Dallas said, the person who accepted the commission wants to have a good chat with you. It's up to you to meet in person or communicate through the terminal provided by our Dark Web. Bai Fu thought for a moment, I don't want to make a wasted trip, so I want to hear his request first. Dallas immediately said, I understand, please wait. After that, he began to direct people to move the terminal to Bai Fu's room. While Bai Fu was waiting, the players around her were already whispering. As a player, the thing they like to do most is to stir up trouble. The cutscene just now shows that there is something to stir up, and it is hard for them not to be happy. Darknet, I have heard of it. The Underground King of Zuyuan Star is a super organization second only to the 5 major forces. Even they are respectful to Fufu. Fufu is so awesome. I remember when I was about to join the Silent Garden, my friend advised me not to join the small camp, saying that the small camp has fewer tasks and lower rewards. Fortunately, I didn't listen to him and chose to believe in Lao Air's judgment. Who would hate a white-haired girl? Little fart, the Silent Garden is as majestic as Fufu's mind. I am more and more curious about Fufu's true identity. Is it true that she came from outer space? It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. I only know that our Fubao is the protagonist 10 minutes later, in the room. After a few beeps, the terminal was successfully started, and a friendly figure appeared on the old screen. Miss Inwe, let me introduce myself first. I am Chiu Qingze from the Railway Guild. Railway Guild? Bai Fu got straight to the point. I heard that you have the high-level psychic knowledge I'm offering a reward for? Chiu Qingze said, yes, I want to use this high-level psychic knowledge as a reward and entrust Miss Inwe to help us complete a special mission. The agents of the Railway Guild are extraordinary. Do you still need me to help you complete the mission? Bai Fu smiled. Chiu Qingze explained, Miss Inwe should have heard that the Primarchus factory was attacked by the True Society, which led to the exposure of secret research, right? Bai Fu nodded. I know, how could I not know? I was a participant, and I was the one who instructed Master Tai Air to spread the news. We suspect that the Primarch is doing a very secret research. If this research succeeds, it may cause heavy damage to the Railway Guild. Chiu Qingze's expression was very serious. In order to avoid disaster, we must investigate it clearly, but suspicion is just suspicion after all. We have not planned to completely break up with the Primarch, so it is inconvenient for us to go directly, and can only entrust others to investigate. Bai Fu thought for a moment, you asked me for help, aren't you worried that I'm actually the ace agent of the Primarch? If I'm not mistaken, similar rumors are everywhere outside now. Chiu Qingze smiled slightly. We have someone inside the Primarch, and he is very sure that you have no relationship with the Primarch. I see, tell me, what do you want me to investigate? As Chiu Qingze explained, Bai Fu received a new task. Secret Commission of the Railway Guild. Task Introduction. The Railway Guild suspects that the Primarch is conducting a research that may threaten itself, and they hope you can get the research data of the Primarch's Marine Biology Research Institute. Task Objective. Obtain the research data of the Primarch's Marine Biology Research Institute without exposing the Railway Guild. Task Reward. 300,000 experience points, Psychic Knowledge Chain 11. In addition to the Psychic Knowledge Chain, the reward for this task is not particularly generous. Considering that the generousness of the reward reflects the difficulty of the task from the side, this means that the risk she takes to do this task with her current strength is not that great. Bai Fu immediately understood that this is not a trap, but judging from Qiao Qing's evasive words, the Railway Guild should have concealed its true purpose. However, this matter does not matter. She is not very interested in the open and secret struggles between these major forces. After all, she now has a main plot in her hands. She has no shortage of experience for the time being. What she needs is the psychic knowledge chain promised by Qiao Qingze. We have contacted several S-level assassins through the dark web this time. After the operation begins, we will be responsible for sending you to the vicinity of the Marine Biological Research Institute. After you complete the mission, we will also do our best to help you retreat. You only need to worry about two things. Qiao Qingze raised two fingers. First, the Primarch has set up a new line of defense near the Marine Biological Research Institute. This line of defense consists of elite agents and undead. Those elite agents are easy to deal with, but those undead are very difficult to deal with. Their ability to resurrect may expose us. Second, the time limit for this operation is very tight. If it is delayed for too long and the Primarchs react, they will most likely destroy the research data. Bai Fu finally understood why the Railway Guild came to her. They valued not only her strength, but also the players of the Silent Court. Using players to defeat players is indeed a good idea. She waved her hand. These are not a problem, but I have another request. What request? I need a detailed map of the Goli Desert before the war broke out. Bai Fu was going to compare this map with the current map of the Goli Desert, and then find the research institute mentioned by old Neeson. Hearing that Bai Fu just wanted a map, Qiao Qingze was relieved. That's no problem. I send you the map when I get back. It's settled, Miss Inu. I will send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow, and you can bring up to 50 assistants. After the conversation, Qiao Qingze rubbed his eyebrows. The reason why the Railway Guild sought cooperation with Bai Fu in this operation was indeed not only because of Bai Fu's strength, but also because of the secrets Bai Fu held. The Primarch had been working closely with Bai Fu, but during Operation Bagaros, the Primarch suddenly wanted to kill Bai Fu, and they seriously suspected that this was because Bai Fu had obtained a secret from Li Cheng. In addition, the Railway Guild was also interested in the secret that Bai Fu was very popular among players. After the ambush at the Black Hawk base, players completely entered the sight of major forces. All major forces were very interested in players who could be resurrected, and the Railway Guild was no exception. They thought of many ways to investigate the reasons why players could be resurrected, but they found nothing. In desperation, they could only temporarily change their thinking, from studying players to using them. Undead people who can be resurrected? Isn't this the best cannon fodder? Unfortunately, these undead people are very individual and have extremely flexible minds. They can see at a glance that the people from the Railway Guild contacted them to make them cannon fodder. No, I won't go even if I kill you. Qiao Qingze was screwed. No, buddy, when you were cannon fodder for Bai Fu, you rushed faster than the other, but why are you running faster than the other when you come to us? Because Bai Fu is strong? Not really. In terms of strength, the Railway Guild will not be inferior to Bai Fu no matter how weak it is. Is it discrimination based on appearance? Indeed, Bai Fu's appearance is too lethal. After learning from the pain, the Railway Guild sent a female agent who looks as good as Bai Fu and has good strength. To Qiao Qingze's surprise, they hit a wall again this time. At the beginning, those undead people were really interested in the female agent they sent. They gathered around and chattered in words that people could not understand at all. But after a while, those undead people suddenly dispersed, complaining as they walked away. What? I thought there would be some new plot, but it's still the same old story. I'm wasting my time. She's far inferior to Fu. She can fight, but what's the point of just being able to fight? It has to be Bai Fu. Ordinary women will only slow down my speed of drawing my gun. The female agent was completely broken by these comments. Where is she inferior to Bai Fu? Well, even if there are some areas where she is inferior, there shouldn't be such a big gap in the comments, right? Qiao Qingze heard that she was throwing things there as soon as she returned, and kept shouting. Bai Fu, so pitiful. Why is the gap so big? Qiao Qingze couldn't figure it out either. He concluded that Bai Fu probably had some method to control the undead, such as a mind controller. In short, their people will keep secretly observing this operation to see how Bai Fu uses the undead and how she deals with them. They don't believe that they can't figure out how Bai Fu can control the undead at will. Once they have a good relationship with Bai Fu, they can further explore what Bai Fu has learned from Li Cheng. If any player knew what Qiao Qingze was thinking, they would definitely laugh. There are so many good-looking NPCs. When they first enter the game, they will indeed go crazy at the good-looking NPCs, but over time, they have gradually adapted to it. It's hard not to adapt. After all, they can't even take off their pants in the game. It can only be said that good-looking skins are all the same. What? You said that the other party is a good-looking woman who can issue main quests and lead players to fight monsters? Dear lady, this way, woof woof woof. After reaching an agreement with Qiuqingze, Bai Fu politely sent Dallas away from the dark web. During this process, Gao Yuan told her a secret that most people don't know. The current chairman of the Railway Guild once saved the current head of the Makarov family, so the relationship between the Makarov family and the Railway Guild has been very good in recent years. Because of this relationship, Dallas came forward to help Qiuqingze run errands. However, Dallas came here in person not only to help Qiuqingze, but more likely to see you, the new queen of the Dark World. The new queen of the Dark World, what kind of name is that? Bai Fu wanted to roll her eyes. Gao Yuan smiled. Those assassins like to give people weird nicknames the most. Bai Fu smiled and shook her head. Because she can only take 50 players with her on this mission, and the people from the Railway Guild will not come to pick her up until the day after tomorrow, she can use this time to hold a selection meeting. Want to participate in the action? Fight in the ring. As long as you make it into the top 40, you can go. The reason why it is the top 40, not the top 50, is because Bai Fu made some insider operations and forced Digger G and Calamity Dragon to be brought along. There is no other way. These are the two generals of the Fumin propaganda department. Unless there are special circumstances, they must be brought along wherever they go. If they were allowed to participate in the selection normally, they might be eliminated in the first round if they are unlucky. You can't lack anything but publicity. Although the players had a vague feeling that there might be new tasks when Dallas arrived, all the players were shocked when they heard that Bai Fu was going to hold a ring competition, and that the players who made it to the top 10 would receive prayer cards as rewards. Is it finally my turn to win the event I'm good at? I'm sure to win first place. Don't dream, I'm undoubtedly the best player in Fumin. Then I'll take a step back and take a seat in one of the 4 Guardians. After version 1.1 was launched, the arena gameplay became very popular. From time to time, players in the community would discuss how to PK, and who was very good at PK. The selection meeting held by Bai Fu hit the mark again, making the silent courtyard the focus of community discussion again. This is the effect she wants. Keep yourself in the center of players' attention at all times. The more players discuss her, the greater the improvement she will get when the planner strengthens her next time. But what Bai Fu didn't expect was that this popularity was quickly overshadowed by another popularity. But this new popularity was still related to her. It's a fight between the left and the right. Everyone, go and watch the official new career introduction video, and the analysis video on how to trigger the main quest. Bai Fu clicked on the official website of the game. On the fancy homepage of the official website, she saw 2 new videos and a character portrait next to the video. This portrait is very small, and in a remote location, which is completely different from other portraits, but the introduction next to it is very eye-catching. Bai Fu, the owner of the Silent Garden. The boss of the Goli Desert area, isn't this me? Bai Fu clicked on the 2 new videos, in which she was used as a typical case. Want to play a psychic profession? Please refer to Bai Fu. Don't know how to trigger the main quest? It is crucial to improve the favorability of NPCs. For details, please refer to Bai Fu. Not only that, Bai Fu also found that the Q version of the little man introducing the situation in the lower right corner of the video is the Q version of her, from appearance to voice. It is this little Bai Fu who explains the content of the video seriously that has become popular in the community, overshadowing the popularity of the competition she held. It's cute, I want to Rua. Good guy, Fu Fu is on the front page, this is promising. Can it squeeze the huge mecha and several other NPCs, who have not yet appeared from the middle position in the future? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Fu Fu is only the protagonist of version 1.1 after all. Even if there is a plot later, it is difficult to compare with these NPCs. I don't care. My Fu Fu is the best in the world. Looking at the comments in the community and the barrages that quickly passed by in the video, Bai Fu's mood gradually became excited. Am I the temporary poster girl for this version? This is awesome. Is this the official way of admitting that she is now the protagonist of Goli Desert? If one day in the future she becomes the poster girl for the entire game, then she may really be invincible. The game can't kill the poster girl in the plot. Chapter 94. Today's sharing ends here. If there is any new information, Xiao Fu will tell you as soon as possible. Goodbye. The little Bai Fu in the lower right corner of the screen smiled and waved to the front, and then the huge game logo appeared on the screen, and the video officially ended. Comfortable. Bai Fu was in a good mood. With the help of these two videos, no player now doubts that she is not the protagonist of the version. It can be seen from the live broadcast room of Digging G that half of the barrage in the live broadcast room is praising Digging G for being awesome, and the other half is asking Digging G to guess Bai Fu's true identity again. Digging G still has some moral integrity. Since no useful information has been collected at this stage, she did not give Bai Fu a random identity, but vowed that Bai Fu's true identity is definitely not simple. I am 99% sure that it is the kind of identity that will surprise everyone once it is revealed. Evidence? I have no evidence, but the authorities will never be so bored as to spend so much time and effort to create a character who has not appeared in the plot for a long time. So Fu Fu must be unusual. If you believe me, hurry up and improve Fu Fu's favorability. The sooner you improve it, the greater the advantage. Otherwise, when Fu Fu's true identity is revealed, it may be difficult for us to even see her. Fuman's first propagandist is working hard again. Bai Fu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. In fact, in a sense, Dig G was right. Her true identity would indeed surprise everyone, because her true identity is that she has no identity. Surprised? Unexpected? Bai Fu went to other live broadcast rooms and saw several anchors drawing fan art of Xiao Xiao Bai Fu. There were also many players in the barrage calling on the official to release Xiao Xiao Bai Fu's peripherals, such as figures and dolls. The number of peripherals of a character reflects the popularity of this character. Many people may not have played a certain game, but they are familiar with the characters in that game because they often see fan art or fan videos of this character in other places. I might be able to go viral with this wave. Bai Fu smiled so hard that her eyes curved into crescent shapes. If she could really take this opportunity to go viral, then becoming the poster girl of the entire game would no longer be an unattainable dream for her. I decided to find a way to create one or two famous scenes when carrying out the commission of the Railway Guild to help my popularity rise again. Bai Fu closed the community. She pretended to know nothing and watched the selection meeting patiently. The selection meeting lasted for a full 4 hours before the final 40 were decided. In the ranking battle of the top 40, the one who laughed last was Patrick. This result was not beyond her expectations. Patrick's level was at the forefront of all players, and he was originally a master in other games. With a leading level and outstanding skills, it was difficult for him not to get first place. Damn it, if I hadn't spent some time on managing the guild, I would never lose to him. If my health could be 50 more, if I could hit 2 more critical hits, if the knife that hit Patrick could be a little lower, I don't accept it. Next time I will definitely win. Beside the ring, the players who lost to Patrick wailed one by one. Bai Fu saw all the reactions of these players. She held a selection meeting not only to select players who would go with her to carry out the commission of the Railway Guild, but also to take this opportunity to stir up some heat and stimulate the competitive spirit of the players in the Silent Garden camp. Don't always think about lying down at such a young age. Roll up quickly. If you don't roll up, when will I be able to become the poster girl of the game, you bastard? Now it seems that Bai Fu's goal has been initially achieved. But this was not enough, so she decided to add more fuel to the fire. She stood up and walked towards the ring. This abrupt action attracted the attention of all the players present. What is this for? Hidden plot? Bai Fu walked onto the ring and stopped in front of Patrick. She smiled gently. Although you showed a different side when we first met, your growth is still beyond my expectations. As she spoke, she took out a badge from her pocket. The players in the audience suddenly widened their eyes. Wait, is this? Yes, this is the awarding ceremony for the first place in the competition. Bai Fu slowly hung the badge on Patrick's neck, and she said, "This is the fighter badge awarded to the warriors. May you feel the true meaning of life in silence." Patrick looked at the badge shining in the sun with astonishment. The shape of this badge is no different from the ordinary Silent Court Eye badge, but it is silver white. He was sure that this was the only badge in the entire faction. No, the only badge in the entire game. Even though the game focused more on the combat experience than the plot, Patrick, the character, felt flattered at this time, and the reactions of the other players under the ring were even more intense. Oh my god, a separate awarding ceremony, a unique badge. Patrick, you deserve to die. There is such a thing. If I had known this, I would have borrowed money to buy a few more Psychic Shield cards, so that I would be the one standing on the ring, crying. If I could let Fu Fu award me the badge in front of so many people, I would swear allegiance on the spot. Damn, will there be such a competition again? I also want that badge. Will it become a rare badge? Next time I stand on the ring, can I apply to exchange the badge for a ring? You are thinking about shit soon. A player spread the news of what happened here to the community. With this operation, Baifu successfully made the popularity of the selection conference surpass that of Little Baifu again. Half of the players who came were envious of Patrick, and the other half were drawing circles and cursing Patrick. The envious players were also divided into two groups. One group only hated that they could not replace Patrick, and the other group was shocked. They usually PK in the arena that comes with the game, and winning is winning, and at most they can get some praise from players. It's not like now that they can enjoy the awarding ceremony hosted by Baifu herself after winning. This experience, in one word, is amazing. It has to be Baifu and Silent Garden. In the community, a large number of players collectively at the official, hoping that the official can add Baifu to the arena. How can such a good game experience be enjoyed exclusively by players of Silent Garden? This wave of popularity is good. Baifu is very satisfied. When she awarded the medal to Digging G before, she was inconvenient to reveal her position, so the whole process was not broadcast live to the public, resulting in a much smaller impact. Now it is just right to take advantage of the popularity of Little Baifu to let all players see how cool it is to join Silent Garden. This place not only provides players with a huge amount of experience and a relaxing gaming experience, but also has the excellent emotional value provided by the new popular Queen Baifu. The handsome Fu Fu is giving out badges online. Are you tempted? If you are tempted, then take action. Baifu has already planned that she wants to make Patrick into another face of the Silent Court camp. The method is very simple, that is, to help Patrick become the PK king in the game. This is not a difficult task for her, but the reward she can get from it will definitely be very gratifying. What will those players who think they are better than Patrick do after being beaten by him? 1. Practice hard to fight back. 2. Try hard to find ways to improve their strength. 3. Sister Fu, I don't want to work hard anymore. From today on, I will swear allegiance to you like Patrick. Please give me the same power as Patrick. Baifu believes that most players will choose the third option. The reason is simple. This road is easier to walk than the other two. Isn't it nice to eat soft rice? These players were happy, and Baifu was also happy, because her chai field had more sturdy new chives. In short, by then, all the heroes in the world would be in her grasp. Who could compete with her? The 2-day deadline had come, and Dallas came to shelter number 11 as promised with the old map of the Goli Desert and the transportation convoy of the Railway Guild. Baifu took action immediately after getting the map. She gave the map to Old Neeson and asked him to direct the players to search for the Research Institute while she was away. Because she was the one who distributed the mission, even if she was not the first person to find the ruins of the Research Institute, she could still get some experience for providing the map and sharing the mission. If you need other information, feel free to contact the Dark Web and the Plateau. I have already informed them, and they will do their best to help you. Old Neeson nodded at Baifu. This time he was determined. Finding the ruins of the Research Institute might help him figure out why the area of Jelly had turned into a desert, and maybe even find a way to rescue Yulia. Before leaving, Baifu gave Anya some instructions, asking her to keep her eyes open and ears alert. If she found someone coming to cause trouble, she should not rush to stop them or show off, but run away first. After everything was explained, Baifu led 50 players to board the transport vehicle of the Railway Guild. The target of this operation was the Marine Biology Research Institute of the Jean Pre-Marche. As the name suggests, this institute studies marine life. It is located in the far east of the Jean Pre-Marche and is adjacent to the sea. It takes a big detour to go through the Goli Desert, otherwise it might be discovered by the people of the Jean Pre-Marche. But despite the distance, Baifu still only took 2 days to complete the journey because the Railway Guild's transport vehicle drove very fast. The car stopped 50 kilometers away from the Marine Biology Research Institute. This was a temporary base built by the Railway Guild. Many people were already waiting in the base. When Baifu stepped down from the car with her slender legs, everyone in the base stretched their necks unconsciously. Stare. Some of these people were logistics personnel sent by the Railway Guild, and some were masters hired by the Railway Guild. They were all eager to see what the fierce woman who defeated the Black Hawk base mentioned by the Railway Guild looked like. After the ambush at the Black Hawk base, Baifu's popularity exploded, and she became the most discussed person in the Dark Web. Silver Moon, the new queen of the Dark World, Black Mask, the king of the undead. The killer who likes to hang out in the Dark Web. The client gave her one nickname after another. Most of the killers and clients worship Baifu, and believe that Baifu's strength can be ranked in the forefront even among a group of S-level killers, But some people are dissatisfied. The reason for their dissatisfaction is that although Bai Fu has killed 3 generals of the true society, Luowan, Pedro, and Qi Yuan, in a crushing manner, because the undead have contributed a lot in the process, so this record must be discounted. At this time, some of the assassins waiting for Bai Fu to arrive thought so. When Bai Fu's feet were firmly planted on the ground, a man wearing a black mask came up with a smile. "You are Inu, right? You can call me Coyote." Coyote looked at the players, who were looking around behind Bai Fu. "Are these the legendary undead?" The other party was very polite, and Bai Fu did not deliberately put on airs. "Yes, they will follow me." Coyote laughed. "Resurrection ability, very interesting ability, looking forward to your performance in this operation." As soon as the Coyote finished speaking, another person came up. He looked very young and excited. "Wow, I saw the real person, the living Inu. If those old men knew that I saw the real you, they would be envious of me." "Who are you?" Bai Fu turned her head away. At this time, a blonde woman with a cold face came up. "Insect Father Ferreira, like you, is a newly promoted S-level killer. He is good at biological abilities, and can control insects to fight. He is very interested in the way you control those undead people. He can barely be considered your fan. Besides, my name is Su Li." Bai Fu could sense obvious hostility from this woman named Su Li, but she didn't remember where she had seen Su Li before. Su Li's mind was very open, even she felt inferior to her. If she had seen her somewhere, she would definitely have an impression. She threw a clairvoyance at her. Favorability, disobeyed, -12, this woman is not a good thing. "Hello." Bai Fu greeted Su Li and Ferreira calmly. "One thing I need to explain is that I did not control those undead people." No one would believe it. Su Li snorted in her heart. She was the female agent of the Railway Guild whose defense was broken by the players. After meeting Bai Fu, she felt more and more that those undead were talking nonsense. Yes, her skin, hair color, eyes, body proportions, etc. did look a little different from Bai Fu at first glance, but she had one thing that was definitely better than Bai Fu, that was the capital from the upper body. Not only was her capital higher than Bai Fu's, it was also thicker than Bai Fu's. If she pressed on Bai Fu's capital, she could definitely crush Bai Fu. However, the undead people she met actually said that she was far inferior to Bai Fu. It made no sense, absolutely no sense. If she hadn't been controlled by Bai Fu, she would have eaten herself. Su Li took the initiative to apply for this operation, not for anything else, just to prove herself. "I want to see what means you have to control these undead people. When I learn your means of controlling the undead people, I wonder what the undead people can say." Su Li stared at Bai Fu's back with a resentful look on his face. Under the guidance of Coyote, Bai Fu and the people in the base held an impromptu meeting. The topic of the meeting was how to break through the defense line set up by the players, and enter the Marine Biology Research Institute. The strength of the players seemed very weak to these top killers, but the headache was that the players could be resurrected and liked to use self-destruction tactics at any time. If they were not handled properly, and the players found an opportunity to blow up their own research institute, their mission would be declared a failure. "We have to find a way to contain them, and make them unable to support the Marine Biology Research Institute. My suggestion is..." Coyote talked freely. His tactics were actually very simple, which was to lure the enemy to a place far away from the Marine Biological Research Institute. However, since it was uncertain where the players would be resurrected after death, he thought that some more people should be assigned to ambush on the road from the defense line to the Research Institute for safety reasons. Coyote's proposal was recognized by most people in the meeting room. "The task of luring the undead will be given to Inu, and the undead you brought." Bai Fu had no objection, but she had a better tactic than luring the players. What was there to lure? Wouldn't it be enough to persuade them to surrender directly? A large group of players in the community said they wanted to join her, and they also shouted something like "Open the city gate to welcome King Fu, and King Fu will not pay taxes when he comes." Now is the time to verify whether these players are just talking nonsense, or really have such ideas. Chapter 95. Secret Commission of the Railway Guild. Lure the enemy. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Cooperate with the actions of other members of the action team to prevent players from the Gene Pre-March camp from supporting the Marine Biology Research Institute. Task Reward. 50,000 experience points. After coming out of the temporary tent, Bai Fu received a new mission. She had never expected that she could trigger a side mission after accepting the commission of the Railway Guild. Although the reward for this mission was not high, only 50,000 experience points, she commented that this kind of unexpected surprise must be received more. Even if she upgraded her profession and skills to the current maximum level, she could use the extra experience to open new profession slots or synthesize new prayer card blueprints. Experience points are just like money. Who would complain about having too much of them? After closing the task panel, Bai Fu looked up at the players, who were looking at her eagerly not far away. You should have heard the content of the meeting just now, right? The players, led by Patrick, nodded. Bai Fu said, since you have heard it, I will not repeat it again. I led you alone in the previous operations. It's okay even if you make a little trouble, but there are other people joining this operation, so please don't do anything out of line before receiving the order. Hearing her say this, the players responded one after another. Don't worry, Fu, we won't cause you any trouble. Indeed, we are all professional when it comes to being professional. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west, even if you tell me to lick. Don't go crazy here. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. She had long been accustomed to the players' sometimes serious and sometimes crazy state. Seeing how happy they were here, Su Li, who had just walked out of the tent, narrowed his eyes. After being severely beaten by the undead, she observed and studied many undead. She found that not all undead were cut from the same mold. Some undead were very cold, and they looked like they were the boss of the world. Some undead were as naive as if they had just entered a big city from the countryside. Some undead seemed to have a disease that would kill them if they didn't talk, and they had to chat with people when they met. But no matter what the undead's personality was, she had never seen an undead treat others like Bai Fu. Loyalty, yes, the word that popped up in Su Li's mind was loyalty. It's not like she hasn't seen a group of undeads gathered in a circle to compliment someone, but the attitude of these undeads towards Bai Fu is definitely not something that can be described as a simple compliment. It's either technology or magic. Bai Fu, you still say you didn't control these undeads. If Bai Fu knew what Su Li was thinking, her evaluation would only be one sentence. Our poster girls are like this. Do you know what it means to master the core plugin? How terrible is it to be able to shape yourself in the direction that players, like, 10 minutes later, the armored personnel carriers prepared by the Railway Association were all in place, and all the people involved in the operation were ready. Let's go! Accompanied by Coyote's order, several armored personnel carriers rushed into the wilderness that could not be seen at a glance at a very fast speed. Institute of Marine Biology, 5 kilometers to the west, a defense line composed of trenches, iron fences, and concrete fortresses. Captain Cedric, the person in charge of the defense line, stood by the window of the office and looked downstairs with a comfortable look on his face, holding a cigarette butt in his mouth. Although it was midnight, the patrol guards passing by downstairs were still as energetic as they were during the day. This spirit made him nod his head in satisfaction. It has to be the undead. Cedric sighed. 20 days ago, the higher authorities sent 100 undeads during the routine rotation of the patrol guards on this line of defense. When he first saw these undeads, he felt like the sky was falling. The reason was that these undeads had eccentric personalities and did what they wanted. None of them looked like normal people. Hitting himself, jumping down from the building for no apparent reason, suddenly laughing while walking, standing in a corner talking to the air in the middle of the night with nothing to do. Those who know say this is a line of defense, while those who don't think this is a lunatic asylum. Several times he was almost scared to death by these undeads. At that time, he just thought everything was over. How could he carry out the task of protecting the Marine Biological Research Institute with such a group of lunatics? How could he get promoted if he failed to complete the task? But after a few more days of contact with these undeads, Cedric suddenly realized that the situation might be completely different from what he imagined. Undeads may be crazy, but they may be the most useful beasts of burden in the world. Don't believe it? After receiving a mission, no matter how dangerous it is, undeads can always complete it quickly and well. After completing the mission, they will take the initiative to ask if there are new tasks for them to do. Normal people don't have such enthusiasm. This confirms the old saying. Since I got mental illness, I have become more energetic. However, Cedric's 180-degree change in attitude towards undeads is mainly related to another thing. Undead people can be resurrected after death, and all injuries will disappear after resurrection. Since he found this, he never gave medicine to undead people again. Why use it? Anyway, the injuries will disappear after resurrection. Instead of wasting medicine for treatment, it is better to die quickly and start over. It is better to leave precious things like medicine to useful people, such as himself. Cedric made a lot of money by reselling medicine. Not only that, he also made a lot of money by deducting the food expenses of undead people, weapons and equipment subsidies, and other expenses. They are just consumables. Why should they eat and dress so well? In short, Cedric is in a very good mood now. He has made a lot of money in just 20 days. If the time is several times longer, he can buy a big villa in Haidu. Cool. Cedric put out the cigarette butt and shouted downstairs. The situation is quite tense recently. You must be vigilant when patrolling. Don't let down your guard at all. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. The players passing by downstairs rolled their eyes. The players who come here are basically new players, who entered the game in version 1.1. The reason why they were willing to come to this defense line was because this mission was very special. Even if they did nothing, they could get guaranteed experience every day as long as they stayed in the defense line. If they did more tasks, their levels would definitely rise rapidly, and they would soon be able to leave other players who entered the game with them far behind. The only drawback is that this mission is very boring. They have to stay in the defense line with no people around for a long time. In addition to watching videos, watching live broadcasts, and browsing forums, their only entertainment methods are fighting with wild animals and mutant creatures around the defense line. There are gains and losses. In order to win at the starting line, such small problems can still be overcome, but this is what these players thought 10 days ago. Recently, Baifu has become popular in the community. These players were surprised to find that they were not the new players who upgraded the fastest. The players of Silent Court not only upgraded faster than them, but also did not have to go to jail like them. The leader of the camp is a super beautiful white-haired girl. The camp service is leading. The white-haired girl personally leads the team to fight monsters. The white-haired girl personally awards medals to outstanding players. The white-haired girl is the protagonist of the version. The white-haired girl has become a poster girl. Look at them. The manager is a big man who picks his toes. There is no store in the camp. There is no beautiful girl in the camp. No, there is no female NPC. There is no leading team to fight monsters and awarding honors, only urging. It can only be said that there is no harm without comparison. This group of players burst into tears. Ah, why didn't I read more guides in the community and go to buy food directly? I envy you so much. I don't want a big man who picks his toes. I want a white-haired girl. Can the official replace this big man who picks his toes? Alas, alas, alas. What's the point of saying all this now? Since I'm here, I can only finish the task honestly, otherwise I will lose a lot of experience indeed. Now, except for continuing to do the mission honestly, any other choice will be a long-term loss. If Baifu could suddenly attack us like she did when attacking the Bagalow's base or the Black Hawk base, I promise to surrender on the spot. Don't make a fuss. Baifu can't possibly attack us. This place is far from the Gully Desert. That's true. The players in training grumbled to express their dissatisfaction. They didn't realize that there were already many pairs of eyes staring at them in the dark night. They were Baifu, Suli and others who had just arrived here. The defense is very tight. Even in the middle of the night, there is still no slackness. These undeads are really difficult to deal with. Suli frowned, looking unhappy. The arrival of the undead brought a dramatic change to the world again. She didn't like this drastic change very much, not because the undeads irritated her, but more because she couldn't see whether this change was good or bad. But she also knew that since the change had come, all she could do was to adapt to or control this change, otherwise she would be eliminated. Act according to the original plan. When Baifu succeeds in luring out the undead, I will cooperate with the action to create a bigger commotion to attract the attention of the Marine Biology Research Institute. The next thing will be handed over to the coyote, who is responsible for the raid on the institute. Baifu had no objection. She led the players to sneak towards the opposite defense line. Suli lay on the ground, staring at her back. Come on, let me take a good look at how you control these undead under your command. In order to find out Baifu's secret, the people above made very sufficient preparations this time. Not only did they send several Esperers, who are good at reconnaissance to help her observe Baifu, but they also sent her the most advanced hidden camera equipment sent by the Science and Technology Research and Development Department. The multi-cameras have a 360-degree coverage, and the ultra-high-definition shooting can even see the trembling of eyelashes clearly. Suli took out the monitoring monitor from the toolbox she carried with her, and smiled while watching. Hee 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 hee. This smile made the assistant beside her scalp numb. Hey, where did this perverted nymphomaniac come from? Baifu led the players forward for a few minutes, and stopped, when they were 500 meters away from the defense line. Wait for me here, and take action after receiving my message. As she spoke, she handed a walkie-talkie to Patrick. This move made the other players' eyes wide with envy. Damn it, is this the benefit of getting the Silver Eye of Heaven medal? If we hold a similar ring competition next time, we must buy more prayer cards. We can't let Patrick continue to pretend. After arranging the players, Bai Fu walked towards the defense line alone. Because she was going to persuade the players in the defense line to surrender, she deliberately did not hide her figure. The players in the mission were quite alert. When they were still 100 meters away from the sentry post outside the defense line, the players standing on the sentry post spotted her. Bang! A bullet passed through the night and hit 20 centimeters away from Bai Fu's toes, splashing mud. It was not known whether it was a miss or a warning. But at the moment the bullet was fired, the alarm bells in the defense line rang loudly. Ding ding ding. A stranger is approaching. A stranger is approaching. It has been confirmed that there is only one person. For a moment, the entire defense line was in a frenzy. Cedric, who was smoking happily by the window, was so frightened that his cigarette fell directly. Damn! Who would come here at night for no reason, and there was only one person? His face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Go, catch that person for me. I want to see who is so bold as to dare to trespass into the military-restricted area. Not long after he finished shouting, a burly man walked in from outside the office. Do you want me to go out and take a look? Cedric turned around and saw that the person who came was an elite agent who had just been sent by the higher-ups. He was very powerful. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, let's see what the situation is. If the invaders are not very strong, just let the undead deal with them. These undead are quite useful." The agent didn't say much, and the two of them just waited. However, the situation this time seemed a little strange. The undead, who received the order, did not charge forward mindlessly like before, but looked at each other with their weapons in hand. After Cedric finished yelling, all the players in the defense line received a new mission. Mission name: Emergency Invasion. Mission goal is to kill the invaders. Mission reward is 1 million experience plus special title plus rare skill plus super high faction reputation. These players were all confused. Duo shall? 1 million? Shit, I counted correctly. It's 6 zeros. What the hell is this mission? How can the reward be so exaggerated? There is a bug. Usually the experience of completing a mission is only a few hundred. This time it jumped to 1 million. It's not a bug, only a ghost would believe it. I'm laughing to death. This bug. Wait for me to post a post in the community soon. A player posted a screenshot of the mission to the community, and this post immediately attracted countless players to watch. There was no way. So far no player has ever seen a mission with such an exaggerated reward. Even if it was just a bug, it would be amazing enough. No, if this task is completed, it won't really reward 1 million experience points, right? Officials are here to get beaten, and they have come up with a task with a reward of 1 million. You are really outrageous. Don't play dead. If you don't give some friend compensation, this matter will not end. Just when other players kept torturing the official in the community, the players in the defense line also took action. Bugs are bugs, and completing tasks is completing tasks. They rushed out with guns, shouting, "Military strongholds, no entry for outsiders. Intruders quickly put down their weapons and surrender, or we will shoot." Their shouting had no effect. The man on the other side was still moving forward. Oh, so brave, even braver than All Way. The player with a bad temper fired several shots into the sky. It seems that you don't want to accept the toast. Punishment. He froze in place while being punished. Fuck. The player who followed behind was full of confusion. He patted the shoulder of the player in front of him, looking forward and asking, "Are you okay? Why don't you move?" Move. Shit. Under the light, all the players who came later could see the appearance of the person coming. Silver hair, white shirt, handsome little belt. Why does this NPC look familiar? Familiar? How could he not be familiar? In the community, a new post popped up. Brothers, I know why the reward for that task is 1 million experience points. This is definitely not a bug. If you don't believe me, watch the live broadcast. A link to a live broadcast room was posted in the post. Most players thought it was a hype, but a few players still clicked in. Then, their reactions were exactly the same as those of other players at the scene. Oh my god, isn't this our Fu? After recognizing that the person was Bai Fu, everyone reacted at that moment. Now everything made sense. After all, the emergency invasion mission was to fight Bai Fu. As the owner of the Silent Garden, the queen of the dark web, the protagonist of the version, and the new poster girl, it was normal for Bai Fu to be worth 1 million experience points. Fu looks even better with this angle of lighting. Fu is still handsome in combat. The live broadcast room was full of comments, and at this time, Bai Fu spoke. "You are the same undead from the other side of the fog as Patrick and Digger, right? I don't actually want to be your enemy, but I came here for something very important to do. If you insist on standing against me and stopping me, then I can only attack you. Ah, I'm going to fight Bai Fu. After hearing Bai Fu's words, the players in the pre-march camp were shocked. How to fight? Bai Fu kills high-level bosses as easily as killing pigs, and killing these new players, like them, will probably be a mess with just one skill. The scalps of those players, who had just shot at Bai Fu or threatened Bai Fu, were even more numb. Family, do you think I still have a chance? Although they imagined Bai Fu coming, they never thought that Bai Fu would actually come. The fierce attack made these players at a loss. The situation did not change until a few bullet comments passed through the live broadcast room. Foolish, if you don't stand on the opposite side, you don't have to fight with Fu Fu. If it were me, I would surrender now and stand with Fu Fu. That's right, I have no place to surrender even if I want to. Damn, I'm so lucky, I envy you so much. Yes, surrender. The players' eyes lit up. When they were chatting, a player had said with a smile that he would surrender on the spot. Now Bai Fu really came. If he didn't surrender, he would have to wait for the new year. Once Bai Fu accepted his surrender, he could join the Silent Garden and enjoy the first-class game experience. Snap. The player threw the gun to the ground and raised his hands high. I surrender, Fu Fu. In fact, I have always been your fan, but I didn't have the chance to meet you before. With him taking the lead, the players who had long been attracted to Bai Fu followed suit. I surrendered too. I joined the pre-march only because I had no choice, and just for fun. The Silent Court is my true love. Finally I found an organization. Fu Fu, I've been your fan for 10 years. A bunch of guns were thrown on the ground one after another. For a while, only a few people were still hesitating. They actually envied the players of the Silent Court, but if they surrendered here and quit the pre-march, they would not only lose a lot of experience, but also the Primarch's favorability would plummet. Isn't this a bit uneconomical? In order to complete this guarding mission, they have been busy for more than 20 days. Some players stood up to persuade him. Why are you still entangled? That little bit of experience is lost. I read the guide, and you can accept commissions and sandworm sweeps at any time in the Silent Garden. When the time comes, you can form a team yourself, or find a few big guys to lead you. After a few rounds, the lost experience will be made up. Brother, if you don't follow the protagonist when playing the game, why do you have to take the most difficult path and go against the protagonist? Isn't the poster girl more attractive than the big man who picks his feet? Under the continuous verbal offensive, the hesitant players were finally persuaded. Submit. Why not submit? They are the only ones left. What else can they do if they don't? Once the defense line is broken, the mission can't be continued. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. This time, she is really a king and a tyrant, and the players bowed down to her. She knows that her popularity has been ridiculously high recently, and she also knows that many players said they want to join her, so she wanted to come and give it a try, but she didn't expect it to be so smooth. The bonus of the official putting her on the front page is much greater than she thought. If she becomes a real poster girl, she won't even need to speak. A group of players will chase her when she passes by. The future is bright. Bai Fu nodded secretly. She should finish the task first. She deliberately showed a surprised look. You. The player who surrendered at the beginning said hurriedly, Fu Fu, we are really surrendering. If you don't believe us, we will go and arrest the person in charge of this line of defense now. He turned around and left, and the other players quickly followed. Surrender, indeed, requires a token of surrender. These players picked up their weapons that they had thrown on the ground and walked towards the defense line aggressively. Bai Fu followed closely behind. As they walked, the players who were a step slower and didn't have time to rush out joined the team to capture Cedric after figuring out the situation. The movement here successfully attracted Cedric's attention. Cedric smiled and said to the elite agent next to him, Look, they have captured the person back. The elite agent took a look and thought, Wow, it really is. This is quite efficient. Cedric walked to the door. I go ask the intruder who he is. He just walked out of the office building, and the player just happened to come to the door of the office building. The two sides ran into each other. Cedric waved his hand. Bring the person up. Let me take a good look at her. The player moved, but the direction they moved was different from what Cedric imagined. They did not move backwards, but charged forward. By the time he reacted, the player in the front had already thrown him to the ground. Let go, let me go, what are you doing? Cedric struggled violently. What? Of course I'm going to capture you and give you to Fu Fu. What? Cedric was horrified. Are you going to rebel? You bastard, betraying the pre-march will not end well. The player holding him down was unmoved, and the other players were not idle at this time. Let's go capture the others. Excluding those players, who were not online, The remaining 90 players attacked everywhere, and soon arrested many people from nearby houses. These NPCs were caught by the players for no reason, and when they heard Cedric shouting about rebellion, they thought that the players had discovered Cedric's greed for money, so they immediately shouted in panic. "It's none of my business, really. I was forced by Cedric. It was him. He deducted all your subsidies, he deliberately deducted your food expenses, and made you eat the garbage every day. I can prove that he didn't lie. I did take some money from Cedric, but it wasn't much. I can return all the money to you. Don't kill me. I actually sympathize with you. When I saw you were injured, I wanted to give you medicine to treat you, but Cedric said that you can be resurrected after death, so there is no need to waste medicine on you. What can I do? I can only do it." Their shouting directly confused the players on the scene, the players in the live broadcast room, and Baifu. "Wait, is there such a thing?" Cedric, who was pinned to the ground, screamed, "Slander, they are slandering me." But no one believed him. "Ah!" Baifu turned her head and glared at Cedric, who was pinned to the ground. She had already figured out how to create her first famous scene after becoming a temporary poster girl. "I hate this kind of person the most in my life. Hang him on the street lamp." Chapter 96. Hang Cedric on the street light? The moment this sentence came out of Baifu's mouth, the atmosphere of the entire defense line changed. It seems that this can indeed be done. There are more than a dozen streetlights installed in the defense line. Hiss. For a moment, both the players on the scene and the players in the live broadcast room all focused their eyes on Baifu. They sucked all the cool air. The depths of their pupils seemed to be installed with small light bulbs, dazzling. Normally, when they look at Baifu, the first thing they see is that face that is extremely stunning at first glance, and even more memorable when they savor it carefully. But now, when they look at Baifu again, the first thing they see is the holy light that overflows from Baifu's heart and finally spreads behind her head. What is called righteousness? This is called righteousness. The barrage in the live broadcast room began to riot. Fu is right. This kind of idiot should be hung on the street lamp. Fu, the eternal god. I remember that someone speculated that Baifu might actually be a villain pretending to be a decent person. Just based on what Baifu said just now, I believe that she can never be a villain. That's right, brother. If Fu really becomes a villain in the future, there must be something unspeakable. It's not Fu who is wrong, but this world. Ah, I want to blow up this fucking world for Fu Baifu? ? She couldn't tell whether it was a player going crazy or a scoundrel making trouble. But generally speaking, it wasn't a bad thing. Since she first appeared in front of the players, countless people who like to play with her have appeared in the topic related to her. These people who like to play with her may not be good at other things, but they definitely made great efforts to increase her popularity. For example, now, it was the people who spread the news that she wanted to hang Cedric on the street lamp in the community. An NPC wants to hang another NPC on the street lamp for the players. Even if the person involved is not the popular NPC Baifu, just for this novelty and outrageousness, it is enough to attract a lot of players' attention. After adding the positive buff of Baifu, the final effect was that the live broadcast room of the player next to him, who had never broadcast live before, was directly pushed to the top of the real-time popularity list of the entire game by the influx of players. Many anchors were confused to find that their number of viewers suddenly dropped a lot. What happened? It was not until they saw the barrage floating on the screen that they figured out the situation. Go and see. Baifu next door is hanging NPCs on street lamps. Fuck, Fu. After being confused for a while, these anchors immediately realized how outrageous this matter was. If you say that Baifu is leading players to fight monsters, many players will not watch it because they have seen it before or are afraid that they will be so envious that they can't sleep after watching it. But if you say that Baifu is hanging NPCs on street lamps, then let me watch it too. Many anchors simply cut the screen and started a second channel live broadcast of Baifu hanging Cedric on the street lamp. Baifu knew that her plan to create an impressive scene for herself was half successful. The next thing she had to do was to really hang Cedric on it. Her eyes fell on Cedric. In fact, when he was pressed to the ground, Cedric was already sweating profusely from fear. When he heard that he was going to be hung on the street lamp, he rolled his eyes up and almost fainted. If he was really hung up, how could he be good? We can discuss it. Cedric struggled and shouted, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, I'm sorry, I kowtow to you, I will return all the money I embezzled before you, not only that, I will use my own salary to compensate you, you just give me another chance. He changed the subject and started to reason with the players with a sad face. One moment he said, no one is perfect, and we all make mistakes. Another moment he said, if you make a mistake, you should give them a chance to atone for it. This wailing made some players, who had just entered the game, and were not used to the game's level of realism waver. Do we really want to kill them, and hang them on the street lamp? Amid the whispers, Baifu walked lightly to Cedric. Seeing her approach, Cedric shouted even louder. You can hit me, you can scold me, this is what I deserve, I will lick your shoes. As he said this, he began to stretch his head forward desperately, sticking out his tongue as he stretched his head forward. Baifu calmly withdrew her right foot. Cedric, who licked nothing, was stunned. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Before he could make the next move, a player who was a little hesitant suddenly got angry. Okay, let's do this, right? Seeing that you seem to be repenting seriously, I really felt a little soft-hearted. I didn't expect that you would suddenly want to reward yourself while repenting. Those were Fufu's shoes that I had never touched. You really deserve to die. Hang him up. Beat him up first, so he won't break free. I suggest lighting a fire under his feet. After hanging him up, the condemnations continued. Baifu slowly lowered her head and pulled out the electric knife from her back. The moment the electric light entered his eyes, Cedric wailed again, Mercy, I really realized my mistake, Baifu interrupted him and said in a cold voice, what you feel is not a mistake, but only the fear of death. Cedric's eyes widened. Under the night sky, the light of the street lamp shone on his head, and the heads of the players next to him. Get out of the way. The players subconsciously stepped back. For a while, everything was quiet. Baifu stabbed Cedric in the chest with a knife, and the surging electric current made Cedric twitch constantly. When Baifu pulled out the knife, Cedric was already motionless. But he was not dead yet, he was just very weak, so weak that he could no longer beg for mercy, and could no longer move. He was so weak that he could only be trapped in fear, watching Baifu tie him up with a rope, and then hang him up on the street lamp with the other end of the rope. Baifu tied the rope into a knot, raised her head, and looked at her work with satisfaction. If you don't like being a human, then be a warning sign. The swaying figure on the wall finally woke up the players, who were a little distracted. They remembered what Baifu had just said, and what Baifu had just done, and their already excited emotions rose to a new level. Fuck, so cool, coldly tearing through this disguise with words, and tearing apart this chest with a knife, so cool. Did anyone record that part just now? Such a cool electric light, damn, I want to watch it over and over again. I recorded it, I cut it out, and posted to the community. Actually, I like pink hair more than white hair, but based on the scene just now, I feel that there is no hair color more suitable than white hair. All the players didn't expect that Baifu would create a new famous scene after she said she wanted to hang Cedric on the street lamp. Will it go viral? It will. The ups who made the videos took action to release this clip before others, and other passers-by also quickly ran to the community to share what they had just seen. Baifu laughed secretly. Is it cool? This is just the beginning of the good show tonight. She didn't rush to greet the players around her, but continued to stare at Cedric, as if she was distracted. After more than 10 seconds, the window on the third floor of the office building was suddenly broken, and then a black shadow flew out. Someone, the players who were standing farther away and had a wider field of vision, discovered the abnormality at the first time. Someone is attacking. Fufu, be careful. They were horrified. Unfortunately, from the time they discovered the abnormality to the time they started to warn, even if they did not delay in the middle, this speed was still too slow compared to the elite agent of the Gene Original who jumped from the third floor. The elite agent fell like a meteorite, and the long sword in his hand was sharp. Die. The elite agent's eyes widened with anger. But what he didn't expect was that at the moment when the long sword was about to hit Baifu's head, Baifu disappeared out of thin air. How could it be possible? The blade chopped the ground, creating a terrifying pit. Flowing light. Consume 5 points of energy, and force displacement of 0 to 10 meters in the specified direction, with a cooldown of 1 second. Do you understand what force displacement means to dodge the enemy's attack? The elite agent turned his head suddenly, and saw Baifu rushing towards him. A white card flew over before Baifu. Universal card space disorder. The elite agent, who was suddenly attacked, completely lost his sense of direction. He wanted to dodge, but ended up dodging in the wrong direction, and crashed straight into the electric knife in Baifu's hand. Sizzle. The aroma of barbecue rose in the dark night, followed by a deafening scream. Ah! Feeling the resistance of the blade entering the flesh, Baifu did not hold back at all and continued to rush forward with all her strength. All this was within her expectations. Before Cedric appeared, she had already learned about the existence of this elite agent through little Baifu. The reason why she did not make it public was that she was waiting for this elite agent to launch a sneak attack. This elite agent really lived up to her expectations, and integrated into the scene she directed without any difference. Bang! Under the huge impact, the elite agent was pressed against the wall of the office building, and this collision directly created a hole in the wall. Ah! The screams continued, and Bai Fu was still pressing forward. Finally, when the alien erosion reached 5 layers, and the 3-second waiting time was up, she stopped, put away the knife, and turned around. The real ruthless people never looked back at the explosion. Boom! The violent psychic storm rose behind her, lifting her hair and countless shattered debris. Without a doubt, this is another famous scene, which can be seen from the wide eyes of the players outside. So handsome? A level 29 elite agent was killed by Fufu in 1 second. This is Fufu. What's wrong with killing a level 29 elite agent in 1 second? By the way, what level is Fufu? I don't know. Last time, the Calamity Dragon couldn't be seen, even with the advanced reconnaissance technique. The total level must be very high. Bai Fu calmly put away the electric knife, and then quickly hung the elite agent, who had been blown half to death next to Cedric. 2 people go together. How lonely it must be for Cedric to be hung on the streetlight alone. When she hung the elite agent up, the players around her started to take photos non-stop. How could she not record such a famous scene? After hanging the person, Bai Fu looked around. The culprit has received the retribution he deserves. Go and take back what belongs to you. She didn't need to take the money that Cedric coveted. Anyway, these players would go to the silent courtyard to spend the money after getting it, and the money would still come to her at that time. The players cheered immediately. Fufu is the best in the world. Have you ever seen such a good NPC? You completed the task secret commission of the Railway Guild to lure the enemy, and received a reward of 50,000 experience points. When the players went to find the money hidden by Cedric, Bai Fu received a game prompt. Including the kill reward, she gained more than 90,000 experience points in this round of action. Considering that she would have to attack the Marine Biology Research Institute next, she first invested experience to upgrade the Moon Dancer to LV10, and all the extra attribute points were added to inspiration. As a result, her data became health, 1950 out of 1950 psychic, 930/930 attributes, strength 25, agility 31, constitution 86, intelligence 25, spirit 27, inspiration 90. Hip increased by 100, finally about to break through the 2000 mark, and the improvement of strength and agility is also very obvious. Although it is not as good as those NPCs specializing in martial arts and wild monsters with physical strength, Bai Fu can now beat other NPCs and monsters of the same level with one hand. I am fully developed in morals, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor. If I upgrade more, I can be called a sports student. Bai Fu closed the data panel. In fact, she still has hundreds of thousands of experience points, and she can upgrade the Moon Dancer to a higher level, but if she upgrades it too high, the experience gained from killing monsters will be reduced. It's not much, but it adds up to a lot. Let's put it aside for now. The most urgent task is to raise the level of the apprentice psychic painter. Bai Fu began to call Digger, Patrick and others who had been hiding outside. We have successfully breached the defense line. Come here all of you. Su Li and her helpers accompanied Digging G and the others. Su Li looked constipated now. Through the hidden cameras distributed by the higher-ups, she clearly saw the whole process of Bai Fu from contacting the undead in the defense line to hanging Cedric and the elite agent on the street lamp with the undead in the defense line. She had imagined many ways for Bai Fu to deal with the undead in the defense line, but she never dreamed that it would be such a process. Kneel down. With just one sentence, more than 90 undead people bowed down to him. Even succubi are not so outrageous. Although she had never communicated with Yulia, Su Li and Yulia had the same idea. She wanted to take Bai Fu apart to see what she looked like. Could it be that what flows in your body is not blood at all, but the charming smell of a succubus? How did you do it? Su Li walked in front of Bai Fu, with a complicated look on her face. She studied the video carefully for a long time, but still couldn't see any problems. After thinking about it, maybe she had to ask Bai Fu. Do it? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. You mean hang them on the street lamp? Su Li shook her head. I'm asking how you made those undead people join you without saying a word. Maybe they think I'm good looking? Bai Fu said nonsense. This kind of joke is not funny. That means they can see from my eyes that I'm a good person. Good people will be rewarded like this. Su Li, do you believe me? I will tickle you, or even bump you with my ball? She took a deep breath. How about this? You try to seduce me, I want to see if I can resist your seduce. If I can't resist and fall in love with you, it's my inferiority, not your fault. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. You really think I'm a succubus who can seduce both men and women? I can indeed seduce both men and women, but I killed a head. Do you want to give it a try? Let's talk business. The problem here has been solved. How are the coyotes? Do you need support? Bai Fu forced to change the subject. Su Li had no choice but to follow Bai Fu's words. She couldn't just go up and knock Bai Fu down and force her to seduce her. An extremely dangerous woman who talks nonsense. She gave Bai Fu an evaluation in her heart. Wait a minute. Su Li quickly contacted the coyote, and soon she returned to Bai Fu again. Because your speed is too fast, they just arrived near the research institute and didn't have time to launch an attack. Bai Fu nodded. That's great. I have a new plan here. Do you want to hear it? What plan? I plan to let these undead take Cedric's body to the institute and let them sneak into the institute. In this way, no matter whether the attack on the institute is successful or not, with them there, our possibility of obtaining the research data in the institute will increase a lot. Su Li's eyes lit up. This is indeed a wonderful plan, but there is a problem. Are you sure they won't betray us again and tell the people in the institute what happened here? Sure. Bai Fu answered quickly. Although she was not a succubus, her attraction to players was not comparable to that of ordinary people. I will let the undead I brought with me blend in with them and enter the institute with them. Su Li was silent for a long time and finally gritted her teeth. I will contact Coyote immediately. She decided to trust Bai Fu this time. There was no other way. Bai Fu's words of persuading the undead to surrender had a huge impact on her. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that Bai Fu was better than her in some aspects. For example, the ability to tell lies, strength, and the ability to pose in a fight. How can she be so handsome? Bai Fu's proposal was finally recognized by everyone involved in the operation. Some people disagreed at first, but changed their minds after watching the video sent by Su Li. You are awesome. Everything you say is right. Who doesn't like to hug a thigh when doing such a super dangerous mission? Bai Fu called all the players over. Patrick and his friends originally thought that they had worked hard to come here, but in the end they would just go through the motions and get a minimum living allowance, and there would be no other tasks to do. But after hearing Bai Fu say that she would send them to sneak into the institute, they all shouted excitedly. Fu Fu is awesome. Yeah, Bai Fu, we love you. I am Fu Fu's dog. No matter who is the main character of this game, at least tonight, in the eyes of these players, Bai Fu is the only real main character. Others don't give them any benefits, so who cares? Bai Fu smiled and sent the players to the front line with Su Li. Her face was full of ease and comfort. Based on her previous popularity, and the new popularity brought by the operation just now, she has a high chance of going viral. When I'm out of the circle, the planner will definitely give me another big boost, maybe even bigger than the previous one. The previous boost, she went from a passerby to a regional boss. What will she become this time? Looking forward to it. Speaking of which, there are only more than 2 months left until the next update. It's going to be fast. Bai Fu excitedly opened the community. Now she wants to see how the community discusses her. Chapter 97. The reaction in the community was much greater than Bai Fu had imagined. When she clicked into the community, she found that there were already new Xiao Xiao Bai Fu emoticon packages circulating in the community. The emoticon packages were made based on what had just happened, and there were more than a dozen of them. 1. You villain, you will only eat more rice if you stay alive. Just hang yourself on the street lamp. JPG 2. Don't be afraid. Big Sister Bai Fu is here to save you. JPG 3. Lightning Whirlwind Strike. Xiao Xiao Bai Fu version. JPG 4. Xiao Xiao Bai Fu punches another Q version villain continuously. GIF 5. Xiao Xiao Bai Fu is angry. JPG 6. Xiao Xiao Bai Fu draws her sword and spins in circles. GIF. Because the live broadcast just now was so popular, a large group of players are now following suit and using these emoticon packages. While brushing the emojis, these players were also happily discussing Bai Fu's hanging Cedric on the street lamp. Most players had 2 thoughts. The first thought was indie. Old players were fine. After more contact with NPCs, they knew that there were many scums among NPCs who would find ways to cheat players, but new players didn't know such things. If Bai Fu hadn't come, these players in the Marine Biological Research Institute's defense line would have been exploited by Cedric for at least 20 to 30 days. The worst thing was that they didn't even know they were being exploited. But now Bai Fu is here. Bai Fu not only helped these players kill the NPCs who exploited them, allowing them to take back what should have belonged to them, but also absorbed them into the silent courtyard. Fuck, this is too cool. I don't have any way to join the silent courtyard. They just stood there and waited for Baifu to come. I am a die-hard supporter of Fumin. When will Fu come to save me? The second thought is that it is very interesting. The game has been launched for several months, and players have experienced countless plots. But Baifu is the only one who hangs other NPCs on the street lamp to vent his anger for players. A wonderful plot with ups and downs makes people have endless aftertaste, and it can still resonate with many players even after many years. But from the perspective of communication, the speed of communication of a good plot is obviously not as fast as the famous scenes or memes in the game. The plot needs to be told for a long time, while the famous scenes or memes only need one picture, and then they can quickly trigger discussions and sweep chat groups, forums, and video websites in a very short time. For example, today is also a day full of 70,000, and the famous scenes in the last Golf 2 that caused public outrage. This famous scene that Baifu just created quickly became popular due to various factors, and many players gave her new nicknames. What Savior, what Streetlight Man, no matter whether it sounds good or not, the spread effect is indeed good. There are even players who simply gave Baifu a one-word nickname, Mom. Other NPCs want to be the player's father and press the player to the ground, but Baifu is different. She not only founded the player-friendly camp such as the Silent Courtyard, but also personally rescued the player from the water and fire. Isn't this the player's big father? No, the gender is wrong, so call her aunt. No, aunt doesn't sound good, just call her mom. The person standing in front of you now is Baifu, the loving mother above the stars. As for the strict father, such a thing is not needed. Mom, I'm hungry, I want. No, you don't want anything. Baifu didn't deliberately shape her image just now. She just wanted to stir up some heat, but under the imagination of the players, she seemed to shape everything. What's outrageous is that even her smile, when she looked at the players and thought about how to cut the players' leaks, was interpreted by some players as the tenderness of a loving mother. When I think about it, it's really gentle. At least my way of cutting leaks is much gentler than other NPCs. Baifu knows how to sustainably exhaust the resources. She flipped through the community again and found several posts that caught her eye. Baifu cosplay. What is the speed of the stars? Leaning back, the ones who cosplay her are some cosplayers and game ups who are already famous. The reason why these players are so fast is, on the one hand, because she is very popular now, and once the popularity is high, naturally many people will come to take advantage of the popularity, and on the other hand, because her dress is easy to cosplay. The upper body is a white shirt, and the lower body is a slightly tight trousers. The only thing that is a bit difficult to put together is the unique belt, the unique tactical bag, and the shoes. Other things, such as the silver white wig, gun model, leg ring, and knife, how can you often do cosplay without them? Even if the shapes are slightly different, at least the shape is there when they are put together. Great. Up's cosplay is a little bit off. The shirt is not held up like Fufu's. Put some stuff in. There's nothing wrong with being a cushion. It's time for MMD bosses and painters to take action. In fact, compared to watching others cosplay Fufu, I would rather see Fufu cosplay other characters. With Fufu's face and figure, she will definitely look great in cosplay. Wabeo, you have a good relationship with Fufu. Can you persuade Fufu to do some cosplay? It will be a good opportunity to promote the Silent Garden and let more players join the Silent Garden. Oh my, this idea is interesting. If it works, I will give Wabeo 10 rockets. Baifu touched his chin. She is not interested in cosplay, but she is still very interested in dressing up. Having more sets of clothes can bring more freshness to players, and beautiful and unique clothes can make her leave a deeper impression on players, and it also makes it easier for those players who come out to cosplay to help her attract passers-by. In fact, in addition to these reasons, Baifu wants to get more clothes for herself. There is another reason that cannot be ignored, that is, it can make money. When she talked about cooperation with Gao Yuan before, she deliberately asked Gao Yuan to open a clothing store in shelter number 11 to blow up players' gold coins. Selling skins, the official can sell it, so can't Baifu sell it? Facts have proved that her idea is not wrong. Since the clothes that come with the game are very ordinary, even a little ugly, most players will go to the clothing store to buy a new set of clothes after they have some spare money. It doesn't matter whether the clothes can add attributes, what matters is that they look comfortable after wearing them. According to Baifu's observation, the most popular clothes bought by players in the clothing store are the same white shirts and tight black trousers as hers. This is why she is so popular. Anyone who sees her will call her a sales god. At this stage, the money earned from selling clothes is not much, But when the number of players in the Silent Garden increases, the styles of clothes I sell will increase, and the functions of the clothes I sell will increase. The money earned from selling clothes may be more than that from selling equipment. After all, after the player level is upgraded, players of certain professions can make and sell equipment, but it is different for clothes. Even if players can do it, they will not do it because it is difficult to sell clothes at a high price, and it is not cost effective. Baifu has to make this money. Before closing the community, Baifu found another interesting post. A player said that after he posted Baifu's video on the short video platform, a group of people immediately watched. Her name, please. Whose newcomer is this? Good looking. Is it a TV series clip? This fight is so powerful, I feel like it can kick my head off amid the inquiries. The Fumin members stood up and started a new round of preaching. Hello, sir. Next, I will introduce you to Baifu, the leader of Fumin. After several months of development, plus what happened just now, Fumin members now have no shortage of materials to introduce Baifu. Some people left disappointed after hearing that it was a game character, but some people who had never played the game or were playing other games were attracted. It's a bit interesting. As long as you join the Silent Courtyard, you can interact with her, right? Wait for me to register an account. After registering an account, please be sure to choose Zuyuan Star as the novice planet. At that time, you will be randomly assigned a novice village. If you are not assigned to shelter number 11, you can delete your account and start over. Fu has made progress, and can already snatch players from other games. This is the charm of the first succubus in the stars. You can't help but accept it. For a while, Baifu got a new nickname of succubus. Baifu didn't really hate this nickname. Didn't Liu Bei also have the nickname of the first succubus of the Han Dynasty? She wished that wherever she went, there would be a group of players and NPCs following her. In short, with the cooperation of short videos and Fumin members, she successfully attracted some new players to the stars above. The number of these players was not large, but it was definitely a good start. This shows that Baifu has really started to go viral. Well, it's a little bit of a viral, but you can't say she didn't go viral, right? Everything has a beginning. Next, as the popularity of famous scenes ferments, as more and more players cosplay her at places like comic conventions, and as more and more secondary creations related to her appear, her popularity will have a new round of explosion. Baifu is no longer just Baifu, but Baifu who can attract new players to stars above. Baifu was happy. Now the planners can't ignore her. If there are more famous scenes, even if she can't become the poster girl of the entire game, she should have a high probability of becoming the protagonist or an important character in the promotional video of the next version of the game. After all, her strength and influence are enough to have an impact on novice planets, like Zuyuan Star, and her exploration degree has unknowingly reached 0.9%. Just these 2 points, even if the planner does not make any adjustments to her, she will become an NPC that cannot be bypassed on Zuyuan Star. I've decided, I must find a way to unlock advanced professions before the new version arrives. Baifu closed the community casually. The first thing to do is to complete this task perfectly, and get the 4 psychic knowledge chain. Nothing happened. Could they have been discovered? After staring at the Marine Biology Research Institute in the distance for a long time, Suli couldn't sit still anymore, and turned to ask Baifu. It stands to reason that after those undeads entered the Institute, and told others about the attack on the defense line, the Institute would have made some noise. But now the Institute seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Baifu acted calmly. Don't worry, wait a little longer, it will be almost done in 10 minutes. Suli frowned, and finally nodded without saying anything more. Now I can only trust Baifu. Baifu knew that things were going in the direction she had imagined, because while she was browsing the community posts, she also opened the live broadcast room of the Dragon of Calamity. This time, the Dragon of Calamity and the Digger Girl were separated. The Dragon of Calamity was responsible for entering the Research Institute to shoot materials and investigate the situation, while the Digger Girl was responsible for passing on the information she found to Baifu through watching the live broadcast and private chat, but they didn't expect that Baifu could directly skip this step of passing on the information. Hey, I can watch the live broadcast myself. Since the player was carrying Cedric's body, he easily gained the trust of the guards of the Institute. The guards only knew the number of players in the defense line, but not their specific appearances, so even if they saw Patrick and the others, they did not find anything unusual. The guards who received the news of the invasion quickly contacted their superiors, and the head of the guards quickly contacted the person in charge of the entire institute after receiving the news. Bad news, someone called. Good news, according to the undead, who escaped back, there were only 3 people coming. The person in charge issued an order, asking the undead and the guards in the Institute to quickly set up a new defense line. Especially the roads leading to the important areas of the Institute must be strictly controlled. If the outer perimeter can't hold, then lower the gate. If the gate can't be held, then start the self-destruct program and destroy all research data. If any data is leaked, we will have no choice but to die. Do you understand? The person in charge was murderous, and the hairs of the others below stood on end. Turning his head, the person in charge smiled and said, "But considering that there are only 3 people on the other side, there is no need to panic. What I just said is only the worst-case scenario. Yes, there are only 3 people on the other side. What do they have to be afraid of? Besides, they have undead people who can act as human bombs and die with the enemy at any time." The people in the Institute immediately took action. After all, players are just players. They are not assigned to important places, but in the process of being assigned here and there, they have gradually figured out the situation in the Institute, including how to go, where the gate switches are, where is the restricted area that ordinary people cannot approach, and where is the self-destruction program start button. Foo-foo! Digger called out Baifu softly. Baifu nodded. It was enough to have this information. We can act now. Suli was stunned for a moment. Is there any difference between now and before? Coyote, Wormfather Ferreira, and others not far away also turned their heads. They were all shocked to hear that Baifu persuaded the undead to surrender, and killed Cedric in a very short time by herself. They felt that Baifu might be stronger than they thought. But they were shocked. In such a critical operation, if Baifu didn't say 1, 2, 3, it would be difficult for them to launch an attack now, as Baifu asked. I don't have much time to explain to you slowly. You just need to know that the undead have a special way of communication. I have just learned the situation inside the Institute through the lady next to me. Time is running out. If we don't act early, the enemy's reinforcements may arrive. This, Coyote and others frowned more and more. It was the first time they heard that the undead had this ability. Is it true? Baifu stood up. You don't have to attack from the front. I will attract the enemy's attention first. You can outflank them from the flank after receiving my signal. She knew that she had no prestige now, so she didn't count on Coyote and the others from the beginning, otherwise she wouldn't have asked the player to tell the head of the Institute that there were only 3 attackers. Coyote and the others wanted to say something, but Baifu had already rushed out with Digger G. Hey. Suli opened her mouth. That's all. Listen to her. I go to the left, and you go to the right. Damn, so fast. Digger G was originally worried that she would not be able to keep up with Baifu's speed, but she didn't expect that after walking a few steps, Baifu directly carried her on his back, and then she experienced the feeling of flying. Fortunately, this is in the game, and all kinds of feelings can be adjusted, otherwise she feels that she will be scared to pee. If she accidentally peed on Foo-Foo, sadly, her life might be over, but now Digging G just feels excited. Just this experience, she can brag about it until the game is shut down. Quickly film it, and put it in the new video as an Easter egg. The reason why Baifu brought Digging G along was mainly for show. She couldn't reveal in front of the players that she had a player panel, could watch live broadcasts, and could watch the community, right? If the players knew about this, the image she had created before would collapse. Players might even think that she was hired by the game to disguise herself as an NPC to deceive players. Of course, in addition to letting Digger G report points to her, she could also use Digger G as a shield at critical moments. It was a big shield for players, and she didn't feel bad if it was broken. With the dual blessing of fanatical and colorful, Baifu rushed to the vicinity of the Research Institute in just a few dozen seconds. The flickering figure immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the defense line. Da-da-da. Bullets poured down like a rain curtain, instantly drowning the figure, and more than a dozen grenades flew along with the bullets. Boom! The explosion raised a billowing smoke and dust, which engulfed an area of dozens of meters in radius. But in a flash, the figure rushed out of the smoke and dust, intact, and without any lag in speed. The guards in the Institute were terrified. What Tin Man? Shoot, shoot! Fire! A guard adjusted the aiming direction of the grenade launcher, and then pressed the trigger heavily. At the moment of pressing the trigger, he suddenly found a terrible problem. He adjusted the direction in the wrong direction. This shot was not aimed at the figure outside, but at the teammate next to him. Fuck! The shouts, explosions, and cries mixed together, and a hole was torn in the dense firepower network. Baifu flashed directly under the high wall. She was about to rush in through the shooting hole, and suddenly, a red light fell from the sky. Fire attribute ability? It doesn't matter. she turned on the psychic shield and crashed into the falling fireball. Is he dead? The psychic who smashed the fireball was in a state of panic. He stared at the fireball intently. The next second, his heart was finally dead, because Bai Fu had broken through the fireball and rushed to him. His chin was pressed against a grenade launcher. Boom! What exploded was an intact head, and the hearts of all the guards near the firing port. Bai Fu shook the grenade launcher in her hand, and looked down at all the people standing under the firing port with cold eyes. Who else? Monster? This is definitely a monster. The guards of the Institute had their pupils trembled violently. Sully, Coyote, and Ferreira, who were watching all this from a distance, also felt that something was stuck in their throats. Absolute violence, absolute strength. Is this the new Dark Queen of the Dark Web, Bai Fu? So terrifying. Charge. They immediately rushed towards the Marine Life Research Institute. At the same time, the guards in the institute also roared and rushed towards Bai Fu. Chapter 98. The shouts and screams were very intense, but Bai Fu's face showed no sign of panic. When all the guards in the institute focused their attention on her, it was time for Sully and others, as well as the players who had entered the institute under her arrangement in advance, to make their move. All she needed to do was to survive the first round of attacks launched by the guards, and then it would be her turn. Obviously, this was not a difficult task for her, who had activated the psychic shield. Because the card material was limited in the total amount of psychic energy it could withstand, Bai Fu could only make a psychic shield card with a shield value of 2,000 points at most at this stage, but this was 2,000 points, not 200 points. Even though she had just been attacked by barrages and fireballs, the shield value on her body was still 1427 points. 1427. Looking at the entire research institute, I don't know if there is any NPC whose health bar can be so long. Although the shield value of the psychic shield is not as durable as the health bar of high-level monsters, this value is still very exaggerated. If the guards in the research institute could see that Bai Fu had such a thick shield, and then saw that there was a 1950 health bar under Bai Fu's shield value, they would definitely lose the courage to fight Bai Fu instantly. Beat him. The terrifying Demon King has come. Don't think too much. Just run away. But now these guards don't know this. They are stimulated by the death of their companions, and they are rushing like a tide, determined to tear Bai Fu, who is standing high at the shooting port, pretending, into pieces. Sharpshooters, berserkers, sword masters. Guards of various professions attacked Bai Fu at the same time. Bai Fu felt like a petrel standing on the edge of a cliff. Let the storm come more violently. The players mixed in with the guards were very cunning at this time. The situation was chaotic. Anyway, no one was paying attention to them. They followed Han Tianzuan's example, and retreated to protect the guards in front of them. Very good, a wise decision. In this way, Bai Fu didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting the players. Although it would not have a bad impact on her image even if she accidentally killed a player at this time, it was better not to kill him. When the waterfall of attacks overwhelmed her, Bai Fu took out 2 pistols. This action stunned the guards, who came to kill him. Pistol, even if you have 2 guns, it's just a pistol. Zhu Yuanqing has never heard of a pistol that can cause a violent explosion with 1 shot. Bai Fu fired. After several months of experience, plus the shooting bonus of the gunner profession, her hit rate is very high now. She fired 5 bullets from both sides, and these bullets hit 2 guards respectively. The guards who were hit screamed and fell to the ground. There seemed to be nothing wrong. The other guards secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Protect the institute, kill her. A power-type mutant roared and charged, but just as he ran to the side of the fallen guard, a faint light suddenly burst out. It was a psychic storm. Boom! The violent explosion swept everything within a radius of 2 meters. The explosion came so suddenly that the people around had no time to react. Those with low body resistance were killed on the spot, while those with high body resistance were blown to the ground and rolled over for more than 10 times. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured and wailed. The guards were frightened, and their faces turned pale. They had no idea what was going on. They only knew that their companions had suddenly exploded. If they could not touch any companions hit by Bai Fu, how could they fight next? They had to guard against Bai Fu's attacks while hiding from their companions. They could not cooperate at all. Moreover, human energy was limited. After a long time, they would reveal their flaws sooner or later. At this moment, the area closest to the shooting hole where Bai Fu stood fell into a strange silence. What to do? They were sweating profusely, but Bai Fu would not give them time to breathe. She kept shooting, and when she ran out of bullets, she threw out several summon true spirit cards in succession. Bang, bang, bang. The prayer cards exploded in midair, transforming into Little Bai Fuss, who quickly rushed into the crowd. Another series of explosions. The entire research institute was in chaos. A smile appeared on Bai Fu's face. This was the power of the group attack skill. Before she mastered the summoning of true spirits and the alien erosion, her efficiency in attacking the Bagalow's base was very slow. Now, she is a small army by herself. Who dares to disobey? Come up and challenge. No one disobeys, at least the guards, who have personally felt the power of the psychic explosion, are not disobeyed. They are frozen in place like statues, neither advancing nor retreating. This is the Research Institute. They have nowhere to escape. Escape to the depths of the Institute. Even if they survive this time, they will not be able to escape after the reckoning. Damn it. The guards raised their heads one by one. In the backlight, Bai Fu's upper body was almost completely covered by shadows, which was so depressing that people felt that the sky seemed to be collapsing. I deal with him. In the dead silence, a mutant stood up from the depths of the Institute, with a determined look. The head of the Institute shook his head. I'm afraid you can't do it alone. You all should come together. Even if you can't kill her, you must hold her back. I will immediately ask Haidu for support. More than a dozen mutants walked towards Bai Fu with serious faces. Bai Fu saw them at a glance. There were quite a lot of people, but she also had a lot of people on her side. Just now, Su Li and others had already killed their way to the vicinity of the Institute. The total level of Su Li and others was not as good as hers, but they were definitely S-level killers on the dark web. Although there is a gap between S-class and S-class, there is still a limit to how bad S-class can be. After Su Li and others rushed into the Research Institute through other shooting holes, the situation of the whole battle changed completely. Tiger Run Fist. Su Li, wearing boxing gloves, rushed into the guards, bursting with strength, and every punch was an explosion. Ferreira was unwilling to fall behind. He laughed and opened the coat he was wearing, revealing a dense group of black insects that made people's scalps numb. Go! As soon as the words fell, the bugs rushed towards the guards, blocking the road like a torrent. The name of the coyote is Coyote, but his fighting style is elegant. He is a superpower. He stands there, dancing with his hands, controlling the giant wolf phantom, like conducting a symphony orchestra. Didn't you say there were only 3 people? The faces of the mutants who rushed out from the depths of the Research Institute changed drastically, but at this time, they had no energy to entangle with such things. They acted separately and found their opponents, hoping that the reinforcements from Haida could arrive as soon as possible, otherwise all of them might die here. Damn it! The head of the Institute was so angry that he smashed a cup next to him. There was no time to hesitate. He hurried to the microphone. Listen to my order. Close all the gates, immediately, right now. The people who received the order did not dare to hesitate, and quickly pressed the button to lower the gates. They were also afraid that people outside would come in and kill them. Seeing that all 3 gates were lowered smoothly, the person in charge breathed a sigh of relief. Great. The gates are made of special materials. Even if those people outside are strong, they can't break them for a while. They should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrive. The person in charge couldn't help but laugh. These invaders are still too young. If they concentrate their strength and rush in right away, I may not be able to stop them today. By then, I can only activate the self-destruct button. As soon as the tension subsided, he stared at the surveillance screen and studied it. These people seemed to be familiar. The ones who came from behind were particularly conspicuous, controlling the giant wolf phantom and controlling the bugs. Aren't they famous killers on the dark web? As for the woman who used boxing, it was hard to tell for a while. And the white-haired woman who rushed in first. Bai Fu. The person in charge thought of a name that made the Gene original high level extremely angry. Yes, it must be her. No wonder she came to attack this research institute. He was so excited that his body trembled. He might make a great contribution today. Once the reinforcements arrived and successfully captured Bai Fu, he would definitely be promoted. Ha ha ha, God helps me. The person in charge was about to contact Haidu to report this discovery, but before he could turn around, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream from outside. He looked around and finally found the source of the scream on a screen in the upper left corner. It was from a mutant who had just walked out. He fell in front of Bai Fu, his chest bloody, and he was dying. The person in charge's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew the strength of the mutant, but he was killed after fighting with Bai Fu for less than a minute. How could the gap in strength be so big? When Bai Fu was chased by the original Gene body, he could only run away. He could only be thankful that he did not blindly believe in the strength of those mutants and lowered the gate in time. The person in charge shook his head secretly, and turned to contact Haidu to report the good news. At the same time, outside the gate, Bai Fu calmly stepped over the corpse on the ground. Electric knife plus psychic explosion to deal with such mutants who rely on physical strength to fight. Don't be too restrained. At this time, Su Li's voice rang. Inu, quickly find a way to enter the depths of the research institute nearby. We must get the information of the research institute. Bai Fu waved her hand. No need to bother. She had already arranged everything, and now all she needed to do was move forward. You? Su Li was anxious and exposed her flaws, and was punched by the mutant, but she was not angry. After kicking the mutant away, she looked at Bai Fu in confusion. We are fighting. Why are you distracted? Coyote's face was half dark, but after following Su Li's line of sight, he was also stunned. Then, like a plague spreading, whether it was the people from the Railway Guild or the people in the Research Institute, all turned their heads to look at Bai Fu. They watched Bai Fu standing at the entrance of the first gate, watching the gate slowly rise, watching the players behind the gate bend down and stretch out their hands. Fu, the second gate is over here, please follow me. Bai Fu nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. This posture is exactly like the Queen coming to give instructions, and the people below are responsible for receiving. Under the guidance of the players, Bai Fu walked towards the second gate. It was not until then that the aisle, and the members of the Research Institute on both sides of the aisle realized that something was wrong. What are you doing? Why are you opening the door? Do you want to kill everyone? No, you are a... Bang! Bai Fu shot the beeping man to death, and then continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. The other members of the Institute stammered, and finally did not say a complete sentence. They watched the surveillance, and knew that Bai Fu killed those powerful mutants like killing chickens. Wouldn't it be easier to kill them? The researchers or small security personnel? Just like that, Bai Fu walked to the second gate. The player behind the gate had already pressed the button in advance, and the gate rose halfway. Fu, the third gate is here, please follow me. Stop her quickly. The mutants outside screamed in fear, but no one responded to them. What's the point? The Research Institute has been infiltrated and riddled with holes. It's as easy for people to enter the Institute as to go home. Everything is over. Instead of running over to die, it's better to wait here. Maybe you can still save your life by then. The mutants who didn't get a response wanted to stop them, but how could Su Li and others let them go? Bai Fu. Bai Fu now only wanted to describe the situation in one sentence. My troops are unimpeded. Through the second gate is the third gate. Through the third gate is the maze-like corridor. Through the corridor is the monitoring room, where the person in charge is. Bai Fu stood at the door. Behind her were dozens of emotional players. This action, they made an indelible contribution, and when the video summary is released after the battle, everyone can brag about themselves. Bai Fu pulled out the electric knife and smashed the door with one blow. The huge noise immediately attracted the attention of the person in charge in the room. Who? He had just started talking to the people from Haidu, when someone came to make trouble. He was very angry now, but when he saw that the person was Bai Fu, he was so stunned that he didn't even notice that the terminal in his hand fell to the ground. Why is Bai Fu here? It's over, his dream of promotion, it's over, his life. Kid, this is a surprise. Bai Fu moved to the person in charge with a flash of light, and punched him hard on the chin before he pressed the self-destruct button. The full-strength blow with 25 points of strength directly knocked the person in charge flying, and his head hit the ceiling, causing cracks in his well-trained skull. When the person in charge fell to the ground, she pulled out her gun and put it against his forehead. Goodbye. One shot into the soul. Before his head was blown up, the person in charge of the institute had only one thought in his heart. What kind of unlucky thing made Bai Fu born in this fucking world? The strength growth of others can be described as rocket-like, but Bai Fu's is already a leap-forward improvement. Not only is her strength increasing so fast, but she can also make so many undead people willing to be her dogs. It's simply unjust. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu and the players moved out all the paper materials, and all the equipment storing the materials in the base. At this time, the battle outside has also come to an end. All the mutants have been eliminated. The remaining people squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, not daring to speak or move. Looking at the expressionless Bai Fu and the smiling players, Su Li felt very complicated. If she hadn't been hit hard by the players before, if she didn't have a little knot in her heart, she would have kneeled down to Bai Fu. She never thought that completing a mission would be such a simple thing. Is this Bai Fu, the Queen of the Dark Realm? It feels so good to be protected by the Big Daddy. Coyote and Ferreira didn't have as many psychological burdens as she did. Their eyes were shining, as if they were looking at a god, especially Ferreira, who admired Bai Fu's achievements. He shouted in an exaggerated tone. "The queen is back." Bai Fu ignored his jeers. It's enough to just know about this. It's embarrassing to shout it out. I've checked these materials, they're not damaged. Bai Fu handed the things to Su Li happily. She asked the players to take photos of all the paper materials, and as for the digital materials, she also copied them through the hard drive. I have to say that these materials are really explosive. The first page of the paper materials mentioned a keyword. Artificial humans. Yes, this is a research institute that studies artificial humans. The original gene captured a large number of scavengers, and conducted bloody experiments here that were unacceptable to ordinary people, under the guise of studying marine life. Bai Fu remembered that if she was not mistaken, when she interrogated Graham told her that the president of the True Society was a man-made man. However, the president of the True Society was said to have lived for at least 50 or 60 years, and the research records of this institute can be traced back to more than 20 years ago. The first record also appeared. We finally developed the technology of man-made man. This kind of sentence. From this perspective, it is hard to say that the president of the True Society is related to this research institute. The specific situation will be discussed after returning to shelter number 11 to study the information carefully. Maybe a new task can be triggered at that time. This is your reward. After checking the information, Su Li handed the data hard disk containing advanced psychic knowledge to Bai Fu. Bai Fu did not hesitate, and quickly imported the information into her terminal. Data import successful, let's go. If we don't leave now, the reinforcements of the pre-march may be coming. Bai Fu urged. Su Li nodded and began to call the logistics team to pick up people. The logistics team came very quickly, and arrived at the research institute in just over 10 minutes. After delivering all the information and prisoners to the car, Bai Fu took the players on board. There were no accidents throughout the journey. The car engine roared and drove away from the Marine Biology Research Institute quickly. You completed the task secret commission of the Railway Guild and received a reward of 300,000 experience points. Psychic Knowledge Chain, 11, attacking the Research Institute. As a reward for the task settlement, Bai Fu earned a total of 410,000 experience points, which was a great harvest. But what she valued more was the new Psychic Knowledge Chain, and the waves caused by the exposure of the battle scene, just now among the player community. Sitting in the car, Bai Fu opened her personal terminal. You start reading Advanced Psychic Knowledge mastered by the Railway Guild. The intermediate psychic expertise takes effect. Your reading speed plus 20%, current progress 0.1%. After more than 20 minutes, a crisp and pleasant reminder sounded. You have unlocked the Psychic Knowledge Chain 11. Chapter 99. After the new knowledge chain is unlocked, Bai Fu's knowledge chain gain becomes all psychic active skill effects plus 80%, psychic resistance plus 60%, psychic recovery speed plus 4/minute, inspiration plus 5, psychic bonus unlocked among them. The bonus of psychic active skill effects is not obvious to her at this stage, because most of her skills are passive skills, or those control type and auxiliary skills that do not cause damage, and some skills are special, and do not receive bonuses at all, such as combat etiquette. But this bonus is not very useful now, but it does not mean it will be useless in the future. When she masters more skills, like summoning True Spirit, this bonus will be very scary. The most obvious difference between high-level professions and advanced professions is not in the basic attributes or the number of skills that can be learned, but in this bonus. The improvement of psychic resistance is quite meaningful to Bai Fu. As an apprentice psychic painter, her basic psychic resistance is already very high. After the 60% increase, she will not be alienated for a while even if she jumps into those ordinary pollution sources in the wild to take a bath. If someone else is chasing her, or she is chasing someone else, the super high psychic resistance may be of great benefit. The benefits of the increased psychic recovery speed are even more obvious. Bai Fu's basic psychic recovery speed is 9 points/minute, and it is 15 points/minute after counting the gains of psychic affinity and knowledge chain. This recovery speed is enough for her to control 3 little Bai Fu without loss. It would be even better if it becomes a percentage recovery in the future. Bai Fu was secretly happy. Now she still has 760,000 experience points, which is enough for her to level up again. She didn't delay, and invested experience to upgrade the apprentice psychic painter from LV16 to LV17. The extra 3 attribute points were naturally added to inspiration. In this way, with the additional 5 inspiration points provided by the knowledge chain gain, her inspiration officially reached 100, The attribute panel became Health, 1990/1990 Psychic, 1030/1030 Chi, 140/140 Attributes, Strength 25, Agility 31, Constitution 88, Intelligence 27, Spirit 28, Inspiration 100. Bai Fu looked around. As for the coyote, Ferreira, who is also an S-level killer, his highest attribute is not even 85. As for the health bar, the one with the longest health bar among them is Su Li, a martial artist, and now it is only 1210. This is what is called a crane standing out from the flock. Bai Fu closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. She calculated that after this mission, she still needed 1 psychic knowledge chain, 2.81 million experience points, and a pre-job transfer task to unlock the advanced profession. The specific content of the job transfer task is unclear, so I will not consider it for now. The total experience seems to be a lot, but if the deadline is limited to from now to the new version update, then she still has 2 months to gain experience. 2.81 million experience points in 2 months is definitely not difficult for her now. The key is still in the last knowledge chain. Bai Fu's eyes were focused on Su Li. Me? Su Li discovered Bai Fu's abnormality. Bai Fu asked, besides you, the Primarchs, and the True Society, do you know where else you can find advanced psychic knowledge? Among the 5 major forces on Zuyuan Star, she has only had no direct contact with the Human Alliance and the Old Republic. Among them, the Human Alliance is more difficult to deal with because the Human Alliance practices pure-blood human supremacy, and she has merged the blood of evolution. Once the Human Alliance finds out that she is not a pure-blooded human, even if they don't attack her directly, they will drive her away. Su Li spread her hands. You have ruled out these forces, so I really don't know which other forces have the advanced psychic knowledge you want. The Old Republic does not study this kind of thing, and the Human Alliance, which was born from the Old Republic and is extremely wary of non-pure-blooded humans, will not study this either. Bai Fu rubbed her eyebrows. Has the worst situation happened? She knew that it would not be easy to meet the prerequisites for unlocking advanced professions. It seems that she can only increase the bounty on the dark web while pursuing the research institute mentioned in the main storyline of the Goli Desert area. That research institute is likely to be one of the earliest research institutes in the history of Zuyuan Star that studied psychic energy, and there may be advanced psychic knowledge in it. If this doesn't work, Bai Fu has one last solution. Save Soldier Yulia. Yulia's body has definitely unlocked a high-level profession. Although her strength is not obtained through training, as long as you use force, you can definitely get something out of her, right? About an hour and a half after Bai Fu and others left the Marine Life Research Institute in a car, 2 helicopters that looked like ospreys flew from the north and finally landed near the institute. A moment later, surrounded by a group of elite agents, a middle-aged man walked down from one of the helicopters. He wore a pair of square sunglasses and held a black cane in his hand, which made him particularly eye-catching in the crowd. General Pompadour. Pompadour said expressionlessly, there are no living people inside. The faces of the elite agents accompanying him all changed. If there were no living people, it meant that the institute had been captured, and the important information in the institute was likely to have been stolen. They followed Pombatin and walked towards the institute tremblingly. Pombatin was a member of the 7 councils of the Primarchs, and had a transcendent status in the Primarchs. It was he who ordered Bast to kill Bai Fu during the Bagaros operation. The investigation of the Marine Life Research Institute was soon over, and the situation was indeed very bad. At the entrance, there were dead bodies and blood everywhere. Deep in the institute, all the data storage devices that could be removed were dismantled, but this was not the most disturbing part. From the first door to the monitoring room, there was no trace of any battle along the way. There was only a body that was shot on the ground, and the only thing that was violently destroyed was the door of the monitoring room. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the intruder has special abilities that can pass through the wall, or there is a traitor inside the institute who opened the gate for the intruder. Pombatin's face was covered with a layer of frost. He was more inclined to the latter, because if it was the former, the intruder would not have killed so many people at the entrance, let alone smashed the door of the monitoring room. Of course, the most important point is that if there was no traitor, how could the intruder target this institute that ostensibly studies marine life? But he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The research data of the institute had been stolen. Once these data were released, the impact would definitely be 10 times greater than the news released by the True Society before. By then, the reputation of the Primarch would plummet, and he would become as hated as the True Society. If he was in such a situation before the final plan was implemented, it might have caused the plan to fail. An uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of Pompadour's heart. First it was Li Chung, then Bai Fu, then Graham of the True Society, and now these people of unknown origin. Why are they all against the pre-march? Kill, kill, kill. When the plan succeeds, he will kill all those who are unwilling to surrender. Go find the undead sit here. They may know something. Pombatan immediately gave the order. The elite agents took action, and soon the news came. All the undead disappeared. Pompadour was stunned. There were still only two possibilities before him. Either those undeads had deserted the battlefield, or those undeads were traitors. He could not judge which possibility was the truth. He only knew that he could no longer suppress his anger. Bastards, a bunch of bastards who came out of nowhere. The world does not allow undeads to be so awesome. If someone must have this ability, it can only be him. After returning to Haidu from the Research Institute, Pompadour immediately found other members of the 7-member council, and after a discussion, they made a new decision, no longer relying on the power of the undead, but focusing on studying where the power of the undead came from. Anyway, these undeads are weak now, and can only be used as cannon fodder. Although their strength is growing, by the time they grow up, the plan of the pre-march will have been completed. If the plan fails, these undeads, who are good at changing their minds, will probably jump ship and run away halfway. If the plan succeeds, there is no point in keeping these undeads. Under Bai Fu's operation, another force that excludes players has emerged. However, compared with the True Society that wants to transform all players into mutant warriors, the means of the pre-march are still relatively gentle. At most, they will use cold violence on the players, give them anesthesia, and do a sly study, but they will not destroy the players' accounts like the True Society did. Oh, thank God. A day and a half later, after changing 2 modes of transportation, Bai Fu and others successfully arrived at shelter number 5. I still need to send these materials back to the Railway Guild, so I won't bother you anymore. Let's say goodbye here. Su Li stretched out her hand and shook hands with Bai Fu. Then, she swayed her plump figure and got on the helicopter sent by the Railway Guild. The helicopter took off from the ground and flew into the air. The pilot suddenly asked, "How is it?" Su Li was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what do you think of Inu?" Su Li's face suddenly became serious. Extremely dangerous, an extremely dangerous existence. I suggest that unless necessary, you must not conflict with her. This is not a wise move. The driver said, "I will report your evaluation to the higher-ups truthfully." This is not an evaluation, but a suggestion, a sincere suggestion. Su Li interrupted the driver. "If you don't believe me, you can ask those who are acting with me. We are on the eve of the storm. If we take a wrong step at this time, we will be doomed." The driver was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "I remember a few days ago, you were cursing her for breaking her leg when she stepped on soap while bathing." Su Li looked helpless. The past was the past, and now is now. "Didn't you have no contact with her at that time?" The driver nodded and said, "When I report to the higher-ups, I will emphasize what you just said. By the way, have you figured out how she controls those undead people?" This. Su Li frowned slightly. She remembered the video she had taken with the hidden camera, and the performance of the undead people when Bai Fu attacked the Research Institute. She really didn't see any special skills. The only useful information might be what Bai Fu said half-jokingly. "They think I'm a good person. What's the difference between Bai Fu's treatment of the undead and that of others?" Su Li felt that she had grasped something vaguely, and she had to try it. After saying goodbye to Su Li, Bai Fu met with the person in charge of the dark web stationed in shelter number 5, and greatly increased the reward for collecting advanced psychic knowledge. After finishing all this, she took the players back to shelter number 11. She gave Digger G and the others a new task, asking them to take the new players to get familiar with the situation in the silent courtyard, and then she went straight back to her home. Old Neeson took the players out to look for the ruins of the Research Institute. She was idle now, so she might as well study the information she got from the Marine Life Research Institute. There was a lot of information, but fortunately it had been classified long ago. Experimental log, routine meeting minutes, supply list, staff transfer, Obsidian project. Obsidian project? These words aroused Bai Fu's interest, and she opened the corresponding information and read it. The Obsidian project, in simple terms, is a special artificial human manufacturing plan. From the establishment of the Marine Biological Research Institute to the present, in the past 20 years, the Obsidian project has successfully produced a total of 21 special artificial humans. The information did not mention the identities of these 21 artificial humans, but simply recorded their whereabouts. These artificial humans will stay in the Institute until they are 5 years old. After 5 years old, the Institute will use the technology developed by the biochemical factory that Graham attacked to erase the original consciousness of these artificial humans and implant new consciousness, that is, new identities for them. These androids are different from other mass-produced androids. They don't seem to be used for fighting? Damn it, they are working on androids and mutants. What on earth is the Primarch researching? Bai Fu looked through the information for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the ultimate purpose of the Obsidian Project. Perhaps it was not deliberately concealed in the information, but the people in the Research Institute didn't know what the things they researched would be sent for. It is necessary to mobilize the players who were previously planted in the Primarch. Bai Fu called Jianqi Chongtian over and asked him to arrange for the players in the Iron Rain Guild who had joined the Primarch to find a way to collect intelligence. Jianqi Chongtian said with a bitter face, "Sister Bai Fu, I'm afraid this thing can't be done." "What's wrong?" Bai Fu was surprised. Jianqi Chongtian said, "Just now I received a message from them, saying that the Primarch suddenly transferred them from the Intelligence Bureau to the police station and asked them to manage public security. Not only that, some undead were even more unlucky and were directly kicked out of the camp by the Primarch." "Ah?" Bai Fu was confused. What happened? Oh yes, she remembered. It was probably because the Primarch found out that the players assigned to the defense line had escaped, and thus became very wary of the entire player group. Bai Fu opened the Zuyuangsing section of the community. As expected, she saw many players from the Primarch camp cursing. "Ah, Primarch, I'm not done with you. All my enthusiasm was wasted. I wanted to help you deal with Bai Fu, but you treated me like this? Okay. From today on I will join Fumin and fight you." 7-member council, what the hell? Amid the shouting and cursing, there is a stream of fresh air. These players are from the Railway Guild. When the players of the Primarch suffered a heavy blow, the players of the Railway Guild suddenly found that the NPC boss, who originally didn't pay much attention to them, suddenly showed concern for them, and the Railway Guild also specially issued promotion regulations for players. For a time, the players in the Railway Guild were no longer pure cattle and horses as before, but had many hopes. As long as you work hard and have some luck, you may become a middle or senior member of the Railway Association in the future. Damn, the official has been scolded and woken up, and knows to adjust the faction? Adjust the Railway Guild in a good direction, and adjust the Primarch in a bad direction. Is there something wrong with the planner's brain? It feels good, this way I don't have to go to the Silent Garden. Staying in the Railway Guild is no worse than going to the Silent Garden. Let me tell you a secret, the changes in the Railway Guild are related to Bai Fu. Can you stop talking nonsense? Everything is related to Bai Fu. 1 fan is against 10 haters. Do you understand? If you don't believe it, you can ask Demo yesterday. He was called away by an NPC named Suli. The NPC asked him a lot of questions. He is not the only one who has similar experiences. These questions are all related to Bai Fu. They mainly ask why Bai Fu is popular with players, and how Bai Fu gets along with players. Only 1 day after the questions were asked, the Railway Guild announced new promotion regulations. I don't believe you if you say this has nothing to do with Bai Fu. This news swept the community like a tornado. As more and more parties came out to testify, even the most unconvincing players had to admit that the changes in the Railway Guild this time had something to do with Bai Fu. Learn from Bai Fu. I can't imagine how long these NPCs would have treated us like cattle and horses without Fu Fu's example. I won't say Bai Fu is a female bodhisattva, but this is the fact. After watching the whole process of this storm, Bai Fu exclaimed, "Wow, the development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations." Has she become a living bodhisattva in the eyes of some players? I can only say that Suli did a great job. Since we can't let the players of the Iron Rain Guild investigate the Obsidian Project, let's see if the Railway Guild can find out something. Bai Fu looked through the community again, and found that after the official video introducing how to trigger the main quest was released, players on various novice planets have triggered the main quest one after another, and found NPCs, who are suspected to be the protagonists of the versions of their planets. I have to increase my efforts to stir up trouble, otherwise, with the current speed of information dissemination, it's hard to say how long my popularity can remain high. There is no shortage of good-looking female NPCs in the game, nor is there a shortage of female NPCs with personality. Gentle big sister, crazy little girl, psychopath, passionate hero. There is always one that can shine among the stars. The good news is that she is no longer the passerby she was before. Even if she faces challenges, she has many ways to deal with them. Bai Fu returned home and continued to look through the stolen information. That night, old Neeson asked the player to send a message back. The Research Institute has been found. Chapter 100. Digging G gave Baifu two maps, one of which is the current map of the Goli Desert, and the other before it became a desert. A conspicuous red cross was drawn on the same coordinate on both maps. Psychic Research Institute branch number 2 next to the red cross is a note written by Digging G. By observing the map, Baifu discovered that the location of the institute was once a river valley where few people had ever been, but after the great disaster the Goli area had completely turned into a desert, so there were no hills, river valleys, or cliffs. Anyway, now it was all sand at a glance. It's more than 300 kilometers away from shelter number 11. No wonder old Neeson couldn't go back after leaving the research institute. If there is no player's map function to assist the investigation, even if you get the map of the Goli area before the disaster, it will be difficult to find the research institute. Your outstanding contribution will be remembered by all the predecessors of the Silent Garden. Baifu praised Digger G and the players in the expedition team. A while ago, she awarded Patrick, who won the first place in the competition, a medal called Fighter Medal. The special Silver Eye of Heaven medal has received a very good response from the player community. So this time she decided to repeat the trick and give all the players who found the Research Institute a new Eye of Heaven medal. The name is the Explorer medal, and the shape does not need to be changed. Just change the color to gold and the unique attribute will be highlighted. Technology is based on changing the shell, and honor is based on changing the color. No problem. Baifu prepared more than a dozen colors for the Eye of Heaven medal. If all these colors are used up, then change the shape of the medal slightly, add something to it, and then start a new round of color change. After sending Digger away, Baifu came to old Neeson's tavern and took out little Yulia from the box hidden on the second floor. How do you feel? After hearing that some of her relatives and friends chose to commit suicide in order not to drag her down, little Yulia suffered a heavy blow, and her emotions were out of control. But after 10 days of relief, she now seems to have slowly accepted the reality. It's useless to be sad and angry. You have to find a way to make those who persecuted her feel sad, or even unable to be sad again. Help me get revenge. As long as you can help me get revenge, you can ask me to do anything you want. It was just a rag doll lying in her hand, but Baifu inexplicably felt a chill of being stared at. Why did she feel that Yulia was about to turn evil and become a boss? If you think about it carefully, this seems to be a classic setting. The kind character in the early stage was betrayed by the person he once trusted. Not only did he lose his freedom, but his relatives and friends also died one after another. Finally, she turned evil in despair and depression. As the saying goes, blackening makes you 3 times stronger. With her strength increasing dramatically, she killed her enemy in a rage, but she could no longer turn back. Once you enter the abyss, there is no way back. After the decent NPCs, who claimed to be superheroes fell, the next to rush to the battlefield were players who appeared in pursuit of clues to the main quest. As long as the blood bar is revealed, I will kill you even if you are a god. Isn't this really how Yulia's storyline develops? Baifu was stunned for a moment, and then she shook her head. Even if it was originally set up like this, it should have gone astray now. The reason is simple. Due to her intervention, old Neeson, the most important person in Yulia's eyes besides her biological parents, is not only not in danger, but is living a comfortable life. The tavern business is booming, and players are chasing after him. His past dreams are also possible to be realized. In the current situation, as long as old Neeson does not die tragically, Yulia will not be completely blackened. Baifu poked little Yulia's belly, and she seemed to have found a blind spot. Before, she had been thinking about how to steal the protagonist's plot and make herself the new protagonist. So if she changed the plot of the future villain and made the future villain her henchman, would she get the same bonus as stealing the protagonist's plot? The more Baifu thought about it, the more she felt that this path was worth a try. Even if the experiment failed, it would be a good deed to make the world have one less terrible villain boss. After doing too much to fleece players, you have to save some cyber merits when you have nothing to do. Little Yulia stared at Baifu with sharp eyes. She was quietly waiting for Baifu's answer, but the development of the next thing was completely beyond her expectations. Baifu first poked her belly with her hand, and then Baifu looked at her with more and more burning eyes, as if something hot was about to flow out of her eyes. She felt a chill. No way, could anyone really have evil thoughts about a 20-centimeter long rag doll? Being interrupted by Baifu's eyes, she forgot the hatred in her heart for a moment, and felt a rare calmness. Baifu took a deep breath. Don't worry, I will destroy the True Society sooner or later. I came to you today to ask you to do me a favor. When talking with old Neeson mentioned that Yulia's psychic talent was unlocked after being illuminated by a beam of light in the desert. She suspected that the light was related to the laboratory hidden under the yellow sand, so she planned to take little Yulia to have a look. After listening to Baifu's request, little Yulia quickly agreed. After lying in the box for a long time, she also wanted to go out and have a look. Early the next morning, Baifu took the freshly baked Explorer medal and went straight to the location marked on the map with little Yulia. This journey took her 6 hours. The closer she got to the institute, the more sandworms appeared on the road and the higher their levels, which gave her a bad feeling. What's the situation now? Baifu came to the entrance of the institute and asked old Nisan, who had been waiting here for a while. Looking over old Nisan's shoulder, she saw that the entrance of the institute was half buried in the yellow sand, and a small sign was exposed on the left wall. On the sign was a Institute. Words. Desolate, with a bit of chilly coldness in the desolation. Baifu saw blood on the wall, and the corpse of a sandworm beside the wall fresh. Old Nisan shook his head. When we found this place, we found a lot of sandworms inside. Fortunately, there are undead people to cover us, otherwise I might have to die here. There was no sandworm here when I came last time. It may be that I moved something that I shouldn't have moved after entering the research institute and attracted the sandworms. Baifu nodded. She didn't rush to enter the research institute, but first opened the camp management interface, put the research institute under the jurisdiction of the camp, and then set up a resurrection point outside the research institute. With this resurrection point, there is no need to worry about players having to run for hours to get here again after being killed. Let's go in and take a look. Under the guidance of old Nisan, Baifu got familiar with the situation inside the institute. Just as old Nisan said, all the security facilities inside the institute were destroyed. After walking a few dozen steps, you can see a skeleton lying on the ground. You can imagine what kind of tragic fighting has happened here. On the wall, on the door, on the skeleton. These are all claw marks, right? Are they animal claws or mechanical claws? Baifu reached out and touched a skeleton on the ground. Some timid players stood far away on purpose. There was no other way. These skeletons were too realistic. Even in the harmony mode, they were still scary. Everyone, split up and see if there is any missing information here. Baifu issued a new task, and then followed old Nisan to the place that seemed to be the central control room. There was no intact place in sight, and there were several large holes on the wall. That's it? No way. You know, the main quest of the Goli Desert Elegy of the Watcher listed the search for this research institute separately, and released it as a branch. Baifu felt disappointed. Just as she was about to leave, the little Yulia, who was in her trouser pocket, spoke. There is a place on the left with a very high psychic energy level. There is definitely something wrong with that place. Left, Baifu immediately used psychic perception on the wall. In an instant, a red question mark appeared in her field of vision, and the game prompt also sounded at the right time. You found the hidden map Psychic Research Institute branch number 2, B2F. Damn, it's a hidden wall. The game producer must have learned from Xiao Gao that he likes to put hidden walls in unexpected places. Get out of the way first. After the player and old Nisan retreated outside, Baifu placed two little Baifu on the wall. With a loud bang, the wall was blown to pieces, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Behind the wall was a staircase leading to the underground. She summoned a new little Baifu and asked little Baifu to go down the stairs to investigate the situation. Although many years have passed, the various equipment on the negative second floor still seems to be functioning normally. Little Baifu had no problems along the way, and finally found a cylindrical room at the end of the negative second floor. The room was not closed, so little Baifu flew in slowly. The screen changed, and then Baifu saw a strange life in a culture vessel. She threw a spiritual vision up. Psionic Primitive, dead. Introduction. The primitive life created by the second branch of the Psionic Research Institute based on obsidian, with an energy intensity of nearly 100 units. After the catastrophe, it died due to lack of sufficient nutrients. As a corpse, it still has an energy intensity of 43 units. It seems like we have discovered something incredible. Baifu frowned. The information that old Nisan took away from this research institute mentioned that this research institute has been studying a strange black stone slab, which should be the so-called obsidian. Speaking of obsidian, she remembered the information she had stolen from the Marine Life Research Institute, which included an obsidian project. There seems to be a connection between the two. In addition to obsidian, the professional term energy intensity also attracted Baifu's attention. Just as she was thinking, a player came up. Fufu, let us do the reconnaissance. Baifu nodded, be careful. In terms of reconnaissance, Xiao Baifu has many advantages over players, but also many disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is that Xiao Xiao Bai Fu's hands and feet are actually decorations. She can't control Xiao Xiao Bai Fu to search for various things, so this task still has to be handed over to the players. The players who receive the task carefully enter the negative second floor of the Research Institute. It took them nearly 10 minutes to finally touch the door of the cylindrical room. When they saw the psychic pre-march in the culture vessel, their eyes widened. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? If I walk over now, will it suddenly break the glass and jump out with its health bar showing? The reconnaissance skill failed. The level is too high. Okay, let's check if there is anything valuable nearby. The player searched the room and found a safe in the corner. The physical training player punched it twice, and his hands were swollen. This is not a safe that they can break. The key is that this safe is nailed to the ground and cannot be moved. Let me do it. Bai Fu walked in from the door. The player has been here for more than 10 minutes and still hasn't encountered any accidents. It seems that this negative second floor is really safe. She chopped off the entire door of the safe with a knife, and then took out a pile of paper materials from the safe. Myers' Diary. November 2nd. An organization calling itself the Psychic Diffusion Committee found me and invited me to join their new research institute. When I showed a hesitant expression, they suddenly told me that the meteorite that landed on the border of the White Tower Republic last month was actually an alien spaceship. This instantly aroused my interest. We have thought countless times whether there are really other civilizations in the vast sea of stars. This seems to have an answer. November 4th. I saw the spaceship. I am very sure that this is not a spaceship that any country or enterprise on Ziyuan star can make. It really comes from an alien star. I see a brand new era beckoning to me. I must join that new plan. November 5th. I heard there was an alien on the spaceship, but unfortunately I didn't get to meet him. I received a new task, responsible for studying a special stone tablet codenamed Obsidian. November 11th. A colleague forgot to wear gloves and touched the obsidian. He mutated and killed 3 people before being shot. We will autopsy his body tomorrow. November 12th. Incredible, the physical strength of that colleague increased several times after the mutation. Obsidian may be the key to evolution, but it also connects to hell. We must be careful. The diary was interrupted after the 12th, but just these have revealed a lot of information. Alien spaceship. This can explain why there was no psychic power on Ziyuan star before, but psychic power suddenly appeared before the outbreak of the World War. The psychic power was most likely brought by the alien spaceship. You triggered the hidden plot. Ziyuan star plot exploration plus 0.7%. You completed the Mission Watcher's Elegy Branch 5 searching for lost relics. Ziyuan star plot exploration plus 0.4%. 2 reminders rang in Bai Fu's ears in succession. She was overjoyed. Is this the reward for the main quest? Her exploration degree increased from 0.9% to 2.0% in an instant, more than doubling. It can only be said that it is too generous. Those ordinary hidden quests can't compare at all. The previous exploration degree of a few tenths has greatly changed her identity. Now her exploration degree has increased to 2.0, and the improvement will definitely be greater when it is strengthened next time. But 1.1% exploration degree is not all that Bai Fu has gained from this action. She triggered a new quest. You have triggered the hidden mission mystery of Obsidian, total level 35 only. Mission description. All the work of the Psychic Research Institute branch number 2 is carried out around the mysterious Obsidian, but after the catastrophe, the Obsidian suddenly disappeared. Find it. Mission goal. Find Obsidian. Mission reward. 700,000 experience points, rare prayer card blueprint Mind Blessing. Accept or reject from the item introduction. Mind Blessing is a blessing prayer card. After using it, it can increase a large number of attributes in a short period of time. It is a magic card in the early stage. In addition to the exploration and new tasks, Bai Fu also found what she wanted on the antique terminal next to her. NCC 1773 terminal that stores advanced psychic knowledge. Quality. Purple item description. A terminal that was very common in the old times, but it contains advanced psychic knowledge. Note, this terminal has multiple layers of encryption. Attempting to read data or disassemble the terminal will cause the self-destruct system to activate after 1 hour. Non-professionals are not allowed to touch it at will. Bai Fu was ecstatic. It appeared. The last psychic knowledge chain she had been waiting for appeared. As long as she successfully mastered this knowledge chain, she would only be 1 step away from unlocking a high-level profession. When she unlocked a high-level profession, all the presidents and generals would die. Bai Fu's eyes quickly swept over the notes. Self-destruct? It doesn't matter. The self-destruct system would take effect in an hour, and she only needed 20 to 30 minutes to learn a psychic knowledge chain, so she had plenty of time. You start reading Advanced Psionic Knowledge in NCC 1773 Terminal. Intermediate Psionic Expertise takes effect. Your reading speed plus 20%, current progress 0.1%. Bai Fu estimated that it would take a little longer than usual for the progress bar to be full, but it would not exceed 40 minutes. Watching the progress bar slowly climb, she was in a good mood. Speaking of which, was it too easy to discover the 5th chain of psionic knowledge? A thought suddenly came to mind. Before Bai Fu could scold herself for talking too much, a player suddenly ran in from outside in a panic. Oh no, a lot of sandworms suddenly came outside. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. This is a high-level map. It would be a disaster if there was no danger at all. Bai Fu couldn't get away at all now. She could only spend all the task quota for today in one breath and issued new faction tasks to the players. Delay time. Task introduction. Task goal. Prevent sandworms from entering the room where Bai Fu is. Task reward. Reward depends on contribution, a lot of experience, Bai Fu's favorability, prayer cards, faction reputation. When these rewards were placed in front of them, all the players present fell into a frenzy. Protect Fu Fu. If you want to touch Fu Fu, you have to step over my dead body. Fu Fu is here. Chapter 101. In order to ensure that the players can hold on for the full 30 minutes, Bai Fu handed over all the prayer cards she carried with her to the players on the scene. After collecting a large amount of psychic energy from players through the psychic energy collector and the prayer discounts in the store, the production cost of these basic prayer cards has been greatly reduced. So she doesn't feel bad even if she gives these prayer cards to players for free. It doesn't cost much anyway. In Bai Fu's opinion, this small investment can bring her 3 benefits. The most direct benefit is that players can use these prayer cards to help her drive away the sandworms coming from all directions, so that these sandworms will not disturb her and prevent her from learning new psychic knowledge at ease. The second benefit is that giving away prayer cards for free can gain a wave of players' favorability. Although the harvest is not much, it will accumulate into a lot. If it accumulates, it may lead to qualitative change. The third benefit is usually unimaginable to ordinary people. The number of players in the Silent Garden has now officially exceeded the 1,000 mark, but only 1/3 of these more than 1,000 players are willing to spend money to buy prayer cards. Among these 1/3 of players, 1/2 of them usually buy cheap ones that cost no more than 200. Bai Fu observed carefully and found that the reason for this situation was not because the players of Silent Garden were poor. On the contrary, because she provided players with a large number of commission tasks and tasks to collect sandworm materials. The players of Silent Garden were actually the richest among all the novice villages on Zuyuan Star. Most Silent Garden players were unwilling to spend money on prayer cards or advanced prayer cards, simply because they felt that spending money on disposable items would not improve themselves much. Yes, the community and the players around them all had high evaluations of prayer cards, saying that they were a must-have for everyone in the arena, a magical tool for fighting monsters above your level, and a good companion for difficult tasks. But what did this have to do with them? They don't like to PK with others, nor do they like to challenge monsters of too high a level. As for high difficulty tasks, they just take the guaranteed rewards and hang out with other players. Bai Fu's evaluation of the thoughts of these players is, damn it, she wanted to imitate the Emoticon pack that urged the author to update, pick up these players' feet and shake them upside down, and then throw out all the money in their pockets. Spend money? Why not spend money? Isn't it good to convert money into combat power first? You save money when you are not playing games, and you are still saving money when you are playing games. So isn't this game played in vain? Bai Fu plans to distribute free prayer cards to all players present in this round, so that they can experience the benefits of prayer cards firsthand. She is very confident in the prayer cards she made, and she believes that even the most stingy players will be attracted by them after experiencing the pleasure of using prayer cards to fight sandworm swarms. The reason is simple. For players at this stage, the difference in combat experience between having prayer cards and not having prayer cards is as big as shooting zombies with a submachine gun and smashing zombies with a physical holy sword. Players with prayer cards only need to think about which sandworm to fight first, but players without prayer cards need to consider a lot more. How to avoid being surrounded by sandworms, how to avoid being hit by sandworms when attacking. If Bai Fu hadn't set up a new resurrection point near the Institute, they would have to consider more. Spend a little money, enjoy a more refreshing battle, and gain more experience in battles and missions. Just tell me, isn't this good? Bai Fu believes that after these players who have experienced prayer cards return to shelter number 11. Even if they don't spend a lot of money to buy prayer cards, their experience reports will definitely attract some hesitant players to spend money. Win. In order to win more, she decided to do more similar trial activities in addition to digging for G's review videos. Bai Fu has always had a great dream. She wants every player to be able to use prayer cards. Back then, Jobs led the era of smartphones, and now she, Bai Fu, wants to lead a new era of prayer cards. Of course, the reason why Bai Fu has such a dream is definitely not because she is a female bodhisattva and wants all players to have a good gaming experience. She is honest. She does this just to make money from players. Once all players are spoiled by the convenient and easy-to-use prayer cards, she can make money without doing anything. I am dying without prayer cards. I am addicted to prayer. Please, give me 2 more packs of prayer cards, just 2 packs. Don't worry, wait until I buy the latest prayer cards, I will beat you to death. I pay the highest respect to Bai Fu, the leader of the prayer cult. She has led an era. She is the highest sky above the stars, the eternal queen, and the sun that never sets. Just imagining such a future makes Bai Fu feel that it is 100 times more enjoyable than entertaining herself in the cuckoo space. In fact, she didn't want to make things so complicated. She hoped that she could get a steady stream of gold coins from players by just saying, "Be good, you are still young, give me all your money and go earn more money." But how could players be so generous? She could only do more to exploit players. Besides, it is not easy to exploit players as slaves these days. The best result is to make money but lose your mother. Bai Fu wanted to grab both. She wanted money and her mother, so she could only do more to do more. 0.2%, 0.3%. When Bai Fu's learning progress bar slowly climbed up, the players who received the task had already rushed out of the research institute with the prayer card. The situation this time was very bad. When they first found the research institute in the sea of sand, although there were sandworms running around inside and outside the institute, the total number was only about 100, and the average level was only about level 10. Now it's different. Blood red text appeared in the upper right corner of all players' vision warning. The worm tide is coming. 43 seconds before the first round of worm tide arrives. 391 sandworms remaining. 13 minutes before the second round of worm tide arrives. 264 sandworms remaining. 27 minutes before the third round of worm tide arrives. 507 sandworms remaining. Fuck. Seeing this number, all the players felt their scalps tingling. There were more than 1,000 sandworms. Even if the average level of these sandworms was still only level 10, it would be too difficult for them to withstand these 3 rounds of attacks. After all, they only had more than 30 players. But things have come to this point, and they have to do it even if they can't. The rewards for this mission are very rich, and this mission is related to whether Fu Fu can obtain the information in the Research Institute. For the camp, for Bai Fu's favorability, charge, the players blocked the entrance of the Research Institute and fought with the sandworms that had already approached. The result of the battle was somewhat unexpected. Damn, is Space Disorder card so awesome? The players who were ready to sacrifice their lives were surprised to find that the sandworms that were hit by the Space Disorder danced on the spot as if there was a bug. Actually, it can't be said to be dancing. It's mainly because after losing its sense of direction, the 8 legs of the sandworms walked separately, as if they were controlled by different brains. Or they suddenly split their legs, or several legs collided with each other, like a bayonet fight. Maybe this is hip-hop. What are you still standing there for? Kill these sandworms. Use shield cards. Don't be reluctant to use them. If you are killed by the alien infection, you will regret it. Under the guidance of the old players, all players put on thick psychic shields and rushed out. Those sandworms could not withstand their recoil. A battle that should have been extremely difficult suddenly became more accessible after the intervention of prayer cards. The prayer card is so terrifying. Now, the only problem facing the players is what to do if the prayer cards are not enough. Don't rush blindly, retreat. Let's retreat to the Research Institute to fight indoors. The Research Institute has a narrow terrain, it is easier to gather monsters, and it can save some prayer cards. A clear-headed player shouted quickly. Most players obey orders, unless they don't obey orders. But those who don't obey orders are also taught to obey orders by the sandworms. Emergency Express, this is the Goli Desert. I am empty. As you can see, we are now fighting with sandworms. This is a very special mission. The mission content is to protect Fu Fu. When the fierce battle was in full swing, many players took the opportunity to start live broadcasts. More than 30 players relied on terrain and prayer cards to resist 3 rounds of attacks from more than 1,000 sandworms. This live broadcast gimmick was so big that it went to the sky. When this gimmick was combined with the protection of Baifu, a large number of players poured into every live broadcast room. Witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people, a player who couldn't even beat a level 10 sandworm at ordinary times was furious and killed 4 sandworms in just half a minute. This scene instantly became a classic moment on the stars. This scene also made more players realize the power of prayer cards from actual combat rather than data. Awesome. Amidst the shouts of awesome, some players were getting carried away. They didn't even look at the level of the sandworms that were coming to kill them. By the time they realized something was wrong, the sandworms' sharp mouths had already pierced their heads. Boom! The heads exploded like watermelons. The players standing behind were shocked. This was a level 26 elite sandworm. It was over. Now they had no time to retreat. Just as the elite sandworms were about to start a round of slaughter, suddenly, a little Baifu rushed past the players. Boom! Little Baifu and the elite sandworm exploded together. On the negative second floor, Baifu curled her lips. She knew that the players might make a big move at the critical moment, so she summoned several little Baifu to hide in the dark and stare at these players. Wherever there is a gap, fill it up. Baifu brand little Baifu, you deserve it. The first round, the second round. Nearly half an hour later, the third round of sandworm tide finally came. Most of the sandworms that attacked this time were several levels higher than those that appeared before. The sandworm in the middle was as high as level 33. The players felt a huge pressure, but with the little Baifu that Baifu kept releasing and the cover of the Research Institute, they could hold on for a while. Almost there. 99%, 100%. As the players were beaten back and complained bitterly, Baifu finally received a new game prompt. You have unlocked the rare Psionic Knowledge Chain Psionic Knowledge Chain 1. Do you want to merge all psionic knowledge chains? Yes. There is nothing to hesitate about. Another new reading, but this time the reading speed is very fast. You lost. You obtained Elementary Knowledge Heart, Psionic. Elementary Knowledge Heart, Psionic. All psionic active skills plus 100%. Psionic resistance plus 100%. Psionic recovery speed plus 6/minute. Inspiration plus 10. Based on your knowledge of psychic energy, you have obtained the boss exclusive talent Twin Spirits I. Twin Spirits I, the void responds to your call and sends down your twin spirits. The twin spirits have 80% of your basic attributes. You can control them freely. When they are on the field, they will provide you with twin bond and twin blessings. After the twin spirits die, it takes 12 hours to cool down before they can be summoned again. Twin bond. When the twin spirits are on the field, 20% of the damage you receive before the discount will be transferred to the twin spirits. Twin blessing. When the twin spirits are on the field, your all attributes are plus 3. Being able to collect 5 knowledge chains, unlock new bonuses, and achieve one of the prerequisites for advancing to a high-level profession is a great joy for Baifu. She never thought that there would be a super surprise waiting for her. Come out! Baifu began her first summon. A shadow emerged in the soft white light. Summoning successful. Please set the name of the true spirit. Baifu thought of it immediately, and she entered Hey Fu in the nickname column. Naming successful. Please set the appearance of the true spirit. This is even simpler. Baifu directly set Hey Fu to look like herself, except for the hair color, which is black. It has been several months since she crossed over, and she finally achieved the black and white Tai Chi combination. Baifu alone caused a wave of discussion among players. Baifu plus Hey Fu, it must be a killing spree. Baifu was very satisfied looking at the barefoot Hey Fu floating in the air with a dull and cold face. This talent is a bit similar to the passive skill of the Enchantress, but the difference is that the true spirit can cause damage. She vaguely felt that she and the true spirit were connected by an invisible channel, and she could control the true spirit to do anything she wanted. Although it was just a true spirit, it was very realistic and had everything it should have, unlike the little Baifu who was just a decoration. You can use it in actual combat. Baifu was overjoyed, and she threw a clairvoyant skill at Hey Fu. Hey Fu, true spirit. HP, 1630/1630 psionic energy, 870/870 chi, 110/110 attributes, strength 20, agility 24, constitution 70, intelligence 21, spirit 22, inspiration 84. As described in the talent introduction, Hey Fu really inherited 80% of her basic attributes. Just looking at this data in this version, it is definitely a high difficulty boss. We need to test her actual combat ability. Baifu pointed to the sandworm boss that had already reached the negative second floor. Go and kill it! Chapter 102. The true spirit Heifu is not intelligent, but after receiving orders, she has a certain ability to act autonomously. In Baifu's opinion, Heifu is like an AI at a very early stage. Being stupid is good, especially this level of stupidity, which can be said to be just right. If Heifu has her own consciousness, then it will not be so easy for her to exploit Heifu. After figuring out that Heifu has all the body parts that a normal human woman should have, and that she can really control Heifu, Baifu's positioning of Heifu is not just a true spirit who assists her in fighting. Smart people should be able to guess what she is going to do with Heifu very quickly. Yes. Look at those hands. How beautiful they are. It would be a pity not to use such beautiful hands to make prayer cards and psychic collectors, as the number of players joining the Court of Silence increases day by day, and as the sales of prayer cards increase day by day, the biggest obstacle preventing Baifu from becoming Fubus has become those players who are reluctant to spend money and the production capacity of prayer cards. She temporarily solved the first problem through trial play, and once Heifu appeared, the second problem was also solved. Let Heifu be my bodyguard when I go out on quests or run the story. Let Heifu stay at home and make cards when I'm slacking off in the shelter. Let Heifu make cards when I'm sleeping. True spirits are not humans. They don't get tired. They don't need to eat to replenish their energy, but they need to cool down for a while after they die and consume a certain amount of spiritual energy before they can be summoned again. Baifu usually only takes a short period of time to make cards, which is enough to satisfy the current players of the Silent Garden. If Heifu spends a lot of time making cards, not only can she satisfy the Silent Garden players who have more needs, but the extra cards can also be handed over to the plateau or the dark web to sell to the outside world, making another profit. A true spirit that can work 24 hours a day without feeling tired is really great. Baifu, who had gained a lot, shot the terminal in front of her before it self-destructed. When she put away the gun, the voice of Lil Yulia suddenly rang out. What is this? Looking at Heifu, who appeared out of thin air and then floated away, Lil Yulia was shocked. She had never seen such a thing before, and once thought it was another soul hidden in Baifu's body. True spirit. Baifu didn't know how to explain to Lil Yulia, because she didn't understand what a true spirit was, so she could only keep quiet and pretend to be profound. However, one thing caught her attention. Yulia's template was the son of a true spirit, which meant that Yulia was her and Heifu's child. Stop, this is impossible. Write it down in a small notebook first, and investigate if there are related tasks. Baifu walked out of the deepest room on the negative second floor. At this time, Heifu had already killed the level 33 sandworm boss. Fu, go! Whirlwind charge tornado. In the rooms on both sides of the corridor, the players who survived by chance shouted come on, while watching the show, but they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait, why did this Baifu turn into black hair again and... It's the jailer. Where are my shoes? Thanks for the invitation, I threw them away. This kind of thing is redundant then. Something even weirder happened. When Heifu flashed in front of the sandworm and gave it a big fight, Baifu walked out of the room. Looking at the black-haired Heifu and the white-haired Baifu, the players in the Research Institute were confused, and the players in the live broadcast room were also confused. Damn, why are there two Baifu? One black and one white. Black and white impermanence. Most players have no intention of watching the battle between Heifu and the sandworm. Game up hosts like Digging G who were not at the scene are now so anxious that their eyes are red. Damn, big news, super big news. There must be a big secret behind this big news. Family, wait for my new chat video. Digging G quickly started making new videos, and other up hosts were not to be outdone. Baifu stood calmly in the corridor. She liked to see players guessing her true identity, and then being shocked or insulting her. This was all for the sake of popularity, but now she was more concerned about Heifu's actual combat ability. The level 33 sandworm boss was stronger than Graham based on the data on the panel, but weaker than the mechanic Chiyuan. Heifu's strength was probably slightly stronger than when she fought Chiyuan. The attributes were similar, but she had several more skills. Normally, Heifu should be able to crush this sandworm boss. Baifu's only worry was that Heifu was too stupid. When she didn't take the initiative to control it, she could only do some repetitive work and couldn't exert her full strength. However, after watching for more than 10 seconds, she realized that her worry was a bit redundant. Heifu is simply a fighting genius. Heifu can not only skillfully use all the skills she has mastered, but also do a good job in blood exchange. The fanatical fist hit the sandworm's left face straight, making a small dent in the more vulnerable part. The sandworm screamed in pain, and raised its two ugly forelimbs, with a lot of pustules under the infection. "Be careful, don't fight it head-on," a player standing close to him shouted. When the sandworm first appeared, some players wanted to use spatial confusion to control it, and then kill it with more people against fewer people, and get a lot of experience. As a result, the spatial confusion was effective, but all the players who rushed up died quickly just by touching the pustules on the sandworm. Even the psychic shield couldn't save it. Once infected, the health value dropped by percentage. Unexpectedly, Hey Fu didn't dodge at all. She took the whip of the sandworm head-on, and her right hand became a knife. In an instant, she chopped the sandworm's left eye 3 times. This time, Hey Fu's body just swayed, but the sandworm was hit, and shook its head desperately to dodge. The sandworm pushed forward furiously, but it was completely empty. The stream of light had cooled down, and Hey Fu flashed to the side of the sandworm. Lightning strike. The fist with psychic energy hit the sandworm. At the moment when the 5 layers of alien erosion were stacked, Hey Fu jumped back continuously to distance herself from the sandworm. The sandworm roared angrily on the spot, and when it rushed towards Hey Fu, the full layers of alien erosion broke out. The violent explosion pushed it flying backwards in the air, knocking down half of the wall next to it. The nearby players were dumbfounded. My god, so fierce? In fact, Bai Fu looked very fierce when she beat Graham and Chi Yuan, but those two were humans after all, and the feeling of them being beaten was far less shocking than a giant sandworm that was much larger than humans being beaten. The sandworm that fell to the ground let out a mournful cry. This cry attracted more players, who had originally focused on the black and white Bai Fu. It would have been fine if they hadn't seen it, but seeing it made their scalps go numb. The white-haired Fufu's fighting style was to withstand the enemy's damage and kill the enemy with mysterious means while strolling in the garden. This black-haired Fufu was different. She looked hot-tempered. After knocking the sandworm away, she didn't give the sandworm a chance to breathe. With a wave of her left hand, a small white Fu flew out, and with a wave of her right hand, another small white Fu flew out. The two small white Fus attacked from the front and back, blowing the sandworm that had just stood up again and hitting the ceiling. Hey Fu instantly activated the overflowing color and super energy burst, consuming 50% of the spiritual energy, 20% of the health, and 20 points of chi, temporarily increasing the strength by 14 points and the agility by 19. With the double burst, Hey Fu turned into a shadow that ordinary people could not see clearly and rushed to the front of the sandworm. There were no fancy fighting skills, but only the straight punches that released the primitive blood and beat continuously. This was a fight between a seemingly small human and a huge worm, but it was the human who had the upper hand. The sandworm's 2 legs were broken in succession, and its health value decreased rapidly like sand in a funnel. When its health value dropped to about 35%, a strange red light suddenly appeared on its body. It's the second stage, drag it through the second stage, and you win, some players shouted. Drag, obviously, there is no such word in Hey Fu's dictionary. She stole the second stage buff of the sandworm with a chain reaction, and then launched a violent and repressive attack on the sandworm at a more violent rhythm than before. Isn't it just exchanging injuries for injuries? As a true spirit, she is not afraid of injuries at all. 1, 2, 5, explosion, cycle. Finally, the sandworm couldn't stand such a brutal attack. It turned its head with a whimper and rushed towards Bai Fu. When it was about to touch Bai Fu, it dodged and stumbled towards the deepest room. Bai Fu didn't chase it because Hey Fu had already gone. At the door of the deepest room, Hey Fu took away a trace of blood from the sandworm boss with 1 punch. At this time, she still had more than 500 points of life left. Bai Fu nodded to Hey Fu with satisfaction. If Hey Fu had a psychic shield card, then this battle would definitely be easier. It's getting better. With Hey Fu's cooperation in the future, her strength can be increased by more than 2 times. The high-level profession is really too good. She is so powerful before it is unlocked. What if it is unlocked? The players hiding at the door of the -2nd floor rushed up at this time. They were shocked by Hey Fu's fierceness, but they were more concerned about why there was only 1 Bai Fu when they came, but it became 2 after staying in the room. Could it be that the room has a copy function? If that's the case, can you copy more Bai Fu, so that everyone can have one? I would like to call it the Great Bai Fu Era. The players in the live broadcast room became excited. A player at the scene asked, Fu, what's going on? Why is there a black-haired Fu here? We talk about this later. Let's deal with the insect type first. Bai Fu kept it a secret, intentionally. She just wanted the players to guess and discuss more during this period to increase her popularity. The player had nothing to say. The most urgent task was to solve the insect tide. By observing the movements of these sandworms, Bai Fu had almost figured out the reason for the insect tide. These sandworms were most likely attracted by the dead psychic original body. Before Old Neeson entered the research institute for the first time, there were no sandworms here. After Old Neeson entered once, sandworms were gradually attracted nearby. Just now, she broke the wall and exposed the psychic original body, so more sandworms came. That's what happened. Because the specific value of the psychic body was not clear, Bai Fu did not rush to touch it, but took the players out of the research institute to kill it. If she ends up like this, all the sandworms will be her brothers. You stay here to watch the research institute and protect Old Neeson. I go see where these sandworms are coming from. After instructing the players, Bai Fu followed the direction of the insect tide. It was difficult to distinguish the direction in the desert, and there were many sandworms cruising in the desert, including some highly infectious sandworms, but this was not an obstacle for Bai Fu, who had a 100% increase in psychic resistance, a player map, and the help of Little Bai Fu and Black Fu. She killed wherever she went, causing the surging tide of insects to flee frantically. Half an hour later, she arrived at her destination. Sandworm Nest Cave, dangerous map. Recommended level 35 to 40 in the oasis. Next to the dry river, Bai Fu looked down and saw a deep pit. In the center of the pit was a green ball, which looked disgusting. There were hundreds of insect eggs densely packed around the ball, which looked even more disgusting than the ball. Occasionally, insects crawled out of the eggs, and occasionally sandworms from other places entered the pit. They crawled next to the green ball, and then their bodies began to change more twistedly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Fu saw with her own eyes that a level 10 ordinary sandworm turned into a level 17 special sandworm after mutation, and also saw a level 16 giant sandworm turned into a level 23 special giant sandworm. This thing is constantly producing high-level sandworms. It seems that it must be sent to the sky quickly. But just after offering too little Bai Fu shook her head again. It's a pity to blow it up directly. You know, this is a monster spawning box that can continuously produce elite monsters and occasionally produce small bosses. By combining this monster spawning box and the monster attracting cage in the research institute, she can create a dungeon with the theme of resisting the invasion of insect swarms. At this stage, players do not lack places to spawn monsters and level up. What they lack is a place to spawn monsters repeatedly without having to search around. There is no way, because version 1.1 did not open traditional game dungeons. When Bai Fu was in the shelter, she heard many players complain that they had to find monsters every time they wanted to spawn monsters, which was too troublesome. If she launches a special scene with fixed monster spawning to help players solve this pain point, it will definitely cause a stir among the player community. At that time, before the real protagonists created by the main quest appear, her popularity will be invincible. Whether it is Dark Moon Tide or any other tide, this version is her Bai Fu version. There is another benefit of launching a copy with the theme of resisting the invasion of insect tides. She can sell more prayer cards. Those players who helped Old Neeson find the Research Institute have used live broadcasts to prove how useful prayer cards are in this copy. Let's do it. Bai Fu posted several Dark Moon Eye prayer cards next to the pit to monitor the situation in the pit. Then, she turned back to the Research Institute and prepared to announce the good news to the players after being awarded the medal. At the same time, in the sea of sand, a group of people in white robes were walking forward step by step under the scorching sun. Priest, when can we find God's blessing? The white-robed man in the lead was soaked with sweat. He pursed his dry lips, looked at the distorted air in the distance, and said in a hoarse voice, I don't know, maybe in the next second, maybe in a year or two, the devil has come. This is God's test for us. Everyone looked tired. In any case, for the sake of those who stayed in the camp, they had to move on and look for the legendary holy relics. Chapter 103. While Bai Fu was on her way back to the Research Institute, those outposts, who had rushed to make videos after seeing Hei Fu's appearance, began to release their own videos one after another. The key to riding on the popularity is efficiency. As the head of Fumin's publicity department, Digging G also released her own gossip video as soon as possible. Silent Garden News Express Extra Chapter 1, Black and White Duo Fu. The present is different from the past. When she first entered the game, Digging G was just an unpopular up with only 30,000 fans, but now she is considered a star among the entire group of players on the stars. She has 800,000 fans on the video website, and this number is still rising. Therefore, as soon as her video was released, It immediately attracted tens of thousands of players to watch it at the same time. Come on, support Digbao and make more videos related to Fufu. For plot analysis, you still have to watch Digbao and watch other Upcoff. Bao, Fufu was given to the village, come back soon. Dense bullet comments floated across the screen, and when the exquisite opening ended, the figure of Digbao Ji appeared in front of the screen. Hello everyone, I guess you all know what happened just now. Bai Fu, the leader of Fumin, suddenly split into two. The black one was as cold as frost, and the white one was as passionate as fire. Is it a plot of evil intention or a plot expansion? To know the details, please listen to my analysis this time. Accompanying the scene of Hei Fu beating the sandworm boss, she began her own analysis, using her usual excessive imagination style. I can guarantee that Hei Fu is not a copy of Bai Fu. In my opinion, Hei Fu and Bai Fu should be twins, but they are different from ordinary twins. They should share the same body. Most of the time, Bai Fu is dominant, and Hei Fu almost never leaves. Let out some air. I guess that Black Fufu showed up this time, because a new plot is about to be released. Black Fufu is probably the younger sister. Judging from her expression, she should be a cold-hearted person. She probably doesn't like to be close to White Fufu, but White Fufu is gentle and kind. She always tolerates this slightly rebellious sister. It's a touching sisterhood. Don't worry, although there are two Fufu now, White Fufu is still unique. This is my guess. If I guess wrong, I will pester White Fufu during the Chinese New Year and ask her to make a New Year's greeting video for everyone. Digging G's analysis has caused widespread discussion. Therefore, she had guessed correctly many times in a row before, so most players believed her. Double Fufu, double happiness. The reply with the most likes in the comment area was I don't care. Can you copy more Fufu? It would be best to give each player a special Fufu. This wave will probably increase a lot of fans. Digging G happily opened the video website, but surprisingly, her video was not the most popular under the relevant topic. There are still experts. She was a little confused and quickly clicked on the video with the highest number of views. What you don't know about the stars, issue 7, on Bai Fu's uniqueness. The Up who posted the video is called Mao 2, a new Up. When most players were paying attention to Bai Fu, he made a lot of videos introducing other NPCs. As other players in the novice village gradually came into contact with the main tasks of the area, his videos quickly became popular. At this stage, the most popular NPC on Zuyuan Star is undoubtedly Bai Fu, but Mao 2's videos have also made NPCs such as the president of the Truth Society, Su Li, the first person in the dark web, and the warlord Lori have a group of loyal fans. This time, he suddenly changed his track and made a video introducing Bai Fu, which immediately attracted the attention of a large number of players. You really can't say. At first, Digging G was confused why Mao 2's video was more popular than hers, but after watching it, she understood it all at once. This video was not about Bai Fu and Hei Fu, nor about Bai Fu's identity and background, but took a different approach, using Bai Fu's abilities to prove the uniqueness of Bai Fu, an NPC on Zuyuan Star. The core argument of Mao 2 is that in the entire Zuyuan Star, only Bai Fu can make prayer cards. I don't know if this is her innate ability, or she has mastered a unique special profession, but it is true. I won't do an in-depth analysis of what this means. I'm not very good at this, so I won't make a fool of myself. In order to complete this video, I spent 2 weeks conducting research, interviewing a large number of NPCs, and obtained relatively detailed data. After introducing the situation, Mao 2 began to present evidence and play the interview video. First, he visited the libraries of the two settlements and read a lot of information related to psychic power, but none of the information mentioned prayer cards. Then, he interviewed more than 20 NPCs, including Su Li, who has been very popular among the player community recently, but even Su Li had never heard of any psychic prayer master who could make prayer cards in the past. This shows that Bai Fu is unique. At least on Zuyuan Star, no NPC can replace her functionality. In fact, this is not an isolated case. If you want to turn your race into an evolved species, you can only join the True Society and accept the transformation of the laboratory director Ed. This video ends here. In the next issue, we will introduce the True Society boss Mad Dr. Ed, whether it is from the level of care in the production of the video, or from the topic of the video itself. The video of Mao 2 beats other videos released at the same time. Digging G feels that he did not lose unfairly at all. Who wouldn't be confused after watching this video? Talent, or hidden profession? If it's a hidden profession, damn, that's awesome. All the players in the community were excited. If I'm not mistaken, This is the first hidden profession on Zuyuan Star that can be traced, right? A player on Fomrao Star unlocked a hidden profession, and now he has become a guest of honor of the NPC, eating and drinking delicious food every day, so happy. If Baifu's favorability is raised, can I learn this hidden profession? It may not be a hidden profession, maybe it's a talent. The talent is also awesome, prayer card, Can I only buy prayer cards in the Silent Garden in the future? Then how can I play in the arena? I've been almost beaten by the Silent Garden players with prayer cards these days. I'm really convinced. Can Baifu be banned? This is too disruptive to the balance of the game. When Baifu returned to the Research Institute, she found that the players were looking at her with a fiery look as if they were looking at a rare treasure. It seems that the players have imagined a lot in just a few hours. She first praised all the players present loudly, and then distributed the Eye of Heaven medals with golden skins that she had brought in advance to these players. This is the Explorer badge awarded to explorers. May you realize the true meaning of life in silence. The players guarding the Research Institute never thought that they would be treated like this, and they all cheered for a while. Great, I have the special Eye of Heaven medal now. Baifu nodded secretly. Although the skin-changing behavior is lazy, it does not prevent it from being really good. It's a pity. If she can customize the title and give it to the players, the effect will definitely be 10 times better than it is now. Baifu strikes while the iron is hot, and announces her new plan to the players. Open the Defense Research Institute dungeon for a limited time. Of course, she can't tell the players that this is a dungeon. Saying so will reveal that she knows that Above the Stars is just a game. She announced this good news from the perspective of the NPC. In short, the psychic pre-march in the Institute is very important, but it can't be moved now. Considering that the psychic pre-march will continuously attract sandworms, she plans to transform the Institute into a line of defense, let Heifu sit here, and cooperate with the players to clear the incoming sandworms. After announcing the good news, Baifu changed the name of the Research Institute in the Faction Management interface to Special Scenario, defending the pre-march of psychic power. With this change, the name of the Research Institute in the map interface also changed. The players present saw that this was definitely a dungeon. Just now, Mao Mao 2 proved Baifu's uniqueness from the perspective of prayer cards. Now Baifu used the opening of the first dungeon of Zuyuan Star to prove that she is also unique in other aspects. Awesome. The news of the opening of the dungeon quickly swept the entire community, like a flood that destroyed the world. At this time, even the most sluggish players knew what this meant. It meant that before the dungeon was closed, players in the Silent Garden had a fixed upgrade point, and could more easily collect sandworm materials to exchange for money. Upgrade, make money. Baifu solved 2 pain points for Silent Garden players in one go. Shouldn't she erect a cyber merit monument? I unilaterally declare that Baifu has become a saint in my place. If Digging Princess is called Digging Princess because she likes to dig into the plot, then now Baifu has become a popular harvesting princess. Take it, but there are also some negative voices in the heated discussion, mainly because the difference is too big, and those players who can't experience these benefits will inevitably feel a little unbalanced. Strictly investigate Baifu. The platter is gone. Give me a Baifu, and I will forgive you, otherwise we will all explode together. Watering in the community, Baifu spread her hands helplessly. There are gains and losses, and money can't make everyone like it, let alone her. Now this situation can be said to be a good start. She has almost done all the preparation she can do. Whether she can rely on this hand to win the big 3 depends on what kind of plot she presents to the players in the future, and what kind of deeper character setting she will present to the players. Baifu had a headache when she said this. She also wanted to have a main plot like other protagonists that involved 1,000 years of love, hatred for generations, love and hate, youthful passion, or the rise of a country, but she couldn't do it. The planner's way to add drama to her was to improve her strength and modify her positioning, rather than simply and crudely modify her background story and add all kinds of extra interpersonal relationships to her out of thin air. If you want to capture players with a plot, let the players' liking for her change from the pursuit of strength and benefits to change to charm of personality and excellent background story. She still has to rely on her own efforts. How about finding a few NPCs to act out a big show with me? Baifu shook her head. It would be funny if she was exposed. She closed the community. Although she didn't mind if some players hated her, she still had to be on guard. If some players who hated her acted as guides and led the Truth Society or the Pre-March, it would be troublesome. Recently, the Truth Society and the Pre-March have encountered big troubles. Many bases of the True Society were bombed and their power shrank. The Pre-March was attacked by the True Society and by Fu successively and lost a lot of research data. That is to say, the Railway Guild has not yet revealed the news that the Pre-March secretly created artificial humans. Otherwise the Pre-March would become a rat crossing the street like the True Society. But no matter how desperate the True Society and the Primarchs were, Bai Fu would not underestimate them. Even if they could not spare the time to cause trouble for the Silent Court, they could hire assassins or wanderers from the dark web, or warlords in the wilderness to deal with the Silent Court. We must be prepared. Leaving Hei Fu to guard the Research Institute, Bai Fu quickly returned to Shelter 11. She posted a large number of Dark Moon Eyes around the shelter, and then secretly posted some Dark Moon Eyes prayer cards in Shelter 5, while she went to Shelter 5 to discuss selling clothes to players with Gao Yuan. This way, we can prevent any accidents in Shelter 11 to the greatest extent possible. After finishing all this, Bai Fu temporarily moved Anya and Anya's mysterious shop to the vicinity of the Research Institute. The Research Institute has become a copy, and a large number of players have rushed there after receiving the news. The profit from continuing to sell prayer cards in Shelter 11 will definitely be far less than selling them at the entrance of the Research Institute. However, Bai Fu also opened a new store in Shelter 11, and the salesperson in the store is an NPC she rescued from the Black Hawk base before. Seeing that everything was on the right track, Bai Fu began to plan to gain experience and level up. At this stage, she has two fixed sources of experience. The first source is Hei Fu helping her make prayer cards, which can earn her more than 30,000 experience points every day. The second source is the sandworms that Hei Fu occasionally helps players kill. This source of experience is not very stable, but on average, she can earn 10,000 experience points every day. In this way, one Hei Fu can help her earn 40,000 experience points every day. If there are 10 Hei Fus, good guy, she can directly add a nickname of a plantation farmer. No, in fact, now she can also enjoy this nickname alone, and a kind of player is not a kind of player. More than 40,000 a day, it will take 2 months to accumulate enough experience to unlock a high-level profession, which is too slow. Bai Fu decided to take the initiative. She set her sights on the dark web tasks and some wild bosses in the Goli Desert. But just as she was about to take action, an unexpected incident broke her plan. A group of players doing commission tasks in the desert were attacked by strangers. Most of the players were killed, and some were captured alive, including the famous war maniac Black Tiger Afu in the Silent Garden. Bai Fu had a question mark on her head. She had cleared out all the wanderer camps of a certain size in the entire Goli Desert. After receiving the news, the smaller wanderer camps ran away faster than the other. It can be said that the Goli Desert is now the back garden of the Silent Courtyard. Who is so brave as to run to the Goli Desert to beat up the players of the Silent Courtyard? Bai Fu took action immediately. This was another great opportunity to improve the players' favorability. How could she miss it? Take me to see it. Under the guidance of the players, Bai Fu went straight to the battle scene. When she arrived, the group had already left, but this did not bother her at all. The group had captured several players. The players were not fools. When they were first captured, they opened the real-time location sharing in the faction channel. With the help of this real-time location, Bai Fu easily found the perpetrator. It was on a small sand dune more than 10 kilometers away from the spawning box she had found before. The moon was high in the sky, and a group of people in white robes formed a circle. In the center of the circle was a tied-up player. They seemed to be performing a ritual, and the sacrifice of this ritual was the player they had captured. Use the blood of these demons to commemorate the dead prophet. One of the tall white-robed men loudly commanded the other white-robed men. The player surrounded in the middle cursed, "You will die a miserable death. It's all your fault. My commission failed. I hack you. Just wait, I be back. Fu Fu save me." Bai Fu, who was watching from a distance, twitched her lips. Yes, I'm here to save you. Chapter 104. Fried Fish with Essence is very depressed now. 2 days ago, a new commission with a very high reward appeared in the commission column of shelter number 11. He excitedly accepted the task, and excitedly followed the large group to do the task. They spent a day and a half hunting a group of special sandworms in the desert. Just when they successfully surrounded the sandworm leader, a group of people in white robes suddenly appeared in the desert. He kindly reminded those white-robed people to stay away, to avoid being harmed by the sandworms. Those white-robed people refused and instead said they would help them hunt the sandworms together. NPCs came in and offered to help. Isn't this a blessing from heaven? Fragrant Fried Fish was overjoyed, thinking that this mission was a sure thing. But what he didn't expect was that the white-robed men suddenly went crazy while fighting, shouting devil, test, revenge, and knocking them all to the ground. Their aggressive appearance was even more terrifying than the protagonists of the hot-blooded comics. Ah, Mir! Fragrant Fried Fish was stunned. When he came to his senses, most of the players, who were acting with him, had already been sent away, and he and several other players were tied up in a posture more shameful than the tortoiseshell bondage. What awaited them next was naturally the 2 or 3 things that the torturer and the captive had to say. A man of insight is a hero. Can't you pry open your mouths with this method? As a player, Fried Fish with Spice was not afraid of the threats of these NPCs at all. The only thing that made him feel uncomfortable was the fact that he was arrested. I am dying because I can't play the game normally. Humma! Save me, brothers, save me! Fried Fish with Spice kept asking for help in the faction channel. To be honest, he didn't expect any players to come to save him. He was just very depressed and simply wanted to vent. However, the development of things was completely beyond his expectations. After he shouted for several minutes, an unexpected message appeared in the faction channel. Don't worry, the captured brothers, Foo is on the way to rescue you. Just hold on a little longer. What the hell? Fragrant Fried Fish was shocked, and so were the other players. Fu personally came to rescue people. What a divine treatment. Haha, you're going to be finished soon. Fragrant Fried Fish laughed and shouted at the group of white-robed people in front of him. This caused the white-robed man in the lead to frown. He was now 100% sure that the people they had captured were the legendary demons. After all, they could be resurrected, were mentally ill, and kept chanting incomprehensible spells like "What can I do with you? Damn you, and I hate your mother," when they were tortured. The demons suddenly laughed, so be careful. You seem to be in a good mood. Do you have any special tricks that you haven't used yet? No special tricks, but my boss is coming soon. Boss, who is your boss? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Fried Fish. Since you asked sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you that my boss is the Lord of the Court of Silence, the Queen of the Dark Realm, the nemesis of the Society of Truth, the protagonist of this version, the first jailer of the stars, and the only true god of Zuyuan Star, Fu. How about it? Are you scared? But it's useless, everything is too late. As Fried Fish expected, after listening to his long introduction, all the white-robed people were shocked. They all said, "Who is Fu? Have you heard of this name?" "No." "What about you?" "No." The leading white-robed man said, "No matter who your boss is, you are all dead today." Since he couldn't get any useful information from the torture, he began to call on others to perform blood sacrifice on the players. Fragrant Fish Frying was anxious. After they were killed, these white-robed people would definitely leave here. Without their location, where would Fu go to find these white-robed people? If Fu couldn't find these white-robed people, how could he vent his anger for being caught? We must find a way to hold back these white-robed people, he sneered. I thought you were very knowledgeable, but it turns out that you are all frogs in the well, and you haven't even heard of Fu. The white-robed person in the lead waved his hand, signaling the other white-robed people not to take action yet. What is the Court of Silence? The Court of Silence is the camp we are in. Fragrant Fried Fish raised his head, with a proud look in his eyes. The camp of the devil? The white-robed person in the lead nodded slightly. What does the first jailer of the stars mean? Ah, this? Now, let alone Fried Fish with Spice, all the other players around were also confused. Although Fu does have such a nickname, why did you say it out loud? Now that people ask about it, how are you going to explain it? Fried Fish with Spice was sweating profusely, and wanted to slap himself. You mean the jailer? The jailer is the jailer. Yes, the jailer is what we will encounter, but what is the jailer? It's just that it's a very common one, but the first jailer is different. This is a supreme compliment. Fried Fish with Spice said a lot of repetitive words, but the white-robed leader became excited. This was a reaction he had never seen in these demons before. Jailer, right? He speculated that this was probably a high-ranking position of the demon. Go on, why don't you continue talking? Fried Fish with Spice was stared at so hard that his scalp was numb. In order to delay time, he could only continue to stammer. Actually, this title has just appeared in the past few days. In the vote of more than 100,000 people, Fu got 61.2% of the votes, so... First, well, that's how first came about. The white-robed leader's heart sank. There were more than 100,000 people who participated in the vote, so how many demons were there in total? Fu was recognized by 61.2% of the demons, so her status and strength must be very terrifying. No wonder the demon was so arrogant just now. He had the capital to be arrogant. What is the evaluation standard for the first jailer? This? Don't tell me. If you don't tell me, I sacrifice you. Fragrant fried fish could only bite the bullet and continue to talk. There is actually no fixed standard for this. Everyone has their own opinions. In my opinion, this should be evaluated from 3 perspectives, the first of which is the outline. He deliberately spoke very slowly, and the white-robed man who was listening intently suddenly became angry. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. You are just stalling for time, right? Use the blood of these demons to commemorate the dead prophet. Fragrant fried fish panicked. What could he say? Could he really explain to these NPCs in detail what kind of jailer is a good jailer? This is a dead end. If he doesn't say it, he will die. If he says it, he will die. What a sin! He was so anxious that he almost fainted. At this time, other players also started to curse. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, he suddenly received a private message. Don't be afraid, brother, Fu is coming. Fragrant fried fish was stunned for several seconds before reacting. Don't panic, Fu is coming, he can't run away. Hearing this, more than 20 white-robed people turned their heads subconsciously, and then, they saw a group of people appearing on the sand dunes in the distance. Priest, what should we do now? Pratt, run or fight? The white-robed priest called Pratt said nothing. He saw Bai Fu from a distance. Although they had not fought yet, his innate strong perception ability had already made him feel a chill that went straight through his tailbone. Extremely dangerous. They are here to look for the holy relics. Now is not the time to fight the demon world's #1 jailer, who controls the little demon. Retreat. Then these demons. Kill. No, run. Pratt's face suddenly changed. He quickly put his hands together and propped up a huge translucent barrier in front of him. The moment the barrier opened, 2 small white figures emerged from the sand and exploded. It's Xiao Bai Fu. With Bai Fu's current inspiration of 105, the basic damage caused by the explosion of a small Xiao Bai Fu is 207 points. The lethality caused by the simultaneous explosion of 2 small Xiao Bai Fu is very exaggerated. The explosion caused a rain of sand all over the sky, and the barrier Pratt summoned was shattered into pieces. Under the huge impact, he flew backwards more than 10 meters. However, his efforts were effective. The barrier blocked most of the impact of the explosion and successfully protected the other white-robed people. At this time, these white-robed people were no longer in the mood to deal with the fragrant fried fish and others. They helped Pratt up and started to run away. Want to escape? Bai Fu snorted lightly. She brought the players here, on the one hand, to brush up the players' favorability, and on the other hand, to find out the origins of these people and why they attacked the players, so as to prevent the Silent Court from being attacked on a larger scale in the future, so she would definitely not let these people escape. You go and rescue those tied-up undeads, I chased them. Bai Fu left the players behind, and rushed out like a rocket with her enthusiasm and overflowing colors. She was not sure if those people were deliberately running away to lure her into a trap, but it didn't matter, she still had a killer move. When she just set out, she gave Hei Fu a new order to surround her from another direction. Attack from both sides. No matter how many calculations these white-robed people had, it would be useless. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks would only become a boring joke in the end. Pratt's heart sank even more. He almost used all his strength, but he still couldn't shake off the woman behind him. If this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. He could only take a gamble. Change direction. Let's go to where there are more sandworms. They had more people on their side, so even if they were attacked by sandworms, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. The woman who was chasing them was alone, and after being entangled by the sandworms, she might not have the energy to chase them again. Pratt led a group of white-robed people, and rushed into the restless sandworm group. He rushed left and right, and narrowly avoided more than a dozen rounds of attacks from the sandworms. Is she successful in getting rid of her now? He turned his head subconsciously, but after seeing the situation behind him, his pupils shrank suddenly. That woman is still chasing them, damn it. Not only that, she is getting closer and closer. Isn't she afraid of those sandworms? Pratt looked carefully and saw that Bai Fu had no intention of taking a detour when facing the sandworm attack. Did she use the 88 points of physical fitness to take a detour? What a bullshit sandworm. If the streamer is cooled down, use the streamer's force displacement to rush over. If the streamer is not cooled down, just hit it directly. I don't care if you are a soldier, an elite monster, or a wild boss, I will knock you away if you come. Pratt was very anxious after being hit by Bai Fu. What kind of monster is this? It is so terrifying. Priest, it's bad. Just when he was anxious, his companion's voice rang in his ears. What's the matter? He looked in the direction of the voice, and then he froze in place. In front of him was a huge pit, and the pit was full of sandworms, piled up together, making people's scalps numb. But this was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that there was a person standing next to the sand pit, a woman with black hair, but her appearance was exactly the same as the woman chasing behind. Trapped in the sandworm nest, and surrounded from front and back, they had no way to escape. Is this also a test from God? Pratt closed his eyes in some pain. It seems that we can only fight her. Hey Fu, go! Bai Fu gave Hey Fu an order. After receiving the order, Hey Fu flashed directly in front of Pratt, and came up with a little Bai Fu to cover her face, exchanging injuries for injuries, and the nature of a berserker was brought to the extreme by her. Pratt was not fighting alone, but facing Hey Fu's unreasonable fighting style, he could not play the advantage of having more people. Let others fight, anyway. I, Hey Fu, can open the shield and then stare at you. Level, attributes, health, blue bar length. Hey Fu has the upper hand in almost all aspects. The only thing she is not as good as Pratt is that her skills are not as rich as Pratt's. As a psychic, Pratt is superb in both psychic defense and mental attack. However, mental attack, Hey Fu has no brains at all. Just attack, you will be exhausted sooner or later. Pratt had no idea. He concentrated all his energy to hit Hey Fu hard first, and then turned back to deal with Bai Fu. As a result, all his mental attacks were like a stone sinking into the sea without causing any waves. In the end, he really fell into weakness because of the consumption of a lot of mental energy. Pratt and the white-robed people were beaten to despair. They had never encountered such a strange opponent. All the moves were useless. What should they do? Hey Fu suddenly played a battle etiquette to control Pratt. While Pratt was shocked, the 3-second cooldown of the alien erosion passed. Boom! The violent explosion knocked Pratt to the ground, and scared the sandworms in the giant pit to run around. Pratt's health dropped a lot. He struggled to get up from the ground, his face as pale as paper. The fire of hope will not go out. Even if you kill me here today, one day a hero who inherits the fire of hope will stand up and purify all the filth in this world, and let Zuyuanxing return to its original appearance. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. No, why does the villain's line sound so righteous? She threw a clairvoyance at Pratt. Pratt's level was not high, only 31, not as good as the sandworm boss she asked Hey Fu to kill. But Pratt had a super rare talent. Strong luck. Isn't this the same as Xia Shi? So far, Bai Fu has only seen this talent in Xia Shi and Pratt. If Xia Shi is the protagonist, then Pratt is also the protagonist of a main line of Zuyuan Star? Bai Fu's eyes narrowed. She had already mastered the main plot of the Goli Desert area. If she could master the main plot involving Pratt, she would not have to worry about having no place to gain experience before leaving Zuyuan Star. While she was thinking about countermeasures, a white-robed man, who was blown away by the explosion of the alien dimension, climbed up from the ground in surprise and joy. He pointed at the huge pit that Bai Fu called the monster box and shouted, "Holy relic, priest, it is the legendary holy relic." Chapter 105. A cry of surprise disrupted the situation. Pratt had been prepared to die, but after hearing the keyword, holy relic, he ignored Hey Fu, who was right beside him, and struggled to crawl to the side of the giant pit. The explosion caused by the alien erosion made the sandworms in the giant pit completely chaotic. They ran around in panic, revealing an area that was originally flooded by sandworms. The area was full of gray-brown mucus that slid from the sandworms, which looked extremely disgusting, but there was something particularly conspicuous in the mucus. A piece of black fragment? Bai Fu saw everything in the giant pit through Hey Fu's perspective. She cast a clairvoyance skill over, and the skill was judged to be successful. An item introduction interface popped up in front of her. Obsidian fragment. Quality: red. Item description: obsidian fragment, extremely rare psychic item, unknown purpose. Note: after the catastrophe, the obsidian studied by the Psychic Research Institute No. 2 branch was broken into 3 pieces, and this is one of them. Bai Fu's eyes lit up after reading the instructions. After finding the negative second floor of the Psychic Research Institute, she triggered a hidden mission to find obsidian. The mission rewards were very rich, but since the mission did not have any extra hints, she had no idea where to start to complete the mission. What she didn't expect was that she could find obsidian fragments while chasing Pratt. Pratt has a talent for strong luck, and she has a talent for luck. Strong luck plus luck, this wave is a combination of strengths to make money. I didn't expect the quality of obsidian is red. The game divides the quality of props into 7 levels, namely gray, white, blue, purple, orange, red, and color. The higher the prop's quality, the rarer it is in the same level. Although the rarity is not completely linked to the strength, Bai Fu still looked forward to it after seeing that the quality of obsidian is red. A piece of obsidian fragment can attract a large number of sandworms and promote the evolution of sandworms in a short period of time. So what kind of power should the complete obsidian contain? She began to understand why the Psychic Diffusion Committee had set up a separate research institute to study obsidian. Bai Fu's eyes fell on the back of the ecstatic Pratt. Pratt and his group knew obsidian, and they might know the location of the remaining 2 fragments of obsidian. Even if we can't get a new main task from Pratt, as long as we can figure out the location of the obsidian fragments, this operation will be a win-win. Bai Fu was in a good mood. It is said that girls who love to laugh will have good luck. In the future, should we imitate the Uchiha 4 laughing heroes and laugh more happily? Her smile successfully infected the white-robed people around her, and Pratt and others, who were still excited just now, all froze. Damn! Finding the legendary holy relic is certainly a happy thing, but there are 2 women who are as strong as ghosts around them. If the holy relic is taken away, Pratt's heart sank directly to the bottom of the sea. Who are you? The data detected by the spiritual vision did not show Pratt's camp, so Bai Fu could only investigate on her own. Pratt did not reply, and a white-robed man next to him gritted his teeth. Priest, let's fight them. Although they are very powerful, if we all fight them together, they may not be able to kill us all. The other white-robed men nodded repeatedly. As long as one person survives and brings back the holy relic, the others will not have died in vain. Pratt's face turned extremely ugly. If he really bet on everyone's lives without reservation, then this plan might really succeed, but this was not what he wanted to see. If he hadn't found the holy relic, he would have died. Now that he had successfully found the holy relic, how could he die so easily? After struggling for a full 10 seconds, Pratt did something that no one expected. He slid to his knees at the speed of light. I was wrong. I thought you were the legendary demons, so I attacked you. Fortunately, you can be resurrected, so I didn't make an unforgivable mistake. But I also know that even if you can be resurrected, it is still a mistake. Pratt, what are you doing? Pratt's behavior directly made the white-robed man's face black as ink. Pratt acted as if he didn't hear his words. I am willing to accept all punishments, but I have a request. I hope to accept the punishment after sending the holy relic back to the camp. Please, the people in the camp are still waiting for me to bring the holy relic back to save them. His eyes were sincere, his feelings were earnest, and his voice was full of pleading. The white-robed man who had just scolded him sighed, and immediately understood that he wanted to use this method of abandoning dignity to ensure that the holy relic could be safely sent back to the camp. The other white-robed men also took back what they wanted to say and turned to learn from Pratt. They all took the responsibility on themselves. The people in the camp have contracted a strange disease, and only the legendary holy relic can save them. Bai Fu pinched her chin lightly. No new task was triggered. Was the way it was unfolded wrong? Wait, it might be because of the favorability. The triggering conditions of some tasks are linked to the favorability. She asked Hei Fu to beat Pratt half to death, and maybe that was why the task was not triggered. She used her clairvoyance on everyone around her, and the result was unexpected. Everyone's favorability towards her was negative, but it remained at a relatively constant value. Only Pratt's data fluctuated. -41, -47, -52. As time went by, the value got lower and lower. Bai Fu remained calm and decided to test it. She deliberately said, "Interesting, I need to investigate first. If what you said is true, I can allow you to take this holy relic back to the camp first, but if what you said is false, don't blame me for killing you." It was not difficult for her to investigate the true identity of Pratt and others. She first thought of Dallas Makarov, the dark web contact who had been lobbying for the Railway Guild. Bai Fu asked Hei Fu to call the players over and escort Pratt and others to the research institute first. She was not in a hurry to take away the obsidian fragment. Once the fragment was taken away, the monster spawning box would be ineffective. It would be better to keep it working for a while longer. "Ms. Inu, what do you want to see me for so late?" Dallas' voice was full of energy in the terminal. Bai Fu said, "Help me check a few people." She sent the photos of Pratt and others. The efficiency of the dark web was terrifying. Dallas collected intelligence in just 20 minutes. Pratt, a priest of the extreme religious group Holy Spirit Church, 31 years old, gentle and responsible, highly respected in the Holy Spirit Church, took over his father's position 2 years ago and officially became the new priest of the Holy Spirit Church. The Holy Spirit Church is an extreme religious group located west of the Goli Desert and south of the Old Republic. It was established after the World War. It is rumored that it received funding from the Old Republic during its development. Their people rarely communicate with the outside world. According to the killer, who had contact with the Holy Spirit Church several years ago, a mysterious disease seemed to be spreading in the area where the Holy Spirit Church was located. Fu flipped through the information. It seemed that the news revealed by Pratt was true, but this did not mean that Pratt did not lie. After being plotted against by the pre-March ones, her vigilance was greatly increased. No matter how wonderful the other party's words were, if there was a problem with the favorability value, then there must be a problem. After Fu returned to the research institute, Pratt immediately found her and said that he wanted to contact the camp to report safety. Whatever you want. Pratt did not dare to delay after getting permission and quickly contacted the Holy Spirit Church. Because he was afraid that Fu would be suspicious, he deliberately chose to contact in a place where there were more players. We have found the holy relic, thanks to Fu. You may not have heard of her name, but she is not an ordinary person. Not only is she top-notch, but her status is also extraordinary. In that organization, although she is not the leader who has the final say, she is also a core member recognized and respected by most people in many aspects. Don't worry, she is a reasonable person. I will bring the holy relic back as soon as possible. Pratt ended the call, looked back at the players, and Fu standing nearby, and squeezed out a little kind smile. His words caused quite a stir in the player community. Did Pratt reveal some of Fufu's identity information just now? He said he didn't know Fufu. This guy is really playing dumb. The player would never have thought that this was actually export to domestic sales. Pratt didn't understand and really thought that the first jailer mentioned by the fried fish was a noble title. So he said that Fu was a core member respected by most people in many aspects. The player didn't know that Pratt's understanding was wrong and thought that Pratt knew some inside information. This double misunderstanding created an extremely interesting scene. Advanced NPC certification. Fufu's true identity is unexpected. Many players began to speculate what Fu's background was like through Pratt's lines, which inexplicably increased Fu's popularity. You are really good at imagination. Fu's mouth twitched. She secretly posted a lot of dark moon eyes around the research institute. When it was midnight, Fu, who had been staring at the picture sent back by the dark moon eyes after receiving the order, called Fu up. Fu looked closely and found that Pratt had left the research institute on foot. He did not run too far, but hid behind a sand dune that the research institute could not see. However, he would never have thought that there was also a dark moon eye buried under the sand dune. I have gained Fu's trust, but this is only temporary. Sooner or later, she will realize that I will not go back to be punished. The holy relic can only be in our hands. In order to solve this disaster once and for all, you should contact the Old Republic as soon as possible. I will find a way to lead her to the camp and let the people of the Old Republic send him off. That's all I have to say. If I leave for too long, it may arouse suspicion. I'm going to hang up first. In the cold wind, Pratt slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He had said what he needed to say. Even if he was caught, he had a reason to say that he went to the toilet. Anyway, it was not a big deal if he was not caught red-handed. He was in a very good mood. Fu would never have thought that he was hiding murderous intentions. This was the benefit of excellent acting skills. Fu's eyes flashed. No one stipulated that the protagonist must be a good person. She is now the protagonist of the area and is called the Cyber Bodhisattva by players, but no one really thinks that she will treat players with a Bodhisattva heart, right? It would be better to say that Pratt is not a serious person, which suits her. In this way, she does not have to have any psychological burden to steal Pratt's main mission. I think we should have a good talk. I am very interested in your identity. When Pratt walked out from behind the sand dunes with a smile, Fu suddenly appeared and pointed a gun at Pratt's forehead. Chapter 106. The muzzle of a gun suddenly stretched out from the shadows, almost scared Pratt, who was so proud just now. Fortunately, he is an old actor, and his acting skills are no worse than those of the new star Fu in the stars, and even better than Fu in some aspects. Therefore, except for the initial pupil vibration, he did not show any abnormality. He never dreamed that Fu would appear here. Before sneaking out, he made sure that Fu was sleeping and Fu was fiddling with the cards, otherwise he would not dare to mess around. Could it be that it was all an act, and Fu had long suspected him, and secretly followed him after seeing him leave? Pratt shook his head secretly. No, it was impossible no matter how he thought about it. After arriving here, he deliberately used his mental power to explore for a long time, and confirmed that there was nothing unusual before contacting the people in the camp. From this point of view, even if Fu overheard his words, at most she only heard the latter part. It is very likely that Fu did not hear a word at all, and just wanted to put pressure on him and then trick him into talking. Thinking of this, Pratt slowly calmed down. Ting, Ting Lord, please let me call you that for now. I don't quite understand the current situation. Bai Fu said, you don't need to understand too much. Just tell me what you want to do with the obsidian fragments, that is, the holy relics you mentioned. Pratt looked anxious. Are you doubting me? I've said before that the holy relics are used to save the patients in the camp. If you don't believe it, you can go and investigate. If you still don't believe it, you can follow us back to the camp and see how we use the holy relics. If you find any problem with you can kill me immediately. Bai Fu smiled. I don't want to hear this kind of talk, but what do you want to do with the obsidian fragments? Pratt's heartbeat slowed down. How could he say such a thing? If he really said it, Bai Fu wouldn't even have to do it herself. The people in the camp would tear him apart. He could only continue to argue. I took the holy relic to save the patients in the camp. There is no need for us to continue arguing here. If you don't want to help us, either let us go or kill us directly. As he spoke, he showed a look of being ready to die. Bai Fu didn't care about Pratt's attitude. She directly opened her personal terminal and contacted Dallas in front of Pratt. Help me check Pratt's personal relationship with the Old Republic, the sooner the better. If you can't find it, please help me issue a bounty. The amount? Let's set it at 500,000 first. I can still afford this money. If 500,000 is not enough, increase it to 1 million. The person who completes this bounty will also receive my friendship. Dallas smiled and replied, as an S-level killer and the new queen of the dark world, your friendship alone is worth more than 500,000. If it weren't for the family's rule that family members cannot accept commissions on the dark web, I would have wanted to do this task you posted in person. You can talk. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly, and when she looked up, she found that Pratt's face had changed. Dallas Makarov? Do you know him? I've heard of him. Pratt had contacted the dark web several times before. Although he could not contact people of Dallas level with his identity, he had heard a lot about how powerful Dallas was. Dallas was the chief external liaison of the dark web, the real power of the Makarov family, and a well-known smiling tiger. His own strength was not necessarily worse than some S-level killers, but when facing Bai Fu, his attitude was calm as if he had met an old friend. No, this was no longer the attitude of treating an old friend. When facing Bai Fu, he even deliberately lowered his posture. Bai Fu's terror was probably beyond his imagination to make Dallas lower his posture. Pratt's heart began to sink. He had never heard of the name Bai Fu, and he didn't know whether his level was not high enough or Bai Fu had appeared in the past few months when he was hiding in the camp without going out. Whether it was, the current situation was very unfavorable to him. Seeing that Pratt didn't say anything, Bai Fu called Su Li's number again. She got straight to the point. Do you have an intelligence network in the Old Republic? Bai Fu? Su Li was stunned when she received the news, and then she laughed out loud in a very unpresentable way. After not seeing each other for many days, she had no grudge against Bai Fu at all, except that Bai Fu was not in front of her. Otherwise she would definitely throw Bai Fu to the ground and give her a few mouthfuls. Before attacking the Marine Life Research Institute, she worked hard for several years to become a backbone of the Railway Guild's intelligence department from a small fry. After this mission, she relied on the method of recruiting the undead that she stole from Bai Fu, and in just half a month, she became the deputy director of the new department specializing in managing the undead. In terms of rank, she was half a level higher than her previous direct superior. I fainted from pleasure. When are you free to come to the Railway Guild? I treat you to some fun. What a scheming woman. Bai Fu rolled her eyes. Let's talk business first. Of course there are. Except for the True Society whose headquarters cannot be found. Which of the other 4 major forces has not planted spies in each other? What do you want me to help you find? I can find someone to help you find small things. But if it is very important information, I can only go to my old boss, Minister Zhou Hailong, to apply. But don't worry, the people above value you very much now. It shouldn't be a big deal. I just want to check if Pratt of the Holy Spirit Church has any collusion with the Old Republic. Su Li was slightly stunned. I can make the decision on this. What's the matter? Did the Holy Spirit Church provoke you? If you want to deal with them, just tell me. I know a lot of people who are presentable, and those who are not presentable. It's more than enough to deal with a Holy Spirit Church. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can find your little fanboy, the insect father Ferreira. He will definitely destroy all the evidence if he takes action. Bai Fu, The intelligence guys are really evil. There are few decent ones. After hearing Su Li's words, Pratt was numb. Although he had never heard of Su Li, he had heard of Zhou Hailong, the head of the intelligence department of the Railway Guild, and one of the 4 heroes of the Railway Guild. The world is very chaotic these days, so the status of intelligence personnel is much higher than before the war. Bai Fu not only knows Dallas, but also Zhou Hailong. Damn it, Pratt just wants to slap himself twice now. It turns out that every word said by the man he arrested is true. This is indeed not someone he can provoke, let alone provoke. He will explode if he looks at him again. How did he meet Bai Fu? The only way now is to delay, just delay. Bai Fu smiled at Pratt. It doesn't matter if you want to hide it. With the intelligence capabilities of the dark web and the railway guild, I think I will find out the information I want sooner or later. Pratt had no choice but to keep repeating that he had no selfish motives and was misunderstood. Just as he was talking nonsense, his personal terminal suddenly rang, and the person who contacted him was the person he had just contacted. Oh no, this person is not here to confirm the situation again. If Bai Fu hears his plan with her own ears, then... Pratt's face changed. Answer. Bai Fu only uttered one word slowly. Pratt could only bite the bullet and press the answer button. What's the matter? The person on the other end of the terminal was obviously panicked. It's Major Declan of the Old Republic. I just contacted the Old Republic. Major Declan said he wanted to talk to you, so I transferred the call to you. Pratt looked at his personal terminal, and then at Bai Fu next to him. He was actually relieved when he heard that it was someone from the Old Republic, and he was even secretly happy. Bai Fu was very powerful and had a high status, but no matter how powerful or high she was, she could not compare to the Old Republic. As long as the Old Republic helped him say a word, he would have successfully survived this crisis today. Major Declan, it's me, Pratt, you're looking for me. Pratt didn't have time to finish his words, because a furious roar suddenly came from the terminal. Issue. This shout stunned Pratt. What do you mean by you? Have you messed up your brain after staying in that garbage dump for too long? It's fine if you provoke Bai Fu yourself, but you actually expect me to help you kill Bai Fu. If Pratt stood in front of him now, Declan would break Pratt's nose. Now, who doesn't know that Bai Fu is a deadly star who can't be provoked? The True Society caused trouble for Bai Fu, and the Bagros base and the Black Hawk base were lost. The Pre-March caused trouble for Bai Fu, and was slapped back. In the following months, he was beaten twice by the True Society, and a group of unknown people destroyed the Marine Biology Research Institute. The Wanderers in the Goli Desert caused trouble for Bai Fu, and the Wanderer camps in the Goli Desert were all gone. Of course, this does not mean that even the big forces dare not provoke Bai Fu. The reason why the big forces can gain a foothold in the scorched earth after the war is not only because they have mastered technology, but also because they have some top-level strongmen who are many times stronger than ordinary S-level killers. The key to the problem is that the True Society is jumping around. The Pre-March has also had a lot of problems, and the undead have appeared in large numbers. All the major forces are in a state of high tension, and have no energy to deal with Bai Fu. If you want to deal with Bai Fu, you either have to send top experts or a large group of people. Otherwise, Bai Fu can run away even if you can't beat her. Once Bai Fu runs away, you have to be on guard against Bai Fu coming back to assassinate you day and night. This level of assassin cannot defeat a major force head-on, but the elusive assassination is enough to give a major force a headache. Declan didn't think this through at first. He asked his superiors with the idea of giving it a try, but he was scolded by them. He was a major after all, so he couldn't stand it. He took it out on Pratt. Use your brain before you do anything. Although the price you offer is high, it's not clear whether it can be realized. If you really get into trouble, I won't bother to care about you. Declan hung up angrily. Pratt collapsed after being scolded. Now, Bai Fu knew that he wanted to kill her, and Declan's words also revealed that he didn't want to offend Bai Fu for him, so he was directly isolated and helpless. He raised his head, not wanting to continue acting, and looked miserable. I tell you now. In this situation, how could he dare to hide anything? Pratt talked about the past of the Holy Spirit Church. The Holy Spirit Church was established after the Great Disaster in the Goli Desert. At first, it was just a camp built by some survivors. But one day, a man with scars all over his body walked out of the desert and fell at the door of the camp. The people in the camp rescued the man and took good care of him for a month. Although the man woke up, his physical condition was getting worse and worse. Before he died, the man revealed very important information. He told the people in the camp that the catastrophe in the Goli Desert originated from a research institute in the Goli area. The institute was studying a power that could not be fully controlled. As expected, the power went out of control, the experimental subjects ran away, the laboratory was destroyed, and the researchers either died or mutated. The power overflowing from the laboratory led to the catastrophe in the Goli area. That is the power of the devil, That is the punishment from the devil. Everyone will die, not just me, but also thousands of people who come after me. All those who try to control that power will eventually become captives of that power. Their vitality will become very strong, and they may even become immortal, but they are no longer themselves. The man screamed and finally fell down powerlessly. What he said made the people in the camp furious. Most of the people in the camp lived in the Goli area, and a few lived near the Goli area. Knowing that their homes were destroyed because of the research institute, how could they not be angry? The Holy Spirit Church was born, with the purpose of revenge on the group of people behind the establishment of the research institute for their own interests, and returning the world to its original appearance. The reason why I regard the undead as demons is because their characteristic of not dying is exactly the same as what that man said. Pratt interrupted temporarily, and continued to explain the situation. Hatred made the members of the Holy Spirit Church very extreme, but this extreme did not last long. After the death of those people who remembered things before the catastrophe, the Holy Spirit Church was not so extreme. Especially after Pratt's father became a priest, the situation was even more different. Compared with revenge and returning the world to its origin, Pratt's father prefers to make money. After being extreme for a long time, he didn't get any useful results. It would be better to make more money by using the name of a priest. Pratt also likes to make money, but unlike his father, he has greater ambitions. The man was found by his great-grandfather at the beginning. When his great-grandfather was taking care of the man, he accidentally heard more secrets. For example, the mastermind behind the scenes was actually several major countries before the war. For example, there was a strange fragment in the man's body. The people of the Holy Spirit Church said that the fragment was a holy relic. It was the holy relic that protected the man from walking out of the Goli Desert and coming to the camp, but only his great-grandfather knew that the fragment was actually what the Institute was studying. Pratt was unwilling to be a priest in a small camp. He longed for a wider world. After hearing these secrets from his father, his mind became active. He played the role of a good man to win the favor of most people in the camp, and secretly contacted the Old Republic that had funded the Holy Spirit Church, hoping to use the secrets of the Holy Spirit Church in exchange for a bright future. But in the process of contacting the Old Republic, he deliberately kept a hand, and did not say that he actually had a holy relic in his hand. I want to use the Old Republic. After collecting all the holy relics, I will fuse their power. Aren't you afraid of losing control? Pratt shook his head. I have investigated carefully. This research is far from as simple as that man said. Although there are big problems with this laboratory in the Goli area, there seem to be many successful cases in laboratories in other regions. Bai Fu understood that Pratt wanted to take a big gamble. Once he won the gamble and successfully absorbed the power of the obsidian, he could directly stand on the top of Zuyuan Star. By then, he could become the mastermind behind the establishment of the laboratory by Qingxuan with invincible power, as he imagined, and become the savior of this world from an extreme religious priest. In order to achieve this goal, he would do anything. Anyway, as long as he really became the savior, someone would stand up and cleanse all his sins for him. What a good idea. Bai Fu estimated that the original ending of the main line of Pratt was that the player found out that Pratt was a black after helping Pratt a lot, and then fought Pratt, the world boss, who was originally the protagonist. You have a piece of obsidian in your hand, and I have a piece of obsidian in my hand. Do you have any clues about the remaining piece? Bai Fu asked. Pratt nodded. I spent a long time investigating, and finally got some clues. With his explanation, Bai Fu finally triggered a new main quest, the Savior. This main quest is different from the regional main quest, the Watcher's Elegy. It is a big main quest involving the entire Zuyuan Star. 1. Old Hatred. The Old Republic was born out of the great power that dominated psychic research before the war. Here you may find the complete list of the Psychic Diffusion Committee. 2. Experimental subjects. It is said that the Truth Society has absorbed some of the experimental subjects produced by the Psychic Research Institute. Find out the situation. 3. Dust-covered secrets. After investigation, Pratt found the location of the Psychic Research Institute branch number 3. The address is, but that place is now controlled by the Pre-March. Find a way to enter the Institute to explore the secrets. 4. The last piece of obsidian fragment. This task has been merged with the mystery of obsidian. Note 1. This task is a serial task. After completing any link, it will be automatically settled and trigger subsequent tasks. Note 2. This task is a hidden main task. As a special client, you can recruit more players to participate in the task. Bai Fu roughly looked at the task rewards of these 4 branches. Most of the rewards are hidden. You have to look at the evaluation at the end of the task to know what the specific rewards will be, but the basic experience rewards of the 4 branches are very rich. The experience reward for branch 1 is 500,000, and branch 4 is 700,000, the same as the Obsidian Mystery. If she gets all the experience rewards from these 4 branches, she will be able to unlock the advanced profession. When the time comes, she can ascend to the peak of Zuyuan Star by completing the regional main line of the Goli Desert. Well done. Bai Fu smiled and nodded to Pratt. The task is automatically settled. In this case, Pratt is no longer useful. Anyway, he is not a good person, so send him away directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. What are you going to do? Pratt realized the danger, but he had no time to resist it this time. Bai Fu came up with a battle etiquette, then quickly pulled out the electric knife and slashed at Pratt. Chapter 107. Pratt is a psychic, and one of the characteristics of psychics is high attack and low defense. This low defense has multiple meanings. First, it means that his health is low. Second, it means that all resistances except mental resistance are very low. Third, it means that he does not have the passive skills and talents that can save his life. Therefore, when Bai Fu's electric knife hits Pratt, the damage value is just like shooting at the enemy with a submachine gun in a shooting game. -31, -17, -29. Pratt clearly saw his body being cut open by the electric knife. The surging electric current burned all the flesh and blood around the wound, and the severe pain continued to impact his nerves. He wanted to scream, but his body was restrained and he couldn't. He wanted to dodge, but his body was restrained and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch the electric knife cut deeper and deeper, and the fear like a tide almost completely submerged him. If his body couldn't move for more than 10 seconds, he would die here. In order to become the savior, he spent a full 10 years to gain the trust of the people in the camp and the Old Republic. He also spent countless efforts to investigate. Because he was worried about the leakage of intelligence, he even killed his childhood playmate who accidentally saw his secret. If he died here, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Now that there was no one around, there was no need for him to pretend to be ready to die. Supported by a strong desire to survive, Pratt was pleasantly surprised to find that he could move. Without saying a word, he attacked Bai Fu with a mental shock. He thought that this attack would make Bai Fu let go, and then he could take the opportunity to escape, but to his surprise, Bai Fu's body did not even shake. You are a little stronger than the rattlesnake I killed when I first arrived in the Goli Desert, but your strength is limited. At that time, I could withstand the mental shock of the rattlesnake. Now, it's a bit too much to expect me to be dizzy with an attack of this level. Bai Fu stepped up her efforts. She didn't care about Pratt's identity. The official website said that the main feature of Above the Stars is freedom and independent plot deduction. As long as the player is willing, not to mention a hidden mainline protagonist, the designated destiny of the entire planet can be killed. From her gradual strengthening from a passerby to a regional boss, it can be seen that the independent plot deduction mentioned by the official website is true. Killing is over. Pratt rolled back with great pain. He was about to run away, but saw a pair of feet in front of him. He raised his head suddenly, and found that the owner of the feet was the woman who looked exactly like Bai Fu. You? Hey Fu punched Pratt on the forehead without saying a word. Pratt flew backwards, and when he landed, a blade flashing with lightning fell from the sky and pierced his heart straight. I can't die, I can't, ah! -37, -12, -49. The black fatal damage floated up, and Pratt's body twitched a few times, and he was completely silent. Bai Fu slowly put away the knife, and 2 game prompts rang in her ears. You killed Pratt, contribution 100%, and gained 200,000 experience points after correction based on the level difference. You completed the hidden task. It's an empty dream. The first prompt made Bai Fu's eyes light up. A normal level 31 monster could give her 100,000 experience points, but Pratt gave her 200,000 experience points. He was indeed an NPC with a strong luck. The reward for the hidden task must be high. She clicked on the task description. As expected, because Pratt was still growing, the basic experience point reward for the task was only 500,000, but the extra reward could not be simply described as generous. She gained a new talent immune to death, a special title Life Hunter, and a rare skill Spiritual Explosion. The talent of immunity to instant death is easy to say. With this talent, Bai Fu will not be killed instantly. Even if the opponent's output is high and one move can knock out several tubes of her blood, her health will be forcibly retained at 5% when she is hit for the first time. This talent is simply a life-saving skill, and with this talent, she can proudly say that she is a high-end boss, instead of being like those wild bosses she killed before, except that they are higher in level, there is not much special about them. The title of Life Hunter is not a trivial one. It can give Bai Fu plus 5% judgment success rate. For Bai Fu, who makes a living by making cards, the effect of this title plus the effect of the lucky talent can increase her card making success rate by 15%, which can be said to be very amazing. As for the rare skill Spirit Explosion, it is also a good thing. It is a close-range active attack skill that can concentrate spiritual energy in the hand and release it in the form of shock waves. When used, it consumes 50 spiritual energy per second and causes 50 plus inspiration asterisk 0.5 spiritual energy damage to the target in front. The cooling time is 1 second. The damage coefficient of Spirit Explosion is far less than that of Alien Corrosion and Little White Fu, but its advantage is that it can be released continuously. White Fu's current psychic value limit is 1080, and inspiration is 105, which means that as she outputs at full power, she can deal more than 2,100 psychic damage in 21 seconds, which is equivalent to holding a spell sprayer in her hand. Of course, since the opponent has a certain degree of psychic resistance and will not stand there stupidly to be beaten, it is actually difficult for her to use Spirit Explosion to kill the strong enemy she is fighting in seconds. But the fight cannot last for 21 seconds. She can let Heifu control the opponent with battle etiquette, and then use Spirit Explosion to force the opponent for 2 seconds. The continuous bombing of shock waves for 2 seconds is enough to stack the 5 layers of the buff of the Alien Corrosion. In this way, her combo can at least deal 15% of the opponent's maximum health plus 310 points of pure panel damage, excluding resistance reduction. Oh, if the opponent can be immune to the control of battle etiquette, then this combo will be in vain. But no matter what, with the Spirit Explosion skill, her and Heifu, especially Heifu's combat ability will be greatly improved. This gold coin exploded. Looking at Pratt's body lying on the ground, Bai Fu couldn't help but want to burn incense for him. You're right, buddy. The Savior is a hidden main line in the game above the stars. The plot takes place on the novice planet Zuyuan Star. Next, I will play your original role, guide the player with tasks, defeat the powerful enemy with the player, and gradually discover the truth of the great disaster of Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu threw Pratt's body into the pile of sandworms. When the sandworms gnawed Pratt until only the skeleton was left, she drove the sandworms away and buried the skeleton deep in the desert. Now no one knows where he went. Bai Fu wiped off the fine sand on her hands with satisfaction. If the players knew that she killed Pratt, they would probably praise her for her good work and give her a little red flower. After all, she improved the game experience of the players in disguise. They both released the main quests, but she just wanted the players' money, while Pratt wanted to play with the players' sense of justice. Let's go back. Bai Fu called Heifu. The work was done, and she left, hiding her merits and fame. After returning to the Institute, she opened her attribute panel as if nothing had happened. After killing Pratt, she now had a total of 1.22 million experience points, which was enough for her to level up again. She invested experience and raised the level of the Apprentice Psychic Painter to LV18. After the upgrade, her physical fitness was automatically increased by 1 point due to the effect of Psychic Bonus, reaching 89 points. Even without the attribute bonus brought by Heifu, her upper limit of health officially broke through the 2,000 mark and reached 2,010 points. When Heifu is on the field, she can get an additional 60 health points. I have Tankiness, a substitute, Control, Reconnaissance, Percentage Damage, and Close-Range Active Attack skills. Now I only need a stable long-range output method, and there is basically no shortcoming. Considering that the hidden main quest to be done next involves the True Society, the Old Republic, and the Pre-March, Bai Fu decided to make up for this shortcoming. She deliberately went to take a shower, and then blew several breaths on her hands before starting her lucky card gambling journey. She now has 620,000 experience points left. Even if she is unlucky, she should be able to synthesize a practical long-range attack prayer card, right? My turn, draw a card. Synthesis failed. Synthesis failed because Bai Fu has very strict restrictions on the types of prayer cards. The failed voice beeped more than 20 times before she received the successful prompt. This is an investment of more than 200,000 experience points, but the result is gratifying. The prayer card, the penetrating gun, can attack targets up to 2,000 away, with a range comparable to that of a sniper rifle, and the damage is also good. Depending on the residual psychic energy, it can deal 50 to 100 points of basic psychic damage. The only problem is that the production cost of this prayer card is relatively high. But for Bai Fu, who already has nearly 1,500 players in the league field, this is not a problem at all. This is settled. The next day, the news of Pratt's disappearance spread. Bai Fu walked out of the Research Institute without saying a word, and the players, and the people of the Holy Spirit Church followed her with solemn faces. They headed west under the scorching sun, and finally arrived at the monster spawning cage. The good news was that the holy relic was still there, but the bad news was that the white-robed people of the Holy Spirit Church found traces of battle left by sandworms on the road. They had a bad guess in their hearts. It was very likely that Pratt sneaked out of the Research Institute alone last night in order to steal the holy relic, but his luck was probably not very good, and he was attacked by sandworms on the way. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Bai Fu came up and complained first. She stared at the white-robed people, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. No one in the white robe dared to speak first, and it was Fried Fish with Essence, who jumped out to break the silence. I have long felt that Pratt is not a good guy. He must have wanted to steal Fu's obsidian fragments, but he failed and was killed by the sandworm. The white robe people all lowered their heads in shame. They are panicking now. After Pratt did this, Bai Fu's favorability towards the Holy Spirit Church might turn into hatred. How can they borrow the holy relics to save the patients in the camp? They will die. A man in a white robe raised his head anxiously. We didn't expect Pratt to do such a thing. It's meaningless to quibble now. I know you are full of dissatisfaction with us now, but those people in the camp are innocent. As long as you are willing to help save those patients in the camp, you can do anything you want me to do. I can give you my money. Although it's not much, I will find a way to make more money and give you all the money I earn. Other white-robed people followed suit, saying they were also willing to sell themselves to pay off their debts. Bai Fu stared at them for a long time, and finally sighed. Whether to sell myself or not is another matter. I have to go to your camp first and confirm the situation before deciding whether to save you. The Holy Spirit Church must be visited. After all, there is still a piece of obsidian fragment there. As for saving people, just leave it to the players. Recently, the players of the Silent Court feel a little tired of doing commissions and crusades every day, so I give you something new. Hearing Bai Fu say this, the white-robed people were so moved that they almost cried. While thanking Bai Fu, they cursed Pratt in their hearts for being a piece of shit, and doing such a thing at a critical moment. The players watching the show on the side were also moved. This is Fu, the female bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Chapter 108. Bai Fu did not rush to the camp of the Holy Spirit Church. Her goal this time was to complete the fourth branch of the hidden main line and collect all the obsidian fragments. In the past few years, Pratt studied the obsidian fragment in the hands of the Holy Spirit Church in detail, and read a lot of news, old newspapers, and various documents. Through comparison and elimination, he speculated that there were only two destinations for the third obsidian fragment: the True Society or the Gene Pre-March. The reason he gave was that some characteristics of the mutants created by the True Society and the Gene Pre-March were very similar to those affected by the power radiation of the obsidian fragment. After finding the right direction, Pratt conducted a new round of research on the possible location of the third obsidian fragment. Finally, he circled two locations through some inconspicuous news reports. Marsk Wasteland, coordinates XX, XX, XX. Gene Pre-March Haidu First Industrial Zone, coordinates XX, XX, XX. Considering that these two coordinates were directly included in the hidden main quest, Bai Fu felt that the third obsidian fragment was most likely in one of these two locations. Even if it was not there, the corresponding information would definitely be found in these two locations. I have to say that although Pratt is not a good guy, his ability is indeed outstanding. If he hadn't met her, an NPC with a player panel, he would have a very high chance of succeeding with the help of the player. Marsk Wasteland is not very far from the Holy Spirit Church. It's only 2 days away at most. Let's go there first. Bai Fu's plan is that if there is no gain in Marsk Wasteland, she will go to Haidu, the capital of the Pre-March, and do the hidden main line branch 3 and the spiritual energy head triggered by Xiaoshi, so as to avoid having to make another trip. After making up her mind, she first took the players and the white-robed people back to shelter number 11. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. On the way to the Holy Spirit Church in Marsk Wasteland, she might meet people from the True Society or the Old Republic, so she must be fully prepared. In the next 2 days, she and Hei Fu worked together to make a large number of prayer cards. These included the Psychic Shield for life-saving, the Little White Fu for reconnaissance, and the newly unlocked Spiritual Explosion and Penetration Gun. In addition, she also made a lot of prayer cards with lower requirements. If there are any problems, she will send these cards to the players, let the players charge collectively, and let the people of this world experience what the fourth disaster is. Shelter number 11 has become very lively these 2 days, because all the players know that Bai Fu is going to take the players on a mission again. Great, I heard that she will take hundreds of people this time, far more than the 50 people last time. Although I watched the whole process of hanging street lights up close last time, I didn't actually fight much. I don't know what the situation will be this time. The players of the Silent Court are full of expectations, but the players of other camps are a little anxious. The group of players who followed Su Li and the Human Alliance were okay, but the players who joined other factions all looked very unhappy. Mom, can you give me one too? Bai Fu is good, but she doesn't belong to me, which is not good. I'm not envious, not at all. Hei Fu and Bai Fu are not as good as my Qin Baoxiang. Maybe some more radical players will see that they can't get any benefits, so they want to explode together with the players of the Silent Garden. Bai Fu thought secretly and felt that she had to be prepared. She first contacted Gao Yuan and asked him to keep an eye on the game while she was away, and then sent Anya, Old Neeson, and others to another shelter that the Court of Silence was currently building in the Goli Desert to prevent any accidents. After everything was ready, Bai Fu collected the obsidian fragments and officially led the players and the white-robed man on the road to the Holy Spirit Church. Even players who entered the game in version 1.1 have been developing for more than a month now, so although she brought a lot of players this time, more than 400 people, the average level of the players is still impressive. 12 levels. With this level, as long as there are enough weapons and ammunition, they can be thrown anywhere and become a force that cannot be ignored. Bai Fu was very satisfied with her achievements in the past few months. Now she was only one step away from leaping over the Dragon Gate. Under the guidance of the white-robed man, Bai Fu successfully arrived at the Tangshan camp where the Holy Spirit Church was located. The Tangshan camp is located 400 kilometers west of the Old Republic and the Railway Guild. Before the catastrophe, this area was very desolate, with drought and little rain all year round. After the catastrophe, this area became even more desolate. Bai Fu walked around the outskirts of the Tangshan camp, and all she saw were some abandoned buildings, with doors and windows open and spider webs in the corners. A man in a white robe explained, "A few years ago, a special infectious disease suddenly broke out in the camp. The sick people only had a high fever at first, but after a few days, small black spots would appear on their bodies. At this time, if a very expensive drug is not used to suppress it, the small black spots will spread all over the body in a month at most. Once it reaches this stage, the patient will suffocate to death because of muscle stiffness and inability to breathe. There, they used to be inhabited, but now." He shook his head and sighed, his face full of sadness, and the other white-robed people were also infected by his emotions. The Holy Spirit Church was indeed very radical in the past, and even Pratt's money-grubber father became a priest, which made things a little better, but with the outbreak of infectious diseases, the people of the Holy Spirit Church have been tossed around and have no energy to care about other things. They just want to live, but living is not that simple. The medicine sold by the Old Republic is too expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it. Even if they use that kind of medicine, it can only suppress the spread of the virus, but can't completely cure the disease. People who are sick can't get up and must be cared for by someone special." As they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the main entrance of the Tangshan camp. Hundreds of people came at once, and the people in the camp became extremely nervous. If they were here to cause trouble, the Holy Spirit Church would probably have a hard time with their current situation. The white-robed man who was traveling with Bai Fu ran over quickly, raised his hands and shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone, we found the holy relic, and this Lady Inu brought the holy relic here to confirm our situation." "What?" This shout made the whole camp boil. In just a few minutes, dozens of people suddenly emerged from the camp, all of them with happy faces. "Ms. Inwe, thank you very much for coming." "Great, we are finally saved." "Where is Pratt? Why is he gone?" When the name Pratt appeared, the team fell into a strange silence. It was Bai Fu who spoke first. "He suddenly disappeared when we were about to come here, and we searched for him for a long time, but still couldn't find him." "Ah?" The people of the Holy Spirit Church were confused. Bai Fu naturally changed the subject. "Time is tight. Let's talk about him later. Take me to see the infectious disease you mentioned first." The people of the Holy Spirit Church could only temporarily suppress the disappearance of Pratt. They led Hei Fu and some players into the depths of the camp. Because it was an infectious disease, all the patients were placed in an isolation area. An old man who looked respectable pointed to the isolation area. Usually only people wearing special protective clothing dared to go there. "I asked someone to get a set of protective clothing that fits you." Hey Fu stopped the old man and said under by Fu's control. No need, I won't be infected, and they are not afraid of infection, just take us in. Hey Fu repeatedly requested, and the old man had no choice but to let someone lead her in. After entering the quarantine area, all he could hear were painful groans and bellows like breathing. The camp is too small, and we can't quarantine too many people. Sometimes we have to kill some seriously ill patients. The guide was worried, please save them. Digging G's eyelids twitched wildly when she heard this. My goodness, this is too difficult, isn't it? At this moment, Bai Fu and the player received a new task to help the Tangshan camp treat infectious diseases. The task content is very simple, that is, to treat the disease, but the task is not easy to do, because there is no obvious prompt. The good news is that the task rewards are quite rich, with a lot of experience, money and camp favorability. Of course, this richness is for the players. Bai Fu, who has mastered the two main lines, doesn't think much of this experience. She used clairvoyance on the patient lying in bed, and the medicine bought from the Old Republic. There is nothing much to say about the disease. There are question marks everywhere before the investigation is clear. The medicine has an explanation. Muscle Strengthening Potion, Trial Type 3, a special medicine developed by the Old Republic. Although it cannot cure muscle rigidity after dilution, it can prevent the patient's physical condition from deteriorating further. If treatment is required, please use the high concentration type. The first use will increase endurance by 1. From the introduction of the medicine, the Old Republic should have a high concentration medicine that can cure the disease, so why not sell it to the Holy Spirit Church? Is it trying to cut the leaks of the Holy Spirit Church? The problem is that the Holy Spirit Church doesn't seem to be very profitable, and if all the people in the Holy Spirit Church get sick, there will be no more leeks to harvest. It seems that the investigation should start from the direction of potions. Bai Fu has confirmed that the obsidian fragments are useless for curing diseases. She told the players about her discovery and shared the hidden main line the Savior Branch one with the players in a timely manner, asking the players to check whether they can get the specific list of the Psychic Diffusion Committee from the Old Republic when investigating the potion. This kind of shareable task is very special. Even if she does nothing, she can get a certain reward after the player completes the task. Otherwise, she would not be willing to hand over these tasks to the players. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to eat alone? All the players, including Digging G, thought that they were here to cure diseases and save people and be living bodhisattvas. Who would have thought that Bai Fu actually issued a main task to them during the chat? Wait, main task? Some players realized the problem. Fu released a main quest called the Watcher's Elegy before, and this time she released another main quest called the Savior. Damn, 2 main quests. Fu alone took up 2 main quests. The players in the Silent Garden and the players in the community who saw the news were all excited. Fu, how many surprises do you have hidden? Is it possible that Bai Fu has more than 2 main quests? You might as well just say that all the main quests on Ziyuan Star are related to Bai Fu. Maybe this is really possible. I am the best in the world. In fact, I am more concerned about the name of this new main quest than the 2 main quests for one person, the one who wants to save the world. Even the slowest players can't help but start to imagine. As a die-hard supporter of Bai Fu, Digger G, who became famous for making Bai Fu-related videos, couldn't help but hold her breath at this time. Oh no, it feels like she is about to lose her eyesight when she thinks deeply, but she can't control herself from thinking about it. At Digger G dig treasure, what do you think? For a while, the community was full of players at Digger G, hoping that she could express her opinion. What else can you think? Isn't it clear? Task verification, it is basically confirmed that Fu's role is the savior of Ziyuan Star. You ask me what I think, of course I'm opening champagne. How much information can be mined from a savior? Digging G didn't dare to think about it. Anyway, she is invincible. When the news that Bai Fu is very likely to be the savior spread, the atmosphere in the community changed all of a sudden. Those players who were originally envious of the players in the Silent Courtyard camp became even more envious, and those who originally held the view of, if you can't get it, you have to destroy it. The players who were thinking about it suddenly fell into fear. Fortunately, they haven't taken action yet, otherwise they will provoke an existence that plays an important role in the plot of Ziyuan Star. If they succeed in killing Bai Fu, it will be fine. If they fail to kill Bai Fu, they will not be able to take the main task, and can only stand aside and watch other players have fun. This is the savior, although it is the one who wants to save the world and may not really become the savior, but this means that Bai Fu is not only the #1 protagonist of Ziyuan Star, but also one of the top few. Some players were beating their chests. Why didn't I follow those players who reopened the game to Shelter 11? The players' reactions made by Fu smile. That's right. This misunderstanding by the players is good for her. The most direct benefit is that her role may become a savior when she is strengthened next time. The secondary benefit is that many players will not dare to cause trouble to her because of her identity as a savior. When Bai Fu laughed, Digging G also laughed. We must find a way to dig deeper into Fu Fu's plot and find out what Fu Fu's true identity is. If Fu Fu's true identity is exposed in advance, it will definitely be more popular than launching a new version. When the players were shocked by the new main quest, the Holy Spirit Church was a little desperate. The holy relics can't cure infectious diseases, so what should they do? Hey Fu said, don't worry, this disease is not completely incurable. I have some clues. I will let those who came with me investigate. You just wait. To be honest, the people of the Holy Spirit Church didn't quite believe what Hey Fu said, but Hey Fu and Bai Fu came here from afar and promised to continue to help them. What else could they do except be grateful? Wait, anyway, they have waited for a long time, and they can wait a little longer. After Bai Fu handed down the task, she sent Xiao Bai Fu to stroll around the camp. She found another obsidian fragment in Pratt's residence without much effort. She didn't take the fragment away immediately, and planned to take action after returning from Marsh Desert. After arranging tasks for the players, she selected a group of players who were highly sensitive and good at fighting from the players who came with her. I'm going to Marsh first. Bai Fu did not reveal what she was going there for. She was mainly afraid that the players would tell the community about it, causing the news to leak out and be seen by the people of the True Society, thus making a wasted trip. Marsh Desert. In a relatively flat valley, a helicopter roared in and finally landed steadily on the helipad in the valley. Instantly, people from both sides surrounded him. President. They stood straight in 2 rows and saluted the man who came down from the helicopter. The president of the True Society looked around and was in a good mood. He came here to inspect the progress of the mutant plan, which was related to whether the True Society could defeat the other 4 major forces. Take me to the laboratory. Under the guidance of the guards, the president of the True Society entered the Marsk Underground Laboratory. Chapter 109. The terrain of Marsh Desert is different from any place Bai Fu has been to before. There are puddles and mud pits everywhere that can only be seen when you get close to them. There are occasionally a few good roads, but you will also encounter pollution sources while walking. Cars cannot pass through this terrain at all, so after arriving at Marsk, Bai Fu took the initiative to abandon the vehicle and started walking with the players. Fortunately, the players she brought with her were not low in agility. After spending nearly 3 hours, she finally brought all the players to the mission area marked by Pratt. Traveling is originally a very boring thing, but because some elite monsters pop up from time to time on the road, and Bai Fu will help to fight monsters, no player feels that these 2 hours are boring. Sexy Fu Fu, online leading the fight. Ah, is it over? I feel I can fight for another 3 hours. This wave earned more than 9,000 experience points, which is much more efficient than fighting sandworms. Ah, I only earned more than 4,000. How did you steal so much damage? The players gathered around Bai Fu smiled happily. After Bai Fu stopped, their eyes were all focused on Bai Fu, and their eyes were full of desire. Give me some more, chili cream, I want more. Bai Fu was very satisfied with the players' reactions. After such a long period of training, she dared not say anything about the players in other places, but the players in the Court of Silence were captured by her. Just like the heroine of this book who was conquered by Huang Mao, it was probably difficult for them to adapt to other NPCs. Cough. Bai Fu coughed secretly and issued a new task to the players. We came here this time because I received a special intelligence. There may be something unknown hidden in this area. When you investigate, you must carefully observe the nearby terrain, animals, and plants to see if there is anything wrong. You triggered the hidden main quest. The player's eyes lit up immediately after receiving the prompt. Okay, that's what we want. Jianqi Chongtian and Heizi looked at each other. Recently, the Tiayu Guild and Zonyatang Guild have been fighting over some potential players who have just joined the Silent Courtyard camp. Whether it's fighting monsters or doing quests, the people from both guilds are trying their best to overshadow the other side. Patrick, do you want to team up with us? Jianqi Chongtian found Patrick, who was with Digging G and Gaia Wofu. No, I go with Digger G and the others. Jianqi Chongtian nodded helplessly. He was very optimistic about Patrick's strength and had always wanted to recruit him, but unfortunately, Patrick had no interest in joining the guild. Let's go! Jianqi Chongtian called Lao Go and others to start the action. The black guys on the other side were not idle either. In just a few minutes, all the players joined the search for obsidian fragments. Bai Fu did not take any action, but waited quietly in place. Although her joining would improve the search efficiency, she was no longer the little transparent person she used to be. Many people remembered her face. If she joined the search and was discovered by the other party first, the other party might run away with the things. Once this person ran away, it would take a long time to find them next time. Bai Fu waited for an hour and a half. When the sun was setting and the moon was rising, Jianqi Tian ran over excitedly with other players in the guild. Sister Fu, we found a group of fully armed people in a valley, and we also saw a helicopter. Okay, the helicopter is here. There must be some secret hidden in the Marsk Desert. Call everyone back. Bai Fu's evaluation of Pratt increased by 1 point. This guy is really a talent. Even if an ordinary person has a piece of obsidian fragment in his hand, even if he has a certain understanding of obsidian fragments, it is difficult to rely on this information to find out where the other 2 obsidian fragments may exist. But Pratt is different. His intelligence analysis ability is so strong that it makes many elite agents of big forces feel ashamed. He has found several useful intelligence from the dark web and the massive news reports provided by the Old Republic. Among them, the useful intelligence about Marsk Wasteland came from the mission report of an agent of the Old Republic. The agent mentioned that he found some special mutant life when he was performing a mission in Marsk Wasteland. This sentence did not attract anyone's attention at first until Pratt saw it. He found that the characteristics of these mutant lives were very similar to those of the lives affected by the obsidian fragments, so he decided to focus on the investigation of Marsk Wasteland. It can only be said that it makes sense for Pratt to become the protagonist of the hidden main line. After all the players received the news, Bai Fu began to act. For safety reasons, she let Hei Fu control Xiao Bai Fu first. Soon, Xiao Bai Fu, controlled by Hei Fu, came to the valley found by Jianqi Tian. Xiao Bai Fu, hiding in the bushes, had a panoramic view of everything in the valley. Bai Fu threw a clairvoyance to each of the people standing next to the helicopter. The total levels are 25, 24, 27. Her face instantly became serious. Even if these elite monsters attacked together, they couldn't beat Hei Fu, not to mention that she was much stronger than Hei Fu. The problem was that the elite monsters guarding the gate were so high in level, so how strong would the one in charge be? It was too dangerous to attack directly, so it was better to find a way to figure out what this place was, and then make a decision. Bai Fu's eyes fell on the players. It takes 1,000 days to raise a player, but only a moment to use him. I need a few people to lure out the guards in the valley. As soon as Bai Fu opened her mouth, the players who followed her signed up enthusiastically. She picked a few players who looked smart, and then stuffed a few psychic shield cards into their hands. Good boy, you have been strengthened, go and deliver. The selected players were excited, and after nodding, they walked towards the valley excitedly. What they had to do was simple, just pretend to be wanderers who accidentally walked into the valley and lure out the guards. It turns out that the players don't need to act. As soon as they enter the valley, the guards guarding the helicopter noticed them. Who are you? I. As soon as a player opened his mouth, the impatient guard pulled out his gun. Bang, 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 bullets rained down, hitting several players and making them run away. Don't let them run away. The guards chased the players angrily. This is a confidential place, and the location must not be exposed. It was like a game for the guards of more than 20 levels to chase the players, who were only in their teens. Even if the players used all their strength, they were still blocked when they ran out of the valley. Run? Why don't you run? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame you for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. The grinning guard put his finger on the trigger, and just as he was about to shoot, a stream of light suddenly shot out from the side. It was a milky white spear about 2 meters long, moving at a very fast speed, and it pierced through the bodies of the 4 guards, who ran out in an instant. The severe pain spread from the wound, and before the 4 guards could scream, the black shadow that rushed out with the spear raised his right hand. Spiritual explosion. Psionic energy gushed out from the palm of Hei Fu's right hand like a fountain. Under the impact of the spiritual explosion, all 4 guards lost their balance and fell to the ground. Hei Fu pulled out the electric knife that Bai Fu gave her. With a flash of electric arc, the blade passed through the necks of 2 of the guards. You killed, guards. You killed, guards. Game prompt sounded one after another. The whole set of actions was smooth, and took only 4 seconds in total. Then, Hei Fu turned her attention to the 3rd target. Help! Ugh! The guard just opened his mouth, but it was blocked by Hei Fu with a cloth. But at this moment, the last guard hurriedly got up from the ground and ran away. Oh no, stop him! The players next to him changed their faces and rushed over one after another. The guard who was running away was now desperate. He took several attacks from the players and stumbled out of the encirclement. The players were not willing to let him go, but just as they raised their feet, Hei Fu's voice rang out. No need to chase him. I let him go on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to stand up. When Hei Fu killed the other two guards with the electric knife, she secretly put a Dark Moon Eye prayer card on the guard who escaped. She let him go just to use him to get information. Let's go! Until Hei Fu walked away with the gag guard, the player acting as bait finally came to his senses. Oh my god, Fu Fu's twin sister is so handsome. Nonsense, this is Fu Fu's sister, how could she not be handsome? Didn't she suppress a sandworm boss last time? Although Fu Fu is nice, she is too cold and doesn't like to talk at all. She is not as approachable as Fu Fu. The most unacceptable thing for me is why she wears shoes. It would be better to be barefoot like last time. I like aloofness. Hei Fu walked for several minutes before stopping. She pulled out the cloth gagged in the guard's mouth and began to torture him for information. As expected, the guard's mouth was harder than a rock, and he refused to open his mouth no matter how he was tortured. Your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Bai Fu controlled Hei Fu to decisively end the guard's life. It was because she expected that this might happen that she let Hei Fu deliberately let a guard go and put a Dark Moon Eye prayer card on the guard. Now it's time for the Dark Moon Eye to take effect. Bai Fu connected the Dark Moon Eye prayer card. Because the prayer card was attached to the inside of the guard's clothes, she couldn't see anything, but it didn't matter if she couldn't see anything as long as she could hear it. I take care of Taniguchi. You guys take him to the lab for treatment first, and tell the president what happened here. Yes, Captain. The sound of dense footsteps followed by the heavy sound of the door opening and closing. President? When Bai Fu heard this name suddenly, her eyelids twitched several times. Could she have met that person? Another voice came through the Dark Moon Eye. What happened? Some outsiders broke in, and he was ambushed while chasing those outsiders. Where is the president? I must tell the president what happened here immediately. The intruder is very strong. The president went to see the experimental results of the mutant project. How long will it take for him to come out? The president just went in. I estimate that it will take at least half an hour. Half an hour? Those people may have run away long ago. We must send people to hunt them down immediately, otherwise the location of the laboratory will be exposed. Just as the two were talking anxiously, a strong voice suddenly interrupted. What are you doing blocking the road? Captain Carlyle, this is what happened. The guard inside the laboratory quickly recounted what had just happened. Carlyle stroked the stubble on his chin. After listening to the guard's words, he suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. 2 days ago, he received news that the president would come to their laboratory for inspection. Since then, he has been actively preparing to leave a good impression on the president, so that he can be transferred from this boring hellhole. However, the director of the laboratory, Pan Uni, interfered and made his performance useless. Carlyle was so angry when he thought of this. He was not a member of the True Society, but the deputy leader of the Goli Desert Watcher camp. He sold Yulia's information to the True Society, and was appreciated by the president of the True Society. He was promoted to a senior member of the True Society. For him, this was undoubtedly a leap in status, but his status was improved, but his life was not very comfortable. The reason is very simple. He is an outsider in the True Society, and an outsider who was promoted by betraying his companions. Although most members of the True Society are not good people, there are also differences among bad people. Many people in the True Society look down on him. When they get along with him on weekdays, they not only don't treat him well, but also trip him up everywhere. For this, he has suffered a lot. After a long time, he was transferred to this remote laboratory where no one lives by the president of the True Society. Carlyle is a man with great ambitions. He wants to climb up, and is unwilling to be trapped in this laboratory for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed Yulia, who regarded him as a brother, without hesitation. He felt no guilt in his heart, he just hated that there was no second Yulia in the world to betray him. Recently, the True Society has suffered multiple rounds of attacks and suffered heavy losses. New personnel are needed everywhere. This may be the best opportunity for me to leave this broken laboratory and transfer to other places. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when the next one will be. Carlyle clenched his right fist. He had already thought about it. He would solve this intrusion incident beautifully before the president came out of laboratory number 1, so that the president could see his growth in the past 2 years. Carlyle is no ordinary person. When he leaves here, When he has made great achievements, he will make all those who look down on him kneel down. Carlyle's expression changed several times, and finally, he said to the guards, "The Truth Society has encountered a lot of troubles recently. It's rare for the president to encounter good news. Don't bother him with such trivial matters. I will catch those invaders. Oh, by the way, don't tell Director Pan about this. If he knows, he will definitely tell the president. You don't want to see the president angry, right?" After being told this, the guards hurriedly agreed. The president was good in every way. Even when dealing with a captive like Yulia who refused to obey, he dared to allow her to condense a fake body. But there was only one thing that made everyone feel afraid, that is, once the president got angry, the aura he exuded was enough to suffocate people. Carlyle smiled and nodded to the guards, then hurriedly organized people to capture the person. Thinking that the intruder might have run away for a distance, and it was troublesome to find a few scattered people in the wilderness under the cover of night, he directly dispatched a helicopter. The ground troops were divided into several groups, and began to search in a carpet-style manner. The helicopters in the sky roared with searchlights on. Sure enough. On the other side, after listening to the conversation between Carlyle and the guards, Bai Fu's face darkened. The president was indeed the president of the Truth Society. She really didn't expect to meet the president of the Truth Society, who was suspected to be the final boss of Zuyuan Star. "I thought I caught a few petty thieves, but I didn't expect to poke the nest. If the obsidian fragments were really in this laboratory, it would be impossible for her to collect them in a short time." All kinds of information showed that the president of the Truth Society was a tough guy who had unlocked a high-level profession, and he was also likely to be one of the strongest among the NPCs, who had unlocked high-level professions. Not to mention that she hasn't unlocked the advanced profession yet. Even if she unlocked it, it would be difficult for her to beat the president of the Truth Society. But not being able to beat him doesn't mean she won't fight. First you sent Yulia and the mutants to the abandoned cooling plant to cause trouble, putting me in danger, and then you put a bounty on my head. This anger can't be eliminated by sacrificing Bagalos and the Black Hawk base. I must kill you again today. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes. She couldn't kill the president of the Truth Society, but couldn't she get rid of this lab that wouldn't leave? She opened her personal terminal and sent several messages to Suli. Truth Society Laboratory, location, the president of the Truth Society is here. Come to the team building as soon as possible. Suli, how did you know? If you don't want to come, forget it. Bai Fu ended the conversation with Suli. When she looked up, she happened to see a helicopter appear in the sky in the distance, with a searchlight shining on the ground, locking onto one of the players, who ran to attract monsters. Then, the machine gun mounted on the helicopter began to fire, and the red flames became one, engulfing the players on the ground in the blink of an eye. Although the player carried a psychic shield card, how could a 200-point psychic shield card withstand the continuous shooting of the helicopter machine gun? The moment the shield was broken, the player's body was torn apart by bullets. Fuck, didn't he just run to attract a monster? Is it necessary to send a helicopter? Just after resurrecting in shelter number 11, the player who was killed by the helicopter started to complain loudly in the faction chat channel. However, not many players who followed Bai Fu on the mission responded to him at this time, because everyone was stunned and had no time to check the chat channel. Oh my god, is it that strong? Run! Damn, what on earth is hidden in this map? Is this a monster that I can fight at my level? Amid the exclamations, some players began to remind Bai Fu to run away. Although Bai Fu had fully demonstrated her toughness in the previous missions, and pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and grenades were all ineffective against her, this was a helicopter, and there might be small missiles hanging on it. Even if there were no missiles, but only machine guns, it would still be difficult to deal with. After all, this thing was flying in the sky. Bai Fu shook her head calmly. These players are still too young, and have no idea how strong the high-level superpowers are. With her current endurance, even if she doesn't use the psychic shield and uses her body to withstand the attack of the helicopter machine gun, it's basically not painful. As for the helicopter flying, is it amazing that it can fly? A few days ago, she would have thought it was amazing, but now the times have changed, and she has mastered the means of long-range attack. Bai Fu originally planned to give the Truth Society a big gift, and now it's just the right time to use this helicopter as an appetizer for the Truth Society. Come here. Bai Fu called the players, who were closer to her, and took out a stack of piercing lance prayer cards from the card bag tied to her thigh. In her opinion, the real strength of piercing lance was not long-range sniping, but imitating Yuanshan, and using a large number of piercing lance to make a volley of arrows. For this reason, She and Hei Fu made a large number of piercing-length prayer cards together in the past few days. Although it cost her a lot of money, the players were constantly creating wealth for her anyway, so she had nothing to feel bad about. The players who were called over were a little confused, but after seeing the effect of the piercing gun handed over by Bai Fu, they immediately understood what Bai Fu wanted to do. Shoot down the plane. Digging G's eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the live broadcast room. New card review. Shocking drama, coming soon. This live broadcast room title immediately attracted a large number of players. What is the treasure hunting this time? A new prayer card has been released in the silent courtyard. Digging G smiled confidently. Don't worry, just watch carefully. Next she raised the camera and locked onto the helicopter flying from a distance. The fire from the searchlights and machine guns illuminated the night. Most of the players in the live broadcast room saw a helicopter in the game for the first time. Suddenly, a bold idea came to their mind. Could it be that today, we have to fight with other players in a group? Haha, don't kill them all, leave a few alive for me. I want to see if they accidentally strayed in or planned it. In the helicopter, Carlyle laughed at the players, and Hei Fu running away on the ground. At this moment, the pilot suddenly shouted, Captain Carlyle, it's bad. A large number of people of unknown origin are spotted ahead. Carlyle was startled and quickly leaned forward. Then he saw Bai Fu standing in the middle of the open space. He was still guessing Bai Fu's identity, but Bai Fu had already raised her right hand. Release? A cold voice cut through the darkness. The next second, including herself, all the people holding the penetrating gun prayer cards threw the prayer cards towards the helicopter in the sky. The prayer card turned into tiny dots of light in midair, and the piercing guns formed from the tiny dots of light flew towards the helicopter like a whistling rocket. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of piercing guns emitting dazzling white light tore through the night, like a huge light curtain that flooded the camera in the live broadcast room and also flooded Carlyle's vision. Dodge, dodge quickly. Carlyle screamed. But such a large-scale attack is not so easy to dodge. The piercing guns penetrated the helicopter one after another. Finally, the helicopter could not withstand such a degree of damage and fell to the ground after shaking and exploding. Fuck. Whether it was the players in the live broadcast room or the players outside the live broadcast room, they were all boiling after seeing this scene. Only Bai Fu was the calmest. Theory of Superior Firepower, Kid. Chapter 110. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired, white light burst out, and the helicopter fell from the sky while spinning. When it fell to the ground, countless fragments splashed, and the flames ignited the trees nearby. It was obviously an extremely noisy scene, but no player shouted loudly at this time. Time seemed to slow down, and the sound seemed to become distant and blurred. If I had to use a sentence to describe this scene now, it would probably be a slow-motion scene in a war blockbuster when a shell suddenly hits a key target. Digging G was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands. She raised her hand, then put it down again. She pointed at the falling helicopter, then at Bai Fu who was walking towards the helicopter. After holding it in for a long time, she finally managed to utter a few words. I can be sure that this scene will be recorded in the history of the game Above the Stars. Even after 10 or 20 years, when everyone makes a video review of Above the Stars, this scene will definitely be mentioned frequently. The reason is that so far, although players have seen big scenes such as battlefield shooting, it is the first time to shoot down a helicopter with their own hands and witness a helicopter falling with their own eyes. The instantaneous impact of the helicopter falling from high altitude and crashing into the camera in the live broadcast room is unmatched by any movie special effects. The fall has a kind of beauty beyond reality, and the fall has given birth to infinite reverie to all the players who saw the scene with their own eyes. Even the fall of the helicopter can be so shocking, so how gorgeous and spectacular will it be to drive a spaceship and Gundam to fight in the starry sky? My drill can break through the sky. Great, so cool. I can't wait to go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Fu Bao, I love you. Players are constantly imagining how exciting the journey to the starry sky will be. Will they transform into Bebop, fight criminals everywhere and maintain interstellar peace, or will they transform into space marines, shuttle between insect swarms and demons, or join various camps, and write a legend of cosmic heroes in the battle of fleets? But not everyone is so passionate. After pushing the seat that was pressing on him away with difficulty, Carlyle felt like his head was about to explode. He never dreamed that those wanderers, who were chased and crushed by him like insects, could suddenly take out a bunch of white light guns to shoot down his helicopter. It was like the villagers shared nuclear fusion technology with you. The absurdity of this. But rather than worrying about this, what he felt more was uneasiness. The helicopter exploded. Even if he killed all these wanderers, he couldn't leave a good impression in front of the president. The president might even accuse him of being reckless and demote him. In himself, the anger in Carlyle's heart was higher than the fire on the helicopter. Those who are not dead, get up quickly. He stood up from the ground with a loud curse, and kicked the things that were pressing on the others away with a few kicks. In fact, most of the people in the helicopter were injured, and the most unlucky driver was shot dead by the piercing gun. But seeing how angry Carlyle was, they didn't dare to lie on the ground any longer, and climbed up with difficulty despite the pain in their bodies. "Come with me and get those bastards. Captain Carlyle, it's bad behind you." Carlyle was interrupted before he finished speaking, and a guard with an injured right leg pointed behind him tremblingly. Behind? Carlyle turned his head and suddenly, a girl who looked like a silver elf appeared behind him. Isn't this the woman who directed people on the ground to shoot down his helicopter? He ended up in this embarrassing situation now, and it can only be said that it was all thanks to this woman. Okay. I haven't come to find you yet, but you actually came to me on your own." Carlyle twisted his neck. He was injured and his left arm was bleeding, but this injury had no effect on him at all. "Why don't you just lie on the ground and try to die?" Bai Fu said. Carlyle sneered, "Looking at your arrogant attitude, do you think you will win if you take down the helicopter? To tell you the truth, the helicopter is just a seal of my power. Kneel down and surrender now, or I will break your legs 1 centimeter at a time." The murderous intent was heavy, but it was as light as a feather on Bai Fu. "I have a question. I felt that your name Carlyle sounded familiar when I first heard it. Could you be Carlyle, the former deputy leader of the Watcher camp?" Carlyle frowned. "Why do you mention this?" Bai Fu nodded. "Very good, you have already found a way to die." She was very happy. When she found out that the president of the True Society was in this laboratory, she thought that she could only kill a few minions to vent her anger today, but it turned out that this minion was a well-known character. Whether it was for the rewards of the regional main-line Watchers' elegy, or to improve the favorability of old Neeson and Yulia, Carlyle had to go today. The players who came later exclaimed when they heard Carlyle's words. "Fuck, isn't this the traitor who was to be killed in the main quest of the Goli Desert?" Carlyle was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. "Do you know someone in the Watcher camp?" Bai Fu smiled but didn't answer. Carlyle laughed up to the sky, and his smile was very similar to Uchiha Madara. "Ha ha ha, I was just thinking that there was no hope of getting ahead this time, and I might even be punished. I didn't expect that things would turn around like this. You came prepared, right? In this way, as long as I capture you, the president will definitely praise me. First, Yulia helped me join the True Society, and now you are here to help me take another step forward. The Watcher camp is really my blessed place." Carlyle's words directly made some players, who are more familiar with the plot of the Watcher camp, blush. "Damn, what kind of breed is this? Must hit him hard." Fu rushed by. Fu pulled a card from her bag. "You don't have time anymore." Same old trick? Carlyle was prepared, and he burst out with all his strength, instantly entering a hunting posture. But just as he was about to burst out his speed to launch a close-range attack, he was shocked to find that he could not move. Bai Fu flashed in front of Carlyle, and the moment she landed, she had already thrown out the Space Confusion prayer card she had just drawn. Then, she stretched out her right hand to a position 1 centimeter away from Carlyle's chest. Explosion! The psychic energy tide that was far more ferocious than that released by Hei Fu gushed out from his palm, instantly submerging Carlyle. A series of damage values popped up above Carlyle's head. He felt like he was repeatedly hit by a dump truck, and his internal organs were about to explode, but he couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long. When the 2 seconds were up, he quickly dodged backwards. Unexpectedly, he dodged in the wrong direction and rushed straight towards Bai Fu, as if he was trying to scam her. Carlyle was hit head-on, and was blown away like a ball. He was a hidden boss, with a total level of 36. Bai Fu's output in these 4 seconds did not cause him serious damage. It only knocked off nearly 400 points of his health, which was almost equivalent to 1/3 of his health. This injury was not enough to affect the actions of a high-level martial artist. Carlyle rolled on the ground for a few times, adjusted his body shape, and turned into a stream of light. His fists were raging, and he hit Bai Fu's raised right hand heavily. Bai Fu took a few steps back. There was no visible scar on her body, but a white damage value popped up above her head. -13. Piercing damage? Bai Fu quickly glanced at the game prompt. Carlyle's special ability can convert part of the damage into penetrating damage, ignoring the psychic shield. It's really an eye-catching ability. No wonder he can be on the must-kill list of the main line of the area. At this time, the players nearby raised their guns. Foo-foo. They wanted to help, but if it was a close combat, they might not only fail to help, but also cause trouble for Bai Fu. Bai Fu's expression remained unchanged. Watch the others, don't let them run away. Carlisle's ability was very special, but his attributes were still a little bit inferior to her. With 13 points of real damage at a time, he would have to hit her 160 times to kill her. If she had that much time, she would have sent Carlisle to the sky. The fingertip prayer card flew, and when Carlisle attacked again, a piercing spear shot straight at Carlisle's chest. Same old trick? Do you think I will fall for your trick? What a joke. Carlisle bent down to dodge, but the next moment, he suddenly heard a movement from behind. Spiritual explosion. A large amount of spiritual energy sprayed out from Hei Fu's palm, hitting Carlisle's back like a heavy hammer. Bai Fu talked to Carlisle for so long not only to confirm Carlisle's identity, but also to wait for Hei Fu to come from behind. The battle etiquette control at the beginning of the fight was actually released by Hei Fu, so that she could easily use the streamer to flash in front of Carlisle, and use the spiritual explosion. Carlisle was blown away again. When he got up from the ground covered in dust, he was shocked to see two fuss, one black and one white, standing in the firelight. I heard you want to break my feet centimeters at a time? Twins. All the people in the true society at the scene were shocked and filled with fear. One white Fu was enough to suppress Carlisle, if there was another one. Boom. The explosion effect of the alien erosion was suddenly triggered at this moment, and Carlisle fell to the ground in pain before he could figure out what was happening. Ugh. The tearing pain stimulated Carlisle's nerves. He screamed and began to squeeze every bit of energy in his body. At this point, he had no choice but to use his last resort to use explosive energy. The gushing energy shook the ground around Carlisle's body into spiderweb-like cracks, and the fine dirt and gravel flew directly into the air. Oh my god, the boss has entered the second stage. So fucking cool. Is this the strength of a martial artist after the level is increased? Bai Fu's eyes flashed. She saw Carlisle's attributes soaring, but no matter how much he soared, it was useless. The gap in strength between the two sides could not be eliminated by opening the second stage. She and Hei Fu rushed towards Carlisle at the same time, and two piercing spears hit his face when they met. Carlisle had no time to dodge, so he could only take the piercing spears and fight with Bai Fu and Hei Fu with his arms full of blood. Generally speaking, a martial artist can beat a psychic praying master in close combat, but as a melee mage with full tankiness, Bai Fu just wants to laugh now. You have your Qigong, I have my spiritual explosion, you have your penetrating damage, I have my percentage damage. In terms of blood exchange, can I still be afraid of you? The fierce battle made the nearby players dumbfounded. They could not see the figures of Hei Fu, Bai Fu and Carlisle at all. They only saw three shadows constantly intersecting, and the scattered air and spiritual energy blew the surrounding soil, stones, and trees into pieces. After more than a dozen consecutive attacks, Carlisle's health was suppressed to an extremely low value by the continuous spiritual explosion and the erosion of the alien degree. After flying backwards again and breaking a tree, he was horrified to find that he could not get up immediately for a while. Foot. Damn. Bai Fu held a prayer card in each hand. Piercing spear one after another, white streams of light pierced through the night, piercing the chest of Carlisle, who was lying on the ground like a siege crossbow. But this was not the end. When the prayer card turned into a white light spot, two little Bai Fus rushed towards Carlisle from Bai Fu's left and right feet. Saturation attack. When dealing with such a must-kill enemy, Bai Fu never showed mercy, nor was she stingy with money. Under the sweep of the psychic storm, Carlisle screamed and fainted, and was stimulated by the pain and woke up again. When the storm finally dissipated, his hands and feet were all useless, and his body was full of broken flesh and blood. One round of attack, 500 damage. Carlisle HP. 61/1295. Obviously, Carlisle is on the verge of death, and there is only fatigue and fear in his eyes. Bai Fu walked to Carlisle, raised her leather boots, and stepped on Carlisle's chest. You are strong, but that's all. Please spare me. Carlisle's mouth was bleeding, and he begged for mercy in a weak voice. I can tell you a secret. If you attack the laboratory rashly now, you will definitely die. You mean the president of the True Society is in the lab? Bai Fu smiled, and pulled out a heavy pistol from her thigh. Carlisle's pupils suddenly widened. How do you know? Bai Fu aimed the gun at Carlisle's head. She ignored Carlisle's pleas for mercy, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 A few bullets were fired, tearing Carlisle's skull apart, and red and white splashed all over the floor. You kill Carlisle, contribution 98.2%, and gained 122,750 experience points after correction based on the level difference. You completed the main quest of the Area Watcher's Elegy Branch 1, contribution 96.1%, and received a reward of 288,300 experience points after a battle. You gained 410,000 experience points. Bai Fu looked at her panel, and now she was only 640,000 experience points away from upgrading the apprentice psychic painter to LV20 in one go. When the people from the Railway Guild come over, she will join them and destroy the laboratory. Then she should be able to trigger the job transfer mission. Really heading to the top. Bai Fu's eyes were shining with anticipation. She removed her leather boots from Carlisle's body, turned around, looked around, and asked coldly, "Who else?" No more. Not a single one. In the battlefield that was beaten to a mess, the fearless players couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the guards of the True Society were even more frightened. That's Commander Carlisle. Although everyone usually looks down on him and thinks he is a man who will do anything to climb up, no one denies that he is the best in this laboratory. But now, he was killed by those two women with a devastating blow under the tree, leaving not even a complete body. What a sin. Isn't it said that psychic praying masters are afraid of close combat? What kind of monsters are these two women? Bai Fu asked. Is your laboratory studying a strange black slate? The guards were at a loss. Black slate? Is there such a thing? The laboratory studies mutant technology, which turns people into half-human, half-beast mutants. There are no obsidian fragments here. Bai Fu felt a little disappointed. It was a pity. If this happened, she would have to go to the pre-march again. Go on your way with peace of mind. A few little Bai Fu rushed out. The guards didn't have time to complain before they were blown up into the sky by the little Bai Fu. When they landed, they were all dying. The players who saw the opportunity shot them up, and shot them into sieves in 2 shots. It's awesome. The players were overjoyed. Although they didn't contribute much in this battle, the damage of the last hit, and the guaranteed reward of the main quest still made them, who were not at a high level, very happy. Bai Fu was about to say something when her brows suddenly frowned. The Dark Moon Eye card far away in the laboratory received new information. Why are you here? President. Report to the President. It's like this. Several guards were originally resting by the corridor. They never expected that the President would come out of laboratory number 1 in advance. They quickly stood up and told him everything that had just happened. Carlisle. The President muttered the name in a low voice. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the guard, who was deliberately let go by Hei Fu. His eyes were cold, like the gaze of the god of death. The guard who was stared at was almost scared to death. President, I. The President strode to his side, pressed his shoulders and turned him 180 degrees, then reached into his clothes and tore off the Dark Moon Eye attached to his back. This happened too suddenly, and the guards did not expect it, and Bai Fu did not expect it either. The President of the True Society just appeared in her sight inadvertently. This was the first time she saw the real appearance of the President of the True Society, and it should also be the first time many people in the outside world knew what the President of the True Society looked like. Bai Fu's first impression was that he was ordinary. Yes, this was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, who would soon be forgotten in the crowd. But if it was at this special time, anyone who took a look at him would never forget him, because of those eyes, those deep, oppressive eyes. He seemed to be looking at Bai Fu through the eye of the Dark Moon, across the vast space. Bai Fu felt everything around her quiet down. She used her clairvoyance on the President of the True Society, but the skill failed to be judged, and only the President's total level was displayed. 56, it was 13 levels higher than her total level. A faint voice came from the mouth of the President of the True Society. I see you. He crushed the prayer card. Chapter 111. Many years later, Bai Fu stood in the wilderness, and would surely remember the night when the Dark Moon Eye prayer card she had attached to the True Society guard was discovered. It was a bit scary. She was not sure whether the President of the True Society was deceiving her, or really saw her through the prayer card. No matter what the situation was, it was no longer safe to stay here. Because even if the President of the True Society was just deceiving her, he would definitely send someone immediately, or even come out to check the situation himself. In the dark night, the blazing fire from the helicopter explosion was particularly eye-catching. He or his people would come to the door soon. Even with the help of Hei Fu and hundreds of players, Bai Fu didn't think she could beat the President of the True Society. The difference of 13 levels in total level is not a small number, not to mention that the president of the True Society has unlocked a high-level profession, which has a lot more bonuses than her. The attributes obtained by upgrading one level are more, so the gap will only be greater than it seems on the surface. But Bai Fu was not happy to let her withdraw so simply. Now that she was here, it would be a bit too weak to just kill a helicopter in Carlisle. She had to find a way to leave some good things for the president of the True Society, who threatened her again and again. The perfect curtain call of the Fate Master was 4 long-range sniping shots, while the perfect curtain call that Bai Fu thought of was a big stage formed by the combination of Hei Fu, hundreds of players, and the remaining prayer cards on her body. After receiving the president's message, everyone in the laboratory started to move. President. Laboratory Director Pan Yuni walked to the president with a serious face and asked if they were ready to evacuate. This secret laboratory is equipped with many important research equipment, which the president has accumulated bit by bit over the years. If an emergency evacuation is required, most of the equipment must be destroyed. To be honest, the price is too high, and Pan Yuni is reluctant to do so. He has been dealing with these equipment for more than 10 years, and to him, these equipment are as precious as his children. The president's face was very grim. First, gather all the experimental data and experimental subjects. If something goes wrong, take as much equipment as you can and blow up the rest. Pan Yuni nodded helplessly. This was indeed the wisest decision at the moment. I wish you a triumphant return, President. Under the order of the President of the True Society, the fully armed guards in the laboratory, only a few powerful superpowered people stayed in the laboratory to prevent sneak attacks. 10 minutes later, 3 helicopters flew out from the automatically open door of the laboratory. Looking from a high altitude, the fire where Carlisle crashed was very dazzling. Come over. The helicopter immediately turned around and led the ground troops to launch a surprise attack. On the way, they met the ground troops sent by Carlisle before. After Carlisle's helicopter was shot down, these guards were scared and shrank in place. They wanted to go and check, but they were afraid of giving away their lives. They wanted to retreat, but they were afraid of being ambushed on the way. When they were in a dilemma, the president of the True Society came. What happened? The president was intimidating without even getting angry. A guard trembled as he recounted what had just happened. In fact, he didn't know what had happened, but the scene of the helicopter being shot down by hundreds of arrows had been firmly imprinted in his mind, and he would never forget the spectacular feeling. Carlisle is probably in danger, otherwise he would have come back long ago. You are so greedy and reckless, you idiot. After hearing this, the superpowers nearby were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to tear Carlisle apart again. The president pressed his right hand down. It's useless to say these now, find the intruder first. He had no time to be angry about Carlisle's stupid behavior and death. When he first noticed the existence of the Dark Moon Eye prayer card, he actually realized that something was wrong. When he really found the prayer card from the injured guard, he was more certain of his thoughts. This prayer card has the ability to perceive, but the key to the problem is not here, but the prayer card is something he has never seen before. With his knowledge of psychic power, he had never seen this thing before. The person who could research this thing must have wisdom, and ability far beyond ordinary people. This was not an accident, but a deliberate act. I can feel his presence, and even feel a familiar feeling from him, but I can't remember. Many figures of his mortal enemies flashed through the president's mind, but none of them overlapped with the shadow he saw through the prayer card. Who is it? Keep going. With a shout, the helicopter and ground troops continued to move forward cautiously. They did not encounter any ambush on the way and arrived at the place where the helicopter crashed smoothly. The president jumped off the helicopter and looked around. What caught his eyes was the shattered ground that looked like it had been washed by artillery fire, the broken helicopter, and the blood and more than a dozen corpses on the ground. Report: Carlisle's body was not found. A superpowered person searched the ground and walked to the president. The president shook his head. No need to look for him, he's dead, otherwise our guest wouldn't be so confident hiding in the dark waiting for us to come. What? Everyone around was shocked when they heard the president's words. Their hearts were hanging, and they began to look around, but they still couldn't see anything unusual. The president took a step forward, and his right hand suddenly shot out a stream of light, which scattered a pile of grass in front of him, revealing the little Bai Fu hiding in it. Little Bai Fu was small and very cute, which directly stunned the people of the True Society. What is this? They soon realized that the cuter something is, the more dangerous it may be. Explosion! Kurofu, who was hiding in the distance, opened her lips slightly, and in an instant, A dazzling white light bloomed from the little Baifu's body, and the surging spiritual energy gushed out, completely covering the surrounding 10 meters. Those members of the True Society who were close were blown away on the spot, and those who were farther away were also blown to tattered clothes and covered in blood. Enemy attack, enemy attack. However, this was just the opening hint of the perfect farewell performance that Baifu prepared for the president of the True Society. In ancient times, the signal was to smash a cup, and now it is to bomb Fu. More than 1,000 meters away, the players who were crouching on the ground stood up at the same time and threw out the last batch of penetrating gun prayer cards that Baifu gave them. Fire! The dazzling white light rose into the air, drawing a series of relatively straight arcs, covering all the people standing next to the crashed helicopter. The momentum was so strong that it was like dozens of artillery firing at the same time. In one round of bombing, half of the people on the side of the True Society fell on the spot. Although those powerful superpowers and the president of the True Society were unharmed, this was undoubtedly an extreme slap in the face. Kill them! The furious superpowers flew towards the player's hiding place like arrows. But the player may be afraid of blood, or a horrible environment, but not of death. Come on, dance on the stage. After throwing the piercing gun, the player shouted and charged forward. This was a charge as heroic as the one that exploded with Qi Yuan's mechanical dog. When the players collided with those superpowers, they all took out the summoned ghost prayer cards that they had stored for a long time. For Fufu, for the mission reward, for love and justice, fuck, hack the True Society, the ghosts released by dozens of summoned ghost cards exploded at the same time, and the flames of the explosions connected together, creating a wall of arc light more than 10 meters high in the wasteland under the night. The lethality of this round of explosions remains to be discussed, but the visual impact it brings is real. Even the president of the True Society couldn't help but be moved. The undead have always been known for being difficult to discipline. Even if they are reformed, they are not very obedient. They are as talkative as if they have a disease that will kill them if they don't talk. But the undead who showed up today showed a decisiveness and coordination beyond human expectations. How did they do it? While the president was thinking, Jianqi Chongtian and Hei Si, who were hiding on the other two sides, also took action. Hei Si, our goal is to lay bombs on the ground. After that, we will attack the laboratory. The sooner the better. Jianqi Chongtian, everyone look at me. No matter what happens next, or what enemies we encounter, we don't care. Our target is the president of the True Society. Don't worry about others. Just charge and it's done. We must not lose to the people of Zhongyi Hall. Do you understand? The two parties started to act separately. No tactics are effective against these high-level NPCs. All they can do is to trade their ruthlessness for even one point of life. Shouts began to echo in the darkness. At this moment, the members of the True Society in the darkness felt that they were trapped in an ambush. No matter where they looked, it seemed that someone was charging. President, do you want to retreat temporarily? A bunch of scoundrels, don't worry about them. The president of the True Society did not change his expression. He could sense that the undead who rushed over were very ordinary in strength, and they were just brave. In this kind of game, blood courage is the most useless. A player rushed out from behind the bushes, followed by 2, 3, and more. The superpowers learned their lesson, and did not engage in close combat with the players this time, but used chi, mental shock, and bullets. Haha, didn't expect it. I have a shield. I'm not afraid of your bullets. Take my visual fog. Look, this is spatial confusion. The players began to desperately throw prayer cards at the president of the True Society, but all this was in vain. All the functional prayer cards failed when they were judged on the president. The president simply raised his right hand, and an invisible shock wave swept out, cutting off all the players standing in front of him. What the hell? The players who rushed slower were shocked. What kind of a tough guy is this? Now they didn't want to continue rushing, so they simply detonated the ghost halfway. The violent explosion made the already tattered surroundings even uglier. The president showed a cold expression, walked forward, and grabbed the neck of a player who didn't have time to detonate the ghost. Who ordered you? Boom. The sudden explosion made the president's pupils shrink. He didn't bother to interrogate, and quickly turned his head to see a guard, who was fine just now, had his chest exploded, and fell to the ground with a painful groan. I don't know, he suddenly exploded, and I didn't understand what happened. This is of course an explosion caused by the alien erosion. The prayer cards that players are using now are all distributed by Baifu for free. Players use them to fight monsters, and Baifu can also get a share of the pie. Go! When all the opening performances have been delivered, the next one to appear is naturally a good show. While the president was distracted, Hey Fu brought several little white fuzz out from the dark. Little white Fu exploded to clear the way, the overflowing color accelerated, and the flowing light rushed. Hey Fu easily passed the superpowers, who wanted to stop her, and flashed in front of the president of the True Society. This is the gift I prepared for you. Hey Fu opened her right hand and released a spiritual explosion at a distance of less than 2 meters. All this came too suddenly. Even the president of the True Society, who was attracted by the explosion of the alien dimension, did not react. It was not until the agitated spiritual energy began to hit his face that he knew he was hit. The surging spiritual energy shaved off more than 100 points of his life, which was a bit painless, but it was the first time in many years that he was hit in the face. The stable emotions instantly lost control, and the president roared and used his energy to blow Hey Fu away. No wonder I always felt familiar. It turned out to be you, Bai Fu. This answer was unexpected. No one thought that Bai Fu, who had to spend a long time to attack the Bagro's base, would dare to appear in front of the president today and slash the president's face with his life and strength. Facing the furious president of the True Society, Hey Fu showed no fear. This is just an appetizer. The next time we meet, you will die. Hey Fu attacked other superpowers around her, harvesting lives like a ghost, until she died under the president's iron fist. Looking at Hey Fu disappearing out of thin air in front of him, the president's face changed again and again. Go back to the laboratory first. Sure enough, he just jumped on the helicopter and received a message for help from the laboratory. The helicopter roared away, and the ground troops were much slower. Because of this, when the helicopter appeared over the laboratory, the ground troops had just stepped on the bomb buried on the ground, and the little Bai Fu that Bai Fu had given to the players to bury together. The result is imaginable. The president walked to the door of the helicopter and stopped, looking at the subordinates on the ground, who were drowned by the explosion, with a grim face. Bai Fu! Bai Fu's mood was in sharp contrast to the president of the True Society. She spent all her money and sacrificed a group of Hey Fu, but the good thing was that she gave the president of the True Society an unforgettable gift in this way. In addition, she also gained a lot of experience. Kill 31 people and gain 110,000 experience points. Destroy the laboratory special team and complete the hidden task, gain 100,000 experience points. Guide the player to break through the laboratory door with a series of explosions, complete the hidden task, and gain 100,000 experience points. Bai Fu quickly counted the prompts that popped up in the game, and finally, a conspicuous prompt came into her sight. You completed the hidden mission destruction of Marsky Mutant Laboratory, contributing 91.7% to the mission, and received 366,800 experience points as a reward. She immediately realized that the True Society was going to run away after what she did, but now Bai Fu was powerless to stop it, and her attention was on the experience she had just gained. That's enough. Bai Fu quickly invested experience and raised the level of the apprentice psychic painter to LV20 in one go. After adding points, her attributes became attributes: Strength 25, Agility 31, Constitution 89, Intelligence 30, Spirit 28, Inspiration 120. At the same time, the prompt she was most looking forward to finally came. You unlocked the Career Advancement Mission Proof of Courage. Chapter 112. President, Urgent News. Just after returning to the laboratory, the president of the True Society received terrible news. Bernardo, the director of the operations department at the headquarters of the True Society, received top-secret intelligence from agents lurking in the Railway Guild. An hour and a half ago, the top leaders of the Railway Guild suddenly held an emergency meeting. Those who attended the meeting included the current chairman of the Railway Guild, the former chairman, the commander-in-chief of the army, the director of the intelligence department Zhou Hailong, and the director of the Undead External Liaison Bureau Su Li and others. These people held a half-hour meeting in a conference room with full confidentiality measures. After the meeting, the Railway Guild immediately began to mobilize. It is said that even the ace agents of the Railway Guild who were on vacation received orders, and had to end their vacation quickly, and assemble at the military camp on the western border of the Railway Guild. Half an hour after the mobilization order was issued, the troops in the capital of the Railway Guild completed the assembly, and took armed helicopters to the military camp to pick up the agents, who came from other places. Not only that, the agents of the True Society lurking in the territory of the Human Alliance also accidentally collected urgent intelligence. It is said that when the Railway Association issued a mobilization notice, the Human Alliance and the Old Republic also received invitations to cooperate in combat. Due to the tight time, the Human Alliance and the Old Republic did not send a large number of troops, but the high-level agents they sent were enough to make any major force nervous. Is there any person or force that requires the three major forces to send so many people to deal with at the same time? Bernardo thought about it, and could only think of the true society where he was, so he immediately reported the news to the president, who was far away in Marsk laboratory. Thinking of what happened just now, the president's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although there was no direct evidence, he was 100% sure that the group of people were heading for Marsk laboratory. Bai Fu, Bai Fu, Bai Fu. He kept repeating this name, and the more he repeated it, the angrier he became. He never thought that such a person, who he once regarded as a small character, could bring him so much trouble. First, he interfered in the abandoned cooling plant, slowing down the research progress of the drug that activates the blood of evolution. Then he arrested Li Chung at the Lin gathering place, which may have caused the original Gene to guess his true identity. Then he attacked the Black Hawk base, causing considerable damage to the true society. Now he has revealed the location of the Marsk laboratory, causing the Railway Guild to take the lead in the attack. The president can only be thankful that before the Marsk laboratory was discovered, the final verification of the new mutant experiment had been completed and could be officially put into production. Otherwise, even if it might cause the final plan to fail, he would personally lead the team to the Goli Desert to crush Bai Fu and her silent garden into powder. Who is she? Bai Fu's true identity is definitely not simple. He once suspected that Bai Fu was an agent secretly trained by the original Gene body, but judging from the ability Bai Fu has shown now, she can't be. Bernardo, go check, let the intelligence department check, and let those undead, who have surrendered to us check, and we must find out Bai Fu's true identity. Ah, yes. Bernardo was stunned for a moment after receiving the order, but he immediately agreed. When this order was passed to the players, a new storm began to brew, but not many people paid attention to it yet. The president ended the call with Bernardo and officially issued the order to retreat. A large number of laboratory equipment needed to be destroyed, which made him a little distressed, but this was the price he had to pay. Everything for the final plan. The president's eyes looked through the boundless starry sky outside the laboratory door. Now, I am only one step away. As long as I can figure out the secret of Yulia, no one in this world will be able to stop me. Invincible, what a wonderful word. Pan Uni released the experimental subject and test his true strength with the people who will come later. While the members of Marsk Laboratory were worried about the emergency retreat, Bai Fu was also worried now. The job transfer task proof of courage that was just triggered is a very special task. The task has 3 branches, but completing any one of them will complete the task. Branch 1. Kill a target with a total level of no less than 38. Branch 2. Collect 3 purple quality rare prayer card drawings. Branch 3. Collect an additional psychic knowledge chain. Task reward: 300,000 experience points, random talent or passive skill *1, qualification for promotion to a high-level profession. The rewards of the task are quite rich. 300,000 experience points may not seem like much, but the random talents and passive skills and the extra rewards are very powerful. The only problem is that Bai Fu has difficulty making choices when facing this task. Branch 1 is a simple and rough monster killing task, but monsters with a total level of no less than 38 are not so easy to find. She has been wandering in the Goli Desert for several months, and has never seen such a powerful sandworm. Branch 2 is a collection task. Although the purple grade requirement is not high, the only prayer card blueprint she has now is Piercing Spear, which is a purple quality. It is unknown how much time or experience it will take to collect 3 additional purple quality blueprints. Branch 3 is also a collection task. Considering the difficulty of collecting the psychic knowledge chain before, she doesn't think she can achieve this goal in a short time. It is worthy of being a high-level job transfer task. There is no branch that is worry-free. Bai Fu couldn't help but complain. However, compared to ordinary NPCs, who still need to understand by themselves to break through the bottleneck, compared to ordinary players, who can only raise the main job level to level 25 at most, she feels that she is still quite happy. There's no need to choose one anyway, just wait and see. Just endure it. No matter how troublesome it is, a month is enough for her to complete the job transfer task. Bai Fu closed the task interface, and suddenly, her personal terminal vibrated, and a message came in, from Suli. Bai Fu replied, "You are contacting me now, aren't you telling me that you are preparing to send troops? You must not know where I am now, and who is around me." Suli looked a little proud. "Riddler, get out." Bai Fu's face darkened. If you don't tell me, I block you. Oh, don't. Isn't it okay for me to tell you? Suli rolled her eyes in annoyance. We set out half an hour ago, and are now picking up people. After picking up people, we will fly directly to Marsk Desert. After meeting up with the people from the Human Alliance and the Railway Guild outside the desert, we will rush to the place you mentioned. At that time, I and other most elite agents will meet you as the vanguard. It will take about an hour, at the fastest 1 hour. Bai Fu calculated that unless they just evacuated the people, regardless of anything else, it would be impossible for the people in Marsk Lab to complete the retreat within 1 hour. This is good news. She can get some benefits by following the coalition. However, it is obviously impossible to kill the president of the True Society here. Everything is too hasty. The president of the True Society has enough time to escape. Even if he did not escape immediately, it would be impossible to stop him if there were fewer people coming. Although she could not see his specific data, Bai Fu was very sure that he must have a talent or skill to reduce damage, otherwise the damage caused by Hei Fu at the risk of his life would not be so low. The exact location is, don't make a mistake, I will try to help you buy some more time. Bai Fu sent an exact coordinate. In the previous battle, Hei Fu and most of the players died, and now there are only a dozen or so relatively weak players left with her, such as the war correspondent Digging G. You? Bai Fu turned around and prepared to let Digging G and the others scare the people in Marsk's laboratory again, but she was shocked when she saw the expressions of Digging G and other players. What the hell? All the players looked sad, as if they had just been issued a critical illness notice by the doctor. What's wrong with you? Bai Fu asked. Digging G suppressed the depression in his heart. Fu. Alas, I know you are feeling very depressed and uncomfortable now, so uncomfortable that you want to die. Why should I feel uncomfortable and want to die if I have nothing to do? Bai Fu looked confused, always feeling that these players were doing a job of helping her to be the enemy of the world. I don't know how to comfort you. After all, just now your dearest sister died at the hands of the group of people in the True Society. All I can do is to assure you that we will definitely help you get revenge. So don't be impulsive now, just leave everything to us. As they talked, Digger and the other players looked at each other, and then like fearless space warriors, they resolutely walked into the long night and headed towards the distant Marsk laboratory. Bai Fu had figured out why Digger and the others behaved like this, because she deliberately didn't say it, so the players always thought Hei Fu was her twin sister, and just now Hei Fu was beaten up by the president of the True Society, so many players mistakenly thought Hei Fu was dead. An NPC who looked powerful and important suddenly died. Damn, it was Daozi. As soon as Bai Fu opened the live broadcast room of Digging G, she found that the live broadcast room had become a mess, with Fumen members and skulkers everywhere going crazy. No, Fume, my Fume, how could you die? Little Bai Fu crying expression. Planner, you have no heart. Why did you design such a strong monster, Fume? You died miserably. Alas, Fu's heart must be broken now. I hope nothing happens to her. Why, the second jailer of the stars is gone like this? Some players even held a cyber funeral for Hei Fu in Digging G's live broadcast room. Bai Fu, so abstract? She browsed the community again. The style of the community was slightly different. Most of the players were sad and shocked by Hei Fu's death, but some players also felt regretful. Why was Hei Fu dead instead of Bai Fu? If Bai Fu died, all the players would be back to the same starting line. What a pity, Bai Fu's mouth twitched. Have fun, you won't be able to laugh later. It can only be said that the development of the matter is quite outrageous, but Digger G and the others took the initiative to go to Marsky Laboratory, which saved her from issuing another task. Although Digger G and the others were no good, their arrival really frightened the people in the laboratory, making them think they were surrounded, and they immediately stopped what they were doing and began to be alert. This situation lasted for a long time before the people in the laboratory realized that something was wrong. Damn, they were fooled. They beat Digger G and the others, and beat them back to the Goli Desert. President, there is no time to lose, you should leave first. The president of the True Society did not refuse. He took the important information and the researchers, and left the laboratory by land in advance. More than 40 minutes later, Suli really came with her people. They were breathing heavily, and sweating profusely. It was obvious that they had been running at full speed all the way without stopping. It was normal to think about it, because the president of the True Society and a hidden laboratory of the True Society were waiting for them. This is Bashim, the Deputy Minister of the Intelligence Department of the Old Republic. This is Ding Hongtao, the Director of the Abnormal Countermeasures Bureau of the Human Alliance. Suli quickly introduced the identities of these agents to Bai Fu, And Bai Fu also threw in her psychic vision skills while she was introducing them. Elite is elite. The weakest agents here are all at level 31, and the strongest ones have even unlocked advanced professions. It's really a gathering of the best. Bishim interrupted Su Li's introduction with a face full of hatred. Let's talk about this later. Let's go to that laboratory first. I can't wait to cut the president of the True Society into pieces. Others nodded in agreement, and one by one they made harsh remarks. Bai Fu wanted to complain. No, just with this level difference, if we really fight, the president of the True Society will probably twist your head off. Be careful, or you die. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Bai Fu said to Su Li. Su Li nodded. She and Bai Fu were in a similar situation. Her position was promoted recently, but her qualifications and strength were not enough among the old dings, so few people cared about what she said. Bai Fu followed the large group and rushed to Marsky Laboratory. No one cared about her now, and she was happy to hide at the back. She had already been in the limelight in front of the truth meeting just now. If she slipped forward at this time, wouldn't she be asking for a beating? This was not in her interest. Her idea now was to complete the job transfer task first, and then complete the two main tasks after successfully unlocking the advanced job. After completing the main tasks, she could basically walk sideways on this novice planet. With a group of professionals leading the way, Bai Fu reached the vicinity of Marsk Laboratory without any effort. The president of the True Society had left in advance, but some people in the laboratory had not had time to evacuate. They had never expected that the coalition forces would arrive so quickly. They originally planned to completely erase the experimental equipment and data before leaving. Surrender, and you won't be killed, Bishim shouted. No response was given to his words. The door of the laboratory was wide open, like a sleeping beast, making people feel uneasy. A mechanic stood up and said, "Leave it to me." He released a large number of micro-detection machines and began to try to invade the laboratory's network and paralyze the laboratory's defense system. While he was taking action, others were not idle either, and they all showed their high professionalism. They either set traps around the laboratory or bombarded the laboratory with various long-range attack methods. However, no matter what they did, the people in the laboratory refused to come out, and it was clear that they wanted to live and die with the laboratory. Don't know what's good for you. Bishim was murderous. At this moment, the mechanic shouted, "We have successfully hacked into the internal system of the laboratory. Wait a moment, I will call up the surveillance." Everyone leaned over. Bai Fu was no exception. The terminal screen flickered a few times, and then a wide corridor appeared on the screen, but no one paid attention to the corridor at this time. All eyes were focused on the monster that walked out from the deep corridor. It was a monster with a swollen and twisted body, like a beast, but its head still retained most of its human form. What the hell is this thing? Even Bai Fu was a little nauseous by the strange shape of this monster. Here it comes, its target is us. The mechanic suddenly shouted, and the screen on the terminal kept switching. Everyone watched the monster pass through corridors, and finally appear near the door of the laboratory. Beast Transformed Mutant Number 1 Boss. Template, Beast Transformed Mutant Main Occupation. Berserker Warrior LV-19 Lower Occupation LV-10. Truth Hunter LV-2 Lower Occupation Agent LV-10. Health Value, 2500/2500. This is a total level 41, with a health bar of up to 2500, and extremely exaggerated physical fitness and resistance in all aspects. The danger level is red, extremely dangerous. Bai Fu's pupil shrank suddenly. This boss has high resistance, and she can't easily deal with it after temporarily losing Hei Fu. But now she has a group of strong men and women around her. She only needs to follow these strong men and women to kill this beast-like mutant to complete the job transfer task. From reaction to surprise, there is only a spiritual vision skill. When the mutant pounced on her, Bai Fu had no worries or fears, but endless joy and gratitude to the president of the True Society. She was just worrying about where to find a monster of no less than level 38 to fight, and the president of Timely Reign sent the monster to her. She was willing to call the president of the True Society her new big brother. The beast-like mutant launched a violent attack. Bai Fu wandered around the periphery, occasionally throwing a frenzy or chain reaction to help others strengthen them. Occasionally, she found that the mutant's hatred was completely attracted by other NPCs, so she secretly attacked and shot him to get some output. This lazy performance made some people begin to doubt her strength. Is the new queen of the dark world like this? Bai Fu didn't care at all. When the mutant was injured and surrounded in a very awkward position, she suddenly used combat etiquette on the mutant. The mutant controlled by the battle etiquette could not move, and could only watch the people around him pour all kinds of moves on him. Woo! He let out a beast-like cry, and the cry even caused the ground to shake. But all this was in vain. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Everyone rushed forward, punching and kicking, shooting and attacking, and finally killed the beast-like mutant. As the beast-like mutant was killed, Bashim and others could not relax at all. This is a monster they have never seen before. It is so powerful that it can even temporarily withstand the attacks of agents, who have unlocked advanced professions. If the True Society has only one such monster, it will be fine. If there is more than one, it is cloudy and dangerous. Only Bai Fu was secretly happy. She received a game prompt. The beast-like mutant number 1 has been killed, with a contribution of 4.2%. After correcting the level difference, 8,400 experience points were obtained. You completed the hidden task beast and received a reward of 200,000 experience points. You completed the career advancement task proof of courage and received a reward of 300,000 experience points. Bai Fu directly selected a random talent or passive reward. I'm lucky today. If I don't draw now, when will I draw? Drawing random talents or passive skills. Drawing completed. 1. Repeat the old trick passive. When releasing active psychic skills, there is a 5% chance to automatically use the skill again. 2. Life overload talent. You enjoy the protection of psychic energy. After leaving the battle, when the health value is at 100%, a psychic shield equivalent to 10% of the maximum health value will be automatically generated. 3. Psychic worship talent. For each true spirit summoned on the field, the inspiration is additional +1, up to +30. You can sacrifice the true spirits on the field to restore health. Each sacrifice of a true spirit restores 25 health points. A maximum of 30 can be sacrificed, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. Bai Fu quickly scanned it, and she passed the old trick directly. She was a psychic worshipper who played cards and passives, and talent skills, and she didn't fall for it at all. She hesitated for a while between Life Overload and Psionic Worship. Life Overload is a talent with great potential, which is equivalent to giving her 10% more health limit out of thin air. Psionic Worship is also good, which can increase attributes and restore health. Considering that she already has the skill of Psionic Shield, Bai Fu finally chose Psionic Worship. Although Psionic Worship is not as good as Life Overload in terms of growth, the combat power bonus of Psionic Worship to her at this stage is obviously much greater than that of Life Overload. This is what she wants. Skills or talents similar to Life Overload can be slowly brushed later. You get Psychic Worship talent, the game prompt sounded. Bai Fu let out a sigh of relief. Now, she was only 300,000 experience points away from unlocking a high-level profession. For her, it would take only 7 or 8 days at most to accumulate 300,000 experience points. But she obviously underestimated today's gains. There were too many good things hidden in the huge Marsk laboratory. Although a large number of instruments and equipment were either taken away or blown up, and although a large amount of laboratory data was also destroyed, the traces of some things could not be erased in a short time. In the bombed-out number 1 laboratory, Bai Fu found a blueprint that had not yet been shattered. This blueprint was very simple. If other people picked it up, they would not be able to see any problems, but Bai Fu was different. She saw at a glance that the monster drawn on this blueprint looked exactly like the psychic original body in the Research Institute in the Goli Desert. The True Society really has an inseparable close relationship with that Psychic Research Institute. You completed the hidden main task, the Savior Branch 2 experimental subject, and received a reward of 300,000 experience points. You triggered the subsequent task, another psychic original body. Task objective: find another psychic original body hidden by the True Society and destroy it. The reward depends on the contribution. Bai Fu took a deep breath. There is still 30,000 experience points left. Her eyes locked onto a few members of the True Society, who were still resisting. When several little Bai Fu exploded in the crowd, the whole world was quiet. Bai Fu looked at her remaining experience. Several months, thousands of miles of running, countless powerful enemies. At this moment, all the efforts condensed into the most delicious fruit. She opened the road to the peak of Zuyuan Star. Upgrade. Chapter 113. Above the stars, the upgrade from Advanced Profession to Advanced Profession brings much greater improvement than the first job change. The first job change is equivalent to bringing players from the sweaty mountain village into the colorful world, witnessing the infinite potential of superpowers with their own eyes. And the second job change, well, it should actually be called Awakening, more appropriate. In order to complete this awakening, players must first accumulate a lot of experience and rich professional knowledge. After making these preparations, they must also accept the task test from the game. Only by overcoming these 91 difficulties can they truly prove. Advanced Profession Avenue. You get what you sow. After so much preparation, the improvement you get must be much greater than the first job change. Otherwise, the player will have to send the planter's horse and the sun shoulder to shoulder. Full of expectations, Baifu invested all the experience she had just gained into the apprentice psychic painter. You unlock the new profession psychic painter, current level LV1, physique +1, intelligence +1, inspiration +4, attribute points +4. You completed the second job change, every 1 point of physique converted to +5 health points. Psychic value converted to +5 the moment the apprentice psychic painter transformed into a psychic painter. Baifu felt a new power suddenly emerge in her body. That was a huge improvement that was invisible to the naked eye but could be felt. It reminded her of the changes when she successfully absorbed the blood of evolution template. Under the cleansing of psychic energy, her life level seemed to have officially embarked on the road of evolution. Is this why high-level professions are so difficult to unlock? The upgrade of the apprentice psychic painter can provide her with 6 attribute points, and the upgrade of the psychic painter can provide her with 10 attribute points, and both of them have begun to actively increase physical fitness. In addition, her physique to health conversion rate has now increased to 125, and her psychic value conversion rate has also increased to 115. The change brought about by the increase in conversion rate is that her health and psychic value have directly increased sharply. Since the upper limit of psychic value exceeds 1500, the third stage bonus brought by the psychic knowledge chain is triggered, and her various attributes have increased a little bit. Baifu quickly opened the panel to check her attributes. Health, 2680/2680 Psychic, 1970/1970 Chi, 160/160 Attributes, Strength 29, Agility 35, Physical 98, Intelligence 35, Spirit 32, Inspiration 128. Compared with before the upgrade, the health value has increased by more than 600, and the psychic value has increased by almost 700. It is simply a rocket-like increase. With the blood recovery effect of the new talent Psychic Worship, the opponent is directly tanky to tears. Baifu closed her eyes. Even without using the psychic perception skill, she could sense the dust in the air, the movement of people around her, and Su Li's sudden curious look. This is the benefit of improved inspiration and spiritual attributes. She sensed again, and even found that her body had undergone some subtle changes. Every inch of skin became whiter and smoother, every muscle became stronger, and even her chest seemed to become more upright. She had to check it out after returning. Sure. Even if we don't consider the other changes brought by this job transfer, the improvement in attributes alone has greatly increased Baifu's confidence. What a bullshit beast transformed mutant. 2500 HP is amazing. I now have 2680 HP. If I fight again, I can beat you up by myself without Heifu's help. Besides being confident, Baifu was also glad for her previous judgment. Fortunately, she was very vigilant and did not foolishly go to challenge the president of the True Society in person. Otherwise, the difference in attribute bonuses brought by the advanced profession would be enough for the president of the True Society to easily crush her to death. Baifu closed the attribute panel and clicked on other game tips that appeared after the job change. After changing to Psychic Painter, several of her original skills were improved accordingly. Intermediate Psychic Expertise upgraded to Advanced Psychic Expertise, Psychic Knowledge Learning Efficiency and Active Skills, Psychic, Effect plus 30% Low-Level Psychic Resilience upgraded to Intermediate Psychic Resilience. When attacked, gain plus 5 Inspiration Judgment, Psychic Resistance plus 10% Psychic Shield upgraded to Psychic Shelter. Consume Psychic Value to form a full-body shield of Psychic Value *2. The maximum value of a single shield is 3000, which can be used on other targets lasting for 5 minutes, and the cooldown time is 12 seconds. The first 2 upgrades were expected, and the upgrade of the Psychic Shield completely met Baifu's needs. The skill effect has basically not changed, but now this shield can not only be used by yourself, but also by others, and its practicality has been greatly improved. It is easier to sell it to players as a prayer card. In addition, Baifu has unlocked 2 new passive skills and 1 auxiliary skill. The 2 passive skills are Skillful, Psychic, the efficiency of making prayer cards plus 30% primary prayer enhancement LV1. The effect of the prayer card you use plus 10%. The former greatly improves her card making speed, and increases her speed of earning money and experience from card making. The latter is even more critical. Using prayer cards is classified as using props, not using skills, so it does not enjoy the bonus of some of the skills she has mastered before. With this new passive, everything will be better. The output of a little white foo is plus 10%, and the explosion of 10 little white foo together is equivalent to exploding an extra little white foo than before. If the level of this passive is raised, the output bonus will be higher. The newly acquired auxiliary skill is Dispel LV1. Consume 30 points of spiritual energy, dispel a regular buff or debuff on the designated target, and the cooldown time is 10 seconds. This skill is quite useful. It can be used to dispel the buffs that increase strength or agility on the opponent, and it can also be used to dispel the burning debuffs that you accidentally get, etc. If used at the right time, it can save your life. Compared with these improvements, Baifu actually likes the last tip more. You have mastered the skill Dark Burning LV1. Dark Burning LV1. Consume 10% of the psychic value and 10% of the health value. Forcibly transform the psychic attribute into darkness, and strike the target 3 times in a row. Each strike causes, Inspiration *1, points of psychic damage to the target, and causes, 0% to 10%, all attribute reduction to the target according to the inspiration difference between the two sides. The reduction lasts for 10 minutes, and the skill cooldown time is 10 minutes. Note, dark psychic energy will cause some erosion to the body, so it cannot be used continuously. This is an active skill, which means that this skill can get a 130% bonus when calculating damage. With Baifu's current basic inspiration attribute, 3 strikes can cause 883 basic damage without damage reduction. If the effect of the erosion is taken into account. Baifu quickly calculated that if the opponent's health is 3,000 points, and he takes the full 3 strikes of Dark Burn, the subsequent 2 additional psychic attacks, and all the damage of the erosion, then she can cause 1,400 plus damage to this opponent in a few seconds. Of course, this is the base damage before various damage reductions are taken into account. In reality, the damage is not that high, but this skill can also reduce the target's attributes and resistance when combined with the explosion of the xenomorphic corrosion. It is simply a magical skill when fighting against single targets with low psychic resistance and lack of sufficient damage reduction characteristics. Although the cooldown time is very long, it can only be used once in a battle, but this is completely enough. A duel between masters can usually be decided in a few minutes, and it takes more than 10 minutes, unless both sides are extremely strong tanks. Baifu was in a good mood. With Dark Burn, she had a big move, which made her far ahead of the average high-level professional superpowers when she just unlocked the high-level profession. Our regional bosses are like this. If you don't have a certain level, how can you dare to be a regional boss? Baifu felt that if she could raise the level of those skills that were not fully upgraded, and the level of the Moon Dancer profession, her strength could be improved by several times. When the planner strengthened her next time, her position would be almost transformed from the regional boss of the Goli Desert to the world boss of Zuyuan Star. Gain experience. You must gain experience as much as possible. She had already sensed that due to her involvement, the storyline of Zuyuan Star would develop much faster than before. It was very likely that when other players on the novice planets were still working on the main quests and exploring the secrets of the planets, the major forces on Zuyuan Star would have already started fighting, and the protagonists and world bosses would also start to appear one after another. In order to cope with this situation, she had to improve her strength as soon as possible, on the one hand to protect herself, and on the other hand, only by improving her strength could she get a bigger share of the next big scene. Just as Baifu excitedly turned off all the game prompts, Suli had already walked in front of her. Are you okay? Why are you standing here all of a sudden? Suli stared at Baifu, with a puzzled look on her face. In fact, since entering the laboratory, Baifu has never left her sight, but now she has a feeling that Baifu has been replaced by something. It can't be said to be a replacement, but in a short few tens of seconds just now, she suddenly felt that Baifu's whole person has become more three-dimensional. This three-dimensionality was reflected in the fact that when she used her chi to sense Baifu's existence, Baifu suddenly changed from a young girl to a charming mature big sister, dazzling and frightening. Can anyone really change so quickly? She couldn't help but want to try it, but she felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. What can happen to me? Baifu had a smile on her face as warm as the spring breeze. Okay, don't stand here stupidly, look around. Maybe you can find some important information that the truth will not have time to destroy. Suli nodded. That was true. Although destroying a secret laboratory of the True Society was already a great achievement, who wouldn't like to get more credit? The two walked deeper into the laboratory. It was just like the outside, shabby, and there was no intact equipment. Only one mutant stood there blankly. Bashim of the Old Republic and Ding Hongtou of the Human Alliance were interrogating him, but he kept his mouth shut and refused to surrender until Baifu showed up. The president wants to talk to you. This is the temporary terminal contact number he left behind. The mutant reported a string of numbers. After saying this, his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he fell to the ground, without a breath. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Fu. Chapter 114. The president of the True Society wanted to talk to Bai Fu, and for this purpose, he deliberately left a brainwashed mutant in the laboratory. It was hard not to attract other people's attention. The smile on Bai Fu's face gradually disappeared as everyone stared at her. The president of the True Society, this old bastard, must have suffered a loss at her hands and deliberately made such a trick on her. Okay, so I make you stronger next time we meet. Even if I can't kill you, I break both of your arms. In silence, Bashim was the first to speak up. Interesting, I was just worried about not being able to find him, but I didn't expect him to come out on his own initiative. I'd like to see what he can say. While speaking, he looked at Bai Fu deeply, his eyes were meaningful. Then, he began to direct the mechanic who was following the large group. This is an opportunity, try to track his signal, if you can find his current location. The century-long history of the True Society will end today. Bashim suddenly sneered, as if he could immediately flash over and kill the president of the True Society in a second if he knew where he was. So pretentious? Bai Fu's eyes twitched slightly, and she raised her personal terminal. Are you ready? I contact him if you are ready. Missing you, please wait a moment. The mechanic worked for several minutes, and even got an external screen, and then signaled Bai Fu that she could start. Bai Fu entered the number in the personal terminal, and when the beeping sound came from the terminal, everyone held their breath. A few seconds later, with a ding, a figure appeared on the screen. It was the president of the True Society, and there was no expression on his face. For Bai Fu, this was her second meeting with the president of the True Society, which was not unusual, but for the others present, especially those who worked in intelligence, this was undoubtedly a historic moment. Since joining the intelligence department, the name of the president of the True Society has been constantly echoing in their ears. They gave the president of the True Society many nicknames, and invited many experts to draw his appearance based on his actions and personality. Those portraits tend to exaggerate his viciousness and rudeness, like Jean Motzi. A few portraits will make his appearance outstanding to highlight his personality charm, but even such portraits will outline a bit of cruelty in his eyes. However, when the president of the True Society really showed up, all the agents present were stunned. Too ordinary, just like any ordinary person, they would meet on their way to work every day. In fact, Bai Fu also thought so when she first met the president of the True Society, but her feelings were far less profound than Sudali and the others, because the time she had dealt with the president of the True Society was really too short. Is this true? Is this a stand-in? If he really looks like this, doesn't that mean that one day in the past, when we were investigating him, he might have been sitting near us? It is always difficult for people to change the perceptions that have already formed in their minds. Bai Fu ignored the others around and said, I heard that you want to talk to me. The president stretched out his right hand and made a 4. Since your name appeared in the report of the operations department, I have suffered 4 losses at your hands. I haven't had this experience for many years. This won't be the end. Bai Fu said. The president was not angry, but I don't think so. The little fights are over. Bai Fu, this will be the closest you will get to killing me. Before Bai Fu could reply, Bashim on the side lost his temper. He laughed and mocked. A rat in the gutter dares to speak nonsense here? The next time we meet, I will twist your head off your neck with my own hands. The president was still not angry, but just spit out one word calmly, get lost. This word hit Bashim's heart like a bullet. Bastard, you are not worthy of asking me to get out. If you are really capable, get out now. The president stared at Bashim without saying a word. Bashim wanted to curse a few more times, but suddenly he felt like he fell into an ice cave. The bone-chilling coldness rose from the coccyx, straight to the top of the head, and his body shook uncontrollably. He was actually scared. Bashim was angry, and was about to make a move, but Ding Hongtou of the Human Alliance stopped him. Shut up, now is not the time to talk nonsense. Not only Ding Hongtou, but also the people from the Old Republic, all the others looked unfriendly, and Bashim could only shut up in dismay. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, You are going through so much trouble just to say a few harsh words to me, right? The president said, I am very curious, who are you? When you cooperated with the Primarch, I sent someone to secretly investigate your identity, and the report I got was blank. Bai Fu said, Is it possible that my past is as ordinary as your appearance, so ordinary that people think it is a blank? The president shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I have already mobilized people to investigate. I think other people should also be curious about your true identity. Bai Fu, You see, no one believes me when I tell the truth, so I can only pretend to be mysterious and let people imagine it. You really hurt me. Bai Fu, in fact, we don't have to be enemies. If you are willing to surrender and join the true society, I can forgive all your past offenses and share the advanced psychic knowledge of the true society with you. After the president said this, more than a dozen eyes were fixed on Bai Fu. Bai Fu was calm as always. People with different ideals cannot work together. Okay. The president nodded. I will only give you one chance. Since your answer is no, you'd better hide. Otherwise, the next time we meet, you will die and no one can save you. Bai Fu laughed. Although you have been causing trouble for me and have repeatedly threatened me with death, I don't really hate you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk so fast, so I leave you an intact body next time we meet. You don't know my limit at all? The president ended the conversation directly. There was nothing abnormal on his face, but from his tone, it was obvious that he was on the verge of going berserk. Bai Fu didn't care. She turned her head and asked the mechanic next to her, "How is it? Have you found his location?" The mechanic looked embarrassed. There is also a mechanic on the other side, and his skills are much higher than mine. All my attempts have failed. Yes, I knew it would be like this. Bai Fu had never held out hope, so she was not disappointed. You guys can do whatever you want, she said to the people around her, and then she checked the other gains of this operation. In addition to the obvious gains, she also gained a lot of hidden benefits. After finding the blueprint that was not shattered in time and unlocking the another psionic pre-March mission, she gained 0.2% exploration. With the fall of the Marsk laboratory, her contribution to the destruction of the True Society also increased from 11.45% to 22.61%, almost doubling. This shows how important this laboratory is to the True Society. However, these improvements are just numbers now, and it will take some time to turn them into actual benefits. At this stage, if you want to gain more experience, you can only rely on the main quests, except for letting Hei Fu make cards continuously. Bai Fu has already thought about what to do after leaving Marsk Laboratory. The first thing to do is to release the restrictions on recruiting people in the Silent Court and recruit more players to rebuild the Goli Desert. The next thing to do is to go to the Old Republic and the Pre-March to complete the main branch quests. She was hesitating whether to go to the Old Republic first or the Pre-March first. The distance from the Goli Desert to these two forces was actually not far apart. From Pratt's mission, the Old Republic is not a good thing either, but I have no grudges against it, so let's go find trouble with the Pre-March first, and then... Wait! Bai Fu was thinking, and Bishim's shout interrupted her train of thought. She raised her head, and saw Bishim staring at her angrily. Don't you think this conversation came too suddenly? Su Li frowned. What do you mean? Bishim said, is it possible that this is a play, and Bai Fu has actually secretly surrendered to the True Society, and the True Society deliberately used this method to help her get rid of suspicion, so that she can infiltrate us? Of course, I just put forward a possibility, which is not necessarily true. It is also possible that the True Society did this to make us think so as to provoke the relationship between us. Regardless of the truth, for safety reasons, I think we all need to investigate Bai Fu. If the first half of Bishim's words was a bit unreasonable, then the second half made some people neutral. That's what the people from the Human Alliance think now. They don't suspect that Bai Fu and Jinli will collude, but simply want to know who Bai Fu is. Anyway, with Bishim in front to attract firepower, they don't have to do anything, just pretend to be neutral. Su Li was furious on the spot. Suspect Bai Fu? Bishim, I also suspect that you have a problem. So can I also investigate you? Bishim snorted coldly. If I remember correctly, you are no longer a member of the Railway Union's intelligence department, right? Whether I am or not is none of your business. If you want to mess around, don't blame me for being rude. I'm really not afraid of your words. Su Li showed her fist directly. At this time, Bai Fu patted her shoulder and signaled her not to be impulsive. In fact, when they first met, Bai Fu found that Bishim's attitude towards her was not very good, and his favorability was negative. Although it was not much negative, she seriously suspected that Bishim had other purposes against her, not just because of his impulsive personality and dislike for her. There is one thing I must make clear. Bai Fu walked in front of Su Li, who was furious. I never intended to cooperate with your Old Republic, so whether I have any relationship with the True Society or not, it will not affect you. Of course, you can also use the excuse that you want to deal with the True Society to forcibly examine me, but if that's the case... She paused and suddenly raised her right hand. Dark burning, boom! 3 consecutive black spiritual energy beams shot out from her palm, blasting the wall next to it to pieces, and even the ceiling of the laboratory that had been specially treated for explosion-proofing burst open, as if it would collapse at any time. Bai Fu said, I want to see whether your body is stronger or my strength is stronger. Bashim's body froze. He could feel that if those 3 impacts fell on him, he would be seriously injured. You broke through that barrier. Bashim's voice trembled, and his words made everyone's heart, including Su Li's, beat wildly. Damn, it turns out that Bai Fu has unlocked a high-level profession. Now all attitudes towards Bai Fu must change. A superpower who has unlocked a high-level profession will definitely be valued by all forces. The people of the Old Republic were as if they were facing a great enemy, fearing that Bai Fu would launch an attack regardless of everything. Although they also had high-level superpowers, it was still unclear whether they could stop Bai Fu. Even if they stopped her this time, could they still stop her next time? If a high-level superpower is determined to deal with a force, he can kill the people of that force in panic and unrest by assassination. Damn, why did Bashim, this idiot, take the initiative to provoke Bai Fu for no reason? Isn't this pure brain damage? Seeing that the people of the Old Republic didn't say any more nonsense, Bai Fu withdrew her hand with satisfaction. Strength is the right to speak. If she hadn't unlocked the high-level profession, this farce would have been more troublesome. However, Bashim's messing around also made her determined. She decided that the next target would be the Old Republic. She had to find a way to figure out the relationship between the Old Republic and the Holy Spirit Church's infectious disease, and by the way, get the list of the Psychic Diffusion Committee stored by the Old Republic. Things here have been dealt with almost. I still have to go back to those undeads and explain the situation to them. I come to thank you next time I have time. Bai Fu left this message to Su Li and left. She was in a hurry to tell the players that Hei Fu hadn't sent it. If she delayed it any longer, who knows what tricks the players would do besides the cyber funeral. Su Li knew that the situation was a bit awkward, so she didn't force him to stay. As soon as Bai Fu left, everyone took action. They contacted their superiors one after another and said, investigate. We must find a way to find out Bai Fu's true identity. If the agents are short of manpower, let the undead investigate. So, after the True Society, players from the Railway Guild, the Old Republic, and the Human Alliance also joined the army to investigate Bai Fu's identity. The ultimate mystery, who is Bai Fu? Alien, native genius, or a hidden master? This topic is getting hotter and hotter. Among the people who contacted their superiors, only Bashim is special. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to investigate whether she was related to Pratt's disappearance, but I underestimated her strength. She is actually a high-level superpower. This plan has completely failed. She is very dissatisfied with us now. It seems that we can only change another method. Let those undead people investigate. Yes, I understand. Bashim ended the conversation with his superior. He was in a headache now. If the secrets held by Pratt were known by Bai Fu, it would be a huge blow to the Old Republic. He could only pray that Pratt's disappearance had nothing to do with Bai Fu. Chapter 115. After leaving Marsky Lab, Bai Fu drove all the way and soon found the car she had abandoned before. Since all the players had left, she could only drive one of the cars away, but it was not a big problem. After returning to the Kiriyama camp, she just needed to give the players a task and ask them to drive the car back. Bai Fu drove for a whole day. When she arrived at the Kiriyama camp, the news that Hei Fu was dead had spread among the players. Most players didn't really care about Hei Fu's death. After all, it wasn't long from Hei Fu's appearance to her sudden death, and everyone didn't have a deep impression of her at all. Jailer, Bai Fu's sister, aloof, I lust after her. This is the first impression most players have of Hei Fu. But Hei Fu's death still caused a very heated discussion. On the one hand, it was because the players of the Silent Garden were too abstract, and they held a cyber funeral in the community subforum of Shelter 11, attracting a large number of people who just wanted to have fun. On the other hand, it was because Hei Fu died too suddenly, causing many players to feel uneasy. Players who like Bai Fu are worried that Hei Fu's death will have an adverse effect on Bai Fu, and that Bai Fu will also die suddenly like Hei Fu due to an unexpected incident. Players who don't like Bai Fu are worried that their favorite NPC will die suddenly like Hei Fu. Although everyone can turn to the planner if the NPC dies, it doesn't guarantee that the planner will be alive. Because of this worry, when Bai Fu arrived at the Tanshan camp, she found that the players in the camp were not very interested. If Bai Fu dies, where can I find such a comfortable camp? If Bai Fu dies, there will be no prayer cards to sell. How can I show off in the arena without prayer cards? Let's find a way to lock Fu up. We can let her do whatever she wants to do. Fu only needs to look good and make prayer cards. I think your idea is good. Fu randomly clicked on a post in the community and found that players were discussing how to imprison her. There were many players participating in the discussion. In the end, the players unanimously concluded that it was impossible to do it now. There is no way, the gap in strength is too big. But just because they cannot be imprisoned now does not mean they cannot be imprisoned in the future. Fu's mouth twitched slightly. Are these players starting to get a little bit wrong? This dangerous thought must be suppressed as soon as it appears, otherwise, who knows if a fun player will really do this one day. Never underestimate the fun player's ability to make things happen. Fu has seen many players in single-player games use various methods to forcibly transport NPCs from one area to another. They can do this in games with a low degree of freedom, and they are afraid that it will be even more outrageous in games with a high degree of freedom. The reason why these players don't do anything big now is mainly because they are afraid of being killed by powerful NPCs. A powerful NPC attacking a player is just like the angry Lu Bu in Dynasty Warriors rushing into a group of low-difficulty soldiers. Hey Fu. Fu waved to Hey Fu, who was summoned by her as soon as the cooldown timer was up. The two walked into the Tongshan camp side by side. Huh? Fu is back, and Fu Mei is back too. Ah? Oh my god, why is Fu Mei here too? Resurrection of the dead? Impure world reincarnation? The sudden appearance of Hey Fu confused the players in the camp. Didn't they say Hey Fu was dead? Then what happened? Fu pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you?" A female player explained. Digging G said that your sister Fu died in the battle. Everyone is very sad, but now she... Fu suddenly realized, I wanted to explain to Digging G and the others at that time, but they left in a hurry. Hey Fu was indeed defeated in the battle with the president of the True Society, but as long as I am alive, she will not die in the true sense. How to say it, she doesn't have a real body, but survives in a very special state. If you don't believe it, touch her arm. There was not a single falsehood in Fu's explanation, except that she did not explicitly say that Hey Fu was the true spirit she summoned. This was a case of misinformation. Players had no idea that there were such things as true spirits in the game, so after the female player had the courage to touch Hey Fu's cold hand, the discussion about Hey Fu's true identity and existence became a hot topic again. Fu Mei is not dead? Let's salute the resurrection of the second jailer of the stars. Damn, the funeral was held in vain. Don't worry about that kind of thing. It's a good thing that she is not dead. The problem now is that Hey Fu is very likely to share a body with Fu, as Digger G had guessed before. Indeed, Fu herself said that as long as she is not dead, Fu Mei will not die in the true sense. Does this mean that Fu Mei exists in the form of a soul? It should be, but is there such a thing as a soul in this game? Soul has become the keyword. Players from all over Zuyuan Star went to ask NPCs whether there are souls in this world. This question confused the NPCs. Soul? Isn't this something that only exists in novels or legends? The intelligence collected by a large number of players shows that no one on Zuyuan Star has ever seen a real soul. When players from other planets saw that this matter was so popular, they also went to ask the NPCs on their own planets. I have a friend, her name is Fu, and she has a sister named Hey Fu. The results of the investigation by players living on low-tech planets or high-tech planets are similar to those of players on Zuyuan Planet, while the results of the investigation by players living on spiritual power planets and supernatural power planets are different. NPC on spiritual power planet. Soul? Of course souls exist. NPC on demon planet. Twin sisters share a body, and the sister will not die if the elder sister does not die. I have several ways to achieve this goal. NPC on supernatural power planet. Who is this Fu you were talking about? If I remember correctly, you mentioned this person last time. The existence of the soul has been confirmed, and the theory proposed by Digging G that Fu and Hey Fu are twins who share the same body has also been supported. It happened that at this time, players from all camps of Zuyuan Star received a new task to investigate Fu's true identity, so the popularity of speculating on Fu's true identity suddenly soared. The reward for this quest is so exaggerated, 200,000 experience points, a lot of reputation and faction favorability, and there are special titles to be obtained. Normal, my boss told me that Fu is a high-level superpower. A high-level superpower is an NPC who has unlocked a high-level profession and has already stood at the top of Zuyuan Star. Fu's level is so high, how can the reward for investigating her quest not be high? Fuck, Fu is really awesome. If I remember correctly, Bai Fu hinted that she is an alien before. Can this be used to complete the quest? Don't try it. I have tried it. It doesn't work. They don't believe it. Let me show evidence. Where can I get evidence? But the real help that made the investigation of Bai Fu's identity the #1 in the community popularity list came from a post posted in the community by a player named Mountain Stream. Gao Shan Lu Shui came from a supernatural planet. To prove that he did not make up the story, he attached a video in the post. Family, I was locked up by the NPC because I mentioned the name Bai Fu several times in front of him. Now they insist that I explain who Bai Fu is, otherwise they will not let me go. How can I explain this? I said Bai Fu is a master from a distant planet, but they didn't believe me and beat me up. What a jerk. There were a lot of question marks in the post. Soon, a player with the same experience came out to support the post. Damn, I thought I was the only one who had this experience. The psychic who captured me used a brainwashing spell on me and asked me to reveal Bai Fu's true identity. I didn't say a word. Oh, now I can't change my camp. It's so fucked up. Don't mention it. I was hung up and tortured by the demon hunter for 2 hours. I had nothing to do and watched a movie. Don't tell me, the heroine of this movie is pretty good. This outrageous experience directly brought the popularity of this topic to a height that it shouldn't belong to. Bai Fu was dumbfounded, especially after receiving several game prompts. The format of these prompts was the same, all saying that she had unlocked or improved the reputation of XX Camp. What was speechless was that these camps were not even on Ziyuan Star. Now, although I am not in the martial arts world, my legend is everywhere in the martial arts world. Actually, thinking carefully, Bai Fu could understand those NPCs. The existence of players was special, and could attract the attention of NPCs. Such a group of special beings would say the same name for no reason, and it would be difficult for NPCs not to be curious. We have to investigate. If we don't, what if something goes wrong? Bai Fu originally thought that the matter was almost over, but when she asked the players in the Tangshan camp how they were doing, the players and NPCs from other planets came up with something new. The superpowers of a certain organization on the spiritual planet gathered together for a meeting. Based on the fact that players can be resurrected, players have special ways of contacting each other. Players in different places will also mention the name Bai Fu, and the evidence that Bai Fu is a double soul in one body. They speculated that Bai Fu is the Night Master in the local legend. The Lord of the Dark Night, a two-faced demon who controls death, the moon, the dark night, and nothingness. She has 2 souls. One soul looks harmless, like a gentle big sister next door, and the other soul is extremely cunning and sly, and enjoys deceiving people. The followers of the Lord of the Dark Night successfully communicated with the Lord of the Dark Night through the ritual. They received the gift of the Lord of the Dark Night, and thus had the ability to resurrect from the dead. These superpowers believe in their own guess very much, because Bai Fu mentioned by the players has too many similarities with the Lord of the Dark Night, especially the feature of 2 souls in one body. They were very excited about this discovery. This is awesome, man. This is the first time they have found out the real name of the legendary demon. So they announced this discovery to the public. Players have been in the game for several months and are well informed. The first player who learned about this quickly posted it on the forum, and then another player studied the various legends of this novice planet and found that if they had to explain it, it seemed that Bai Fu was really a bit like the Lord of the Dark Night. 2 souls in one body. Bai Fu looks like a gentle big sister next door. Bai Fu's nickname is Silver Moon. Legend has it that the Lord of the Dark Night was betrayed and fell into a long sleep, and Bai Fu also claimed that she was betrayed. Good man, tell me if these features are similar. Could it be that Bai Fu is really the Lord of the Dark Night? That's not right. Isn't the Lord of the Dark Night a demon god worshipped on a novice planet? Fu is not even on that planet. That can't be said. Who can guarantee that only the people on that planet believe in the Lord of the Dark Night? Maybe the belief in the Lord of the Dark Night is spread throughout the universe. Didn't Fu also hint that she is from an alien planet? It always feels a bit exaggerated. The first female NPC encountered in the novice village is actually the legendary demon god. Brother, have you ever heard of the offline city, and the weak warrior, and the woman who asked people to top up 70,000? What does a digging treasure think? Digging G said she didn't care. This was not the information she dug out herself. She could only respond in silence. If she said something wrong, her title of never making mistakes and predicting Bai Fu's plot would be gone. Anyway, Bai Fu was silent after reading it. Okay, export to domestic sales, right. Most of those super powerful judgments were still made up by her to deceive players, such as the dual souls in one body, the image of a gentle big sister, the nickname, and her betrayal. Never expected that these fabricated intelligence would match a legend among the numerous novice planets. It was a sense of humor that the content typed out by a monkey happened to match a short story. This is definitely not a bad thing in the long run. The more players speculate about her identity, the more powerful she is, and the deeper her background is, the more benefits it will bring to her. In the short term, there is still a disadvantage. Even if all the NPCs on other novice planets think that she is the Lord of the Night, it will not have any impact on her. But the NPCs on Zuyuan Star are different. If the NPCs who received the message believe this, and had thoughts like, Zuyuan Star does not allow such a powerful person to exist, it would more or less cause her some trouble. It seems that I have to improve my strength as soon as possible before the trouble comes. Bai Fu decided not to return to the Goli Desert for the time being. She just asked the players to send the body of Carlyle that she brought back to the Goli Desert, and informed Old Neeson and Gao Yuan to recruit more players recently. If it is difficult for players to come, they can send a car to pick them up. It is best to increase the number of players to 4,000 to 5,000. This will not only speed up the reconstruction of the Goli Desert, help her complete the main task as soon as possible, but also greatly improve the security capabilities of Shelter Number 11. After explaining the matter over there, she first got the obsidian fragment of Pratt, and then began to intervene in the tasks she had issued to the players before. During the few days she was away, the players had actually investigated some useful information. As she had thought before, the Old Republic did have medicine that could cure the infectious diseases in the Kiriyama camp, but they deliberately did not sell these medicines to the Kiriyama camp. In order to find out the real reason why they did not sell the medicine, some players tried to track the Old Republic researchers who made the muscle strengthening potion. Due to the strict guards of the Old Republic, they did not find conclusive evidence, but they still found that those researchers had been secretly contacting the intelligence department of the Old Republic, so they concluded that the infectious diseases and medicines in the Kiriyama camp were all a conspiracy of the Old Republic. The Old Republic is probably testing drugs on them. Our next plan is to grab the drugs, grab the complete version of the muscle strengthening potion, cure the patients in the camp first, and then kidnap the researchers. I don't believe we can't get any information out of them. This is called professionalism. Bai Fu nodded. As the players' level increased, their abilities gradually emerged. It seemed that she didn't need to intervene in this task. She only needed to wait for the player to investigate the situation clearly, and she could reap the benefits. Do you have any clues about the investigation of the Psychic Proliferation Committee? Gaiawofu said, we investigated the past of the Old Republic. The Old Republic was born out of the pre-war superpower Orion Republic. After the war and the catastrophe, some surviving politicians and military-industrial groups of the Orion Republic jointly established the Old Republic. The Old Republic was initially the most powerful force on Zuyuanxing after the catastrophe, but they encountered an accident when researching mutant technology, which led to the outbreak of the Mutant Rebellion. The Old Republic suffered a heavy blow, and some people who hated mutants left the Old Republic and established the Human Alliance. From the development history of the Old Republic, it is very likely that they have first-hand information about the Psionic Diffusion Committee. So we investigated the previous leaders of the Old Republic, and found that most of the confidential information of the Old Republic was managed by the Information Department of the Intelligence Department. The truth about the Mutant Rebellion was leaked from this Information Department. Therefore, we think that the information of the Psionic Diffusion Committee may also be in the Information Department. The person in charge of the Information Department of the Old Republic is Deputy Minister Bashim. Oh, it turns out that we are still old friends. After listening to the words of conversion to Wofu, Bai Fu found that the mission introduction and mission rewards of the hidden main line the Savior Branch 1 Old Hatred have become more detailed. Mission introduction. It is said that most of the secrets of the Old Republic are kept in the Information Department of the Intelligence Department, and now the person in charge of the Information Department is Bashim. Try to find the list of the Psychic Diffusion Committee from Bashim. Reward: 200,000 experience points, exploration, memory fragments. This mission reward made Bai Fu raise an eyebrow. 200,000 experience points? It's a bit too little for her now. But the reward of this task seems not to be experience points, but exploration points and memory fragments. Exploration points are easy to say. She has obtained 2.2% of the exploration points of Zuyuan Star through tasks and explorations. As for memory fragments, it's not the first time she has seen this thing. One of the rewards for the task of exploring spiritual energy released by Xia Shi is memory fragments. Is the reward of memory fragments bound to the task of exploring the past plot? It's hard for Bai Fu not to make some associations. For example, This so-called memory fragment is actually a copy dropped by the game. If you get the memory fragment, you can challenge the stories that happened in the past. If this is true, then she has another source of experience. Chapter 116. Although she has already set the Old Republic as her next target, Bai Fu is not in a hurry to act. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. She will next infiltrate the base camp of one of the 5 major forces on Ziyuan Star. If she is not fully prepared, she may fail. As for capturing Bahim, Bai Fu is actually very confident. She has fought with Bahim in the Marsk laboratory, and has also seen Bahim's data panel. She is fully confident that she can beat Bahim to his knees in a short time. The real difficulty lies in how to bypass the high-level NPC of the Old Republic to approach Bahim, and after catching Bahim, how to get rid of the pursuers, and take Bahim to a safe place for torture and interrogation as soon as possible. Speed is the key. Bai Fu looked at her attribute panel. Her basic agility is 35 points. With the bonus of Hei Fu, Ikai, and Super Energy Burst, it can be increased to 50 points in a short time. 50 points of agility is ridiculously fast among a group of psychic praying masters. It is the kind of speed that most people may think she has not started yet, but in fact she has finished. However, compared with those high-level physical training NPCs or speed-type NPCs, 50 points of agility is not very effective. In order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, Bai Fu urgently contacted Su Li and asked Su Li to find the most powerful mechanic in the Railway Guild to order a set of combat uniforms. I don't care much about defensibility, the key is speed and strength. Well, it would be better to give me the ability to turn quickly. If there is enough time, it would be even better if I can add the function of hiding my identity and blocking detection. As for the appearance, it's okay. Anyway, I will wear another set of clothes outside when the time comes. Okay. Su Li agreed quickly, then I help you design it casually. Bai Fu quickly added, don't be too casual when I say casually. If you want to make it into a weird style like wearing briefs outside, be careful or I take it off and put it on your head. Don't worry. Su Li agreed with a smile. Only a dozen minutes later, she sent another message to Bai Fu, saying that this kind of combat uniform that does not require too high defense capabilities can be picked up in 3 days at most. 3 days? Bai Fu used the waiting time to make prayer cards. She went out and bought a bunch of prayer card making materials, and then she and Hei Fu worked together to make prayer cards for 3 days to gain experience. Then, she invested all this experience into the Moon Dancer profession, upgrading it by 5 levels, and upgraded the Moon Dancer profession to Moon Dancer, Advanced, LV5 in one go. This upgrade brought her 10 points of agility, 5 points of constitution, 5 points of spirit, 10 points of attribute points, and a new skill called Moon Hidden. Moon Hidden. Consume 5 points of energy per minute, reduce the noise generated during action, no cooldown. This is a very useful skill for infiltration, assassination, and escape. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. She did not use the extra 10 attribute points for the time being, and planned to see whether to add them to agility when she officially takes action. Now her attributes have become attributes: Strength 29, Agility 45, Constitution 103, Intelligence 35, Spirit 37, Inspiration 128. Originally, her lowest attribute was Intelligence. After so much development, Strength was surpassed by Intelligence, but it was not a big problem. She did not fight with fists. The 3-day deadline has come. After leaving the confinement, Bai Fu and Hei Fu immediately rushed to the Railway Guild. Take a look at this set of combat uniforms. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can still change it now. The combat uniform that Su Li took out was a tight-fitting style. The material has special ductility, and can fit the wearer's body perfectly. At the same time, it has a very good shaping effect, so there will not be some embarrassing situations like wearing yoga pants. The combat uniform is black as a whole, with textures, colors and decorations in some key parts, which is both beautiful and practical. Bai Fu really couldn't find any fault with the appearance. She cast a clairvoyance on the combat suit. MX Modified Combat Suit, Bai Fu Customized Version. Quality, Purple Attributes, Durability 150/150, Strength 16, Agility 23 Energy, MX Micro Core * 4, Energy 200/200, after full power activation, consumes 0.4 energy points per minute, rechargeable. Then, there are more than a dozen lines, mainly introducing the additional capabilities of this combat suit, such as the concealment function, signal shielding function, and foot burst module. It can be said that except for the poor durability and defense, This set of combat uniforms made in a hurry is a magical outfit just by looking at the panel. Sully smiled and said, "When making this combat uniform, I deliberately asked the senior mechanic to use the most advanced materials. This material has excellent breathability. Even if you wear it and fight with others for a whole day, you don't have to worry about yourself getting suffocated. Anyway, you can try it." Bai Fu nodded. After unlocking the advanced profession, her body was strengthened. She specially verified that this strengthening not only strengthened her body strength, but also the curves of her chest, abdomen, hips and legs, as well as metabolism and a lot of other body functions. Therefore, the functions that Sully mentioned are actually not very meaningful to her. Anyway, she doesn't sweat much, and she won't wear combat uniforms as regular clothes, which will be stuffy for many days. Bai Fu went to the room to change into the combat uniform and adapted to the strength and agility it provided. She was quite satisfied with this combat uniform. The only thing she was dissatisfied with was that the ability of this combat uniform to conceal her identity was not top-notch. It was impossible to make a move on her chest, so that people could not judge her gender. But this was not the problem of this suit. It was because her own capital was too strong, and the technological level of Zuyuan Star was at this level, so it was impossible to improve it. There is nothing to change, so leave it as it is. Bai Fu very readily paid the balance of the combat uniforms to Sully. When she left the Railway Guild, she also got a good news from Sully. In the past 2 days, the True Society suddenly launched an attack on the Railway Guild, the Human Alliance and the Old Republic. The scale of the attack was not large, and it was even a touch and go, but it involved a lot of energy from the 3 major forces. Some senior agents of the Old Republic have been transferred to other places, then my chances of success are even greater. Bai Fu was more grateful to the president of the True Society. This number 1 brother is many times more powerful than the former number 1 brother, the leader of the Wildfire Gang. When she was new, he kept giving her experience and reputation. When she was targeted by the pre-march, he helped her to contain the pre-march. When she was stuck at a level, he gave her a job transfer task. Now that she is going to cause trouble for Bashim, he has helped her attract the attention of the Old Republic. With this level of enthusiasm, the leader of the Fumin, Digging Ji, always respectfully calls the president of the True Society Old Senior. Let's talk about deeds, not heart. When I am the real protagonist of Zuyuan Star, I will give the president of the True Society the title of honorary leader of Fumin. After leaving the Railway Guild, Bai Fu rushed to Black Mountain City as fast as she could. As night fell and dark clouds gathered, she silently watched the images sent back by little Bai Fu. This time she sent 2 little Bai Fus, one to watch the office of the Old Republic Intelligence Department, and the other to watch the laboratories where the researchers who were studying muscle-strengthening drugs worked. Since the Old Republic experienced the mutant rebellion, the nighttime control has been stricter, so at night, there are basically no pedestrians on the streets and alleys. Occasionally, you can only see cats and dogs running past and patrolmen with solemn faces. We have been keeping an eye on him for 2 days, but Bashim has been hiding in the intelligence building and won't come out. A player reported his findings to Bai Fu. Bai Fu frowned slightly. The situation is a little bad. Although some senior agents of the Old Republic were led away by the True Society, a considerable number of them are still left in Black Mountain City. With her current strength, she may not be able to escape unscathed even with the support of the combat uniform if she breaks into the intelligence building. It seems that the second combat plan must be activated to lead Bashim out of the intelligence building. Get ready for action. Bai Fu sent a signal to the players. The players who received the order took action, staring at the laboratory until the researchers they had been eyeing walked out of the laboratory and entered their encirclement. The target has appeared. The player in charge of stalking immediately shouted in the team channel. The arresting team was ready to go, the troublemaking team was already in action, and the other players responsible for stopping the pursuers and leading the pursuers away were all in their positions. Following the order from the player, who was the general commander, the players in the capture group launched the first wave of attacks. They rushed out of the darkness as quickly as agile cheetahs. With the psychic shield, these players did not need to consider the opponent's counterattack at all. What they needed to do was extremely simple, that is, rush to the target, use the combat etiquette card to control the target, and then other players rushed to press the target to the ground, tying the ropes, gagging, and stun, and they cooperated closely. In less than 20 seconds, the arresting team succeeded and began to retreat. A few minutes later, a patrolman arrived at the scene of the arrest. He found something unusual and quickly called his companions. A large group of patrolmen rushed over and began to search for players everywhere. At this time, the players who were responsible for blocking and attracting the enemy jumped out. Today is different from the past. In the past, players could only run away when they saw these patrolmen, but now the players are much stronger, and they can beat the patrolmen who are chasing them, and make them cry for their parents in a few moves. Quick, go to the intelligence department to ask for agents. The patrolman was frightened by the players, and could only ask for external help. Bashim, as the deputy director of the intelligence department, naturally would not personally come out for such a matter. Bai Fu had expected this, so she prepared a more delicious set meal for him. When the agents of the intelligence department just rushed out of the intelligence department building, the troublemakers, who had ambushed in various places in Black Mountain City in advance, started to work. They attacked the important laboratories, companies, and even military institutions in Black Mountain City in batches, shouting as they attacked. It's bad. Deputy Minister of Intelligence Bashim has colluded with the True Society to rebel. Everyone run quickly. If you don't run, everyone will be captured by the True Society and turned into mutants. Fake news. This is fake news. Don't believe it. Deputy Minister Bashim is innocent. The one who colluded with the True Society to rebel is Colonel Chuck. Bullshit. Don't slander me here. Colonel Chuck is innocent. The lethality of these words can be said to be quite terrifying, and everyone who heard them was stunned. Damn, who is rebelling, and how many people are rebelling? They were completely confused by the players' rhetoric, and for a moment, they didn't think that anyone else didn't have the option to rebel. Contact the president quickly. We need reinforcements. If there are too many rebels, we can't hold on here. For a while, all the terminals in Black Mountain City were busy. In the intelligence building, Bashim glanced at the clock next to him irritably. He was in a bad mood these days, all thanks to Bai Fu. In fact, if Bai Fu had just threatened him in front of everyone, he wouldn't be so angry. Who hasn't experienced one or two embarrassing moments as an intelligence worker? After a good night's sleep, the unnecessary resentment and hatred will almost disappear. Bashim was indeed like this at the beginning. After returning from Marsky Laboratory, he completely forgot what happened in the laboratory that day in just one day, and began to focus on investigating Bai Fu's true identity with the help of the undead. It must be said that the undead were really efficient. In less than a day, they successfully compiled a report on Bai Fu's movements. The details of this report made those old agents, who were proud of their status and ability, feel ashamed. Bashim began to imagine the scene where Bai Fu was completely exposed by the undead. However, everything changed drastically after one day. Those undead, who were investigating very enthusiastically a day ago, suddenly gave up. Not only that, a considerable number of undead directly withdrew from the Old Republic and disappeared. Bashim was confused and quickly sent someone to investigate the cause. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. It turned out that most of the undead who escaped had fled to the Goli Desert. Isn't the Goli Desert Bai Fu's territory? That means those undead abandoned the Old Republic and went to Bai Fu. Bashim had heard that Bai Fu had a special charm that could attract undead, but he never expected that this charm would be so strong. What kind of magic potion did she feed those undead? Good looking? We don't like good-looking female agents. Is it because her hair is silver white? Angry Bashim ordered his agents to investigate further. Afterwards, when an undead was asked why so many undead suddenly abandoned the Old Republic and went to Bai Fu, he replied, maybe it's because Bai Fu's true identity has been revealed. True identity? Now it's rumored everywhere that Bai Fu is the Lord of the Dark Night. What is the Lord of the Dark Night? I don't know how to explain it to you, but it's really powerful, a bit like the existence of the Man of Destiny, you know? I think you guys should stop messing around. Just surrender to Bai Fu, and fight the True Society under Bai Fu's leadership. I guess we can destroy the True Society in 1 or 2 moves. Throw, throw, throw. I throw you a ball. Bashim was almost mad. These undeads are really praising Bai Fu to no end. He was a little unhappy with Bai Fu in the first place, and now he is completely resentful of her. Bai Fu, right? If she falls into my hands, I will definitely not let you down. I suspect that these undeads were sent by Bai Fu to disrupt our military morale. We need to adopt the same countermeasures against the undead as the pre-march. Otherwise we will be infiltrated by the undead and become puppets in Bai Fu's hands sooner or later. Bashim was writing furiously on the paper. He planned to write a report on the undead and submit it to the people above. At this moment, his personal terminal suddenly rang. What's the matter? It's bad, Deputy Minister Bashim. Now people outside are shouting that you are colluding with the True Society to rebel. Bashim was stunned. He would rebel if he colluded with the truth? Bullshit! Bashim hung up the phone angrily. Not long after, he received another call from the Minister of Intelligence. The minister said something similar to what the man just said. Now it was hard for him to ignore it. I didn't rebel. This is slander. I will prove myself with practical actions. Bashim could no longer sit still. He hurriedly packed up his things and walked out of the intelligence building with several subordinates. He was going to arrest those rumor-mongers himself and bring them to the minister and the president to prove their innocence. That's it. A few minutes after walking out of the intelligence building, a black figure suddenly blocked Bashim's way. Who are you? Bashim was shocked. He had no idea how this black figure appeared. While questioning, he raised his hand and slapped the black figure. The chi rushed like a swinging hammer. When it was about to hit the black figure suddenly moved sideways a few meters in an extremely uncoordinated posture. Bang! The chi hit the wall, and hit the wall directly against the tower. Bai Fu pushed the ground with her right foot, and the foot module of the combat suit exerted force. Under the effect of the recoil, she shot out like a cannonball, and appeared in front of Bashim in just a blink of an eye, so fast that people could not cope with it at all. Dark Burn was activated, and 3 consecutive strikes landed firmly on Bashim, smashing the defense shield built by Bashim with air, and also smashing Bashim's chest slightly. You? Bashim recognized it. Isn't this the move that Bai Fu showed in front of him that day? But at this time, he had no time to call for help or shout Bai Fu's name. He was knocked back and flew out. Bai Fu activated the combat suit with all her strength. With the help of the huge force burst and the flowing light, she arrived at the place where she fell before him. Bai Fu quickly raised her right hand, and a large amount of spiritual energy was released from her palm, instantly drowning Bashim. Ah! Accompanied by screams, Bashim was hit by the explosion of spiritual explosion and alien erosion, and his whole body was bloody, and his whole body fell into extreme weakness. Bai Fu did not kill him again. She picked up Bashim and looked around. The agents who came out with Bashim were already scared. It took only 10 seconds to kill the powerful deputy director of the intelligence department. What kind of monster is this? The fighting here was still a bit loud. Bai Fu had already noticed that someone was coming. Hey Fu, let's go. The two left quickly. Chapter 117. From stopping him to beating him to the point of him being unable to move, it took Bai Fu only a dozen seconds, and that was because she didn't call Hey Fu to play doubles. If Hey Fu joined her, she could have used 2 complete sets of Dark Burn and Spirit Explosion on him within 4 or 5 seconds, and triggered the first explosion of the alien corrosion. This set of damage could deal more than 2,000 points of pure panel psychic damage, and even if the damage reduction was taken into account, it could at least cause more than 1,500 or 1,600 damage to Bihim. However, Bihim's health bar was only 1,400 in total, which meant that if she really called Hey Fu, Bihim would still owe her hundreds of health points after a set of silky combos. Of course, Bai Fu didn't care whether she owed him or not. What Bai Fu cared about was that she would have to cry and beg Bihim not to die. If Bihim died, the fragments of memory she had been thinking about would fly away. In order to avoid such a ridiculous scene, she didn't let Hey Fu take action. After leaving the battle site, Bai Fu secretly scattered 5 small Bai Fu and let them hide in the corner. A minute later, a muscular man wearing a heavy mechanical exoskeleton rushed out and looked around angrily. Where are the Bashim people? Several surviving agents hurriedly said. Deputy Minister Bashim was captured by a man in black combat uniform. That man was so fast that we couldn't see what he looked like. A bunch of trash. The muscular man cursed angrily and broke the road sign next to him with a punch. Where did that man go from? That? Over there. The agent, who was scolded, did not dare to refute a word, and could only point his finger in fear in the direction where Bai Fu left. There was no way, because he was the A's agent of the Old Republic Sha Tai. If they dared to refute, even if they were killed, no one would speak for them. Sha Tai sneered. You want to catch someone under my nose? Dream on. He quickly released 2 small drones from behind, and contacted the intelligence department while walking. It is not clear what the other party's real purpose is. I will stop him as soon as possible and bring Bashim back. Don't worry, he is just a bastard who dares not show his face. I can easily crush him with one hand. You just need to block the road out of the city, and leave the rest to me. Reinforcements will be sent to other places first. Sha-Tai smiled, and walked into the alley next to him. Before he could figure out what happened, the 5 little Bai Fu, who had been waiting for a long time, exploded on the spot. Crushing me to death with one hand? I blow you up, you son of a bitch. Boom! 5 explosions in a row stunned the surviving agents and the people on the other side of the terminal. Hey, are you okay? Sha-Tai didn't die. but his hair stood up from the explosion, and he was as angry as Fat Tiger, who was criticized by Nobita for singing badly. "Kill you! I fucking kill you!" Just then, the signal receiver mounted on his exoskeleton sent a prompt. "Target found." On the screen that popped up, a black figure was flying through the streets at a high speed. "You're dead." Shady's feet exploded, and with the help of reverse thrust, he flew up to the tall building like a cannonball. At full power, his agility reached 81 points at this time, and his speed was so fast that people couldn't see his figure at all. It only felt like a black meteor passing by in the sky. Shot-Eye only took 1.5 minutes to successfully catch up with the black figure captured by the drone. He fell from the sky, shattering the concrete ground, and then, with his hands on his chest, he sneered at the black figure who stopped in a hurry. "Run! Why don't you run?" The black figure didn't say anything. She rushed forward and threw 2 grenades. Shot-Eye raised his hand and grabbed the grenade, letting it explode in his palm. In the fire of the explosion, he kicked forward. The black figure reacted very quickly. He flashed to the left and pulled 5 meters. Then he pulled out 2 guns from his waist and kept shooting. Unfortunately, these bullets hit Shot-Eye like tickling. "That's all you can do?" Shot-Eye roared and rushed with his right fist. The power was as great as a battering ram. At this moment, he was surprised to find that a cloud of fog appeared in front of him. Ability to block vision? Boring trick. Although he used mechanical means, he was actually a Qigong master. For Qigong masters, hearing and locating is the most basic combat skill. Shot-Eye instantly pulled out 2 knives from behind, and with the help of the drone in the sky and the various self-locking weapons of the exoskeleton, he launched a non-stop violent attack on the black figure. This was a one-sided crushing battle. No matter how the black figure dodged, he could not escape from Shady's attack range. Finally, Shot-Eye slashed her right arm with a knife, and the drone floating in the sky seized the opportunity and fired more than a dozen special bullets in succession, beating her to the point where she could not get up again. Shot-Eye slowly put away the knife, frowning slightly. "With your strength, how did you control Bashim in a short time?" The black figure sneered. "Is it possible that he didn't control me, but took the initiative to cooperate with me in acting? Although you came in time, it was useless, everything was too late." Shady's face darkened, and just when he was about to say something, he saw the black figure raise his hands high. "Even if I am burned by fire, the truth will still live forever. Let the storm come even harder. Ha 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 ha." Amidst the laughter, the black figure suddenly exploded into pieces. "You?" Shot-Eye never expected that the opponent would play the self-destruction trick. He dodged repeatedly. Although he himself was not seriously injured, the drones that were closer were all blown to pieces. Waste. Looking at the messy battlefield, Shady's eyes turned red with anger. The True Society? Is it really an attack by the True Society? Fuck the True Society. And hack Bashim. Bashim actually colluded with the True Society, as the outside world rumored, and even acted in coordination with the True Society's people. He deserves to be killed. Shot-Eye quickly contacted the intelligence department and reported what happened here. The intelligence department still found it hard to believe that Bashim really secretly joined the True Society, but if that wasn't the case, many things couldn't be explained at all. Let's wait and see, don't jump to conclusions now. The head of the intelligence department issued the latest instructions. You guys just watch slowly. Bai Fu, who secretly watched all this with little Bai Fu, couldn't help laughing. Thanks to the True Society putting pressure on the Old Republic from outside, and thanks to Sandy's confidence that she didn't need reinforcements, otherwise she would never have been able to successfully shake off the pursuers with only 1 Black Fu and 5 little Bai Fu, and it would be even more impossible for her to easily make the people of the Old Republic believe that this attack was done by the True Society. Bai Fu's eyes fell on Bashim, who was tied to a chair by her. Well, now that no one is disturbing her, she can concentrate on torturing Bashim and complete her mission. Wake up, wake up. Bai Fu went up and slapped Bashim twice, waking him up. Bashim trembled. Bai Fu, you. Bai Fu asked, I heard that you are in charge of the information department of the Old Republic. Tell me, is there any information related to the Psychic Diffusion Committee in the information department? Bashim sneered. Yes? Do you intend to go against the True Society? Bai Fu spread her hands. The True Society? Bashim was startled. When did you become a member of the True Society? Bai Fu said, when did you think I was not a member of the True Society? Bashim's pupils trembled violently. For a moment, a lot of information about Bai Fu emerged in his mind. Bai Fu had indeed been entangled with the True Society since she appeared, but this could not be used as evidence that Bai Fu was a member of the True Society. But, If Bai Fu is really a member of the True Society is doing things in the dark, and Bai Fu has gathered a large number of undead people in the open, and successfully gained the trust of the Railway Guild and the Dark Network. If these two people work together, it will be a big deal. Bixin was sweating profusely. To be honest, I have many ways to make you talk. You should have heard about the mutant technology of our True Society, right? It is not only a transformation of the body, but also a transformation of the mind. Once the transformation is successful, I can pry out all your secrets. Bai Fu paused, and saw some panic in Bixin's eyes. I won't hide it from you. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to use the cyborg technology, because it's slower to interrogate. You're in the intelligence business, so you should know that intelligence needs to be timely. Oh, there's one thing you may not know. Now the outside world thinks that you are in collusion with our True Society. You actually have no way out. Even if you don't say anything, you can't get rid of the reputation of the True Society's lackey. Is it to bite the bullet and refuse to speak, pleasing both sides, and finally becoming a mutant without self-awareness, or actively cooperate to explain what you know, and join the True Society, and become a senior member of the True Society? You decide for yourself. I give you half an hour to think about it. Bai Fu smiled, and sat down opposite Bixin. She crossed her legs and read a book leisurely. This leisurely look made Bixin nervous. He tried to analyze whether there were loopholes and deceptions in Bai Fu's words, but sitting in this closed and dark environment, and with a serious injury, he couldn't calm down at all. After 10 minutes, Bixin finally spoke. If I confess, can I really join the True Society and become a senior member of the True Society? Bai Fu smiled contemptuously. Carlyle of the Watcher Camp can become a high-ranking member of the True Society by betraying the Watcher Camp. Do you think you, a deputy minister of the Intelligence Department of the Old Republic, don't have the ability to do so? This irritated Bixin. Bullshit, how could he be worse than that Carlyle? I said. Bixin spilled out everything he knew, including the complete list of the Psychic Diffusion Committee, including those people and their descendants, and the current whereabouts of their followers. Most of the forces represented by these people have fallen in the World War, and the passage of 100 years. The remaining ones are now in the Old Republic and the Primarch. The situation of the people on the Primarch side is unclear, but this group of old and young people in the Old Republic are still dreaming of recasting their former glory. They have been secretly studying mutant technology, psychic skills, and various genetic technologies. Placing viruses in the Kiriyama camp is one of these plans. Originally, the Old Republic was still thinking about who to find for secret experiments. When they were struggling, Pratt came to them. Pratt wanted to get the support of the Old Republic, so he betrayed other people in the Kiriyama camp and cooperated with the Old Republic to use the people in the Kiriyama camp for experiments. This behavior can be said to be quite inhumane. Because what she did was not human, the Old Republic did not overreact when the True Society and the Primarchs were fighting fiercely, and the Primarchs were repeatedly exposed to have hidden secrets. The eldest brother should not be mentioned by the second brother. In addition to this information, Bai Fu also learned some inside stories of the Psychic Diffusion Committee from Bixin. Before the war, the major powers came together to establish the Psychic Diffusion Committee. This committee established a main office and 3 branches, each of which was used to study different things found on alien spacecraft. The main research is unknown. Branch number 1 studies mutant technology, branch number 2 studies obsidian, and branch number 3 studies psychic knowledge. Branch number 1 has the largest investment. Before the outbreak of the war, branch number 1 produced a group of mutants with extremely strong strength, but later due to some unknown reasons, those mutants rebelled, causing branch number 1 to be almost destroyed. Afterwards, the committee destroyed these mutants and closed branch number 1. But the number 1 branch was closed, and the technology for making special mutants somehow leaked out. The outflow of technology was also one of the causes that led to the mutual suspicion among the major powers, and the outbreak of war. Interesting little story. After Bixin finished speaking, Bai Fu received a game prompt. You have completed the hidden main quest The Savior Branch 1 Old Hatred, and received a reward of 200,000 experience points, plus 0.5% exploration of Zuyuan Star, plus 1 memory fragment. Thank you. Bai Fu walked to Bixin, suddenly pulled out an electric knife, and stabbed it into Bixin's stomach. Bixin was horrified. What are you doing? Didn't you say that as long as I confess, you would let me join the True Society and become a senior member of the True Society? Bai Fu said, I lied to you. Now the outside world is saying that she is the Lord of the Dark Knight. One of the souls of the Lord of the Dark Knight likes to lie. She also likes to lie. There is nothing wrong with it, Bai Fu still likes this statement very much, so she decided to steal it directly. Anyway, she will not admit it directly. Then she will deliberately shape it in this way, and let the players associate it themselves. Bashim wanted to struggle, but his body was too weak. Under the stimulation of the electric knife, his health bar was empty in a short while, and he died with his eyes wide open. You kill Bashim, contribution 100%, and gain 220,000 experience points after correction based on the level difference, making a fortune. Bai Fu was happy. Thanks to the True Society, thank the president of the True Society, it is great to have a villain who can be used to shift the blame and also be pulled out to scare people. After digging a hole to bury Bashim, Bai Fu clicked on the game prompt to see the mentioned memory fragments. Remembrance Fragment Psychic Research Institute Branch No. 1 Mutant Rebellion. Remembrance Introduction. Psychic Research Institute Branch No. 1 is a secret laboratory responsible for researching mutant technology. You will play a mutant and try to escape from this closed laboratory with other mutants. Level Limit, LV 35. Just as Bai Fu initially guessed, the Remembrance Fragment is indeed a copy. This is good. With this, her speed of gaining experience can be greatly improved. Professional level, skill level. If all of these are improved, she doesn't need to rely on the name of the True Society. I am Bai Fu, I am the best in the world, but now is not the time to be happy about it. Bai Fu packed up her things and ran away. As she ran, she checked the faction channel. Because a very detailed plan had been made in advance, no player was captured alive. All the players who participated in the operation committed suicide and returned to the resurrection point after completing the mission. After a night of turmoil, the Old Republic could be said to have gained nothing. This is the scary part of the players. Bai Fu was about to close the faction channel when she suddenly found a player sent a link. Big news about the 1.2 version update, everyone go and check it out. She quickly clicked on the link. She cared more about the new content of each version update than the players. Chapter 118. In version 1.1, the game updated the leaderboard and arena functions, added some novice villages, and raised the player level cap from level 20 to level 25. This update is not large, but it greatly improves the playability of the game. The emergence of the arena has found a home for players who like PK. As a game with a high degree of freedom as its selling point, its PK has also been played in new ways by players and reached new heights. It can be said that version 1.1 is a very successful version. Therefore, when the update of version 1.2 was leaked, most players clicked on the link immediately, wanting to see what interesting things would be updated in the new version. The players of Silent Garden have been happy for so long. It's time for us to get a Bai Fu in the new version. Follow Bai Fu meow, follow Bai Fu, thank you meow. Add the function of taking off pants, please. Dude, do you want this game to die? If you can really take off pants, it will be terrible. I'm afraid that a group of perverts showing their calves will appear in the game on the day of the update. Bai Fu opened the official update preview special page, and found that the video at the top was already covered with bullet comments. She clicked on the video, and accompanied by a burst of light music, the Q version of the little girl representing the official image of the Star Girl appeared on the screen. Do you miss me? After a few months, today the Star Girl brings you a super exciting version update. At 2 a.m. in 5 days, the Star Girl will start the shutdown update. This update time is the same as the last time. If adventurers have any urgent matters to deal with, please be sure to prepare in advance. Okay, let's get to the point now. The simple and straightforward style of the Star Girl has received a lot of praise. In the following video, she introduced the specific content of the 1.2 version update in detail, which is mainly divided into two directions. One is the optimization of the game experience, including increasing the number of novice villages, optimizing the arena matching rules, optimizing the experience of the game login interface, etc. The other is the addition and modification of game functions. Version 1.2 will launch 4 new functions. First, the team competition mode, which aims to enrich the game's entertainment content and let players experience the fun of fighting between player camps in advance. Second, the game plot chronicle. Those players who miss the plot can also browse the plot outline in the chronicle to avoid being completely confused about what happened in the game. 3. Challenge dungeons. Players can challenge popular bosses that have been defeated before in challenge dungeons. 4. Professional trials. After the new version is released, players can experience other professions in the virtual space and decide whether to switch to this profession. Bai Fu quickly went through the updated content of version 1.2. To be honest, these things have nothing to do with her. She has tried it before. Because she couldn't register a game account, she couldn't enter the arena at all, so she didn't expect to make a profit in the newly opened challenge dungeon. But the updates of the new version, outside of the game content, made her eyes light up. No, it was not just a light, but a constant light. First, the official deliberately inserted a clip of the plot of each novice planet in version 1.1 after the update leak video. As the most active NPC in Zuyuan Star in this version, Bai Fu appeared in the video without any surprise. Fuck Fu. Great, it's Bai Fu, licking the screen. The player was so excited that he went crazy. Then, after clicking on the Zuyuan Star sub-page of the update preview special page, Bai Fu was surprised to find that she had become the cover character of this page. Of course, she is not the only one. Xiaosher, Yulia, the president of the True Society, who has never shown his face, and an unknown man are also on the cover. According to the official introduction video, the characters on the cover are all important plot characters in version 1.1, and are very likely to continue to shine in the new version. For ordinary players, Bai Fu's appearance on this interface is a matter of course, but in Bai Fu's opinion, this matter is of great significance. Not to mention the unknown man, Xiaosher, Yulia and the president of the True Society are either the protagonists of a certain main line or important bosses. The official put her together with these NPCs, which is a disguised recognition that she also has the potential to be a protagonist. It's worth it that I brushed so many plot exploration points. Bai Fu was so happy. I wonder what aspects the planner will strengthen and correct her next time. Oh my god, isn't this the bad woman who appeared in the abandoned cooling plant and the Bagro's base? Bad women are good, I like bad women. Does anyone dislike Bai Fu as much as I do? I think she is too righteous. I don't like righteous characters. Whether it's righteous or righteous, I like them all. Ah, it's Miss Xiaosher. The original Gene Laboratory series of tasks was issued by her. Fu Pai, get out of here. My poetry is the best in the world. Looking at the quarreling comments floating above the video, Bai Fu couldn't help laughing. Yulia is the best in the world. Xiaosher is the best in the world. She began to look forward to what these players would think after knowing her relationship with Yulia and Xiaosher. The ragdoll clone of Yulia that you like was held in my hand and played with at will. Finally, what surprised Bai Fu the most was the official answer to the players' questions. Question how to try out the professional trial function specifically. Is it to hit the wooden stakes in the virtual space, or is there not even a wooden stake? A. Each profession has a corresponding professional mentor. Players can apply to compete with a professional mentor in the virtual space. What can be revealed now is that the mentor of the gunner profession is Lumia, and the mentor of the psychic painter profession is Bai Fu. Bai Fu? Isn't that me? Oh my god! Bai Fu was shocked. After her portrait was successfully posted on the official website homepage, and she showed her face a little, she actually became one of the spokespersons for the psychic profession. This is a professional mentor. From now on, any player who wants to learn about the psychic profession will not be able to bypass her. It is unimaginable how much popularity this will bring her. Moreover, this popularity is not the kind of popularity that will pass away, but the popularity that will be maintained along with the operation of the game. Awesome. Bai Fu wanted to grab Chuanxing Yang and give her a couple of mua. When she paid attention to this question and answer, many players came to her. Really? Can I challenge Fu Fu? Ah, I beat Bai Fu? That's good, haha, wait for me, I show you how to beat Bai Fu without taking any damage after the new version is launched. Dream on, you're the only one who's not taking any damage. Do you think this is a game with invincible frames and can bounce back when rolling? Although most players think that the result of challenging Bai Fu is to be trampled under Bai Fu's feet, there are still many players who want to challenge her as soon as the new version is launched. I just like being stepped on by Fu Fu. So what? Bai Fu pinched her chin lightly. If the official could make her a challenge boss in the challenge dungeon, it would surely create more heat at that time, because then, there would definitely be more players making videos challenging her, but it's a pity that they can't do it. She shook her head, and casually flipped through the discussion posts about her posted by players. This time, Digger G rushed to the front line again, but Digger G did not guess her identity as usual, but made some speculations based on the new content released by the official. I guess there will be a lot of story missions related to Fu Fu's true identity in the new version, so you can look forward to it. Looking forward to it. How can I not look forward to it? If Fu Fu is really the Lord of the Dark Knight, then it's awesome. Shadow Twins, Lord of the Dark Knight, and the severely injured version of the Lord of the Dark Knight are so handsome, and I don't know how powerful the complete Lord of the Dark Knight will be. Bai Fu casually closed the official website and community. There are still 5 days before the new version is updated, and she needs to be fully prepared to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by players suddenly going offline collectively. After escaping from Heishan City pretending to be a passerby, Bai Fu quickly returned to Tangshan Camp. After completing the task of investigating the infectious disease in Tangshan Camp, she gained another 140,000 experience points. Not much, but not too little. You guys should continue to stay in Tangshan Camp to take care of those patients these days. I will go back to the Goli Desert first. After giving the instructions, Bai Fu left. On the way back to the Goli Desert, she tried the newly obtained memory fragment. The level limit of this memory fragment is level 35, which is an insurmountable chasm for players, but it is child's play for her. After entering this special copy of the remembrance fragment, she turned into a war maniac. Stealth, stealth, she led the rioting mutants out of the main gate of the Institute, and beat all those who tried to stop them to their knees. When the copy was settled, a mutant with an ordinary appearance looked at her with gratitude. Are you really not going with us? Bai Fu shook her head. Go find your freedom, and don't get caught again. While speedrunning the dungeon, she also investigated the reasons for the mutants' riots. The truth was shameful. Most of these special mutants were originally ordinary civilians, but because they were suitable for transformation into mutants, they were captured by the Psychic Diffusion Committee. They experienced countless pains in the Institute. When the pain exceeded a threshold, they finally decided to risk everything to escape from the Institute. Thank you. Meeting you is the greatest luck in my life. I will take them to a place where no one can find them, and start over. The ordinary-looking mutant kept thanking Bai Fu until the copy was settled, and he disappeared from Bai Fu's sight. Bai Fu sighed. In the copy, these mutants were saved, but in reality, according to Bashim, they failed to escape and were all executed. In the end, they did not get the freedom they wanted. She looked at the game prompts. Dungeon clearance time 13 minutes and 46 seconds. First clearance today to obtain 140,000 experience points. This memory fragment can be challenged repeatedly, but only the first clearance will give experience rewards every day. Even so, Bai Fu was still very satisfied. She could get an extra 140,000 experience points every day. This kind of good thing was not available everywhere. If she could get a few more memory fragments, she would no longer lack experience in a short time. When Bai Fu was about to arrive at the Goli Desert, the Old Republic announced all the details of the attack on Black Mountain City. They severely condemned the True Society and issued a maximum wanted order for the traitor Bashim. When the news reached the True Society, the president of the True Society was confused. How come I didn't know that I sent people to attack the Old Republic and also instigated Bashim of the Old Republic to rebel? At first, he thought it was his subordinates, who acted on their own initiative. But after investigation, he was very sure that it was someone who pretended to be the True Society who did it. Deliberately pretending to be the True Society must have some purpose, but... The president of the True Society snorted coldly. No matter what the people who pretended to be the True Society were planning, it was meaningless, because he would soon launch the final action. If the action succeeded, all the villains would be easily crushed by him. If the action failed, he would most likely die, and he would not have to be on guard against someone plotting against him. Thinking carefully, being impersonated this time is not a bad thing, because this way the attention of the Old Republic is diverted, and there is no time to pay attention to other things. The person who pretended to be a member of the True Society is quite good. The president of the True Society couldn't help laughing. There are still few people in the world who cause trouble to him like Bai Fu. He dialed Dr. Ed's terminal. Arrange it. I need to meet with Yulia now. Yes. Chapter 119. After passing through one heavy door after another, the president of the True Society arrived deep in Area C, B3 floor of the main base. How is she? He turned around and asked Dr. Ed, who had been waiting for a long time. Ed walked to the operating table, tapped on the keyboard a few times, and called up a large amount of data. Compared with 4 months ago, her various physical data have increased by 11% at the lowest and 37% at the highest. The only problem is that due to the continuous extraction of spiritual energy, her mental state has gradually become unstable. The president of the True Society nodded, his eyes showing a bit of solemnity, and a bit of surprise in the solemnity. Yulia is simply a monster. Even if she is locked in a psychic limiter, even if the psychic energy in her body is always limited to less than 1%, she is still growing at a speed that ordinary people can hardly understand. The president of the True Society dare not imagine how much Yulia would have grown in these few years if she had not been restricted. Perhaps she will become the master of this world. Perhaps she will fly out of this planet to pursue the limit of psychic power. Fortunately, Carlyle betrayed the Watcher camp before Yulia grew up. interrupting Yulia's growth process and changing the development process of the entire world. Let me inherit the road you paved and become the master of the world. Anyway, you are not interested in power, you just want to be a doctor. The president of the True Society retracted the desire in his eyes, and turned his head to ask Ed again. How is the research going? Ed said, the temporary enhancement potion made based on the psychic energy extracted from Yulia has successfully passed the clinical trial, but the development of the potential stimulation potion has not been smooth. Since we can't figure out why Yulia has such an exaggerated psychic talent, we can only use the dumbest method to try it slowly. Unfortunately, no one has survived after taking the potion so far. The president of the True Society frowned. Seeing this, Ed hurriedly explained, President, don't worry, the research progress is indeed not as expected, but now I have found the direction. The existence of the undead makes trial and error much simpler. I believe there will be results soon. That's good. The president of the True Society did not ask any more questions. Ed secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not lie, but there was one thing he did not say, that is, with Yulia's current state, she might go crazy before the experiment is successful. He was completely unsure of how much impact Yulia would have on the experiment if she went crazy, so he could only take it one step at a time. After sending the president of the True Society away, Ed asked his assistant to send all the new experimental subjects over. Time is running out. He must start a new round of experiments quickly. 10 minutes later, Master Tyre, who was covered with several layers of black cloth, was pushed to the laboratory. As long as you cooperate with me and complete the experiment, you will get the benefits. Master Tyre looked around while listening to Ed's lecture. The players around him seemed to be in a good mood. They could get experience just by lying down, and they could get rare items after completing the task, and there was a certain chance of transforming into a special race. It was hard not to be happy when encountering such a task. Master Tyre was also very excited, but his excitement was different from other players. After all, he was a spy. Since Graham was killed by Baifu, he decisively surrendered to Baifu and became a spy for the Court of Silence. In the past few months, he has collected a lot of intelligence in the True Society, but that intelligence is basically useless. Now he finally got a special opportunity, and he decided to show his strength. If you don't make a sound, you will be amazing. This time, he wants Baifu to know how wise it was to accept him. Before accepting the mission, Tai Erzurin asked about it. Ed has a very high status in the True Society. He is a person that even the Minister of Operations Bernardo dare not provoke casually. He doesn't know where he is now, but since Ed is here, it means that this place is very important to the True Society. First lie dormant for a while, and see if you can find out the location of the True Society's main base. If you really can't find it out, tell Baifu the location of this place. When all the major forces were nervous because the capital of the old Republic, Black Mountain City, was attacked by the True Society in retaliation, the real mastermind behind the scenes, Baifu, had already returned to shelter number 11. Considering that the version update will be carried out in 2 days, she did not go there again, but prepared to seize the time to gain more experience and organize players to start a new round of construction in the Goli Desert. Branch 3 Defender of Order and Branch 4 Utopia, the main quest in the Goli Desert area, are both linked to the construction of the Goli Desert. The better the Goli Desert is built, the more rewards you will get when the quest is settled. Baifu, who is in urgent need of a lot of experience to improve her strength, will naturally not ignore these 2 quests. For others, it is not easy to maintain the order and improve the prosperity of the Goli Desert. Materials are easy to buy as long as you have money. The key is that it is difficult to find a large number of construction workers in a short period of time. Now the world is full of pollution sources. Whose construction workers would risk going to other places to build houses? But for Baifu, this is too easy. She worked hard to recruit so many players, not to let them eat her free rice. Of course, compared with those NPCs, who exploit players to the extreme, she is still kind-hearted, and will never let players work themselves to death and end up drinking foot-washing water. Primitive man, dig a hole. Baifu, the contractor of the Goli Desert construction project, appeared. She has decided to greatly reduce the number of commission tasks, and call on all players to work on the construction site. Work hard for 30 days to build a new home. Goli Desert is my home, and prosperity depends on everyone. After arriving at shelter number 11, Baifu went to meet with Gao Yuan first. Before leaving for Black Mountain City, she asked Gao Yuan and Old Neeson to find a way to attract more players from outside. Gao Yuan and Old Neeson took her order very seriously. During the few days when she was away, they tried their best to attract nearly 1,000 players from outside. Including those who came by themselves, the total number of players in the Court of Silence has now exceeded 4,000 and is rapidly moving towards the 5,000 mark. At this stage, she has planned 5 bases with resurrection points for the Gully Desert. On average, each base is allocated 1,000 players to build, which can be said to be more than enough. The plan to bring the undead here cannot be stopped. Soon there will be chaos outside. By then, the more undead we have, the safer we will be. Bai Fu once again instructed Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan nodded. He is very happy now. At the beginning, he chose to cooperate with Bai Fu just because he was optimistic about her strength. Who would have thought that after just a few months, Bai Fu has become a celebrity on Zuyuan Star, and the Silent Court has become an existence that the 5 major forces dare not underestimate. He originally just wanted to rely on cooperation with Bai Fu to secure his position as the head of the family, and by the way, build a commission platform similar to the dark web to expand the family's power, but judging from the current development, one day he might even be on par with the head of the Makarov family behind the dark web. This is undoubtedly the most investment-oriented episode. I will arrange everything, don't worry. After leaving Gao Yuan's office in shelter number 11, Bai Fu went to meet old Nisan and little Yulia again. Although she is the nominal contractor, she can't really go to the construction site to direct the players to work. She still has to gain experience. At most, she will go to the site occasionally to cheer the players on. The rest of the time, old Nisan will still be in charge of management. Old Nisan is very excited. For him, what happened in the past few months is like a dream. He cherishes everything that is hard-earned and is very excited that he has the opportunity to participate in this great reconstruction. Thank you. No need to thank me. Since I have chosen to take root in the Gully Desert, even if I don't have this relationship with you, I will do my best to build here. I know, I'm not just thanking you for this, but also for Carlyle. Speaking of this, old Nisan couldn't help but sigh. Bai Fu didn't have to help him kill the traitor Carlyle. Even if she killed Carlyle, there was no need to bring Carlyle's body back to Shelter 11, but she still did it. This is by no means a simple show. It just shows that Bai Fu really regards his and Yulia's affairs as her own. After being betrayed and falling to the bottom, it is the greatest luck in life to meet such a person. Old Nisan secretly made up his mind to coordinate this project well, and make sure that no undead would complain about Bai Fu. Even if someone complained, he would take the blame on himself. The Silent Garden is like this. Bai Fu only needs to play the role of a female bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Other things that need to be considered can be left to others. Walking on the way home, Bai Fu smiled as she watched the players taking pictures of her on the roadside. Our Silent Garden is really thriving. She pushed the door open and found Anya, who was counting the bills. Boss! Anya jumped up from the sofa. Bai Fu said, there are already many members in the Silent Courtyard now. You can't manage the store alone. You should just stop managing it in the future. You can learn how to manage the Silent Courtyard from old Nisan. If I leave Zuyuan Star in the future, this place may have to be handed over to you to manage. After hearing this, the smile on Anya's face disappeared immediately, and turned into deep worry. Boss, do you want me? What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Fu glared at her unhappily. Hee. Anya laughed immediately. I knew that boss would not want me. But what do you mean by leaving Zuyuan Star? Bai Fu rolled her eyes. You have to be good at acting. But she was relieved to see that Anya was so good at acting. This is the quality that a qualified manager of the Silent Garden should have. If you are not black-hearted enough, you can't get enough money from the players. If you can't act well, you can't make the players feel that they are not losing out while cutting the players. Bai Fu said, I will leave Zuyuan Star one day, but because I don't know the specific situation, I am not sure whether I can take you with me. If it is not convenient, then you can only stay in Zuyuan Star for a while, until I have a firm foothold in the interstellar space. Anya seemed to understand, but she was not too entangled. She only knew that Bai Fu was the boss, and she just had to believe in him. In the last few days before the 1.2 version update, Bai Fu spent most of her time brushing memory fragments and making prayer cards, and the rest of the time was spent patrolling between several construction sites. Most players don't really know how to build a house, but the game is a game after all. Players just need to follow the game prompts to fill the progress bar to complete the task. In this round of major infrastructure tasks, several players unexpectedly became popular in the community, such as Gui Iwafu. These players' jobs outside the game are all related to the construction industry. When they heard that Silent Court was going to renovate and rebuild 5 strongholds, they volunteered to help draw the design drawings and coordinate players to complete the construction tasks. When old Nisan heard about this, he immediately agreed. You know what? Because the game is so realistic, the experience that Gaiwofu and his team have mastered can be perfectly applied to the construction of the game. Fuck, civil engineering holy body. Dude, you guys are really awesome. The praise from the community made Gaiwofu and his team the center of attention, and also made other players, who were working harder. Now they wanted to see if they could really turn the drawings drawn by Gaiwofu and his team into real objects. Some smart players found a new outlet and started construction site live broadcast. Family, start smashing walls with sledgehammers today. Building your own main city with your own hands. This participation is full. Haha, I carved my name on the bricks. Digging for treasure, it's time to update the new issue of Silent Garden News Express. Daily question, has anyone run away with a bucket? Amidst laughter and joy, this group of players only took a few days to lay the foundations for all the main buildings in the 5 strongholds, and set up fences on the periphery. This efficiency made Gao Yuan and Old Neeson dumbfounded. They could only use one word to describe the players. 6. As long as you can't kill the undead, you kill them. Bai Fu looked at the greatly changed shelter number 11 with satisfaction. When the base is completely built, I will put a statue of me in the middle of the square, and make it a landmark building in the Goli Desert or even the entire Ziyuan Star. Although Bai Fu has not gone out to cause trouble recently, and the players who joined the Silent Court have not gone out to cause trouble, the events in the Goli Desert have still attracted the attention of the surrounding major forces. They had no idea what Bai Fu was trying to do, and because they couldn't understand, they became more alert. What is this woman's purpose in building a city in the desert? Is she really the Lord of the Dark Night as those undead said? We can't explain why her charm is so high that those undead are willing to work for her, so we can only believe it a little bit. Lord of the Dark Night, this title is too childish. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the Goli Desert. Most of them were very restrained. Even if they felt that Bai Fu was a big threat, they didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that if they failed, they would attract a storm of revenge. In this way, time passed slowly, and the official update date finally arrived. As soon as the time reached midnight, the game server was shut down on time, and all players were forced to log off. Looking at the suddenly empty streets, Bai Fu's heart was slightly hanging. Will there be new enhancements this time? After more than 10 seconds, she finally heard the pleasant voice she had been waiting for. Confirming the plot participation 0%, 10%. Correct plot exploration of Ziyuan Star is 2.7%. Role positioning is being corrected 0%, 3%. Role positioning is corrected from hidden plot important participant to Ziyuan Star single main plot protagonist. Role setting is being corrected 0%, 2%. Protagonist. After seeing the line of words in the game prompt, Bai Fu almost jumped up. After giving various hints to the players and trying her best to guide the players' opinions, she was officially recognized and became the protagonist of Zuyuanxing. Although she was not the only protagonist, it was still a huge step forward. Bai Fu couldn't wait to click on the other prompts behind to see what the planner had strengthened for her this time. Chapter 120. After the character setting revision was completed, the enhancement prompt that Bai Fu had been waiting for finally appeared. She had received a total of 9 revisions during the last enhancement, and this time, there was one more than the last time, a total of 10. The more explorations you unlock, the more enhancements you will get. Of course, more does not necessarily mean better rewards. We have to wait and see. Bai Fu was in a good mood. She liked this mode. The way to get enhancements was similar to doing hidden tasks, and the enhancement rewards were closely related to her current situation and the impression she left on the outside world. The only trouble was that she had to wait until the version was finished and the system was shut down to update the new version before she could get the rewards. She clicked on the first tip. Correction 1. You have come into contact with the psychic attribute. Please collect more psychic knowledge to unlock the psychic attribute him. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. This tip is really that tip. But it must be said that this tip is very useful. The development of psychic professions is based on the profession itself and attributes. Psychics of different attributes have different effects. Since there is very little information released on the official website, Bai Fu can only make a simple inference based on the Dark Burn skill she has mastered. The Dark attribute can probably give the opponent various debuffs when attacking the opponent. Collecting more psychic knowledge will unlock psychic attributes, so I have to work harder now. Correction 2. Talent Strong Body merges with Talent Psychic Affinity and Passive Skill Natural Breathing to become Exclusive Talent Supernatural Signs. Bai Fu. Before the talent fusion, the effect of Strong Body is plus 200 health and 2% all abnormal resistance. The effect of Psychic Affinity is Inspiration. The conversion rate of psychic value is increased by 100%. And the psychic recovery rate is +2 per minute, and the effect of natural breathing is +300% health recovery rate after leaving the battle. The exclusive talent Extraordinary Signs, by Fu, born after the fusion of talents. The effect is greatly improved. Extraordinary Signs, by Fu, during the growth process, your body shows extraordinary signs, upper limit of health +10%, basic health, inspiration, psychic energy conversion rate increased by 100%, life recovery speed +150%, psychic energy recovery speed +100%, after leaving the battle, life recovery speed +300%, psychic energy recovery speed +200%, all abnormal resistance +2%. Not to mention the other bonuses, the 10% increase in health limit alone is a huge improvement for Bai Fu, whose health bar is already ridiculously thick. It's indeed a special talent, much stronger than ordinary talents. Bai Fu clearly felt that her body had become stronger. This was the change brought about by her health bar becoming longer, and becoming more resistant to beatings. She happily clicked on the third tip. Correction 3. Skill Super Energy Burst Correction to Exclusive Skill Super Energy Burst, Bai Fu. This correction made Bai Fu's eyes light up. Super Energy Burst is an explosive skill she got from little Julia when they first met. At that time, the effect of this skill was quite strong. After all, it could add 7 points of strength, 7 points of agility, and 5 points of spirit, but now her level and attributes have increased a lot, and this temporary bonus is not worth it compared to the cost. Super Energy Burst, by Fu, consume 30% of spiritual energy and 20% of health to enter the Super Energy Burst state, which lasts for 10 minutes, during which strength +18, agility +18, spirit +10, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. This bonus is still not high, but it is still useful at critical moments, especially the improvement of agility attribute. Counting the bonus of Hei Fu, Ikai, combat uniform and this skill, her agility can be forcibly raised from 45 points to 94 points in a short period of time. This value is enough for her to catch up with those high-level martial artists. It is both tanky and has output, and it runs fast, jumping up and down, and attacking one set after another. My family, who knows how stupid this boss is, Bai Fu was very glad that this boss was herself. If she had encountered such a boss while walking on the road, she would have been so angry that she would have directly greeted the game producer. Bad review, must be bad review, you think I'm Dante, right? Correction 4. Character strength positioning changed from regional boss, Goli Desert, to world boss, Zuyuan Star. This correction is quite standard and has basically no impact on her. However, it still has a great impact on those players who stand on the opposite side of her. After the positioning is changed, these players will definitely receive much higher rewards for tasks related to her than before. All I can say is that the world boss should be treated like a world boss. Bai Fu looked at the following amendments and found that they were all related to the Court of Silence. Amendment 5. Court of Silence, the faction management interface adds a new challenge dungeon function. Are you adapting to the challenge dungeon function opened in the new version? Bai Fu clicked on the detailed description, and her heartbeat slowed down a bit. Oh my god, I didn't know until I saw it. She realized that the bonuses brought to her by exclusive talents and exclusive skills at this stage were not as great as this new function. The challenge dungeon function allows her to create a dungeon exclusive to the Silent Courtyard that can only be challenged by players of the Silent Courtyard faction. The number of dungeons that can be created, the level of dungeons that can be created, and the level of dungeon rewards are all linked to the overall reputation of the faction. At present, the reputation of the Silent Courtyard on Zuyuan Star is 2,100, famous, so she can only create one challenge dungeon. When the reputation is increased to 3,000, she can create an additional challenge dungeon of a higher level. With this, more players can be attracted to join the Silent Courtyard. But the benefits of challenge dungeons to Bai Fu are far more than these. What really attracts Bai Fu is a special function of challenge dungeons: pre-battle preparation. Players have a pre-battle preparation stage before entering the challenge dungeon of the camp. During this stage, players can freely change the equipment and props to be brought into the dungeon, and can also buy props, equipment, skills, professional knowledge books, etc. in the store that comes with the dungeon to improve their strength. Buying things naturally costs money, and Bai Fu has certain active setting permissions to decide what money is spent. She can set the currency type, and when players buy her skills, professional knowledge books, knowledge chains, blueprints and other virtual items, the currency can be specially set to experience. This benefit is really timely for Bai Fu, who is in urgent need of experience. She has mastered a lot of useful basics, such as flowing light, colorful, and moon hidden, which are considered magical skills for low-level physical training players, and Fanatical, Psychic Perception, and Dispel, which are considered magical skills for players who play Psychic Auxiliary Flow. Teaching players skills and professional knowledge, and making profits through this behavior, my family? This is the episode that best fits the setting of a professional mentor. Bai Fu excitedly looked at the 5 corrections at the end. Correction 6. Old Nisan was corrected to Silent Courtyard. Adjutant. Correction 7. Gao Yuan was corrected to Silent Courtyard. Partner. Correction 8. Anya was corrected to Silent Courtyard. Quartermaster. Adjutant. Correction 9. Silent Courtyard will be corrected to the main force of Zuyuan Star in version 1.2 Planet Past. Correction 10. The main line of the Goli Desert Area Watcher's Elegy will be corrected to one of the main line tasks of Zuyuan Star in version 1.2. These 5 corrections are all corrections in positioning. They did not directly elevate the strength of Old Nisan and Anya, nor did they add various buffs to the Silent Courtyard, but these corrections are still necessary. They have a legitimate reason. The game itself and the players attach great importance to these settings. Take herself as an example. If the game had set her as the protagonist from the beginning, she wouldn't have had to bother fooling the players when she abandoned the cooling plant. I am the protagonist. Listen to me. Do the tasks. I will give you rewards. Otherwise, get out. A legal identity is so violent. After reading all the enhancement prompts, Bai Fu quickly opened the faction management interface. Sure enough, a new challenge dungeon function was added in the lower right corner. She clicked in and started to create a new dungeon according to the prompts. According to the instructions, she can make a copy of any major event that the members of the Court of Silence have experienced for players to challenge. However, since she can only make one copy at this stage, in order to use this copy as much as possible to turn the player's money and experience into her own money and experience, she must work hard on the copy's topic selection. First, this copy must have a certain degree of difficulty. It is not difficult enough to make players spend money, and it is not difficult enough to stimulate players to challenge repeatedly, challenge the no-injury record, and challenge the speed pass record, so as to increase the popularity of the topic. But this dungeon can't be too difficult, otherwise it won't attract players to give money. The difficulty in terms of mechanism is fine, but the difficulty in terms of numbers is a bit discouraging. Second, this dungeon should preferably be a multiplayer dungeon. A multiplayer dungeon can help her quickly gain experience in the early stage, and multiplayer does not mean that a single player cannot pass the level. A single player passing a multiplayer dungeon can also become a topic of discussion for many players and attract high-level players. Now most players are already level 10, and a few players have even reached level 20. Therefore, the experiences in the abandoned cooling plant and the Lin settlement period can be directly ignored. They are too weak and not enough for the player team to fight. The level of the bosses fought after arriving in the Goli Desert is a bit high. The weakest rattlesnake has a total level of 30, which can easily beat a group of players, so just choose the Battle of Bagalow's Base. There are 4 bosses in Bagalow's Base, including Yulia's clone, for players to challenge. Excluding the special existence of Yulia's clone, the strongest one is Guido, who has a total level of 28. Guido is a martial artist who has mastered the fire power. His level is only 2 levels lower than Rattlesnake, but the difference in strength between the two is actually very large, because Rattlesnake has the spiritual power that is very rare on Zuyuan Star. At this stage, it is actually very difficult for players to defeat Guido, but after the 1.2 version is launched, players can continue to develop, upgrade a little, and get some skills, prayer cards, etc. from the store, and there is hope to beat Guido. Even if they can't beat Guido, they can still beat the adjutant and supervisor of Bagalow's Base, which is also a small achievement. Bai Fu made a lot of design, and set the Bagalow's dungeon as a special dungeon, where you have to defeat 4 bosses in a row to be considered to have completed the game. But as long as you defeat any of the bosses, you can get a phase reward. Among them, the strongest Yulia's clone, total level 30, was set as a hidden boss by her. In the normal dungeon clearance process, players don't need to fight Yulia's clone, because her virtual image in the game will delay Yulia's clone, but players can also choose to talk to her virtual image and challenge Yulia's clone in person. Since it is a hidden boss, Bai Fu also set up relatively rich rewards. After defeating Yulia's clone, you can get a psychic knowledge chain on top of the original basic reward. This reward is very attractive to psychic professional players, and it is not a loss for players of other professions, as they can sell the knowledge chain to players in need. After designing the dungeon, Bai Fu spent a lot of time stuffing a bunch of props and skills into the dungeon pre-battle preparation store. Almost done. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Bai Fu finally finished designing the dungeon. She opened the dungeon description, and a small window popped up in front of her. Challenge Dungeon, Silent Courtyard, Bagalos. Dungeon Introduction. Before the establishment of the Silent Courtyard, Bai Fu, the current head of the Silent Courtyard, once fought with the True Society at the Bagalos base and made a great name for herself. Now, you can go back to that era and experience that fierce battle. Level limit, LV11 to LV30. Player limit, 1 to 15. Fastest clearance time, none. Fastest single-player clearance time, none. First clearance record, none. Clearance time ranking. Bai Fu added all the records and rankings that could add to the topic. By then, a little publicity from players will surely cause competition. In order to break the record, those players who challenge the dungeon will definitely not be stingy in purchasing more props and skills. If I remember correctly, the two largest guilds in Silent Courtyard, Tiayu and Zonyatang, are sworn enemies. This dungeon will definitely stimulate both of them to spend a lot of money. When Bai Fu was all smiles. Everything is ready. Now she just needs to wait for the version update to be completed so that she can increase the strength of the returning players. I'm going to squeeze your experience. World boss Bai Fu is always hungry. But before she starts squeezing the players, she still has to do a lot of preparatory work. Since it's a version update, she naturally has to give the players more surprises to make them excited. Bai Fu quickly contacted Gao Yuan. I need a stone tablet, a huge one that can be engraved with thousands of names, and a skilled stonemason to carve this stone tablet into a more beautiful shape. Yes, she plans to carve the names of all the players who participated in the construction on the stone tablet after the 5 bases are completed. This is what she thought of after reading the speech of the player who left his name on the brick. She did something similar before when she abandoned the cooling plant, but she didn't carve the player's name that time. This time, carving the player's name on it can be regarded as further enhancing the player's sense of participation and honor in building the Silent Garden. Give more sweet dates, especially the sweet dates of reputation and prestige. It doesn't cost much, and it can make the players grateful to her and no longer dislike being exploited by her. You can't be a succubus just because you want to. Su Li, you want to learn from me, but you are still far away. Chapter 121. After receiving Bai Fu's purchase notice, Gao Yuan acted quickly and brought a very large stone by car on the 3rd day. Bai Fu asked him to pull the stone to the square and asked the stonemason, who came with the car, to carve it first. After the stone tablet is erected, a larger statue of her can be placed in the area next to it. In the future, as long as players see this tablet and her statue, they will think of the great event of players collectively building a city. This is definitely a famous scene that is more worth recalling than hanging Cedric on the street lamp. Hanging street lamps is like a tornado. The impact comes quickly and goes quickly, but this major event is different. It is enough to be recorded in the history of players in Stellaris. Bai Fu believes that even after 10 years, players will still remember this incident clearly. And when such incidents become more frequent, the name Bai Fu will become the common memory of this generation of gamers. Stellaris cannot lose Bai Fu, just like the 3D zone cannot lose Tifa. Bai Fu looked at the gradually tangible stone tablet with satisfaction. The steel and the statue have been decided, and she has 2 more things to do next. The first thing is to strengthen the protection of the core members of the Court of Silence. After the 1.2 version is launched, with the official promotion of her, the opening of the challenge dungeon, and the joint influence of multiple factors such as her release of more main quests, it can be foreseen that more players will squeeze into the Goli Desert. At this time, it is inevitable that some people who are afraid will come to cause trouble. Bai Fu herself is not afraid, and the players are not afraid, but Anya, Old Neeson and others are different. After being severely injured by the True Society, Old Neeson's attributes were greatly weakened, barely reaching the average level of the current players in the Court of Silence. Not to mention Anya. Although Old Neeson taught her to practice like a granddaughter, she could not improve much in 1 or 2 months. For safety reasons, Bai Fu temporarily transferred them all to the second branch of the Psychic Laboratory and asked them to work there temporarily until the situation stabilized. The defense level of the second branch is very high, and under normal circumstances, no one would go there. Once the Dark Moon Eye finds the trace of a stranger, it is likely that he is here to cause trouble, and he will be done with it. The second thing is gambling cards. Bai Fu has earned another 1 million experience points since returning to Shelter 11. She is not in a hurry to upgrade herself now. Instead, she plans to invest her experience points into skill levels and obtaining prayer card blueprints. When she needs to go out and fight, she will raise her levels and attributes in one go. The new prayer card blueprints can not only improve her strength, but also allow her to have more things to sell to players. First, try to combine a special summoning card that can help make prayer cards. The number of players in the Silent Court is increasing, and the demand for prayer cards is also increasing. At this stage, Baifu and Heifu can still supply them at full capacity, but if the number of players doubles or triples, she and Heifu will not be able to meet the players' needs even if they rub their hands until they smoke. It is impossible to rub them until they smoke, and her hands have many uses. My turn, draw a card. Baifu began to continuously spend experience in the directional synthesis function. Synthesis failed after burning more than 400,000 experience. She finally heard the prompt sound indicating that the synthesis was successful. Synthesis successful, you get universal card Little Black Lady. Little Black Lady, after using, summon a Little Black Lady spirit to descend, and you can command it to do something within its ability. Little Black Lady and Little White Lady look exactly the same except for their hair color, but their functions are very different. Little White Lady's hands and feet cannot do any complex work, so it can only be used as a humanoid scout and humanoid self-propelled bomb. Little Black Lady is different. It does not have the scout and self-destruct functions of Little White Lady, but its hands and feet can bend like normal humans, but the movements are slower. Xiaoxiao is like this. Xiaoxiao Heifu's health is 300. Even if she is not attacked, her health will automatically decrease every once in a while. When her health drops to 0, Xiaoxiao Heifu will disappear. Obviously, Xiaoxiao Heifu is suitable for use as a meat shield and coolie. Baifu immediately ordered Heifu to make a batch of Xiaoxiao Heifu, and then sent these Xiaoxiao Heifu to the Heifu per card manufacturing factory, and let them work to death. Watching Xiaoxiao Heifu sitting in the factory, she was satisfied with the way Black Fu was conscientiously making various prayer cards on the table. Although the number of Little Black Fu that Black Fu could control at the same time was limited, this upper limit was not constant, but would increase as Black Fu's attributes improved, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to meet the needs of players for a while. Good, that's exactly what I wanted. Baifu began to invest experience to combine the second card. This time she combined an output type prayer card, and after spending more than 300,000 experience points, she successfully obtained a universal card Void Sphere. After using this prayer card, she can summon a Void Sphere, which will automatically lock onto her selected target and attack. Each attack can cause Inspiration *1 basic damage. Due to card restrictions, she can summon up to 5 Void Spheres. The health of the Void Sphere is 500. It will automatically disappear when the health is emptied. It can exist for up to 5 minutes. From the effect, the Void Sphere is very similar to a drone. It is a very good output supplement for her. Whether it is to limit the output of the boss or to clear the field and kill small monsters, it can play a good role. Baifu was very satisfied. The only thing that made her feel sorry was that she could only summon 5 Void Spheres at most, otherwise she could just sprinkle a bunch of Void Sphere cards during the battle, and then when the opponent was confused, she would take out a folding chair and sit down, cross her legs, drink tea, while letting Xiaoxiao Heifu massage her shoulders and feet, and watch the opponent feel the despair of being surrounded by Void Spheres with a smile. Precise and elegant, this is life. Baifu suddenly felt that Psychic Painter was a career that had both money and prospects. One day before the server launch, the official 1.2 version final trailer was finally launched. Compared with 1.1, 1.2 version has fewer features, but players' expectations for 1.2 version far exceed 1.1 version. The reason is simple. 1.2 version is a version where the plot is king. After the confusion of 1.0 version and the exploration of 1.1 version, the main plot of each novice planet in 1.2 version will be greatly advanced, and more new main plots will appear in front of players. Players can participate in the competition of the main tasks. After the level is improved, they can also unlock more skills and more new professional gameplay. How can we not look forward to such a version? The final trailer of version 1.2 closely follows this theme, editing a large number of important plot characters and player highlights of version 1.1, accompanied by passionate BGM, to warm up for the arrival of version 1.2. As a celebrity of Zuyuan Star, Baifu appeared 3 times in this new trailer. The first time was to hang a street lamp, the second was to shoot down Carlisle's helicopter with thousands of arrows, and the third time was to command players to build the Goli Desert. It can be said that the cards are full. But Baifu also knew that now was not the time to be proud. As the plot progressed, she gradually had rivals. Lumia, one of the protagonists of the Science Planet, the official instructor of the gunner profession, attracted a large number of players with her extremely gorgeous fighting style. Marilu, one of the protagonists of the Power Planet, whose power is healing, is deeply loved by players for her outstanding appearance, kind heart, and always standing by the players to give them various protections. Baifu counted casually in the community, and found a lot of NPCs, who already have a group of firm supporters. These NPCs are far less popular than her now, but don't forget that these NPCs were originally the protagonists, with rich background settings and ups and downs of the main storyline. They accumulate popularity very quickly, and once they enter the Interstellar, they will definitely pop up a lot of outrageous things to compete with her for popularity. Therefore, Baifu dare not relax and must beat all these challengers to their knees. She not only wants to be the first jailer in the stars, but also the first succubus in the stars, fake succubus, relying on face and astringency. The real succubus, relying on face, plot and tasks, profession, skills. Many NPCs have emerged in version 1.1 and started to show their charm. In version 1.2, when the main plot begins to advance in multiple lines, there will surely be more interesting NPCs. Let us wait and see. As a member of the Silent Court, I am actually more looking forward to what the new version of Fufu will become. Now the official has personally confirmed that Fufu is one of the many protagonists of Zuyuanxing. I wonder what surprises you think the new version of Fufu will bring us. Everyone is welcome to leave a message in the comment area. The preview video of the new version released by Digging G attracted a lot of discussion among players. Make a wish. In the new version, Fufu will change her outfit and wear black stockings. No black, I want white. Instead of looking forward to this, it is better to think about whether the new version will further reveal Fufu's true identity. I bet Fufu is the master of the night. If I am wrong, I will eat shit. The food and drink scam is coming. Seeing these comments, Baifu laughed. I can only say that the player's imagination is still too scarce. Although she will not wear black stockings, she will send players benefits from other places. First, give out some benefits to lure players in, then slowly kill them. As soon as version 1.2 was launched, Baifu sent a new faction mission, the Origin of the True Society, to all players of the Silent Garden. This mission requires players to investigate the identity of the president of the True Society. In addition, she also shared the branch to another psychic pre-march of the main mission, the Savior, with players with higher reputation. Both of these missions are linked to the True Society, which is actually a disguised reminder to players that one of the main goals of the new version of the Silent Garden is to kill the True Society. The players who were hit in the face by the mission were all stunned. Oh my god, is this the new version? In version 1.1, they received the previous regional mainline Watcher's Elegy from Baifu, Branch 3 and Branch 4, and now there are 2 new missions. In terms of plot experience, they are simply better than players from other camps. Although they basically cannot participate in the fights between high-level bosses, those high-level bosses are not what they can fight at this stage. It is a great deal to be able to follow Baifu, to watch the plot, and get the basic rewards. Patrick, the new version is going to be on the ranking list. Digging G, Dragon of Natural Disaster. Let me see if there are any new prayer cards in the store. There haven't been any new materials in the review video for a long time. Convert to my Fu. Fu, my Fu, I can see you again. Swordsman, our Iron Rain Guild is the best in the Silent Garden. Blackie, Swordsman is talking nonsense. If you want to join a guild, join Zongyatang. Brother Mingnan will lead you through the new challenge dungeon online. Just when a group of players were eager to see what the new version of the Silent Garden had updated, many players noticed the addition of a dungeon button on the faction interface. Faction exclusive dungeon? There's such a thing, let me see. Bagaros? Wait, isn't this the battle where Fufu and the Primarch had a falling out? Damn, I've always regretted not being able to experience this plot myself, but I didn't expect it to be made into a dungeon, yay. Look, a dungeon is out. After a few shouts, all the Silent Garden players, who had already logged in, knew about the existence of the Bagaros dungeon, and even those who were not yet level 11 were paying attention to it. The reason is simple. After discovering the dungeon, Jianqi Chontian and Haisai immediately announced that they would take the record of the first clearance of this dungeon. Most players knew that they were sworn enemies. After hearing that they were competing for the first clearance, they even stopped doing the tasks for the time being, just wanting to see who would have the last laugh. It's fun, most people like to watch. Baifu was also secretly watching. The more Jianqi Chontian and Haisai competed for the first clearance record, the more attention they would attract to the dungeon she set up. More attention means more players will try to clear the dungeon, so she can earn more money and experience. Go Jianqi Chontian, Haisai, you don't want to be surpassed by Haisai, Jianqi Chongtian either, right? Then hurry up and act. Jianqi Chongtian and Haisai did act immediately, and they summoned the best players in the guild, especially Jianqi Chongtian, who was very angry this time. Bagalow's base? Isn't that the place where he was captured and experimented on last time, when he failed to surrender? Today, we must expose you. In fact, the Iron Ring Guild suffered a little because of the internal disagreement before. Now there are still some players in the Iron Ring Guild in the Jin pre-march, including some high-level players. But Jianqi Chongtian didn't bother to call those people over. After entering the dungeon with the newly formed team, he was surprised to find that he could buy things in the store during the dungeon preparation stage. The things sold in the store also included some skills and professional knowledge books that were not sold in Anya's mysterious store. Flowing light, overflowing color, hidden moon, universal skills that can be used as long as there is energy, which means that they are definitely magical skills. Jianqi Chongtian gritted his teeth. Isn't it just spending some experience to improve strength? For the first pass, buy it. Ding ding ding. Looking at the game prompts that popped up in the background, Bai Fu was happy. The first step has been taken, and she can finally lie down and count the experience. This time, she will bravely climb to the top, max out all the skills, and let the world see what a real-world boss, the perfect Fu is. Chapter 122. The new faction-exclusive challenge dungeon Bagaros. Since it entered the player's field of vision, it has attracted a lot of attention from players. After all, this is a new feature opened in version 1.2, and many players want to see what the challenge dungeon looks like, and how the rewards compare to doing various commission tasks. At this time, news suddenly came that the Iron Ring Guild and the Loyalty Hall Guild had organized a challenge team and entered the dungeon one after another, hoping to set a record for the first pass. Although Tiayu and Zongyatang are not really top guilds, they are at least well known in Dongda. This news immediately attracted a large group of people who were interested. If I remember correctly, these two guilds have always disliked each other, and now there is something interesting to watch. Who do you think can get the first clearance record? Zongyatang, Tiayu Guild has several high-level players who did not join the Silent Court, but stayed with the Jin pre-march. They will suffer a lot in terms of team formation. It's hard to say. What if a big brother suddenly appeared and cleared the dungeon alone and won the first clearance? Dude, do you think this is a story about a game boss who was reborn and killed everyone when the server was just opened? During the heated discussion, Digging G also stood up. She personally entered the Bagalos dungeon and tried to mercifully explain the situation of the Bagalos base to every player who was paying attention to this event. Hello, everyone. How are the new versions? I once followed Fufu to fight in Bagalos and contributed to the conquest of Bagalos. At that time, there were only Fufu and Anya in the Silent Court. Thinking back now, it is really touching. Today, I will show you the internal situation of the Bagalos base. The first thing that comes into view is... hey, calm down. I mean no harm, don't hit me, I'm dead. Digging G was excitedly taking pictures of the Bagalos base, and was beaten into a sieve by the soldiers rushing out of the base, and was sent out of the dungeon at the speed of light. The players in the live broadcast room almost fainted from laughter. Looking at the barrage on the screen, Digger G decisively activated the skill hard mount. You don't understand this, right? I was actually deliberately doing a show effect. The purpose is to tell everyone that this dungeon is very difficult. Everyone must not go to challenge it alone, otherwise you will be like me just now. Well, that's it. Now let's take a look at the precautions of the 4 bosses in the Bagaros base. As a witness, I still have a certain understanding of the moves of those bosses. I have to say that Digger G's second line in hard mouth really created a show effect. After her explanation, more players joined the carnival. Many professional players, big guilds and professional commentators came out to introduce the situation of the two guilds and the past records of the players sent by the two guilds to play the dungeon to the onlookers, who did not know the truth. Since the end of version 1.1, the game has not seen any hot events that have aroused discussion among all players for a while. The competition between Tiayu Guild and Zongyatang Guild has made a good start for version 1.2. After more than 20 minutes, the challenge teams of the two guilds were defeated and left the dungeon. Digging G immediately came up and said, "Let's interview Jianqi Chongtian Jianda, who was the first to walk out of the dungeon." Jianda, everyone is paying attention to you and the neighboring Zongyatang Guild now. Can you tell us about your feelings about challenging the Bagalos dungeon? Jianqi Chongtian, who was standing in front of the camera, coughed and said, "Although we didn't pass the level this time, we successfully killed the first boss. It won't be long before we can find the secret to pass the level. Please stay tuned." Digging G said, can Jian to share what the rewards are in the dungeon? Jian Chichong Tian said, actually, compared to the rewards, I want to talk more about pre-war maintenance. I don't know if you have noticed that there are many high-end goods in the pre-war maintenance store that are not sold in Anya's secret store. For example, Jian Chichong Tian simply released the photos he took. After looking at the products shown in the photos one by one, the players at the scene and in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Damn, there are skill and professional knowledge books for sale in the dungeon. You can learn directly by spending experience, there are no harsh preconditions, and you don't need to brush up the favorability of NPCs. It's so cool. I go see if there are similar rewards in other challenge dungeons. Don't look at it. No, this is probably an exclusive benefit of the faction dungeon. Damn it, why am I not in Zuyuan Star? These skills are all early-stage magic skills. The display of sword chi soaring to the sky completely spread the reputation of the Bagalow's dungeon. For a time, many players of the Silent Court, who had sufficient experience and the same professions rushed into the Bagalow's dungeon and learned all those basic skills. Bai Fu was a little glad that she turned off the notification sound of the store selling items in time, otherwise the continuous ding-ding-ding and vibration would have directly knocked her out. But even if she didn't faint, she would have almost fainted from pleasure. Great, players kept putting their experience into her experience pool. In just half an hour, she had earned 1 million experience points and was very satisfied. Not enough, I need more experience points. Bai Fu licked her lips excitedly. Whether she could seize the commanding heights of version 1.2 and lay a solid foundation for the subsequent entry into the Star Sea depended on this wave. There were nearly 5,000 players in the Silent Courtyard, and only a small part of them had purchased skills. Bai Fu analyzed the comments of the remaining players, and found that there were two main reasons why they did not rush. First, some players enter the game in version 1.1, and they don't have much experience. They think that upgrading first will improve them more. Second, another part of the players are not physical or psychic. If they don't learn the corresponding profession, they can't use the skills in the store. Bai Fu has already thought of a countermeasure for these two types of players. Charm is all. She plans to send a general to show how powerful the skills she put in the store are. You don't want to be left behind by other players because you didn't buy skills in the store, right? If you don't want to, then spend experience to buy skills. If this trick doesn't work, Bai Fu has another plan. Once this plan is implemented, she believes that even stingy people will be squeezed dry this time. Thinking of this, she immediately contacted Old Neeson through the terminal. This plan requires Old Neeson's cooperation. Do you want to carry forward the heritage of the Moon Dancer? Old Neeson was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? This and that, Bai Fu and Old Neeson talked about their ideas. 1 hour after the server was launched. In front of Anya's mysterious shop. Patrick spent money to buy 2 prayer cards. He is now a battle mage. The bonus of prayer cards to him is much higher than that of ordinary players. Just as he was about to leave, an NPC suddenly came over from the side. Is it Mr. Patrick? Patrick was stunned for a moment. He knew this NPC, Sean, the assistant of Old Neeson, the adjutant of the Silent Court. The task of expanding shelter number 11 was issued by this NPC. It's me. What do you want to talk to me about? The conversation here immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The NPC took the initiative to talk, and even used the address of Mr. This must have triggered a hidden plot. Sean nodded and deliberately raised his voice. You won the first place in the previous competition and received the fighting medal awarded by the court master himself. You also performed very well in the subsequent tasks. Adjutant Neeson is very optimistic about your potential, and he wants to talk to you. Before Patrick could reply, the players around him shouted. Damn, it's a hidden plot. Since it's a hidden plot, what's there to hesitate about? Patrick agreed decisively and followed Sean out of the store. What happened here spread quickly, and a large group of players rushed over, including Jian Chichong Tian and Hei Si. They all wanted to see what mission Patrick had received, and what the prerequisites were for triggering this hidden plot. Half an hour later, Patrick walked out of the house. His face was full of excitement that could not be concealed. Patrick, have you triggered the hidden mission? Patrick shook his head. It's not a hidden mission, it's a hidden profession. Old Neeson said he saw my potential, so he taught me a new profession called Moon Dancer. What? Hidden profession? This sentence was like a storm, blowing all the players present numb. To be honest, Patrick himself is numb now. He thought that the fighter medal was just a symbol of honor, but he didn't expect that the former symbol of honor would bear fruit after the new version was launched. The hidden profession of Moon Dancer not only has powerful skills, but also adds more attribute points per level than those general professions. After successfully changing his profession, his strength has increased a lot. He can't wait to try out how much the actual bonus of this new profession is. Patrick, are you interested in joining our dungeon strategy team? At this time, Jianqi Chongtian jumped out and invited Patrick. Patrick was not very interested in dungeon strategy, but now he just wanted to test his output, so he agreed. Damn it, Jianqi Chongtian, you're cheating. He was so angry that his head was smoking. Jianqi Chongtian smiled triumphantly. It was just a record of first pass. No one said that you can't ask for help. When you go out, you still have to use some strategies. The two guilds rushed to the Bagalow's base again. Because Patrick unlocked the hidden profession and joined the Jianqi Chongtian dungeon strategy group, this round of challenge attracted more players' attention. Everyone wanted to see how powerful the hidden profession of Moon Dancer was. The result was amazing. Although the Iron Rain Guild still did not clear the dungeon this time, they successfully killed the second boss before the whole team was wiped out. This was a huge improvement. When the video of the challenge dungeon was released, all kinds of players, especially those in the Silent Garden, were completely attracted by Patrick. Patrick's skills were already top-notch. With the agility bonus of the Moon Dancer, and the assistance of several newly unlocked skills, he moved among the monsters as gracefully as if he had used light skills. A real dragon. Even when facing a powerful boss, this graceful body movement allowed him to last longer and once confuse the boss. It was with such magical operations that the players of the Iron Rain Guild were able to cooperate with him to kill Carlos, the second boss base supervisor in the Bagalow's dungeon. After the video ended, the barrage exploded. My Moon Dancer? This is directly transformed into a martial arts master. Too cool. Isn't this cooler than my current profession of playing Turtle Fist? Coach, I want to learn this. Why am I not the one who unlocked the hidden profession? Everyone looked at Patrick with envy and jealousy. At this time, some sharp-eyed players found that the skills that Patrick used most frequently were the skills sold in the dungeon store. Flowing Light, Overflowing Colors, Hidden Moon. Although you can't change your job to Moon Dancer, you can learn the skills of Moon Dancer and experience the elegance of the youth version of Moon Dancer. Maybe after learning the skills, you will have the opportunity to be noticed by old Neeson and change your job like Patrick. Do you want to dance too? Yes, I do. At the same time, the Dragon of Calamity broke out another big news. Fu also learned this profession. Silver Moon by Fu is a moon dancer. There is nothing wrong with this, my friend. Stimulated by the two things of Patrick's job change and by Fu's moon dancer profession, a large number of players, who were originally on the sidelines, gritted their teeth and got on the train. Buy these three skills first. What? You are not a physical cultivation type, you don't have chi, and you can't use these three skills? Then buy another occupational knowledge book for the physical cultivation type. After spending all the experience, at worst, you can just move bricks and build a new shelter in the next few days. Bai Fu's supermarket ushered in a big sale. In one day, she earned a total of more than 5 million experience points. This efficiency is much higher than her task. Of course, tasks can be done continuously, but there are intervals in cutting leaks. Moreover, the focus of high-level task rewards is usually not experience, but skills, drawings, props, etc. outside of experience, but what she needs now is experience, not other things. It has to be players. The best leeks are fragrant and crispy. Bai Fu's eyes began to glow red after tasting the sweetness. It can only be said that the number of players in the Silent Garden is still too small, which can't satisfy her appetite at all. She must attract more players to join the Silent Garden and fill her leek field. It is obviously not enough to just promote the good of the Silent Garden. She has to come up with a task chain that can keep players going. It would be even better if this task chain can be recognized by the planner as the new main line of Zuyuan Star. By then, she would not need to do anything to make the players come to her obediently. She would get the official subsidies from the players, and then she would cut the players who had grown up again. It was perfect. After raising the wages of the craftsman and asking him to carve the stone tablet as soon as possible, Bai Fu returned home. Now that she was rich, there was no need to save experience. She clicked continuously and maxed out all the skills she had mastered at once. Fanatical hardened. After the psychic perception was upgraded to the maximum level 7, the perception range was expanded from 30 meters to 100 meters, and the perception was more sensitive. After Dispel reaches the maximum level of LV5, it can dispel 2 buffs or debuffs at the same time, and the cooldown time is reduced from 10 seconds to 6 seconds. After the primary prayer enhancement is upgraded to the maximum level of LV10, the bonus to the effect of the prayer card increases from 10% to 25%, which directly increases her output by 15%, which is a huge bonus. The primary prayer enhancement also unlocks a new specialization skill for her. Primary prayer specialization, inspiration plus 7, prayer effect plus 5%. The bonus of this specialization does not distinguish between active skills and prayer cards, and is an overall enhancement. In addition to these basic improvements, Bai Fu was most satisfied with the improvement of Dark Burn. The psionic energy consumed by Dark Burn after maxing out increased from 10% to 15%, and the output increased from the original Inspiration *1, *3 to Inspiration *1.3, *3, and the maximum value of the target's weakened attribute also increased from 10% to 15%, and the duration increased from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. A full 30% damage bonus, this will make it faster to kill people. Upgrading all these skills cost Bai Fu more than 2 million experience points. Counting the experience points she had accumulated before, she now has more than 4 million experience points. Nothing to say, just keep upgrading. Bai Fu invested all this experience points into the Moon Dancer, which has a relatively low experience requirement, and upgraded the Moon Dancer, Advanced, from LV5 to LV19 in one go. Now she really has nothing left. But this upgrade brought her 28 points of agility, 14 points of constitution, 14 points of spirit, and 28 points of attribute points. She put all 28 attribute points into inspiration. After the upgrade, her attributes changed completely. HP, 3440/3440 psionic energy, 2625/2625 chi, 275/275 attributes, strength 31, agility 75, constitution 124, intelligence 39, spirit 55, inspiration 173. These are just basic attributes. When the fight really starts, you have to take into account the inspiration bonus brought by Bai Fu and the various summoned spirits. Thanks to the player's contribution, Bai Fu's strength has increased dramatically. However, the reason why she has increased so much is mainly because she almost never upgraded her skills in the early stage. After upgrading her skills, she instantly became a perfect Fu, and her strength will naturally increase greatly. This is also unavoidable. Upgrading skills requires a lot of experience. In the early stage, she was struggling to survive. Compared with upgrading skills, it is obviously more profitable to increase the level and increase the basic attributes and the number of skills. Now that she has almost finished the foundation, building a house on it will be quick and good. Bai Fu felt quite satisfied. Before the upgrade, her strength was only slightly stronger than those of the beginners among the high-level professional NPCs and monsters on Zuyuan Star, but now she is at least in the middle, maybe even touching the top. Even if she still can't beat the president of the True Society, she is not completely powerless. As for the Old Republic agent Shot Eye who I met before, if they meet again, Bai Fu has full confidence that she can beat him to pieces. This is just the beginning. Her current experience acquisition speed is much higher than that of version 1.1. She has the fragments of memories and Little Black Fu. As new players join the Silent Garden, she can harvest more leaks. When the time comes, first upgrade the Moon Dancer, Advanced, to LV20, and then you can focus on improving the level of the Psychic Painter profession. Unlock limited skills, synthesize new prayer cards, strengthen the prayer cards you have mastered, and evolve again from the perfect Fu. What mutant life, what high-level professional superpowers, what high-level monsters, what true society, what primarchs, I will destroy you all. Bai Fu has made up her mind. Once the 5 strongholds are built and the stone tablet is erected, she can send players out to gather information about the true society and the primarchs, and prepare to destroy them. Chapter 123. At the end of version 1.1, due to the influence of the official update notice, some players felt that the new version of the Silent Courtyard might have more benefits, so they decisively abandoned their original camps and began to migrate to the Silent Courtyard. The number of these players is extremely large, and their arrival has caused the total number of players in the Silent Courtyard to increase by 1 or 200 every day. But this is just the beginning. After version 1.2 was launched, the popularity of the Bagalow's Challenge Dungeon made the Silent Courtyard even more attractive. Many players who were originally somewhat hesitant could no longer sit still after seeing what happened in the Silent Courtyard on the first day of the new version. Maybe they can unlock hidden professions after arriving in the Silent Courtyard. Even if they can't unlock hidden professions, learning those magical skills can make the game experience much better. Recently, players in the Silent Courtyard have been posting videos of themselves using flowing light and Moon Hidden to beat sandworms in the community and video websites, which has made players from other camps jealous. However, the key to most swingers' willingness to join the Silent Courtyard was two subsequent events. After unlocking the Moon Dancer profession, Patrick won 13 consecutive victories in the arena, and even defeated the #1 player in another popular online game in the no-rules competition mode, ranking 4th in the real-time scoreboard, and has the opportunity to challenge the first place and become the new king at any time. This incident made Patrick one of the most watched players among the stars, and many professional teams invited him to join. You know, although he was famous for his skills before, he was still a long way from the top players. Now, after training in the Silent Garden, he seems to have the potential to become a passerby king. This is the Silent Garden. People who like Fu are happy. Join Fumin, combat power plus 20% if this incident is not enough to prove the view that joining the Silent Garden can make you stronger, then the video released by Digging G is the most powerful evidence. As we all know, Digger G is a noob. She is at a high level, but she can't even beat a normal player who is only half her level. However, in the newly released video, she successfully killed 2 level 12 sandworms by sneak attack with the help of the 2 skills of Flowing Light and Moon Hidden, and she is still alive. The first reaction of the players who watched the video was that they were dreaming, and the second reaction was even Digger G became so awesome after learning Flowing Light, Colorful, and Moon Hidden. I must be even more powerful after learning these 3 skills. No way, there can't be anyone worse than Digger G, right? Even if there really is, they won't admit it. Digging G's video is like a charm bomb dropped into deep water, attracting a large group of players to the Silent Garden. Now there are 100 or 200 people coming every day, and in a few days, it will probably be 300 or 400, or even more. Seeing this, Baifu quickly handed over all the cars she had robbed to Gao Yuan, asking him to form a fleet to travel back and forth between shelter number 11 and shelter number 5 to transport players from all over the place, so as to avoid the players being stranded in shelter number 5 due to insufficient transportation capacity, which would then cause some players to not want to come to the Silent Garden. A new player who is willing to spend money can bring me at least 2,000 experience points in the early stage. Including experience points gained from other places, I can now earn about 500,000 experience points every day. When the peak season arrives, this number is estimated to double. Baifu expects this peak season to last from 10 days to half a month. If her estimate is correct, then this experience point is enough for her to upgrade the Moon Dancer, Advanced, to the maximum level, and then upgrade the Psychic Painter profession to level 6 or 7. The future is bright. Baifu walked to the window happily, and looked down at the busy players outside. So many players flocking into the Silent Garden at the same time is both a good thing, and a huge challenge for the development of the Silent Garden. The increase in the number of players means that if the number of tasks she provides to players remains the same as before, then the players will face a situation where there are too many people and too little porridge, and the game experience will plummet. By then, there will definitely be many players who will run away after spending experience to buy skills. Although she still got a layer of wool from these players, it is obvious that she cannot be satisfied by squeezing them only once. You've entered Fumin, and you want to leave without being squeezed dry by me? Baifu doesn't want a full meal, but every meal. To solve this problem, she thought of several ways. The first way is to speed up the construction of the commission platform in Gaoyuan, and accept more commission tasks from the outside world and assign them to the players of Silent Court. The second way is to reach cooperation with other forces, such as the Dark Web, and regularly send players to help them work. The third way is to improve the reputation of Silent Court and create more challenge dungeons to quench the thirst of players. However, compared to these methods, Baifu actually has a more daring plan in her heart. This is something she came up with temporarily. She named this plan Zuyuan Star Reconstruction Plan. After the World War and the catastrophe, Zuyuan Star became a ruin, with mutant life and pollution sources everywhere. The survivors struggled to survive in this ruin. They often imagined how beautiful the world would be before the catastrophe, but they did not dare to hope that the world could really return to its past appearance. They did not dare, but Baifu did. After all, she had a large number of players who were not afraid of death or pollution. She can completely use the Goli Desert as the center and send players to gradually eliminate the mutant life and pollution sources around, so that this devastated planet can gradually restore its original appearance. This plan is undoubtedly difficult and full of romance. But it is precisely because it is difficult that Baifu yearns for it. Around this plan, she can find countless things for players to do. Eliminate mutant life, eliminate violent criminal organizations in the wilderness, build forward camps, develop special medicines to inhibit mutant infections, eliminate pollution sources in the wilderness, dig out the truth of the catastrophe, and judge the sinners who caused the catastrophe. This is the rekindling of civilization, this is the epic of the human beings of Zuyuan Star, and this is the glorious journey of players. When promoting Above the Stars, it repeatedly mentioned that players can change the world and create the future with their own hands. Many players were attracted by this slogan. They are tired of doing a lot in other games, but in the end, they can't change much, and they can't even see the experience of the world they have changed. Building their own camp base has already inspired many players. Baifu believes that when an opportunity to save the world and become a savior who will be recorded in history is in front of them, these players will certainly become more enthusiastic. What? This is not exciting enough. Baifu has her own way. Whoever makes the most contribution will have a new building, new camp, or new city named after him. Whoever performs well will have statues and heroic deeds museums built all over the world. After everything is settled, we will shoot documentaries, movies, and TV series for all the players who participated in this great cause, and hire people to write novels for them, so as to maximize their sense of participation and honor. Baifu doesn't believe that such a combination of punches will still not make most players participate in her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan. Once this plan is implemented steadily, Zuyuan Star will be reborn, and she will definitely make a fortune. First of all, it is certain that this plan will replace the previous main lines of Zuyuan Star and become the new main line, and she who masters this new main line will definitely become the only protagonist of Zuyuan Star. The Lord of the Dark Night has come, and the blue sky has been established. When the Lord of the Dark Night comes, Zuyuan Star will be peaceful. By then, no other NPC of Zuyuan Star will be able to shake her position, even if that NPC comes from outer space and has a great connection with the subsequent plot. No matter how many plots TA has, the most important thing for Zuyuanxing is to improve the poor living environment and development. Becoming the only true protagonist of Zuyuanxing can greatly enhance me, and it can also make the players of Zuyuanxing obey me for a long period of time, thereby obtaining many hidden benefits. The more Baifu thought about it, the more she felt that this plan was very powerful. In order to ensure that this plan can be implemented smoothly, she must get rid of all the people and forces that stand in her way. For example, the True Society and the Pre-March. Even if they had no grudges, these two things could not be left. Baifu changed her mind. She regarded the task of building the Goli Desert as a test field before officially launching the Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan, and prepared to use some small means to enhance the player's sense of participation and honor in advance. 2 days later, when the widened main road of shelter number 11 was completed, Baifu suddenly appeared on the scene carrying a stone road sign. This action attracted the attention of all nearby players. They were all curious about what Baifu was doing with such a big show. Things were unexpected. After firmly inserting the road sign at the intersection, Baifu personally carved words on the road sign. The words she carved were "Convert to Maifu Road." This road sign is dedicated to all those who have contributed to the construction of this road. The names of the players and NPCs who participated in the construction were already engraved on the back of the road sign. The names were so dense that the onlookers stared at them. Fuck, convert to Maifu Road. Brother Gui, your name has become the name of the road. The players were envious. This road was designed by Guy Wofu, who spent a lot of time on it. Although he earned more experience than other players, some players still felt it was not worth it. After all, it was too brain-consuming, and it was easier and more straightforward than moving bricks. But now, no one among the onlookers felt it was not worth it. It turns out that the hidden benefits are hidden here. It's so cool to have a road named after yourself in the game. The news spread in the silent courtyard in an instant, and other players were stimulated. When the news spread to the community, it triggered a new round of discussion. I just completed 2 tasks, and the NPC was very nice to me, calling me young hero all the time. I thought I was already very happy, but I didn't expect that Baifu carved the steel by herself. I envy her so much. Make one for me too. No, if I remember correctly, there is a guy in the silent garden named Daniel Zhuan. He designed a garden square. If Baifu named the square after him, wouldn't the square be called Daniel Zhuan Square? When this was said, the players in the post almost laughed until they were numb. Daniel Zhuan, who was at Ed, was so scared that he quickly bought a name change card. It has to be changed, otherwise a glorious event of leaving a name in the game will become a funny story and be repeatedly criticized. A bloody lesson, please give your names to be decent. You don't want to be called Mr. Blasting Egg Knight by the NPC with an awkward expression, right? When players were enthusiastically discussing the new activities of the Silent Garden, Baifu took the opportunity to name the two newly built buildings as Dark Moon Plaza and Silent Garden. This name is a bit childish, but how can you not be childish when playing this kind of adventure game? She did this for two purposes. The first purpose was to guide the players through Dark Moon and Ghost, so that the players would think that she was the legendary Lord of Ghost Knight. The second purpose was to promote herself. Baifu, who needed fame and popularity, would naturally leave a name for her good deeds. Not only did she want to leave a name, but she also wanted to leave it in various ways. The official did not designate her as the poster girl of the game, but she could first make herself the poster girl of the Silent Garden and even the entire Zuyuan Star. Recently, because she was worried about the Truth Society or the Primarchs causing trouble, she sent old Nisan and Anya to the second branch of the Psionic Research Institute, which temporarily left Anya's mysterious shop empty. In the first few days, after the 1.2 version was released, she randomly grabbed a follower of Sean to manage the store. Now she has removed the NPC and replaced him with Little Black Fu and Little White Fu. Although these two are as brainless as Black Fu, they can easily watch the store and prevent players who are transformed into lawless madmen from robbing. Little White Fu is responsible for monitoring and force deterrence, and Little Black Fu is responsible for collecting money and taking out goods after players pay. In addition, White Fu also set up a patrol team consisting of 2 Little Black Fu and 2 Little White Fu, and let them patrol the expanded shelter number 11 when they have nothing to do. Oh no, now shelter number 11 has also been renamed, changed to White Fu Town. Although this operation did not become a hot spot in the community, it attracted a lot of attention. Many painters and ups have created secondary works for Little White Fu and Little Black Fu. For a time, these two little spirits have a tendency to evolve into Hatsune Miku silly Fufu dolls. Anyway, it's all Fufu, nothing wrong with it. Just when Baifu was obsessed with gaining experience and popularity, she suddenly received a call from Suli. "What's the matter?" Baifu asked. Suli on the other end of the terminal shouted, "Baifu, you are a succubus, and a queen-level succubus. I'm really impressed. You can seduce the undead here even though you are hundreds of miles away." After asking, Baifu found out that several players who originally followed Suli had run away, and their destination was the Silent Courtyard. She spread her hands. What to do? She hasn't even used her full strength yet. This is just like a succubus gently shaking her tail. Suli complained for a long time. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I have something to talk to you about. Since the last sudden attack on Black Mountain City of the Old Republic, the Truth Society has been acting more and more strangely. Attack Black Mountain City? Baifu just pretended that she didn't hear it. Why is it strange? Suli explained. We tried to send undead people as spies to investigate the location of the Truth Society's hidden base. It took 2 months, and we finally got some results. But before we started, the Truth Society made an emergency adjustment, and everyone withdrew from the base. Something must be wrong. We all agreed that the Truth Society was going to make a big move. You said this to invite me to cooperate? Yes, I am seriously short of manpower now. I want to hire a group of undead from you. That's right, no problem. I will arrange for you as many as you want. Baifu immediately agreed. Maintaining a friendly relationship with the Railway Guild is good for her now. Suli finally took 200 players away. After ending the call with Suli, Baifu frowned slightly. It seems that something big is about to happen on Zuyuan Star. The good news is that the basic outlines of her 5 bases are almost built. Let's erect a monument. After the monument is erected, players can go to investigate the Truth Society and the Primarchs, and prepare to clear these 2 obstacles. Baifu immediately took action. She picked a nice afternoon, and in front of all the players, she pulled off the cloth covering the huge stone tablet. After naming the newly built roads and buildings with the names of Gue Iwafu and others, most players actually had a vague guess of what this huge stone tablet erected in Dark Moon Square was for, but when the stone tablet was really displayed in front of everyone, looking at the words on the stone tablet, looking at Baifu making an impassioned speech in the middle of the square, and the cheering NPCs around the square, they still felt refreshed. Positive feedback. Positive feedback. Isn't it the continuous positive feedback that makes people keep playing a game? Although they are all part-time workers, it is 100 times more enjoyable to work in the Silent Garden than in other camps. Digger G slapped Baifu. Don't urge me. I will finish the 3rd issue of Silent Garden News Express the day after tomorrow. At the latest, Digger G was almost annoyed by the players in the live broadcast room. Not only the players in the live broadcast room urged her, but there were also several players standing next to her who urged her to update. Fortunately, she had already finished half of the video in advance, otherwise she was really afraid that some players would lock her in a small dark room and force her to work overtime to make the video. I will attach an interview with Fu Fu in this video. Please stay tuned. Digging G took a few more photos of Bai Fu, and at this time, she suddenly found something inconsistent in the photos. What is this? She quickly enlarged the photo and found a stranger appeared in the upper left corner of Bai Fu, and the stranger was staring at Bai Fu with a weird look. Something is wrong. The pupils of Digger G suddenly shrank, and he shouted at Bai Fu, "There is a killer." This shout shook the entire square. Fu Fu carries a sword. Run! Stop the killer! The killer hiding in the dark knew that he was exposed, and he stopped pretending. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand and pulled the trigger. There was no sign of anxiety on Bai Fu's face. In fact, she had noticed the killer a long time ago. The range of her psychic perception, after full upgrade, was a full 100 meters. Even an ant could not escape her detection. The reason why she did not act immediately was because she was controlling Hei Fu and little Hei Fu to defend the key locations of Bai Fu town. She was not sure if there was only one killer, so she had to make the necessary preparations. Now that Digging Princess had revealed the existence of the killer, there was no need for her to continue pretending. Was it the revenge of the True Society or some other force? Whoever he was, it was a good opportunity for the killer to see her strength as a perfect woman. She was not the kind of delicate being that would be shot through the forehead and chest. Chapter 124. The sudden invasion of the killer made Bai Fu receive a new mission. Emergency evacuation. Mission introduction. An unknown killer suddenly broke into Bai Fu town, targeting you. Mission objective. Survive this hunting operation. Reward. 200,000 experience points. Hidden reward. Unknown. The basic reward of this mission can only be described as lame. As for the hidden reward, since she can't see the specific content, Bai Fu can only try to think on the bright side. But even if the reward is not good, it doesn't matter. She just wants to beat someone up now. She was giving a passionate speech to mobilize the players' emotions, but this guy came to make trouble. If she doesn't beat this guy to death today, she will live broadcast washing her hair upside down with her feet. Bai Fu had already seen the attributes of the killer with her spiritual vision. Total level 47, main profession Shadow Assassin level 32, one level higher than her main profession. Judging from the level alone, this killer is a well-known existence in the entire Zuyuan Star. But there are differences between being famous. Some people are called famous just because others want to trick them into doing work, while others are called famous because they are really awesome. Compared with this killer, Bai Fu's panel data is more than a little awesome. The killer's health is 1,820 points, while her health is 3,440 points. The killer's highest attribute, Spirit, is 123 points, while her slightly inferior physique has 124 points, and the basic inspiration is as high as 173. Fight with me. Bai Fu thought this was a good opportunity. She could use this killer to test how high her output was after settling down, and let the players see what the humanoid Gundam Bai Fu was. Since the monument raising ceremony, the total number of viewers in the live broadcast room opened by the players of the Silent Garden has exceeded 1 million. Although there are many duplicate data, there are still hundreds of thousands of eyes staring at this place. If she can play well this time, she will definitely attract more players to the Silent Garden. With the reconstruction plan of Zuyuan Star, Bai Fu no longer restrained herself. She would eat as many players as they came. Even if all the players of Zuyuan Star joined the Silent Courtyard, she would still be able to eat them all. She aspired to be the only real protagonist, so was she afraid of being bloated by a mere leak? Fu Fu, run. Go around the pillar, he can't hit you if you go around the pillar. Lao Fu, you can't get into trouble. Unlike Bai Fu's calmness, the players around her were panicking now. They couldn't see the data comparison between Bai Fu and the killer, but they instinctively felt that things were not going well. Usually when the plot reached this point, new people with wild imaginations or broad minds would appear. What if the script is really like this? What if Bai Fu really dies? Don't do that. JPG. Several players rushed to Bai Fu the moment the killer raised the sniper rifle, trying to use their flesh and blood to block the bullet for Bai Fu. The killer with his finger on the trigger couldn't help but snort it coldly. His gun is not an ordinary gun, his bullets are not ordinary bullets, and his bonus to this gun and bullets is definitely not something that ordinary fools can imagine. You guys want to block my bullets? In fact, before he set out, his superior's order was not to kill Bai Fu, but to hold Bai Fu back and buy time for the others to act. But as a high-level superpower, he has his own pride. What new queen of the dark world? That's just because he doesn't participate in the ranking. Now that he is here, the queen and the princess must all kneel down. The bullets with a lot of buffs rushed out of the gun barrel, which made people feel great pressure. Those players who were close to them even felt that they would be torn to pieces if they were touched by the bullets. What kind of monster is this? This shot can bring down a building. The players' scalps tingled. They had no time to worry about Bai Fu. The next second, they saw a flash of white light in front of them, and a loud rumbling sound suddenly burst out in the center of the square. When the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, all the players who were paying attention to this matter were stunned, and the killer who fired the gun was also stunned. At some point, Bai Fu appeared in front of the players who tried to block the gun for her. There was no scar on her body, and even her clothes were not messy. When she loosened her right hand, a bullet that was twisted and deformed slipped from her palm and fell to the ground, making a very crisp sound. Is this your ultimate attack? Bai Fu waved her right hand and instantly took out 5 prayer cards. Like to play sniping? I can do that too. The cards were thrown out and turned into 5 void spheres. After releasing Hey Fu, 23 little Hey Fu, and 3 little Bai Fu's inspiration gained 29 points of bonus, and now her inspiration is as high as 202 points. A single attack of the void sphere can cause 202 points of theoretical damage, and 5 void spheres attacking together can cause 1010 points of damage. The black beam pierced through the space and hit the killer directly. The killer dodged quickly. His reaction speed was already very fast, but he was still hit twice. When he finally found the gap between the attacks of the void sphere and prepared to counterattack, Bai Fu had already had a few more prayer cards in her hand. Void spheres can only summon 5 at most, but there is no upper limit for the piercing spears. Swish, swish, swish. White rainbow pierces the sun. Piercing spears fell one after another, forcing the killer to roll in a panic. When he finally avoided most of the piercing spears, a new round of attacks from the void sphere came again, hitting him and making him run away. Damn, I just prayed that Fufu wouldn't die, but the situation was completely reversed. Me too, I just said this was a monster, but it turns out Fufu is the monster. Is this the advanced gameplay of the psychic profession? Is this the value of the psychic profession instructor? It's so cool, no operation is required, just throw skills. It's a blessing for the clumsy players. Bai Fu originally just wanted to use the beating of the killer to show her powerful side, and then attract those players who want to cling to her thighs, but the development of things was a little beyond her expectations. She was surrounded by 5 void spheres, taking steady steps, and throwing the piercing spear at the killer calmly. The scene of her beating the opponent, with a head full of bruises, while strolling in the garden directly triggered discussions among players. Elegant, too elegant. In the dark night, under the black moon, the spear of justice, Fu's judgment. There are countless professions that players can choose in the game, but most of them require players to have certain operations to maximize the output, which is a bit distressing. After all, players with good skills are always a minority. Now, Bai Fu's performance has given many players a way out. From the live broadcast, the psychic profession is not an auxiliary profession at all, it is clearly a wheelchair profession, no, a stretcher profession. Even if the player is so bad that he can't even move, at least he knows how to summon a magic ball and throw a light spear, right? It's enough to know these. If you know these, you can follow other players to go to dungeons and fight monsters, stand behind and deal damage, and it doesn't matter whether you die or not. It's a good thing to survive and deal damage for another round, and it's okay if you don't survive. That's it, this is my dream job. Where's the best place to learn psychic jobs? Find Bai Fu in Bai Fu Town in the Goli Desert. Wait for me, I want to join Fumin too. The live broadcast room was full of comments, and the killer was almost driven crazy by Bai Fu. He was focused, sensitive, and fast, which allowed him to dodge and hold on even when facing the 3 consecutive attacks of the void sphere, the penetrating spear, and the alien corrosion. But hiding like this is not a good idea after all, he will be exhausted to death sooner or later. Since he couldn't run away now, he might as well sacrifice himself and move forward. With his high burst ability, as long as he could kill Bai Fu, he would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. When the void ball entered the attack gap again, the killer withstood the attack of the penetrating spear and rushed towards Bai Fu with a very cool S-level move. He was very fast, completing more than a dozen moves in just a few seconds, and successfully pulled to a distance of only 3 meters from Bai Fu. Shock the soul. The strange mental shock enveloped Bai Fu like a big net. But before he could do it, Bai Fu also did it. This bastard stepped on the stone tablet with the player's name engraved on it when he attacked just now, causing the stone tablet to shake. Fortunately, the stone tablet was hard enough and no cracks were left. Even so, Bai Fu was very angry now. It took her more than half a month to make this tablet. Dare to touch my tablet? I'm really screwed. She made a spiritual explosion with her left hand and a dark burning with her right hand. You have been mentally shocked and received 272 points of damage. 20% of the damage has been transferred to Hei Fu. You are in deterrence state for 5 seconds. Deterrence will slow down your movement speed and reduce your defense. When Bai Fu took all the damage from the soul shock, her soul explosion and dark burning also hit the killer at the same time. For consecutive damages were poured into the killer's face, which was bloody and fleshy, and the bones were exposed. In just 1 second, the total damage value floating above the killer's head exceeded 1,000. Thanks to the special talent, 15% of the damage suffered by the killer was rebounded back to Bai Fu, and a burst mark was stacked on Bai Fu, which means that the killer will cause additional damage to Bai Fu the next time he attacks. But all this is meaningless. After taking a full burst from Bai Fu, the killer's health has dropped below 400, and multiple debuffs such as dark burning, serious injury, and weakness appeared next to his name at the same time, and his attributes plummeted. He fell to the ground, basically useless. Bai Fu signaled the void sphere not to attack for the time being. Who ordered you to come? The killer's eyes were full of fear and disbelief. He never thought that the gap between him and Bai Fu could be so big. They are obviously both high-level superpowered people. You want to kill me at this level? You're dreaming. Bai Fu opened the 5 fingers of her right hand. The killer clenched his teeth. He was no longer able to launch a new round of mental attacks. He could only shout, "The truth will last forever." A member of the Truth Society? Bai Fu curled her lips, and a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out from her palm, hitting the killer's face. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, the killer's head was instantly dissolved, and only a headless corpse was left lying alone in the square. You killed the killer? And received 350,000 experience points. You completed the task emergency evacuation, and received a reward of 200,000 experience points. Hidden requirements: kill the killer, completed, get an additional 300,000 experience points. Hidden Thorn drawing: Hidden Thorn is a mechanic blueprint. After learning it, you can make a purple quality sniper rifle. Bai Fu can't use it, but it can be added to the store to attract players. The battle here is over, but several rounds of explosions sounded in other parts of Bai Fu town. The explosion did not last long. After all, Bai Fu had arranged Hei Fu and little Hei Fu long ago. Little Bai Fu went to wait around. Those who hid in the dark were far less powerful than the killer she killed. As soon as they approached Anya's mysterious door, they were captured on the spot, and then Hei Fu brought a group of little true spirits to come here. Looking at the bruised killers, the players couldn't close their mouths for a long time. It was only a few seconds, and a round of assassination was easily cracked. They all knew that Bai Fu was strong, but they never thought that Bai Fu could be so strong. This was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Is this the strength of the protagonist of the plot? Joining the Silent Courtyard is really a good choice. Bai Fu's battle video began to spread in the community. The strength of a professional mentor. The strength of the Lord of the Night. Bai Fu clapped her hands calmly and walked to the killers, who were being watched by Hei Fu. Who sent you? These assassins are just like the assassin just now. They open their mouths and say that the truth is eternal. Is this your answer? Bai Fu was too lazy to play the interrogation game with them. She killed all the captives with one spirit explosion. She didn't really believe what these people said. Who told her to pretend to be a member of the Truth Society before? If she can pretend, so can others. The Truth Society is just a pot that can hold anything. Judging from their strength, they must be from one of the major forces. Did the Truth Society really come to retaliate, or did other forces deliberately provoke the relationship between her and the Truth Society? Bai Fu's evaluation is that it doesn't matter. Even if she doesn't instigate, she will definitely fight the Truth Society. As for other forces, she will also fight the Primarchs. The Old Republic is another matter. If she finds out something, she will have to go together for the reconstruction plan of Zuyuan Star. 3 of the 5 major forces have been beaten. Even if the remaining 2 want to cause trouble for her, they have to consider whether they have the strength. Bai Fu walked back to the center of the square. After the previous battle, her attention was ridiculously high. Even if the duplicates were removed, the number of players crowded in various live broadcast rooms must have exceeded 1 million. Considering that the 5 bases are almost built, she can settle branches 3 and 4 of Watcher's Elegy at any time. So she decided to officially issue players with the task of investigating the True Society and the Primarchs. The war is about to start. How could she stay out of it? The arrival of these assassins just gave her a new excuse to target the True Society. As she spoke, all the players in the Silent Court received new faction tasks. Investigate the True Society. Here it comes. The main storyline of version 1.2 is finally about to start. The players were excited. But this is not the end. After the meeting, Bai Fu found those players with particularly high reputation in the faction and issued them secret tasks, asking them to sneak into the Primarch and investigate the situation of the Primarch, including but not limited to Xiaoshi's current situation, the situation of the number 3 branch of the Psychic Research Institute, and the whereabouts of the 3rd Obsidian Fragment. These tasks are very important, and you must not let the news out. Remember? Jianqi Chongtian and Heisi looked at each other, their eyes fighting passionately. Remember. Chapter 125. After issuing the task of investigating the True Society and the Primarch, Bai Fu returned to her residence. The bodies of the assassins and the damage caused by the battle were dealt with by Shan and his men. She had just finished a fight and took a comfortable bath, then lay on the bed and let Xiao Hei Fu massage her shoulders and feet. Xiao Hei Fu was not a professional in massage, but because of her petite body, the strength of her massage was just right for Bai Fu. This is life. Bai Fu made a comfortable sound. Little Yulia, who was lying on the bedside table, couldn't help but complain, "You really want to let such a cute thing press your feet?" Bai Fu chuckled, "If I don't let it press, do you have to press it? There are so many people who want to press but can't. It's not impossible." Little Yulia didn't say her true thoughts in the end. She had already made Bai Fu wary of her, and now she must not scare Bai Fu again. Of course, she was not a jailer who was greedy for Bai Fu, so what was the point of that thing? She coveted Bai Fu as a whole. Since the first time she met Bai Fu, she wanted to know how Bai Fu broke her control. After spending some time together, she watched Bai Fu go from not being able to beat her original fake body to being able to easily kill a high-level superpowered person. She coveted Bai Fu even more. This was definitely not something that could be explained by the recovery of strength. Bai Fu must have a big secret that made her covetous. In other words, she was now a rag doll and couldn't move at all. Otherwise, she would have rushed up to throw Xiao Hei Fu away, and then hit Bai Fu's feet hard, and get some cells or something to study them carefully. Just as little Yulia was imagining the future, Bai Fu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly uttered a cry. "What's wrong?" Bai Fu did not answer little Yulia. She was just watching the community, and she found that her performance actually advertised the psychic profession. Now many players regard the psychic profession as a blessing for rookies. While calling her the Rail Cyber Goddess and the savior of the clumsy party, they began to run to Bai Fu Town in groups. Not only the players outside were affected, but the players in the Silent Garden were also moved after seeing her elegant scene of controlling the void ball to beat the killer. Many players, who were not interested in the psychic profession, bought a Psychic Praying Teacher's Professional Knowledge book and bought 2 skills in the store. Anyway, the total cost was only 2,300 experience points. This wave of enthusiasm made her earn more than 1 million experience points in a short period of time. Bai Fu, is this good news? In the short term, these players will definitely bring her a lot of experience points, but in the long run, these players will definitely find that the psychic profession is not as simple as imagined. But if you think about it carefully, it's not a big problem. She can sell the 2 skills of Psychic Shield and Psychic Shelter in the dungeon store. Even if a psychic player who has learned these 2 skills is not very good, he can find a place in the player team by holding a shield, which is actually much more comfortable than playing damage. Moreover, she can continue to expand the scale of the Black Fu factory and let little Black Fu produce more combat prayer cards and sell them in the store. In this way, all psychic players can fight as elegantly as she does. What? Not as elegant as her? That must be because the players didn't spend enough money. If the players recharged 70,000 yuan in her store, would it be like this? Bai Fu was in a good mood. From here, we can also see that her influence and appeal are really great. We must grasp this popularity and continue to make progress bravely, so as not to be eliminated after the game officially opens the Interstellar Era and become the tears of the old version. Little Yulia watched Bai Fu's changes in expression throughout the whole process. Although Bai Fu didn't say it, she felt that someone must be unlucky again. Although Bai Fu looks bright and beautiful, and appears gentle and kind in front of outsiders, she actually has a bad personality. In comparison, Hei Fu usually doesn't talk, but seems to be much more honest than Bai Fu. Recently, She heard those undead people say that Bai Fu and Hei Fu together form the Lord of the Dark Night, where Bai Fu represents the gentle and kind side of the Lord of the Dark Night, and Hei Fu represents the cunning and deceitful side of the Lord of the Dark Night. She can only say that if Bai Fu plus Hei Fu really equals the Lord of the Dark Night, then their positions must be reversed. It's better not to tell anyone about this, or Bai Fu will kill her. By the way, you really don't know where you are being held? Bai Fu suddenly asked. Lil Yulia was stunned for a moment, and answered blankly, I don't know. Her mood was a little low. She coveted Bai Fu so much, but the question was, would her real body have a chance to meet Bai Fu? Bai Fu nodded. If she sent so many players out and posted a bounty on the Dark Whip, but still couldn't find the real hiding place of the true society, then she might have to point the finger at the original Gene body first. While Bai Fu was happily accumulating experience, all the major forces received news from Bai Fu Town and the Dark Web. Half a day ago, Bai Fu was attacked by a man who claimed to be a killer of the true society. The killer was a high-level superpower, but he was still beaten without any chance to fight back when facing Bai Fu. What is Bai Fu's true strength? This has become a mystery. How deep and unpredictable is this woman? The Old Republic and the Railway Guild received the news first because they were relatively close to the Goli Desert. Su Li from the Railway Guild contacted Bai Fu as soon as possible to express condolences, but the Old Republic had more to consider. The Old Republic had a conflict with Bai Fu because of Bashim, and when they heard that Bai Fu was attacked by the True Society, they immediately applauded. They were finally not the only one suffering, and the happiest thing was that Bai Fu was the one suffering. But after learning that Bai Fu was fine and had killed the killer, their faces suddenly became as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Damn it, don't report this kind of news in the future. Later, the True Society also received the news. This is a conspiracy. Bernardo, the director of the True Society's operations department, reported, someone deliberately sent assassins to assassinate Bai Fu in order to completely intensify the conflict between Bai Fu and us. Bai Fu is quite powerful, and she has so many undead under her command. If she really bites us to death, we will probably be in a passive position. Someone echoed. How did she tame those undead? We all used transformation technology, but in the end, the undead we recruited were only 1/10 of hers. Maybe she has the ability to charm people, or maybe the undead just like people like her. The voices of the people in the conference room were low, and their faces were solemn. The president of the True Society, who was listening to the report, didn't look very good either, but his face was not ugly because Bai Fu really made a fierce reaction against the True Society, but because he seriously underestimated Bai Fu's strength. If he had known that Bai Fu was so powerful, he should have shown greater sincerity to recruit Bai Fu. As for now, I can only say it's a pity. If there is a chance, he still wants to meet Bai Fu again, to see where Bai Fu's extraordinary charm comes from. The president looked around. Don't worry, she doesn't know where our main base is, nor does she know our action plan. After we officially take action, even if she receives the news immediately, it will be too late. Once our plan succeeds, she and those undead people will no longer be able to threaten us. These words made everyone in the conference room feel a little relieved. That's true. They began to carry out the orders issued by the president and prepare for the final action of the raid on the original Gene body. For a while, the entire True Society's main base became busy. Even players such as Tai Erjinren, who were pulled in as experimental subjects, were temporarily pulled out of the laboratory and started moving things. What's going on? Tai Erjinren asked the NPC next to him with curiosity. The NPC cursed unhappily. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Tai Erjinren curled his lips and continued to move things. After moving for half an hour, he accidentally heard the NPC, who had just reprimanded him, complaining to another NPC. I haven't left the main base for a long time. This time I was suddenly recruited. Alas, I just hope everything goes well. Don't worry, do you still not trust the president's ability? Tai Erjinren was stunned. He could no longer listen to the words of the two NPCs. What did he hear just now? Main base. The place where he is the main base of the True Society. He had been planning how to find out the location of the main base of the True Society. It turns out that he was in a treasure mountain, but didn't know the treasure. But it's not too late to know it now. It's rich. After working undercover for a version, it's finally time to get rich. Tai Erjinren forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He didn't want to expose his identity because of a little negligence, which would lead to all his previous efforts being wasted. He pretended not to hear anything and continued to move things. While moving things, he secretly contacted Digging G. Treasure hunting, I have very important news to tell you, reply if you see it. On the second night after the assassination, Bai Fu received news from the Tiayu Guild. The player of the Tiayu Guild successfully contacted Xiaoshi, and after gaining Xiaoshi's trust, Xiaoshi asked the player to help deliver something. It's a file. Xiaoshi said that this file is related to the origin of the psychic energy of Zuyuan Star. Because the file is very important, we did not open the file. Now we are trying to find a way to send the file back. The senior old dog of the Tiayu Guild who stayed in Baifu town reported truthfully. Baifu's eyes lit up. The task spiritual energy that she received when she was still in the Lin Inn settlement can finally be completed? She asked. How is Xiaoshi now? The old dog said, she is now the head of the laboratory and looks good. Baifu nodded. Send the file back as soon as possible. This file may be related to the truth of how Zuyuanxing became what it is now. This made Lao Go's pupil shrink. Doesn't this mean that the file is likely to be related to a certain main line? That's good. If they can successfully send the file back, they will definitely be able to beat the neighboring Zhongyi Hall in this mission. Lao Go left happily. For Bai Fu, the good news has just begun. After spending 2 versions to build her popularity, she finally ushered in a double harvest of experience and intelligence in version 1.2. After Lao Go left, players brought her new information about the Primarchs one after another. Half of this information was revealed by players belonging to the Primarch's camp after seeing that the treatment of the Silent Court was so good and that she, as the Lord of the Silent Court, was beautiful and strong. This is the charm of the popular harvester. In just half a day, Bai Fu had already mastered the specific locations and persons in charge of many laboratories and military factories of the Gene Primarch without leaving her house. She also had a general understanding of the advanced superpowers of the Gene Primarch, and even learned that the Gene Primarch had secretly created a lot of artificial people using the technology developed by the Marine Life Research Institute. What on earth does this unfortunate thing want to do? Is it secretly planning to build an army of artificial people? Bai Fu was very curious. Just as she was thinking, the digger who came to interview her brought her more explosive news. Fu, the location of the main base of the True Society has been found. Chapter 126. The meeting with Digger G was scheduled a few days ago. At that time, Digger G said that she wanted to do an interview, and Bai Fu decisively agreed. Bai Fu, the popular NPC in Stars, accepted an interview with players for the first time. Using the first time as a gimmick will undoubtedly attract a lot of players' attention. She just took this opportunity to promote her Zuyuan Star reconstruction plan. Say something ambiguous to whet the appetite, so that some players will not run away after staying in the Silent Garden. In order to make this interview video more attractive, Bai Fu changed her clothes to give players a sense of freshness. Straw hat, goose yellow dress, white open-toed flat shoes. She looked fresh and relaxed, as if she was going to meet friends on holiday. This was her purpose, trying her best to give players a feeling of closeness between them. Recently, someone slandered me as a farmer and treated players as serfs. My comment was bullshit. Players are my family. I consider my family in everything, and will never do anything to hurt my family. However, Bai Fu never expected that when she put Digger G into the house, the first thing Digger G said was that he had found the location of the True Society base. Oh my god! Bai Fu blurted out, and after realizing that she had said an indecent word, she covered her mouth in a calm manner. How did you find it? The surprise came too suddenly, and it took her some time to calm herself down. Digger G didn't expect Bai Fu to react so strongly. She was somewhat glad that she had filmed the scene just now, and now the new video has a bigger explosion point. This is what happened. Digger explained as he pulled out 2 maps, one large and one small. The large map marked the exact location of the True Society's main base with a red cross. The red cross was located in the area north of the Primarch and the Old Republic, which literally means the place of deep sleep. This was a bit beyond Bai Fu's expectations. From this point of view, the True Society's main base was actually very far from Marsk Laboratory, but much closer to the Black Hawk base. No wonder the players she sent to Marsk got nothing. The small map is the map of the interior of the True Society's main base drawn by Master Tai Air. Because the area of his activities is quite limited, the area shown on this map is also limited, but the exact location of the laboratory is clearly marked, which is still very useful. A sentence that Master Tai Air asked Digging G to relay caught Bai Fu's attention. The True Society took them to the main base, and asked them to try a drug related to psychic power. The drug they tried came from a locked-up experimental subject, and only Ed, the head of the laboratory, could touch the experimental subject. Could this laboratory be Yulia's real body? Wait a moment. Bai Fu hurried into the bedroom, and told little Yulia the news. Little Yulia said, "This is me." Awesome. Bai Fu secretly gave Tai Jinren a thumbs up. The benefits of building a good relationship with players are far greater than Bai Fu imagined. If she hadn't met Tai Jinren, a player who aspired to be the king of spies, when she ambushed Graham, she really wouldn't have been able to find the main base of the true society in a short time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bai Fu was excited. She must use this opportunity to rescue Yulia. This way, she can not only severely damage the true society, but also complete the entire Watcher's Elegy main line. The rewards of a main line will definitely increase her strength again. It is not advisable to force an attack. If we force an attack, once the president of the true society is determined to drag Yulia to death, then it will be a disaster. Bai Fu decided to wait until the true society starts to carry out the big event mentioned in the intelligence of Master Tai Er before taking action. In this way, the main base of the true society will be empty, and her success rate of saving people can be greatly improved. But this is not very safe. What if the president of the true society learns that the main base has been attacked and abandons the action to defend it? At this time, it is time for other forces to come on stage. Bai Fu has already thought about it. If the sneak attack is not successful, she will tell other forces the location of the true society's main base, and ask them to send people to support. If the sneak attack is successful, she will tell other forces that the true society is doing something big, and ask them to help prevent the true society from returning to support. This was the plan she had come up with to maximize her benefits. She was actually quite confident about the sneak attack. Her current strength was not to be underestimated, and she had accumulated a lot of experience in the past few days. She could strengthen herself again after the official operation. Wait for my good news. After greeting little Yulia, Bai Fu found Digging G again, and sent Digging G a faction task that could be completed with a click as a reward for her passing on important intelligence. Don't tell anyone else about this for the time being. By the way, please tell Master Tai Er that I will remember his contribution in my heart. When he returns, I will give him the reward that a hero deserves. Digging G nodded repeatedly. Bai Fu extended her hand to signal Digging G to sit down on the chair. Since we have almost finished talking about the business, let's start the interview we talked about before. Digging G was a little happy. She thought today's interview would be cancelled, but she didn't expect Bai Fu to still remember it. Maybe this is Fu, always thinking about others. It's really touching. After the interview, Bai Fu posted several bounties on the dark web to buy psychic knowledge. Then she found Gao Yuan, Su Li, Chung Fu Ferreira and others, asking them to help pay attention to see if they can find some rare psychic knowledge. It doesn't have to be advanced knowledge, as long as it's uncommon. Collecting psychic knowledge, accumulating experience, making prayer cards, customizing combat uniforms for Hei Fu, and customizing weapons of appropriate size for little Hei Fu, Bai Fu began to make the final sprint for the upcoming operation. Just when she was busy, the third issue of the Silent Garden News Express produced by Digging G was finally released. This video has been brewing for a long time, and the changes in the Silent Garden have long been spread through the previous live broadcasts that were extremely popular. Therefore, the players who came to watch the video at the first time cared about Digging G's Bai Fu interview. At this time, as a dwarf who plays games, the excavator of the giant, who stirs up the heat began to gain a lot of points. She inserted a 1-minute-long behind-the-scenes clip at the end of the video, which was about Bai Fu shouting "I'm going" and covering her mouth after hearing the information she brought. Because Bai Fu had said that the information could not be revealed for the time being, she muted her words and added a lot of narration and special effects subtitles. Let me show you a different Fu. Silver Moon, the Lord of the Silent Court, the Lord of the Night? No, today's appearance is the big sister next door, homely Fu. Fu poured me tea herself. No prize for guessing. What exactly caused Fu to show such a surprised side? The specific reason will be revealed in the next video. It's not that I don't want to say it this time, but the situation is very special. Digging G Lung used a small clip to raise the popularity of this video to a height that it shouldn't belong to. Originally, everyone was speculating whether the content of Bai Fu's interview was related to the subsequent main plot. Her whole thing attracted a large group of players to watch the show. Oh my god, can a video be interrupted like this? Oh my god, you are not going to attack Bai Fu, are you? Don't touch Fu, I will kill you. I order you to release the next video now. One group of players are going crazy at Digging G, and another group of players are going crazy at Bai Fu. The Lord of the Night, who kills high-level superpowered people while strolling in the garden, will cover his mouth in embarrassment when facing the players, because of his subconscious action when he is surprised. This contrast. Away is dead. I like Bai Fu more now. Cute, I want to see more. Don't say it, don't say it, Bai Fu is really cute. At least it's much more pleasing to the eye than those researchers who give me acupuncture every day. If it's Bai Fu who gives me acupuncture, it doesn't matter if I give her a few more acupuncture every day. At this time, in the main base of the True Society, Tai Ergenren, who finally got some rest time, was gathering with a dozen other players to watch the video released by Digging G. Tai Ergenren said nothing, and other players expressed their opinions in the team channel. At first, they praised Bai Fu for her good looks, which was very in line with the aesthetics of the Chinese people, and her personality was inexplicably cute. But as they praised her, they began to collectively complain about the True Society. They are somewhat different from those players who were captured and forcibly transformed by the True Society. They took the initiative to join the True Society. They think that the True Society has been fighting against the other four major forces for nearly 100 years without being defeated. They must have something extraordinary. When other players dislike the True Society, they will definitely make a lot of money by joining such an extraordinary True Society. This idea cannot be said to be wrong. After joining the True Society, they do earn experience much faster than ordinary players. But as they stay in the True Society for a longer time, they feel that choosing to join the True Society was a bad move. There is no way. Apart from the obvious advantage of faster upgrades, there are too many disadvantages to joining the True Society. For example, to join the True Society, you must accept transformation, and once transformed, you cannot voluntarily quit the True Society in a short period of time. For example, the status of players in the True Society is as low as a dog. Like those mutant NPCs, there is basically no possibility of promotion by improving reputation. Any NPC with a small position can order players around, which is a very bad experience. But this is not the worst part. After accepting a new mission and coming to this base, they realize that the experience can be even worse. How long have we been here? Almost a month. Fuck, I've been either being studied or doing hard labor for the past month. It's even more torturous than going to work. If I had known this would happen, I would rather go to challenge a boss like Bai Fu without any equipment at level 1. Who said it wasn't? Now we can't change camps even if we want to. If we want to change camps, we can only change our accounts first. No one was willing to change their accounts. They were all almost level 20. If they changed their accounts at this time, they would really lose a lot. In fact, if there is no comparison, these players working in the main base of the True Society can still be tolerated. After all, they level up really fast, and they don't have to work hard to kill monsters. But since the end of version 1.1, especially during the period when version 1.2 was just launched, players from the Court of Silence were showing off in the community, live broadcast rooms, and video websites. They level up fast. The players of the Court of Silence are not slow to level up, and some of them even level up faster than them. When upgrading quickly, the game experience of players in the Silent Garden is countless times better than theirs. There are a lot of main quests, faction quests, and commission quests. You can build your own main city. Your name is used to name roads and buildings and appear on the game map. If you perform well, you can get a personal reward from the leader of the faction, Bai Fu. What a sin! The players who gathered together to discuss it no longer want to continue the comparison. How to compare? Compare the president of the True Society with Bai Fu. If the president of the True Society is a cat girl, then we can still compare them, but this is obviously impossible. Judging from the current public information, the president of the True Society has been beaten by Bai Fu in all aspects. Bu Xian Wan La. Ah, president, alas, Bai Fu, please bear with it for a while. If there is no change, I will really change my account and join Bai Fu. From today on, I will no longer look at the community. It makes me feel uncomfortable. People do not share the joys and sorrows of others. Complaining players only think that other players in the community are noisy. Tai Ergenren, who was watching the whole process, rolled his eyes slightly. People's hearts can be used. Perhaps, he can take advantage of Fu Fu's popularity to persuade these players to rebel? After thinking about it, he decided to postpone the action. What if one of these players just agreed casually and immediately reported him after knowing that he was an undercover? Then all his previous efforts would be in vain. The closer the storm is to come, the more you must stay calm. Tai Ergenren continued to collect intelligence carefully. 6 days later, Bai Fu was feeding medicine to old Nisan and Anya at the second branch of the Psychic Research Institute. These medicines were made by the researchers captured from the Old Republic during the previous missions at Kiriyama Camp and the Old Republic. Muscle Strengthening Potion, Trial Type 1, Physical Fitness plus 3 after first use. After confirming that there was no problem with the medicine, Bai Fu drank a bottle herself, and then gave a bottle to all the senior members of the Silent Court. She planned to give the rest as mission rewards to those players who performed well. She wanted to sell it, but the production capacity of the potion couldn't keep up. "How do you feel?" Bai Fu asked Old Neeson and Anya after they took the potion. Anya stood up and turned around a few times. "Boss, I feel like I've grown a little taller." This is obviously an illusion. Bai Fu rolled her eyes, but although Anya didn't grow taller, her physique actually increased by 3 points, becoming more resistant to beatings, and the same was true for Old Neeson. I don't know how good Yulia's medical skills are, whether she can cure Old Neeson. If she can't, then we can only find another way to get a good doctor back. Recently, Bai Fu has been trying to improve her own strength, while also trying to improve the strength of the people around her. Players are very useful, but she can't just rely on them. She will leave Ziyuan Star, and then she will need someone she can trust to help her manage the Ziyuan Star base camp to recruit more new players. Now there are only 2 people she can trust unconditionally. One is Anya, and the other is Old Neeson. As a novice planet, Ziyuan Star must have a lot of hidden rewards. I may not be able to use these rewards. Those that I can't use can be used to cultivate those players who are worth cultivating, and can also be used to cultivate Anya, Old Neeson and others. Bai Fu had a new plan, but all this had to wait until the True Society and the Pre-March were killed and real safety was ushered in. By then, she might not be more relaxed than now. Before officially entering the Star Sea, she still had a lot of preparations to do. Just then, her personal terminal suddenly rang. Digging G? Bai Fu pressed the answer button. Fu, the True Society has begun to act. The True Society acted quickly. As soon as Master Tai Air sent the message, they had already killed their way out of the main base. Bai Fu, who received the message, no longer hesitated. She looked at the 12 million experience points she had accumulated over the past few days, and first spent 760,000 to upgrade Moon Dancer, Advanced, to LV20. The rest of the experience was invested in Psychic Painter, upgrading Psychic Painter from LV1 to LV8. You have learned a new skill Psychic Repair LV1. You have learned a new skill Summon Rage Psychic Repair can consume psychic energy to restore the health of the summoned true spirit. LV1 can restore up to 200 points at a time. Summon Rage can consume psychic energy to make the true spirit enter a violent state, increasing its ability by 15%. At this stage, if used on Hei Fu, it can upgrade Hei Fu from 0.8 Bai Fu to 0.92 Bai Fu, which is a huge improvement. In addition to these 2 new skills, Bai Fu's other data have also seen a leap forward. HP 3962/3962 Psionic, 3495/3495 Chi, 300/300 Attributes, Strength 33, Agility 79, Constitution 143, Intelligence 50, Spirit 60, Inspiration 231. Although the increase in HP is not much compared to the last upgrade, attributes such as Inspiration have increased significantly. Bai Fu feels that now she can easily lock onto the actions of people around her and respond correctly even if she closes her eyes and relies solely on her senses. Strong, from inside to outside. With this strength now, even if we are blocked by the president of the True Society, we should not be afraid. Bai Fu nodded secretly. The last time she strengthened, the game reminded her that if she continued to collect the psychic knowledge chain, she would have a chance to unlock the psychic attribute. I hope she can gain something in the main base of the True Society this time. After saying goodbye to Anya and Old Neeson, Bai Fu quickly returned to Bai Fu Town. After loading all the prepared things into the car, she issued more specific tasks to the players that night. She selected some high-level players to follow her, and the rest were assigned to the territories of various forces, waiting to find the target of the True Society's attack and then rush to cause trouble. This operation is very special. I can't tell you too much for now. I will tell you the details after we arrive at the destination. Bai Fu's eyes swept over Patrick, Gui Fu Lao Go, Black Tiger Afu and others standing in the front row. The players she saw all straightened their backs involuntarily. Although I don't know what happened specifically, this is definitely the main plot. Even Black Tiger Afu, who usually only likes fighting, has a very serious look this time. If there is no problem, then we will set off now. The old dog opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. Most of the people in the guild were sent to investigate the original gene and transport the files sent by Xiaosher, so they missed this mission. What a pity. Seeing that no one had any objections, Baifu drove out of Baifu town in the night, aiming directly at the place of deep sleep. She left in a hurry, and even most of the players in the Silent Court didn't know she had left, let alone people from other camps. When she drove into the territory of the Old Republic, some people already knew that she had left the Silent Court, but at this time, even those who had been watching her in the dark before had no time to react. Shocking news came that many places in the Old Republic and the Human Alliance were attacked, and the attackers were suspected to be the True Society. The scale of these rounds of attacks was much larger than the attack on Black Mountain City in the Old Republic. Everyone believed that this was a prelude to a full-scale revenge from the True Society. The storm was about to come, and a war was about to begin. But Baifu knew that this was all a trick used by the True Society to cover up its true purpose. Although Tai Jinren was not recruited into the True Society's expeditionary force, he knew a player who joined the expeditionary force. By asking that player, he learned that the main force of the True Society was marching towards the pre-march, and the real target was most likely the pre-march. After preparing for so long, it seems that they are going to magnify the pre-march. Baifu was happy. Her two enemies fought. Is there anything more worthy of joy than this? A few days later, the sky above the deep sleeping land was overcast, and the cold wind blew through the ice and snow valley, making the players hiding on the roadside shiver. Most players had turned off the cold feeling, but the effect of turning off the cold feeling would not disappear out of thin air. How long do we have to stay like this? Who knows? Anyway, we just have to wait. Anyway, we have been traveling for several days, so we don't mind waiting a little longer. Do you know where this place is? The idle players were chatting casually in the faction channel. At this time, a strange NPC turned out from the left side of the opposite end of the road, which attracted the attention of all players. They held their breath and watched the NPC walk towards them. When they got closer, the thick snow suddenly burst open, and two extremely small and delicate little cuties crawled out of the snow. They were wearing white clothes and had just been lying in the snow in a head-down position, so that the NPC finally realized the danger when he got closer. But it was too late. One of the two little cuties kicked the NPC to the ground, and the other covered the NPC's mouth with a cloth. The smoothness of the action and the high efficiency of execution made many big cuties feel ashamed. Bring him back. Baifu controlled the two little black Fu to send the captured NPC back. After interrogation, she gained a lot of useful information. The captured NPC didn't know whether the president of the True Society was in the base, but Bernardo, the director of the operations department, was definitely there. According to the NPC, the main base of the True Society has 7 floors, 2 above ground and 5 underground. The underground is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, D, and each area is connected by a password door or an elevator that requires special permissions. Most people who work in the base all year round don't know how many roads connect the 4 areas. It seems that the first thing to do is to sneak into the base and find a detailed map. Baifu sent the captive away and locked her eyes on the True Society base not far away. For this operation, she spent a lot of experience gambling cards on the way here, and now is the time for those new prayer cards to come in handy. Chapter 127. Baifu's primary purpose in attacking the True Society's main base this time was to rescue Yulia's body. As for destroying the True Society's main base, or even finding an opportunity to kill the True Society's president and bury the True Society, those were things that needed to be considered after rescuing Yulia. Because of this, she couldn't directly launch a strong attack on the True Society's base in the first stage, because once the commotion got out of hand, it would be difficult to rescue Yulia. The True Society's people might take Yulia away through the secret passage, or they might kill her. In short, everything will become uncontrollable. Considering this, Baifu synthesized many new prayer cards on the way to the main base of the True Society. Hypnosis, as the name suggests, can hypnotize the target after use. It is a thing that everyone likes in both serious and non-serious animations. The disadvantage is that the quality is low, and it cannot be effective for targets with higher inspiration and spiritual attributes. Moreover, once the target's body is hit, there is a greater probability that it will wake up. The old driver must have shaken his head when he saw this thing, but it is just right for Baifu. Weakness, after use, the target will feel weak all over, as if they were overcharged. Super sense of smell, after use, it can amplify the stimulation of the target's sense of smell. Rhinitis patient, after use, the target will sneeze and have a runny nose as if they have allergic rhinitis. I don't know who made these prayer cards, they are very sinister. These strange prayer cards were synthesized based on the strange psychic knowledge that Baifu bought some time ago. Although she spent more than 300,000 experience points to synthesize these prayer cards, she didn't feel at a loss after seeing the actual effect of the prayer cards. Although these prayer cards are strange and low quality, far inferior to the summoning cards she made before, their functionality is quite outstanding, and they are just right for infiltration. And after this operation, Baifu can also sell these prayer cards on Anya's mysterious store. Take the hypnosis card for example. Although there are a lot of restrictions, if it doesn't sell well, she will shave her head on the spot. The weak sales volume must not be much worse. As for the super sense of smell, she thinks some players with special hobbies may need this. Strong flavor, no need for more salt. Baifu took out a bunch of prayer cards from her body and distributed some of them to the players who came with her. Then, she issued new tasks to the players, asking them to spread out and figure out the terrain near the base first. The next step was to wait. She was waiting for the True Society and the pre-march to fight, and also waiting for new people to come out of the main base. This wait took Baifu almost 2 days. 2 days later, the news that the pre-march was attacked by the True Society spread, because before that, the Human Alliance and the Old Republic were beaten by the True Society, so no one paid special attention to this news at first. Everyone thought it was just a part of the True Society's revenge action, and the next one to be beaten would be the Railway Guild. Oh my god, declare war on the 4 major forces at the same time. Oh my god, is the president of the True Society the Empress Dowager Tsuchi of the Stars? Maybe he is crazy. The president of the True Society is indeed a little crazy now, but he is crazy about killing. When the main force launched an attack on a military base of the pre-march, he led the assault force composed of superpowers and players to launch an unexpected attack from the flank. His strength is so terrifying that not only ordinary soldiers, but even those superpowers in the base, who usually think highly of themselves, cannot withstand a round when facing him. Instant kill, and instant kill. What is an assassin? He is the most perfect assassin who kills all the enemies he meets on the road. After the base fell, the president of the True Society stepped over the flag of the pre-march and stared at the bloody sunset. It's time to end this feud. The Primarch's high-ranking officials were furious when they learned that the base was destroyed. This was the second large-scale attack on the pre-march by the True Society within a year. The pre-march suffered a lot of losses in each attack. I applied to join the fight against the True Society. I can't watch the True Society committing crimes everywhere. Xiaoshu immediately submitted her application to her superiors in the Science and Technology Bureau and the Intelligence Bureau, and she received a reply that night. Take him away. With a shout from the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, the 2 fully armed mutants who came with him stepped forward and pointed their guns at Xiaoshu. Director Xia, come with us? Xiaoshu asked in surprise. What are you going to do? What did I do wrong? The director of the Science and Technology Bureau loosened his leather gloves and smiled. Recently, a very special file in the laboratory was moved. I have enough reason to suspect that this matter has something to do with you. Xiaoshu's heart sank immediately. She knew that the director was talking about the file number 001 that she secretly gave to Baifu. In fact, when she found the file again, she hesitated for a while whether to hand it over, but after reading the contents of the file, she was shocked and speechless, and finally decided to hand the file to Baifu. She knew that doing so might lead to danger, but she didn't expect the danger to come so quickly. Now she could only play dumb. Files? What files? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, I check. The director of the Science and Technology Bureau ignored Xiaoshu's excuses and had Xiaoshu take it away. After the door was closed, the dimly lit laboratory fell into a dead silence. At the same time, outside the main base of the True Society, several patrolling team members chatted as they walked. News came from the front line that the president has launched an attack. If this operation goes well, maybe we won't have to stay in this place anymore. Haha, it's really uncomfortable to be nervous all day. I've been wanting to have a good sleep for a long time. Yeah, I want to. The people suddenly stopped talking and stood there in a daze. Their bright eyes suddenly dimmed. A few seconds later, Baifu and Heifu came out from the dark. Want to sleep? Help every simple dream. Baifu began to interrogate these people, but unfortunately, their authority was too low and they knew no more than the one they had caught before. She shook her head and picked 2 hypnotized members of the True Society whose body shapes were similar to hers. She quickly dealt with them and threw them into the deep valley nearby. Now they could sleep forever. Then, she and Heifu mixed into the patrol team. Before coming here, she customized 2 sets of uniforms worn by ordinary soldiers of the True Society for herself and Heifu. She deliberately made the clothes loose and thickened some parts, so that her and Heifu's assets were covered up. In fact, if it was just a disguise on clothes and hats, it would still be easy to be discovered, but the temperature in the deep sleep place where the main base of the True Society is located hovers around 0 degrees all year round. So once the people in the base go out on patrol, they will cover their faces tightly, which gives Baifu a chance to successfully sneak in. Now unless they are acquaintances, it is difficult for ordinary people to see that there is something wrong with her and Heifu with their eyes. Baifu controlled Heifu and several hypnotized members of the True Society to circle outside, and after a certain period of time, they walked towards the main base of the True Society. On the cliff, the first thing that caught my eye was a tall iron gate hidden behind a dark forest. This iron gate was extremely grand, but only when you got close could you really feel its pressure. There were many guards stationed beside the solid gateposts, and many cold gun barrels and cannon barrels were hung on the gateposts and fences. If we force an attack, except for me and Heifu, everyone else will probably be blown up as soon as they show up. As expected of the main base, the firepower is fierce, but no matter how fierce the firepower is, it can only hit the enemies outside. Now, it's time to start the show. Walking to the gate, Baifu secretly used patient with rhinitis on the guard, who stuck his head out. Under the torture of the prayer card, the guard began to sneeze continuously, and his head was about to explode. Damn, are you okay, buddy? Who knows, probably. Chu caught a cold last night. Chu. This huge movement attracted the attention of everyone around, and for a moment, few people paid attention to Baifu and the others. Baifu controlled the hypnotized patrol members to verify their identities, and open the gate. Then, she followed them, and walked slowly. Without causing any suspicion, she successfully entered the training building of the main base of the True Society. After entering the building, Baifu found a toilet at random, stuffed the hypnotized patrol members in, and very considerately locked the door from the inside. In this way, other people should not be able to find any abnormalities in a short time. After coming out of the toilet, Baifu came to the door of a closed office. She threw a smelly shoe from the patrol member she had just killed at the door, and used super smell on the people in the office. 2 seconds later, there were shouts and retching sounds in the office. EFF. Fuck, who took off their shoes? Even if you run in the stinky ditch for hours in long leather boots on a hot day, your feet won't stink this bad. Bang, the office door was kicked open, and the people inside rushed out like crazy. After they ran out of sight, Baifu asked Xiao Heifu to crawl in through the ventilation vent and take a look around, and took a picture of the internal structure diagram of the training building on a table. Area A is directly below the training building, and the laboratory is in Area C. Special permissions are required to go from Area A to Area C. Baifu breathed a sigh of relief after getting the simple map. Then things will be easy. Find someone with permission, hypnotize them, and let the hypnotized person lead the way. If you meet someone on the way, just forget about talking to them. If they do, if there are few people, she will get rhinitis or become weak. If there are many people, she will release stink bombs to disperse them. This set of combined punches was played by her to perfection. Even those dogs with very sensitive noses were played to death by her, and they all became decorations. If she really encountered trouble, she could also control the opponent with combat etiquette and solve the trouble within 2 seconds. In this way, Baifu led Heifu all the way to Area C without any obstacles. During the journey, she and Heifu changed their clothes again, changing into a combination of white coats and blue masks. Next, as long as we find the place indicated by Tai Erzinren, or the map that Tai Erzinren sent me, we can determine where Yulia is. Baifu did not continue to act with Heifu. She went to find Yulia herself, and then asked Heifu to secretly put little Baifu everywhere in the blind spots of Area C and places that are not easy to be noticed. It was impossible to hide the fact that Yulia was taken away from the laboratory from the people in the base. She had to prepare for retreat and destruction of the base. She had secretly left a lot of small Baifu and Dark Moon Eyes in Area just now. Because the main force went on an expedition, the base was now more empty than ever before, so Heifu's actions were very smooth. She walked through the interlaced corridors, almost without stopping, until she stuffed a Dark Moon Eye prayer card under the door of an office. After seeing the picture fed back by the Dark Moon Eye, Heifu and Baifu both stopped. There was no one in the office, but there was a photo frame on the wall. There were 4 people in the photo frame, one of whom Baifu had seen before. Isn't this the person in the memory fragment I got from the Old Republic mission, who asked me if I wanted to go with him every time I rescued him? Baifu was very sure that she was not mistaken. Although this was a face that was so ordinary that it was hard to remember it for a while. After playing through the dungeon dozens of times, it was hard for her to forget it. Why did this face appear in this photo? Bai Fu was shocked. She suddenly had a bold guess. Although this face was completely different from the president of the True Society she had seen before, was it possible that they were actually the same person? After escaping from the #1 branch of the Psionic Research Institute, the ordinary-looking mutant had no choice but to hide if he wanted to survive, or he needed to go a step further and change his face. Plastic surgery, the word popped up in Bai Fu's mind. She felt that this possibility was more and more likely. Otherwise, why would she be rewarded with such a memory fragment when investigating the secrets hidden in the Old Republic? It was easy to confirm whether the mutant in the memory fragment was the president of the True Society. She had previously triggered a task called the Origin of the True Society, which required finding out the true identity of the president of the True Society. This task had many stages, and the first stage reward included 300,000 experience points and exploration points, and even a hidden reward. After finding out the identity of the mutant, she only needed to try to submit the task to confirm whether he was the president of the True Society. Hey Fu, take the photo. Bai Fu quickly assigned Hey Fu a new task. Putting aside the matter of the president of the True Society, for the time being, she continued to move forward. Even if she met someone on the road, she avoided them without any danger. After searching for 10 minutes, she stopped, and another familiar person appeared in front of her, Tai Erzinren. This is settled, Bai Fu hurriedly walked up. Wait a minute. Tai Erzinren turned around with a puzzled look. What do you want to talk to me about? Bai Fu did not take off her mask, but only said 3 words softly. Excavation G. Tai Erzinren was stunned for a moment. How could the people in the Zinlihui base know about digging G? The next second, after carefully measuring Bai Fu's height, body shape, and fluctuation, he suddenly came to a conclusion. Oh my, Fu! Tai Erzinren covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from shouting out because of too much surprise. Why is Bai Fu here? No, it's normal for Bai Fu to be here. After all, he spread the news. Take me to the place you said. Bai Fu gave Tai Erzinren a very rewarding task as a reward for his excellent undercover performance. Master Tai Er nodded quickly, without saying anything extra, and began to lead the way. Not long after, Bai Fu arrived near the secret laboratory that Master Tai Er mentioned. The door of the laboratory was closed, and the guard stood straight at the door. Bai Fu walked to the door of the laboratory alone, and the guard stretched out his right hand. Stop, the laboratory is a restricted area. You are not allowed to approach without an application. Application? My fist is an application. Bai Fu made a fist with her right hand, and hit 7 times in a row in an instant. The 3 guards fainted before they could scream. Now that she has found Yulia's location, there is no need for her to continue to sneak. Hey Fu, send the photo to Su Li, and ask her to help investigate the identity of the person in the photo. After giving Hey Fu the order, Bai Fu took out her personal terminal and contacted the players, who stayed outside the base. Begin the action as planned with the clamor inside and outside. The Jinli will be caught off guard. At the moment of pressing the send button, Bai Fu raised her right hand and fired a spiritual explosion at the door of the laboratory. Boom! The door exploded instantly, leaving a big hole. A man in a white coat standing behind the door stood there, looking at Bai Fu, who appeared behind the hole in a daze. You? Good afternoon. In a flash of light, Bai Fu turned into a phantom, and suddenly appeared in front of the man in the white coat. When her figure became solid again, the man in the white coat had already fallen to the ground, and was completely motionless. She looked at the monitor in front of her. On the monitor, Yulia, who had long ice blue hair, was lying weakly. She didn't know if she was asleep or what. Finally, I meet your true self. Bai Fu sighed, and she pulled out a white coat who had been hiding under the table after the door was blown up. Let her out. Dr. Ed shook his head desperately. She will die. If I let her go, the president will definitely kill me. He never dreamed that he was doing experiments in the laboratory, and the door of the laboratory would be suddenly blown up, and then a fierce woman ran in from outside. He once suspected that he was dreaming. Bai Fu sneered. I don't know if you will be killed by the president of the True Society if you let her out, but I know that if you don't let her out, you will be killed by me now. Ed was stared at by the cold eyes, and trembled all over. In the end, he obeyed honestly. He was just a doctor. What could he do to fight Bai Fu? He tapped on the keyboard with both hands. After unlocking several locks in succession, with a long buzzing sound, the sealed cabin where Yulia was imprisoned opened. Bai Fu threw a spiritual vision at Yulia. Yulia's health was still normal, at 70% of the upper limit, but her psychic energy was only 12 points, and there was a series of debuffs behind her name. Weak and closed, debilitated. You can imagine how miserable she was during the time she was captured. Baifu took 2 steps forward and carried Yulia out of the sealed cabin. Yulia was taller than her, and her breasts and hips were not worse than hers, but at this moment, Yulia, who was held by her, was as light as a doll. "You're here." The slight shaking made Yulia open her eyes. She was confused for a second, and then she figured out the whole story because of the connection with little Yulia. "Take a nap first. When you wake up, you be home." Baifu nodded at Yulia. Yulia forced a smile and said in a weak voice, "I'm afraid things are not as simple as you think. Although the main force of the true society is not here now, there are still many monsters in this base that are beyond imagination." As if to confirm her words, a piercing buzzing and roaring sound suddenly came from outside the laboratory. "Enemy attack, everyone pay attention, close area C, temporarily close area C." Baifu threw little Yulia into Yulia's arms. "Don't worry, I have made sufficient preparations to save you." She arranged those little Baifu on the way to the laboratory. They are not vegetarians. A thought came to her mind. The next second, from the factory area on the ground, to the underground area A, and then to the underground area C, dozens of little Baifu exploded at the same time, and the psychic storm swallowed everything around, dragging the entire True Society base into the abyss of fear. Chapter 128. A few minutes ago. In the Equipment Research and Development Department of the True Society's main base, Zone B. Bernardo, the director of the Operations Department, who stayed at the main base, was visiting the newly developed exoskeleton equipment accompanied by several engineers. At this moment, his personal terminal suddenly rang. "What's going on?" An anxious shout came from the terminal. "Minister, something big has happened. The secret laboratory in Zone C has been attacked. The intruder is very powerful, and broke the door of the laboratory with his bare hands." "What?" Bernardo was shocked. After the president led the main force to the expedition, he moved his office to Area C. But he was a man who could not sit still. He sat in the office for a while, and then patrolled the base. He never expected that the base would be invaded just an hour after he left. Were they from the pre-march, or from other forces, or did they attack together and use a home-changing tactic? Bernardo was shocked. He forced himself to calm down. "How many invaders are there?" The person on the other end of the terminal said. "One? Just one? No, more than one. There is also an undead, the undead in our base. He is the one who led the way for the invaders." "One person?" Bernardo suspected that he was hallucinating for a while, so he asked repeatedly several times before he was sure. The base is relatively empty now. If there is only one person, there is indeed a certain chance to bypass the guard posts and sneak into Area C. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not someone from other forces who attacked, otherwise the True Society might be in trouble this time. Minister, do you want to contact the president?" Bernardo shook his head and said, "No, the president is fighting now. We can handle this kind of small matter by ourselves. There is no need to disturb him. It's just an intruder. How much of a threat can it be since it has been exposed? Unless the intruder is as strong as the president, he doesn't need to worry too much. Obviously, the intruder can't be as strong as the president. The president's strength is absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. All the killers who have left their names on the dark web and all the high-level superpowers he knows from major forces, none of them can compare to the president. If these people come to fight the president in a group, he will not be able to withstand it. But if they come one by one, they will just be killed. Want to save Yulia? Then be prepared to stay here forever." Bernardo sneered, his eyes became extremely cold, and he walked towards Area C while issuing orders. "Close all entrances and exits from Area C to other areas. The entire base is under Level 1 martial law. No one is allowed to leave their area without receiving orders. All superpowered people in Area C should gather at the secret laboratory immediately. Superpowered people in other areas should gather at the door of the main monitoring room immediately. I will be there soon." That undead who colluded with outsiders. Bernardo paused. This was something he couldn't figure out. The laboratory had already transformed the undead many times from body to mind. Why would they still betray? Let the other undead people in Area C deal with him. You keep an eye on him, and see if there are any more traitors. The person on the other end of the terminal asked, "Minister, what if the intruder threatens Yulia's life?" Bernardo pondered for a moment. "If necessary, just shoot him." "Yes." With the sound of the alarm, the base that was just silent suddenly became active, and the superpowers led a large number of elite soldiers to Area C. "You dare to sneak into the base alone. You really overestimate your ability." I'm almost sick from being idle in the base. Today is a good time to practice with him. Minister Bernardo is making a big fuss. It's just an intruder, but he has to mobilize so many of us. Stop complaining. Get it done and go back soon. By the way, when will you pay me back? The superpowered man was running on the aisle, laughing and not showing any nervousness. Just as they passed by the door of a utility room piled with cleaning tools, a huge explosion accompanied by a crazy psychic storm suddenly surged out of the utility room. All this happened too suddenly. They had no time to dodge. They could only watch the psychic storm submerge them. The violent impact tore their bodies and threw them out. 3 fragile people died on the spot, and the rest were also seriously injured and could not continue to fight. In an instant, this superpowered team was declared annihilated. What on earth is going on? The survivors were shocked and scared, and the relief on their faces was gone forever. The same thing happened not only in this place. The small Baifu buried by Baifu exploded at the same time. Even if no one was blown up, the corridor collapsed, and it was impossible to pass normally for a while. The violent shaking attracted the attention of the players in Area C who were sent to the experiment. Damn, who on earth did Tai Air attract? Why is he so powerful? Fuck, I really admire this Lao Lu. He is having a great time as a spy, but what about us? Now, we are going to be suspected by those NPCs, and the goodwill we have worked so hard to gain will probably be lost again. Just now, they received a new mission: catch Master Tai Air, and after learning from the NPC what Master Tai Air had done, they felt numb. Now they had no other thoughts. They just wanted to fight with Master Tai Air and teach him a lesson. Master Tai Air, who was trapped in Area C, did not expect to escape after successfully leading the way, so he was quickly found and surrounded by other players. A guild player named Sanctuary Blade Runner took 2 steps forward and stared at Master Tai Air. Tai Air, tell me the truth, are you a spy sent by other camps? He selected the skill, and the other players around him also looked ferocious. The alarms above his head were so loud that it was a headache. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Tai Airjinrin confessed everything very straightforwardly. Yes, I am actually a spy of the Silent Court. I accepted a mission from Baifu to help her find out information about the True Society. Tai Airjinrin felt quite proud when he said this. He was the first player to find the location of the True Society's main base. Because his camp was the True Society, he did not receive any rewards, but the missions issued by Baifu later made him level up 3 times in a row, and Baifu's favorability towards him also increased to 78. But this is not all he has gained. Once what happened here is exposed, he will immediately become a super celebrity. Spy King True Society Nemesis Tai Airjinrin, what a domineering nickname. What? Silent Garden Baifu? Blade Runner and others were stunned when they heard this name. Who is the NPC you summoned? Baifu. Fuck. At this moment, Blade Runner and others involuntarily took a few steps forward and forced Tai Airjinrin into a corner. Their eyes looked extremely weird. What do you want to do? Tai Airjinrin felt his anus tighten for no reason, as if he would be held down and fucked at any time. Suddenly, the Blade Runner's right hand slapped him heavily on the shoulder, and spoke in the player channel. Tai Air, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were Baifu's spy? I really admire you, old man. If you had told me earlier, would we not cooperate with you? That's right. I wanted to join the Silent Court a long time ago, but I didn't run away because I couldn't change my camp. If I knew you had this way, would I have wanted to change my account? Damn, Tai Air, you are too disloyal to say it now. These players stepped forward and punched Tai Airjinrin one by one. They were actually expressing envy, jealousy and hatred, but because the NPC hiding in the dark couldn't hear what they said to Tai Airjinrin, they thought they were collectively bullying Tai Airjinrin. It seems that the other undead are all fine? It's hard to say, maybe someone is disguised. At least it seems that there is no problem for the time being. It scared me. I thought there was a major loophole in our transformation technology. The people of the True Society were temporarily relieved, and so were Blade Runner and the others. Now, if they can cooperate with Baifu to destroy the True Society, they will become a non-camp state, so that they can join the Silent Garden. I have an idea. Blade Runner began to share his plan in the player channel. While they were discussing the next action plan, the Silent Garden players who were ambushed outside took action. Baifu's order caused them to trigger 2 tasks at the same time. The first mission is called Baifu Recruitment Order, and the mission content is to cooperate with Baifu's actions, and the reward is very high. The second mission is the planet's main line, the destruction of the True Society, which is more than a dozen goals, and the rewards for any one of them can make the current player's eyes red. Hey, Is this really a mission we can do now? Take killing Bernardo as an example. This is the head of the operations department of the True Society. Not to mention now, even if you unlock the advanced profession, you may not be able to beat him. Why bother so much? Just do it. After receiving the attack order, the war-crazy faction headed by Black Tiger Afu immediately launched an attack on the True Society's main base according to the prearranged plan. The attack from both inside and outside created an extremely terrifying force. The True Society was the one that had the advantage of home field and numbers, but they were caught off guard by Baifu's first wave of attacks and suffered huge losses. The demise of the True Society. Task Introduction. 100 years of hiding. One day it all vanished. Standing in the main base of the True Society, will you lead the destruction of the True Society, or will you become a victim of the True Society? Task Objectives. 1. Killing Heart will reward 1,000 experience points for each member of the True Society killed. 2. King of Destruction. I. Destroy the secret laboratory of the main base of the True Society. The reward depends on the contribution. 3. King of Destruction. 2. Destroy the underground production line of the main base of the True Society. The reward depends on the contribution. 9. Decapitation Operation. I. Kill Bernardo, the Minister of Operations of the True Society. The reward depends on the contribution. 10. Decapitation Operation. 2. Kill Su Jihao, a senior superpower of the True Society. The reward depends on the contribution. Reward. Completing any branch can be settled separately in the secret laboratory. Baifu closed the task panel. She thought that after accepting the revenge-oriented mission The Unknown Truth, she would not be able to receive other main plots related to the elimination of the True Society. She did not expect that the game had a hidden trick. Okay, this is a good game. Baifu's eyes swept through the laboratory. The secret laboratory mentioned in the mission objective was referring to this laboratory. What else was there to say? She raised her hand and made 2 spiritual explosions, blowing all the instruments and equipment in her field of vision into pieces. Amid the huge explosion, Ed was frightened and his face turned pale, his lips trembling constantly. This was the laboratory where he had worked for 10 years. He had never thought that one day the laboratory would become like this. By then, even if Bernardo killed Baifu, it would take a long time to rebuild the laboratory. If Bernardo failed to kill Baifu, or if the entire True Society failed to kill Baifu, Ed didn't dare to think about it. When he raised his head, he found that Baifu's face was filled with a satisfied smile, smiling like a devil. Blowing up a lab and earning 400,000 experience points, how can you not laugh? Baifu walked slowly to Ed. How did she become like this? Is there any way to make her recover quickly? If Yulia can recover, she will be more confident to make a big fuss in the main base of the True Society. Ed hurriedly said, the reason why she became like this is that the True Society constantly extracts her psychic energy for experiments. Under the long-term effect of the psychic limiter, her spirit has been damaged to a certain extent, which cannot be recovered in a short time. What a pity. Baifu frowned and asked, what experiments did you extract her psychic energy for? Ed took 2 deep breaths. The president wants to find out the source of her ability. At present, we have made temporary enhancement potions and potential stimulation potions based on the psychic energy extracted from her. Nothing else? Ed shook his head and said no. Baifu did not continue to ask. The people of the True Society were coming from all directions. The most urgent task was to send Yulia to a safe place first, and then of course they had to fight hard. Compared to destroying the True Society and killing people here, she actually values the various knowledge collected by the True Society more. If there is a knowledge chain of psychic energy, it would be a good thing. If not, it would be good to get some knowledge of other departments here, which can be sold to players later. Lead the way in front, take me to the main engine room and the power distribution room. Baifu threatened. How could Ed dare to say no? He could only walk out of the bomb laboratory trembling. As he walked, Baifu destroyed all the monitoring equipment along the way. I saw a photo on the wall of an office. There are 4 people in the photo. You mean Bernardo's temporary office? Ed was so smart that Baifu didn't need to explain. Do you know the people in the photo? The answer was disappointing. No, it's Bernardo's private photo. No one except him should know who the people in the photo are. That's it. Baifu held Ed hostage and continued to walk forward. When they reached the corner, they heard hurried footsteps and shouts. Don't let the invaders run away. A superpower came out with a team of elite soldiers. Baifu didn't even move. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shot out from the side and penetrated the superpower's body. It was Heifu who took action. The penetrating spear opened the way, and then Heifu flashed into the crowd. Under the impact of the spiritual explosion, the superpower and the elite soldiers were torn to pieces and fell to the ground screaming. Very good. Bai Fu handed Yulia to Hei Fu, and took over all the control of little Hei Fu from Hei Fu. What are you still standing there for? Continue to lead the way to the main engine room and the power distribution room. Bai Fu glared at Ed. She'd planned to stay here as bait for a while to buy time for Hei Fu and Yulia. Ed looked at Hei Fu, then at Bai Fu, and felt his scalp tingling. What the hell? Why are there two Bai Fu here? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Except for him, it seemed that no one knew that there were actually two intruders this time. This was the rhythm of something big. He didn't dare to shout, so he could only pray silently that the president would receive the news as soon as possible. Hei Fu followed Ed and left. Now Bai Fu was completely liberated. Where should I start? She looked at the wall in front of her, which was a bit of a hindrance. In that case, she would use Xiao Xiao, Bai Fu, and Ling to blast out a new passage. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion sounded from the underground area C to the main monitoring room. Bernardo, who had just arrived here, looked extremely ugly. These are the years of hard work of the true society. Now they are destroyed by the invaders. It is unforgivable. Bernardo, I've entered Area C. At this moment, a voice rang out in Bernardo's earphones. It was Su Zhihao, a high-level superpower from the true society. He was overjoyed. Among all the high-level superpowers, Su Zhihao was a well-deserved master. Hold him. I bring people over right away. Su Zhihao sneered. No need to bother. I kill him soon. Do you want to keep him alive? Bernardo frowned slightly. If you can keep him alive, keep him alive. If you can't, don't force it. Okay, I understand. Su Zhihao was about to hang up the call when he suddenly found that the wall in front of him was blown up, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. Before this, he had never seen this face in person, but because of the president, he had seen this face countless times in photos. Bai Fu? Su Zhihao was surprised. He never thought that the intruder would be Bai Fu. A while ago, a high-level superpower ran to Bai Fu town to assassinate Bai Fu, but was killed by Bai Fu in a neat and tidy way. It can be seen that Bai Fu is not an ordinary high-level superpower. His exclamation reached Bernardo's ears through the terminal. What, Bai Fu? Bernardo's face changed instantly. Most of the information about Bai Fu was reported to the president by him. He knew how strong Bai Fu's record was along the way. He also knew that Bai Fu had always maintained contact with the Railway Guild, and that she also had an extraordinary succubus physique that could attract the undead. Since Bai Fu is here, the Railway Guild and the undead. Minister, someone has launched an attack outside the base. Bernardo felt like he was falling into an ice cave. He immediately shouted at the terminal. Su Zhihao, evacuate temporarily. However, the only response he got was silence. The terminal was destroyed. Bernardo smashed the terminal in his hand and ordered the people around him. Look here, I'm going to the underground production line. At this point, there can be no reservations. Chapter 129. Although there were several walls between them, Bai Fu noticed Su Zhihao's presence early because she was always using psychic perception. She quickly raised her right hand and punched through the wall that blocked her way. At the moment when she looked at Su Zhihao, she threw a piercing gun and shattered the terminal in Su Zhihao's hand. Even without using psychic vision, Bai Fu could feel that Su Zhihao was a strong enemy. Su Zhihao's muscles were throbbing, his blood was overflowing, and his fingertips were rubbing, as if they were sticking to the air. He was a martial arts master. However, he was not tall enough, at least in Bai Fu's opinion. He was not as tall as 2 or 3 floors. If she had just unlocked the advanced profession and met an opponent of Su Zhihao's level, she would have turned around and left, but now she is several times stronger than when she just unlocked the advanced profession. Leave. When Su Zhihao fell into a rage because his terminal was shattered, Bai Fu took the lead in launching an attack, and 5 prayer cards flew around and turned into a ball of nothingness. The next second, Su Zhihao exerted force with both feet, and rushed towards her with the force of thunder. I don't care who you are. You're unlucky to meet me today. Su Zhihao shouted loudly, and the air gushing out from his arms turned into a leaping electric snake, which distorted the air. The close-range attack of a martial artist is extremely restraining to a psychic prayer master. Of course, this is only in the general sense. Bai Fu was already very tanky, and she also upgraded the Moon Dancer to level 30. Even if she didn't open the super energy burst, her agility was as high as 115 points, with the blessing of the combat uniform and the overflowing color. She didn't dodge, and fought Su Zhihao directly, with psychic energy attached to both hands, the left hand blasted to clear the way, and the right hand held the electric knife to tear the space. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows more than 10 times. Su Zhihao felt a burning pain on his body, but he didn't take it too seriously. He could feel that Bai Fu was very fast, but her strength was surprisingly weak. If it weren't for her annoying spiritual explosion, she wouldn't have lasted a few rounds under his hands. Get her! Su Zhihao was overjoyed, and a slightly dazzling white light appeared on his body, but before he could make any move, Bai Fu suddenly raised her hand and pointed at him. Disperse. The surge of strength buff that had just emerged on his body was broken out of thin air, and an inexplicable emptiness surged up from the bottom of his heart. This strange experience made him stunned for 0.5 seconds in the battle. 0.5 seconds is not long, but it is enough to do a lot for a superpower like Bai Fu. 5 virtual orbs fired at the same time, and the pillar of psychic energy penetrated the wall and hit Su Zhihao's chest. When Su Zhihao wanted to dodge, Bai Fu had already appeared in front of him like a ghostly dancer in white, and the electric knife was like a flexible snake body, bypassing his arms across his body and piercing his chest. Little Bai Fu. If you don't have enough strength, you can use explosions. 2 little Bai Fu suddenly appeared at Su Zhihao's feet and exploded. The 135% prayer card effect bonus increased the output of little Bai Fu by a lot. Almost instantly, it broke the air shield around Su Zhihao's body. Then, the violent impact made his body completely unbalanced. Bai Fu exerted force with both arms, like a heavy truck running, and pushed Su Zhihao forward with the surging electric knife. 1 wall, 2 walls, 3 walls. The sound of explosions and collapses intertwined. Bai Fu could no longer remember how many walls Su Zhihao had broken when she was holding him back. She saw some people running away in fear of the scene, and she saw some people trying to stop them. But it didn't matter, she had the void ball with her. The wall blocked, the wall broke. People blocked, people broke. Under the triple attack of the electric knife, the spiritual explosion, and the alien erosion, Su Zhihao's life value disappeared like water, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream from his throat. He used Qi to counterattack several times, but it fell on Bai Fu like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any waves. Do you think the spiritual protection is a decoration? Seeing that Su Zhihao's health had dropped to only 20%, Bai Fu pulled out the electric knife with her backhand, and with a flash of knife light, she passed by Su Zhihao's neck and killed him completely. You killed Su Zhihao, a senior superpower of the True Society, with a contribution of 100%, and gained 290,000 experience points after completing the main task of destroying the True Society. Bai Fu gained an additional 200,000 experience points, and a one-time skill card of Su Zhihao refreshed. Refreshed can automatically resist a mental attack. Not bad. Bai Fu put away the skill card. What she feared most now was the psychic. Su Zhihao was level 47, and he only lasted 12 seconds in her hands. Although this was because Su Zhihao did not expect that she could dispel the buff, so that she broke his defense with one move, but if you have to say it, she did not give her all in the previous battle. She did not use Black Fu, Little Black Fu, more Little White Fu, and Dark Burn. If she used all these trump cards at once, she could clear Su Zhihao's health bar within 5 seconds. After all passive skills are maxed out, she is so violent. People outside always say that she is a threat, and the reason why she is so threatening is that she is charming and can drive players at will like a succubus. Bai Fu's evaluation is that these people are still short-sighted. She looked around, and the survivors of the True Society, who were swept by her eyes, screamed and turned around and ran away. Monster! I encountered Bai Fu in Area C. Her flash spirit explosion was as strong as a monster. I couldn't defeat her even if I tried my best. What else can I do except run? They just ran a few steps, and the void ball started to work. After a series of shots, except for one survivor, everyone else fell to the ground on the spot. Bai Fu stepped forward and stepped on the last survivor. Where is Bernardo? In the main monitoring room. In the main monitoring room? How do I get to the monitoring room? In Area A, but I can't get out now. All the doors in Area C are closed. The survivor screamed in fear, and Bai Fu sent him away with a knife. Closing the door was basically meaningless to her. Could Zhenli close the door and all the ventilation ducts? She could just stuff Xiao Xiao Hei Fu into the ventilation duct and let Xiao Xiao Hei Fu go outside to open the door for her. Bai Fu began to move towards Area A. During this process, more and more members of the True Society rushed towards Area C. They didn't know that Su Zhihao was dead, so they were still aggressive and wanted to make great achievements. In short, Bai Fu temporarily attracted the attention of these people and created an opportunity for Hei Fu and Yulia. Under the leadership of Ed, Hei Fu came to the mainframe room of Area C. Use your authority to shut down all the monitors in Area C. Ed did as he was told. Once the monitor was turned off, Hei Fu and Yulia could hide more easily. Then, Hei Fu operated in the main engine room and entered the complete map of Area C into the map function. The main monitoring room is in Area A, the data room is in Area B, and each area of the power distribution room is separate. Hei Fu's finger slid across the map displayed on the screen, and finally landed on an unexplained door. Where does this door lead to? Ed hesitated for a moment, but still said it honestly. The underground factory area, there is a special mutant production line there. You still remember the Marsk laboratory? That production line uses the beast-transforming mutant technology developed by Marsky Laboratory. Hei Fu's eyelids twitched slightly. How could she not remember that her job transfer mission was completed after killing a beast-transforming mutant? The strength of the beast-transforming mutant is far superior to that of ordinary mutants, and the health bar is ridiculously thick. If the underground factory really has a production line for producing such monsters, then the remaining combat power of the True Society's main base may be much higher than she imagined. We must speed up. After all, this is someone else's territory, and it's not good for her to fight a protracted war. Hei Fu led Yulia to walk in the opposite direction of Bai Fu, and contacted Su Li while walking. Since the True Society still has a trick up its sleeve, she can't hide it anymore. Su Li, hey, you want me to help you find something again? I'm not your mobile library, you can't just search whenever you want, at least give me some benefits. Hei Fu, I came to you this time to tell you good news. Su Li, you didn't lie to me, did you? Hei Fu, the president of the True Society is now leading people to attack the Pre-March. His real target is the Pre-March. The Human Alliance and the Old Republic are just a cover. Su Li was frightened by the news. She instinctively wanted to believe it, but it was useless for her to believe it. The key was to convince her superiors, because only they could mobilize the army. I need some evidence to convince others, otherwise they would just think it was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Hei Fu directly said her current location to Su Li. You asked me why I know. Because I am now at the main base of the True Society, with photos attached, and the photos I asked you to check just now were taken by me at the main base of the True Society, having successfully infiltrated the base. Found Yulia and started the Great Destruction. Bai Fu was no longer worried that the Railway Guild would come to grab the mission. I have informed the undead in the Court of Silence to let them listen to your orders temporarily. You can now command them to attack the True Society. Nearly 10,000 people should be enough for you to command. Looking at the text and photos displayed on the terminal screen, Su Li couldn't help but wipe her eyes hard. Wow, Bai Fu is in the main base of the True Society. What a shocking news. It was hard for her to believe, but everything in the photo looked so true. How did you find the place? An undead told me. Another undead? Su Li shook her head vigorously. No, now is not the time to dwell on such things. It is normal for the succubus king Bai Fu to get information from the undead. If the president of the True Society is really leading people to attack the Pre-March as Bai Fu said, then they must respond immediately. Otherwise, if the president of the True Society really gets what he wants, they may be in big trouble. This is a great opportunity to destroy the True Society. Once this opportunity is missed, it is unknown how long it will take to completely destroy the True Society. Su Li expressed his views passionately. The senior members of the Railway Guild who were listening to the report sat around the round table. Bai Fu again. In addition to being shocked, they were also afraid. Some people even thought of ignoring the True Society's main base, and watching Bai Fu being surrounded and killed by the people from the True Society's main base. But this idea did not last long. As Su Li said, if they did not care this time and let the True Society's people run away, they would not know where to find them next time. The senior members of the Railway Guild whispered to each other, and soon reached a consensus. Grasped both hands. They had to send people to support the Pre-March and stab the True Society, and also to send people to the True Society's main base to surround it before the people in the main base could escape. It was not enough for the Railway Guild to accomplish this goal, so they quickly contacted other major forces. Just like them, everyone who received the news was dumbfounded. How did Bai Fu get to the True Society's main base? Is she crazy? The major forces had their own thoughts, especially after learning that the location of the True Society's main base was told to Bai Fu by the players. But no matter how complicated their thoughts were, in order to completely destroy the True Society, they did not take any extraordinary actions for the time being, but quickly began to mobilize troops. Time waits for no one. The True Society has already fought with the Pre-March. If they delay for a while, the pre-march will have no chance to resist with its strength on paper. The same is true for the True Society's main base. Once the True Society kills Bai Fu, they will definitely organize a retreat immediately. If they go too late, they will get nothing. The news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and finally spread among the player community. Let alone those players who are not from the Silent Garden camp. Most of the Silent Garden players only know now that Bai Fu left Bai Fu Town to fight the True Society. Going into the True Society alone, damn, Fu is too awesome. Fighting the True Society, this is the main storyline. Bai Fu went in alone. Damn, Bai Fu is not the biggest protagonist of Zuyuan Star? In the 1.2 version preview, Bai Fu appeared in many scenes, and most players no longer doubted that she was one of the protagonists of Zuyuan Star, but today's information seems to tell them that she is too young. One of the protagonists? The only protagonist. Analysis of Bai Fu's true position. Fu, how many surprises do you have hidden? She opened the main storyline single-handedly. She is Bai Fu. At one time, a large number of analysis videos related to Bai Fu appeared in the community. The community became extremely lively, and players from other planets were confused. No, buddy, why are you guys fighting the world boss? We are still slowly running the plot. They didn't understand, but they were shocked. The earlier you get in touch with the main storyline, the faster you can upgrade, and the faster you upgrade, the more benefits the players of Zuyuan Star can get. Damn, the more I think about it, the more envious and jealous I am, and the one who brought these changes is the familiar name. Bai Fu. Outside the community, the players of Zuyuan Star are also very happy now. They have followed their own camps to launch expeditions. Some players are targeting the pre-march, and some players are targeting the main base of the True Society. Only a very small number of players affiliated with the True Society are now aiming to avoid being beaten as much as possible. Fuck, I've only been in a camp for over a month. Is my camp going to be gone? True Society, you've done a lot of harm to me. True Society, how are you going to pay me back? Wow, I was so blind to join the True Society. This crappy camp is just luring people in and killing them. The wailing was deafening. Most of the players in the True Society were in a state of panic, but some were smiling and starting to cheer for Bai Fu. Come on, white-haired jailer sister, take down the True Society and save us from the sea of suffering. True Society, Bernardo passed through one door after another, and after entering the underground production line, he contacted the people in the main monitoring room. How is Su Jihao's situation? Where is Bai Fu? The person on the other end of the terminal swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Minister, all the surveillance in Area C has been turned off, but someone just went to check. He didn't find Bai Fu, only saw Su Jihao's body. Bernardo's chest was tight, and he almost fell to the ground. Su Jihao is dead? He vaguely felt that Su Jihao was no match for Bai Fu, so he advised Su Jihao to retreat temporarily, but Su Jihao still died at Bai Fu's hands. The cold chill eroded Bernardo's scalp. This woman is too dangerous. She must not be kept alive. Release all the beast-like mutants. Release the prototypes too? Release all. Bernardo gritted his teeth, and after shouting, he quickly contacted the president. He could no longer hide it. Bai Fu knew the location of the main base, and it was very likely that the Railway Guild also knew it. If the Railway Guild knew it, how could the original Gene body not be prepared? The road the president took might be full of traps. Bernardo? What are you looking for me for now? The president of the True Society was puzzled. Bernardo recounted what happened just now, and his words shocked the president of the True Society so much that he couldn't say a word for dozens of seconds. 2 hours, at most 2 hours I will be back. Before that you should prepare to retreat. After the call, the president of the True Society suppressed his murderous intent towards Bai Fu, raised his head, and looked at the spire in the distance. He was only 1 step away. At the same time, at the gate leading from Area C of the True Society to Area A, Bai Fu looked at the members of the True Society pouring out from both sides and smiled. She was only 1 step away from rescuing Yulia. Chapter 130. The entrance from Area C to Area A was crowded with people. Superpowers, mutants, elite soldiers, heavy weapons. Lined up in 3 rows, completely blocking the road. The moment Bai Fu walked to the gate suddenly opened automatically. When the gate was halfway up, the blocking troops of the True Society raised their weapons. Just now, Bernardo issued a new order. Don't let anyone live. When you see Bai Fu, Yulia, or Ed, attack directly. Don't hold back. The interception force implemented Bernardo's order very well. At the beginning, the people in this interception force actually looked down on Bai Fu. Bai Fu was powerful, but after being trapped in Area C, where could she go? But after discovering Su Jiao's horrible corpse and the large ruins around him, the people in the interception force dared not relax at all. Su Jiao was one of the top fighters in the entire True Society. It would be good if 2 ordinary high-level superpowers were not killed by him, let alone killing him. However, such a brave man was killed by Bai Fu in a very short time. There was not a single intact place on his body. How strong is Bai Fu? No one could imagine it. Perhaps, Bai Fu has already stood on the same stage with the president, who is known as the god of war in the base. Facing such an opponent, the people of the interception force can only do one thing. Fire, fire! Hot weapons began to vent. Various special bullets penetrated the chamber and gathered together like a rainstorm, followed by grenades and special grenades. In the first round of attack, the interception force almost took out all the long-range attack means, and the explosion fire and smoke produced by the saturation attack completely submerged Bai Fu. Although the heavy gate was not a problem, the walls and ceiling near the gate collapsed under this round of attack. It took more than a minute for the interception troops to stop. The superpower Kasai, who was in charge of the on-site command, stared at the ruins in front of him and muttered to himself. She should be dead now, right? The superpowers have their own means of resisting the attacks of thermal weapons, but these means have limits on the blows they can withstand. Once the limit is exceeded, it is not easy for the flesh and blood to withstand the attacks of thermal weapons alone. A few seconds later, the smoke and dust in the ruins completely dissipated, and a figure appeared in the field of vision of the intercepting troops. It was Bai Fu. She stood there, unharmed, and only took off the white coat, revealing the combat uniform underneath. How is it possible? All members of the True Society, including Kasai, stared as if they had seen a ghost. Their heads were buzzing, as if they had crashed, and they could not process the information received by their eyes. Shock, fear. All kinds of negative emotions rolled into a ball. Bai Fu smiled. The attack of the True Society was fierce, but she was more skilled. How could the psychic protection with a shield value of 3,000 be torn apart easily? She strolled in the firepower network, leisurely walked to a safe point, sat and watched the True Society hit the air for more than a minute, and then slowly walked back to the original place. Well, just want to scare the people of the True Society. I can only say that this trick is very effective. When the people of the True Society were frightened, Bai Fu raised her right hand, and 5 void spheres slowly rose, like a black moon. Under the shining of the black moon, one after another small black Fu poked his head out from behind the ruins. More than people? I have quite a few here too. Saturation strike? I can do that too. Almost at the same time when the 5 black moons began to attack, the little black Fu raised the prayer cards in their hands. They held the summon ghost card and the piercing gun card in their hands. The former was a grenade, and the latter was a sniper rifle. Fire! Fire, fire, fire! The little black Fu Corps threw out the prayer cards in their hands, and the white light instantly flooded the True Society's blocking troops like a rain waterfall. The first to bear the brunt was Kasai, who was standing in the front. He dodged desperately, and barely avoided the first round of counterattack from the white Fu. He managed to dodge, but the others behind him were not so lucky. Boom, boom, boom. The laser gun flew, and shot the multi-barreled heavy machine gun in the front into pieces. The ghost attacked and blew the fragile gunman into the air. His body hit the ceiling, his chest was sunken, his waist and abdomen were broken, and blood was sprayed all over the ground. The sound of explosions and screams intertwined, and the smell of blood and gunpowder blended. Kasai's eyes were bloodshot. Among the dead was a friend who had played cards with him not long ago. Now he fell to the ground, and half of his face was gone. Kill her! If we don't kill her, we will all die! Kasai roared. His body was surrounded by cold air. His superpowers were released. He led the way, and was about to kill Bai Fu with a dozen superpowers. Bai Fu did not dodge at all. She stood still, calmly used psychic repair to restore the blood of the attacked little Hei Fu, and used dispel to remove the buff on the opponent. She still remembered that she was a mage, and close combat was a means to fight for life with a strong enemy. The next second, 5 virtual orbs changed their locked targets at the same time. Kasai was caught off guard, and was hit by 5 psychic beams. He flew backwards, and knocked over all the superpowers behind him. When he got up again, the 3 seconds were up, and the alien erosion exploded, setting off another storm, killing and wounding the surrounding area. Taking advantage of this chaotic moment, the little black Fu Corps once again fired the penetrating gun, hitting the same place 3 times in a row, adding fatal damage, clearing Kasai's health bar, until he fell to the ground. Kasai's face was still in disbelief. He didn't expect that he would fall so quickly, and he didn't expect that he would die so quickly. You kill Kasai, a high-level superpower of the True Society. The game prompt sounded, but was soon drowned out by a series of kill and damage prompts. Bai Fu calmly controlled the Void Sphere and the small Black Fu army to push forward. She was a one-man army. She sniped at the middle gate of the True Society in the passage from Area C to Area A, and defeated the True Society's interception troops. Their mentality collapsed. Support, we need support. The people in the interception troops frantically contacted the main monitoring room, and the people in the main monitoring room urgently contacted Bernardo. At this time, Bernardo, who was still in the underground factory, was almost crazy. With Bai Fu's firepower, it was unknown how much of the main base would be left intact after the battle. All high-level superpowers surround her. For the time being, ignore those outside. Call all the undead in the base, and let them be cannon fodder. It will be fine if they can delay Bai Fu for a second. After the order was issued, except for Tai Erzhenren, all the players in the True Society camp in the base received a new task to stop Bai Fu from moving forward. Silver Wing. The other players' eyes were all focused on the Blade Runner. The Blade Runner nodded vigorously. It's time for us to take action. To escape from the sea of suffering, for a better tomorrow, for love and justice, go for it. Led by Blade Runner, all the players rushed to Bai Fu. They were ready to die once, then sneak away to do something after resurrecting from the resurrection point. But after seeing the Void Sphere floating behind Bai Fu like a black moon, and the cute and fierce Grenadier, Little Black Fu, they were all stunned. Fuck, what kind of fighting style is this? They had seen a lot of Bai Fu's battle scenes in the community before, and had a certain understanding of the Void Sphere, the piercing gun, and Little Black Fu, but this combination fighting style was the first time they had seen it. Too awesome, if players can be so awesome. Players are live streaming, recording videos, and win. True Society, Bai Fu, one person's army. These words are combined together. They immediately attracted the attention of countless players. Oh my god, I thought Little Black Fu was a mascot, but it turns out that it can be used like this? I met a patrolling Little Black Fu in Bai Fu town that day, and I wanted to touch it, but fortunately I didn't, otherwise it would probably turn around and shoot me to death. Too awesome. With Little Black Fu, I don't even have to throw prayer cards myself. This is simply a blessing for clumsy people. I want to learn this skill. Big Fu Fu is good. Little Fu Fu is good. Big Fu Fu plus Little Fu Fu are even better. So cool. Do you think Fu Fu, who leads a group of Little Black Fu, looks like a queen? Now there are only 30 Little Black Fu. If there are 30,000, 300,000, I dare not imagine how exciting the scene will be. Fallen Leaves brought a message. In our birthplace Zuyuan Star, Bai Fu became the king. People say this is an era of Fu Fu everywhere. The players in the live broadcast room were watching with their eyes shining. Some were envious of the strength of the summoning style of the psychic painter. Some were envious of Bai Fu herself. And some were more perverted and envious of Little Black Fu. Everyone is very excited now. Most of the players are going crazy in the live broadcast room, and some have already run to the community to post. In the post, they detailed Bai Fu's complete journey from a village girl in an abandoned cooling plant to a queen who led an army of one person and dominated the main base of the True Society, and discussed how the plot would develop after the True Society was eliminated. Various masters appeared in the post and expressed their own opinions. The popularity even overshadowed the war between the four major forces besieging the True Society. Hey, you are stealing my work. Digging G, who accidentally clicked into the post, was almost irritated. The popularity was stolen. In desperation, she could only follow Su Li, who took over the temporary command of the Silent Court, to see if she could get some useful information from the war against the True Society. The live broadcast of Blade Runner lasted for more than 6 minutes. Under the constant urging of the True Society, they reluctantly stepped forward to donate. Finally, we have delayed for a while. Bernardo, who received the news from the main monitoring room, breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully released all the beast-like mutants in the underground factory. Now it was time to repay Bai Fu with blood. He began to drive the beast-like mutants to the elevator. The elevator went up rapidly, but halfway up, the elevator suddenly shook violently twice and then stopped. What's going on? Bernardo's face changed drastically. He suddenly realized that there was a power outage. Someone had cut off the power supply. The power supply to the elevator was separate from that to other places. If even the power supply to the elevator was cut off, it meant that the main controlled distribution room had been attacked. Except for some areas with independent power supply, All other places would be out of power. Who did it? Bernardo was furious. He was in the elevator shaft now. He could climb out by himself, but what about these beast-like mutants? The beast-like mutants could only understand some very simple commands, and because they were released in a hurry, they could get out of control if they were not careful. He originally wanted to lock these beast-like mutants together with Bai Fu and let them fight each other, but now he was locked up with these beast-like mutants. Bernardo turned around and found that several beast-like mutants had begun to get agitated. Damn it. He quickly climbed out from the top of the elevator. The only way now was to break down the wall from the outside, release these beast-like mutants one by one, and then find a way to drive them to Bai Fu. Go and start the backup power supply, quick. The main base of the True Society, Area A, main control and distribution room. The superpower standing at the door had a dark face. He just watched, and then several undead people ran over and said that Minister Bernardo had something urgent to talk to him about, but he didn't know whether the signal was bad or for some other reason, so he believed it and walked to an open area to take out the terminal. At this moment, the undead people suddenly rushed to the main control and distribution room one after another. With several explosions, the main control and distribution room was blown up. In an instant, the place where he was fell into a desperate darkness. How could he not despair? Now that the enemy is invading, the power is cut off at this time. The already bad situation will definitely get worse. It's over, it's all over. The superpowered man was almost collapsed. The serious failure of not keeping an eye on the main control and distribution room almost sentenced him to death. Ah, you bunch of undead people who are going to be cut into pieces, you are not human, I will kill you, I will kill you. After roaring angrily for a few times, he rushed out along the dark corridor like crazy with his weapon in hand. After charging for an unknown amount of time, several white beams suddenly shot out from the darkness and pierced his body. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. A second later, several more black beams attacked and completely took him away. What's wrong with this guy? Bai Fu slowly walked out of the darkness, looking at the corpse on the ground with a puzzled look on her face. Why did he suddenly start scolding the players? Could it be that those players outside broke through the defense line of the True Society's main base? Bai Fu shook her head. In any case, the sudden power outage in the True Society's main base was a good thing for her. It was easier for her to do things in the dark. While she was controlling the Void Sphere and Little Black Lady to continue to move forward, she flashed into the fork next to her. She let the Void Sphere and Little Black Lady help her attract the attention of the True Society's superpowers, and she quietly moved towards the main monitoring room. Even if the Void Sphere and Little Black Lady were destroyed on the way, it didn't matter. For this operation, she prepared a large number of prayer cards. She could summon the same number of Void Spheres and Little Black Lady at any time to continue to attract the attention of the True Society, creating an illusion that the True Society's main base had been infiltrated and riddled with holes. This move was extremely effective. The summoned True Spirits were causing chaos everywhere, and the True Society could no longer tell how many enemies there were in the base. When their attention was completely shifted to Area A, Hei Fu, who had been staying in Area C, took action. She held Ed hostage and began a large-scale sweep. From the medical laboratory to the psychic research laboratory, from the main engine room to the power distribution room, from Area C to Area B, Hei Fu fully demonstrated the spirit of stealing light. She read the data and information that could be read directly from the player panel, and moved the equipment away directly if it could not be read directly. Hei Fu didn't expect to move all the equipment out at once. She just secretly piled them up in a room that few people usually go to. Aide and Yulia were dumbfounded. What are you doing? Making money to support the family. Hei Fu became more and more excited as she stole. She wanted to create an automatic pickup halo out of thin air. She could already imagine herself making a fortune with these stolen things. Reborn on the stars, it only took 1 year to become the richest man on the UN star, just because I am. Stealing light. Empress. After stealing for an hour, Hei Fu finally stopped. It was not because she had really stolen all the things from the True Society, but mainly because she saw Bernardo driving away the beast-like mutants on the way. It's a pity, I have to stop, otherwise it will be troublesome if those beast-like mutants find out. Hei Fu felt deeply regretful, and looked down at the message Suli had just sent. The Railway Guild and the Human Alliance, the Old Republic organized the most elite troops, and were rushing to the main base of the True Society, but this speed actually took a lot of time. Hei Fu was about to leave, and at this moment, Ed suddenly crushed a badge in his pocket. This was not an ordinary badge, but a special badge with a mental shock. Bernardo, save me! He shouted and rushed towards Bernardo desperately. Ed had a wonderful idea of using mental shock to gain a chance to escape, but he overlooked a problem. Heifu was not a person, but a real spirit summoned by Baifu. He had no brain and was remotely controlled by Baifu's innate ability. He was not vulnerable to ordinary mental attacks at all. Want to escape? A cold light flashed across her eyes. Heifu used the refreshing spirit that burst out from Su Jiao to block Yulia's skills, while using the battle etiquette on Ed. The strange power acted on his body, and Ed was horrified to find that he could not move his legs. He only felt a chill on his back, and a hand had already landed on his neck. It seems that you think your life is too long. No, Ed was trembling all over. He didn't know how to explain, so he could only look at Bernardo with pleading eyes. If Bernardo tried his best to rescue him, he might still have a chance to survive. After all, Heifu still had Yulia, a burden. Bernardo's reaction made Ed feel like he was falling into the abyss. Kill them together. Although he didn't know why Baifu suddenly appeared in Area C, he still issued a kill order to the beast-like mutant beside him. Ed shouted in panic, "Bernardo, you want to kill me too? Without me, the potential potion would never be studied so quickly, and Yulia's ability would never be cracked." Bernardo's face was cold and unmoved. The situation was in chaos, and the Truth Society was in decline. He didn't want to delay any more time now, and just wanted to kill Baifu as soon as possible, even if the price was Ed's death. Ed understood Bernardo's eyes. He could only beg Heifu for mercy, since his request for help was fruitless. "Don't kill me. I trade you the president's secret. This secret is related to your life and death." Heifu hesitated for a moment, but still cast a psychic shield on Ed at the moment when the beast-like mutant came to kill him. She took out a stack of cards, and while dissolving the void sphere on Baifu's side, she summoned a new void sphere on her side to resist the beast-like mutant. What secret? Heifu tapped the ground with her toes, breaking the ground and retreating with the force. Ed said anxiously, "The president has mastered Yulia's method of replicating a fake body. His mastery is incomplete, and he can only make one fake body, but he put this fake body in the base, which means that as long as he wants, he can actually give up the body in the original gene body and return to the base at any time. He is very strong, beyond imagination. Several Su Jiao together are not his opponent. If you don't want to die, you'd better find a way to escape from here." Hearing what Ed said, Heifu and Baifu's faces became solemn at the same time. In fact, the total level of the president of the True Society is far lower than hers, but the total level is not the only criterion for measuring the strength of an NPC. According to the people of the True Society, the secret that the president of the True Society is a cyborg, and the positioning of the president of the True Society in the game, this guy is very likely to be a monster with a few professions, but an extremely exaggerated race and template. He is now attacking the original gene body. Unless he is willing to accept the failure of this operation, he will not come back for a while. But if he really can't bear it anymore, and would rather accept failure and kill me, then... Baifu knew very well how much damage she had caused in the main base of the True Society, and how infuriating it was. Now she could only hope that the Pre-March, the Railway Guild and other forces, and the players she sent out would be more powerful, and try their best to hold back the president of the True Society, otherwise she would be in great danger. "You should be able to walk, right?" Heifu said to Yulia, who was in her arms. Yulia nodded. "I can, but I can't walk fast." "That's enough." Heifu put Yulia down, and then stuffed a bunch of prayer cards into her hands. The instructions are written on the cards. "I will let little Heifu escort you. While I am holding Bernardo and the beast-like mutants, you run quickly and find a safe place to hide. I will come to you after I solve the trouble here." Looking at Heifu's serious expression, Yulia was distracted for a moment. "The deal between us, and the relationship between you and Uncle Neeson, are not enough to support you to do this for me." She was puzzled. Before the deal was made, she and Baifu fought twice, and the first time she wanted Baifu's life. It was hard for her to imagine that Baifu would do this for her. Breaking into the True Society alone was too incredible. Did he want to get something from her? No, he didn't have to fight so hard. If she knew that Baifu had accepted the game mission, she wouldn't be so entangled. Unfortunately, she didn't know. Therefore, after Heifu pushed her away, a strange idea was born in her mind. Could it be that Baifu has special feelings for me?